This is our main character, Beak Du Seo, just 3 seconds ago because he accidentally defeated the game's final boss. He was immediately transported into this game world. And as luck would have it, when he woke up he was assigned a quest by the system: escape the pursuit of the assassins. All of this is set in a game called Mythical World, released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed at female players, but somehow the male player base ended up explosively large. Feature-wise, the game lets players choose from a wide variety of characters, from easy, efficient ones to difficult but ineffective ones. And among that sea of characters, there's one useless character because it's especially hard to level and has terrible abilities. And a masochist mastered that character, Beak Du Seo. For 10 years that's been me, the player Beak Du Seo. At that moment, when Beak Du Seo went to make himself a coffee and returned to the computer, he noticed a new post on the forum. Oh, a new forum post, an update or something, he muttered as he quickly clicked to check it out. It's unclear what this update changed, but player reactions weren't positive. Garbage game. Some stupid dragon appeared out of nowhere and wiped my game data. That black magic dragon is absurd. It said my character is dead and I can't log in anymore. What's happening? My character just got deleted. Negative posts began appearing line by line. After reading them, Beak Du Seo was puzzled. A final boss in a dating sim. I thought the game would end if the two characters got together. As he read on, he found a post drawing particular attention. Everyone, this boss can't be defeated. This trash black magic dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldown, and always ruins me with magic absorption and some projectile spells. How do you beat it? This must be a bug. When our protagonist saw the poster's name, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Wait, this is a famous ranker." Final boss, let's see. Having a magic-immune monster in a world full of magic seems odd. A bug, really. People are even saying their characters got deleted. It seems this is the boss. The black magic dragon, Black Knight 13 Moon, has appeared, Beak Du Seo muttered as he stared at the dragon before him. Okay, so the story is that in Mythical World, there's a cult called the Black Magi. Their goal is to help another world, called the Personal Gate, seize domination of the world. And when those lunatics achieved their aim, the black magic dragon appeared. 90% of the continent was occupied by the Personal Gate. I only play PvP and don't follow the game's plot, but this is chaotic. Can this be okay? Beak Du Seo said, stroking his chin. Then he felt an itch to act when he saw how strong the dragon was. I wasn't avoiding it before. Maybe I should give it a try. Think and do. Immediately, the god Beak Du Seo clicked accept on the duel request with the black magic dragon. I'll show off the skills I've honed over the past 10 years, Beak Du Seo thought to himself. Briefly about his character, Beak Du Seo. He is the only character who cannot use magic, despite the fact that everyone else in the game can use magic. Because of that, even experienced players avoid picking him. In short, this character is even worse than a side character. Of course he can use a bit of magic, but only one spell, the blink teleport. Back to the battle. The moment Beak Du Seo appeared, the black magic dragon began to open its maw and gather energy. And then the massive beast opened its jaws, as wide as possible, and spat fire at him. And before that attack, Beak Du Seo gave a faint half-smile, simultaneously using his blink skill to leap onto the dragon's back and evade the attack. Speaking of Beak Du Seo's blink spell, this skill lets him teleport elsewhere quickly, within a range of 3 to 10 meters. The blink destination is random, so if you don't control the distance well, you'll die instantly from the speed and impact. Moreover, the cooldown and mana cost are ridiculous, and it also applies a 2-second immobilize penalty after use, so anyone can learn it but nobody ever uses it. However, Beak Du Seo has mastered blink, so he can control both direction and distance of the teleport, and he even knows how to resist the 2-second immobilize penalty. It doesn't cost mana. If the character lacks a mana stat, unlike other spells, Blink is basically just a movement skill. But I've been obsessed with this character since everything became skill level based. So for 10 years I've played a single character who doesn't use magic in combat. And while our protagonist was still reminiscing, the other player controlled his character to tear this black magic dragon in half. And somehow, a character who can't use mana possessed enough raw strength to defeat this dragon, though at least because he couldn't use offensive magic, the dragon's magic resistance became useless. And after the black dragon rolled onto the ground, he received a system message. You have defeated the final boss, Black Knight 13 Moon. On this side, when Beak Du Seo saw the notification, he couldn't believe it. My God, what is this? Did I really beat it? I know I've been equipped head to toe with rare artifacts, but this is still a useless character. But anyway, it's amazing. I should show the community that I just defeated the black magic dragon. Beak Du Seo said as he quickly hit the post button. But at that moment, bright red, terrifying warnings suddenly appeared before his eyes. Due to reaching a bugged ending, 90% of Mythical World has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Please proceed to the true ending. On this side, after witnessing the strange sight, Beak Du Seo became utterly panicked. What's going on? What the hell is happening? He screamed in terror. Then, our protagonist mysteriously vanished from his room. Cut to a dilapidated room somewhere. Now Beak Du Seo woke up and said blankly, "What happened and where is this?" He said as he looked around. And then, when he looked at his reflection in a mirror placed beside him, his face froze, because it was a very familiar face that had been with him for 10 years. This appearance is Beak Du Seo's. But before Beak Du Seo could understand what was happening, a system screen suddenly appeared before him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. And upon seeing the system notification, he became even more confused. This is Beak Du Seo's opening quest. No way. He thought as he hurriedly reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. This is the admission letter to Stella Academy. And now, though he didn't want to admit it, Beak Du Seo realized where he was. It's unbelievable, but this is definitely Mythical World. And I must be Beak Du Seo. Saying that, the general began trying to calm himself and analyze. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a single true ending. It's fundamentally a dating sim, so it has billions of endings. How the hell am I supposed to know which true ending it means? Wait, could it be that no one has unlocked the true ending in the past 10 years? Beak Du Seo stared blankly at the thought, but then he tossed it aside, because there's a more important task now. Damn, there's no time to think. If I remember correctly, right after Beak Du Seo wakes up, the pursuers will storm the house. Thinking that, he wasted no time. He immediately opened the door and looked outside. And just as he had feared, a group of bad guys were outside preparing to slaughter him. Where did that rat run off to? Someone in the assassins shouted. Hearing that, Beak Du Seo hurriedly shut the door and hid inside. This is dangerous. They're already here, he worried. But at that moment, someone among them spotted the house he was hiding in and shouted, "There's a house over there. Search it quick," the others hurriedly replied. Beak Du Seo was panicking now. What do I do? There's only a limited window before they get here. But I can't fight these people. What should I do? The more Beak Du Seo thought, the more anxious he became. And seeming to pity him, the system offered a hint. You can use Blink. What, I can use Blink? He thought in surprise. Born with a mana-leak syndrome, Beak Du Seo is someone who cannot accumulate mana. He can only place his sole hope in one thing, the spell he has spent his life practicing. Back in the present, Beak Du Seo was also examining the information about the blink skill. Blink rank none maximum distance, 9m maximum charges, 1 cooldown 3 seconds. And after seeing the blink skill info, Beak Du Seo didn't feel much better. It told him to use blink, but he's not playing a game with a keyboard and mouse. How exactly am I supposed to use it? Before our protagonist could think much more, outside the house the assassins began charging over like mad dogs, as if afraid he'd escape, and their footsteps made Beak Du Seo startle. Damn, they're here already. There's no time left, I'll have to take a gamble. Beak Du Seo gritted his teeth and said that. Then, just before the assassins burst into the house and surrounded him, he took the initiative to run outside. Of course, the bandits spotted him instantly. I found that bastard, chase him. Don't let him get away, stop him. The assassins barked nonsense, while our protagonist racked his brain to avoid being torn apart, and his current plan was to use blink to shake these pursuers. They wear magical boots, so they're definitely faster than me. The only way to escape is to use blink. Calm down, I've used blink countless times. I know how to time it precisely. Beak Du Seo began reassuring himself, while the sound of the assassins drew close behind him. You bastard, won't you stop? Someone in the group shouted, forcing Beak Du Seo to look back and gauge the distance between him and them. They were almost upon him. The weakness of blink is that if the user misjudges distance, they'll collide with something and die instantly. However, things would be different if it were me. Beak Du Seo thought to himself, and at the same time the leader of the assassins caught up with him. I'll send you to hell, die, he shouted as he swung his sword straight at him. And at the very moment, his sword was about to touch Beak Du Seo. He risked using the blink spell, like that, as if a lightning flash erupted. Beak Du Seo's body vanished and reappeared ahead. And when he saw he had succeeded, the young man was insanely relieved. It worked. He thought joyfully while the assassins were startled and paused. What was that blink? Is he a mage? They said in confusion. The leader hurriedly turned back to rally his men. Don't lose heart. After activating blink, the user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our best chance for us to wait. How is that bastard still moving? The leader shouted in shock when he saw Beak Du Seo still darting ahead like a squirrel. Turning to Beak Du Seo, though he had temporarily increased the distance, he didn't let his guard down. Careful, be more careful. I have to use the rough terrain here to my advantage. Players who don't learn how to use blink at this point won't get past the next stage. Beak Du Seo thought to himself. There's another sad fact. 99% of players who choose Beak Du Seo can't complete the tutorial. Of the remaining 1%, though they pass the tutorial, they still can't master distance control for blink and chain blinks. Back to Beak Du Seo. As soon as the 3-second cooldown ended, he immediately used blink on the rough terrain to widen the gap again, and the assassins behind, stunned by his recklessness, shouted, using blink on terrain like this, he's crazy. Although astonished, the leader, seeing Beak Du Seo slowly increasing the distance, immediately told the men behind him, anyone who can use magic, go to the front, attack him from afar. According to his plan, 3 mages stood up at the front. Of course, Beak Du Seo, fleeing, heard this and looked back to observe. Are they going to use magic? He thought to himself, not overly surprised because the game had the same scenario. The second part of the tutorial, use blink to dodge magical arrows. Now the mages began casting, launching countless arrows at him from multiple directions, and Beak Du Seo grew genuinely anxious. In a game he could see what was behind via the screen, so dodging wasn't hard. But now it's different. He gritted his teeth and thought, and when the young man hit trouble the system appeared to pump him up a bit. The mana leak syndrome skill activated, generating the sixth sense skill and boosting perception speed. And as soon as that notification appeared, a wave of mana began to emanate from Beak Du Seo, allowing him to clearly sense the directions from which the arrows were flying. And so our protagonist was able to dance within that rain of arrows. For arrows that came at once with no angle to dodge, he simply used blink to get out of the way. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise he would have been finished. Wow, that was close, Beak Du Seo thought as he hurriedly got up and kept moving, and before long he reached the final part of the tutorial stage. The third part of the tutorial, use blink to cross the chasm. Before Beak Du Seo lay a chasm with numerous floating stones in midair for players to use to cross, and his current task was to time blink perfectly to land on the stones. The only way to reach the other side was to judge blink's distance exactly. After that, I'd meet a few mages passing by and escape. That would end the tutorial. To pass this part, I must cancel the blink that triggers in 0.1 seconds at the right moment. Failing even once means death, Beak Du Seo told himself. He then looked at the stones again and calculated. There are about 20 floating stones here. 0.1 seconds, much easier said than done. I really don't know which idiot wrote the script for this tutorial. Thinking that made Beak Du Seo clench his fists in anger, but at least, to be honest, it wasn't impossible. The problem was that the pursuers were closer than he thought. He glanced at the assassins who were very near him. Right ahead, there he is, someone shouted, and immediately they began to sprint at full speed toward the front. The distance between them and me was roughly 100 meters. Blink's cooldown is 3 seconds, so I won't have enough time to get to the other side. So the most realistic way for me to survive is to take care of all these people. Yusial also began to move to one side and quietly assess the situation. Crazy. How did I even think I could handle this after just finishing a fight? If this were in a game, the system wouldn't let these tailing bastards attack, but this is reality. There's no rule that says I must blindly obey a game system. Deal with one guy who isn't even worth my concern, not because these people are my parents' enemies like the story says. They're coming, come on, I'll take care of all of you. A few seconds later, the two sides met. Enemies don't need many words when facing each other. The leader immediately ordered, "There he is, catch that brat quickly." "Understood," the assassin said as he lunged forward. Seeing Yusial daringly stand and fight instead of fleeing, he sneered inwardly, "You dare fight all of us alone, how stupid." "You're finished." Meanwhile, Yusial opposite him calmly calculated the distance. Target distance, 8.7 m, blink. Thus the blink was activated. Closing instantly, the dagger in Yusial's hand pierced the chest of the enemy ahead. Although it was his first time, he felt no fear at all. Fresh blood trickled at his fingertips, with no sense of guilt. This is killing to survive, Yusial told himself. Then he used a move, type Sun Kao, flinging that man toward the group behind. Immediately after felling one, Yusial ran, since his blink hadn't cooled down yet. The group, seeing Beak Du Seo bite off one of their own and run, went mad. He's escaping. At all costs, don't let him get away. Back to Yusial, while moving he quietly calculated. One down, but the next time won't be this easy. What should I do? Why is it so quiet behind? Aren't they chasing anymore? Aren't they going to use magic? But if I dodge, damn it, Yusial cursed inwardly. Over here, the leader excitedly signaled the order, "Do it." On his command, the mage immediately used his magic, forming a magic array in front and releasing a fireball, aimed straight at Yusial's position. "Crazy, that damned spell," Yusial said as he hurriedly looked around for a favorable blink spot. Luckily, he spotted a branch growing from a nearby cliff wall. "There, do it." Blink, Yusial thought to himself. At the same time, all the fireballs converged on his position, creating a sizable explosion. The leader, seeing the fireballs hit, sneered, "Serves you right, brat." But before he could laugh long, he realized there was no corpse in the crater before him. Where did he go? He muttered, not knowing that Yusial had dodged the explosion and blinked to a spot directly above his head. Blink technique. Requiring equal momentum before and after use, he thought as he blinked again. At the same time, the dagger in his hand aimed straight at the man's body, making him scream pitifully and collapse to the ground immediately. Meanwhile, the others stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. "What the hell?" one shouted in panic. But before he could finish, Yusial blinked right next to him and sent him off to join his comrades under the stream of gold. As for Yusial, after exerting himself continuously like that, his stamina had also dropped sharply. "Two are down. I must hurry before they recover," Yusial thought. Up ahead, the scar-faced man began to take Yusial more seriously. "A strange one. Your reaction speed is unnaturally fast for a mage. Who exactly are you?" On this side, Yusial heard it but had no intention of answering. He was still focused on his plan. "Surely my reaction speed must surpass all the players, but that's only in the game. This is reality. I can't keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this distance. I need to take out the whole bunch quickly." Thinking that, he immediately launched an attack. The scar-faced man's gaze turned dangerous. "I've figured out your movement pattern." Saying that, he thought to himself, "He only uses blink and a dagger. So if I just defend my face and neck, he won't be able to reach me." Thinking so, he immediately coated his sword with mana to prepare for battle. "Come here, you filthy brat," the man shouted. Yusial, in front, immediately used blink to dodge. At the same time, right before him, the scar-faced man drove up numerous sharp ice stakes. "Got you now, let's see how you writhe in pain," he thought with pleasure. Because in theory, if Yusial used blink to rush in, he'd certainly impale himself on those stakes. But, unlucky for him, that plan failed. Because the one Yusial targeted was the teammate standing behind him. By the time the scar-faced man realized it was too late, his teammate had already been sent to sell salt by Yusial. "Damn it," he roared. "Before you only hid like a rat, and now you dare do this." Yusial frankly admitted, "Yes, but that was before. You should thank me for making you stronger day by day." He said this with a teasing smile which made the scar-faced man's face contort like a monkey's butt. "You bastard, because we went easy on you, you dare do this." "Prepare to die," the man yelled loudly. Meanwhile, Yusial casually grabbed a spear from someone he'd just taken down and charged forward to attack. First, he took aim and threw the spear in his hand, flying like an arrow toward the scar-faced man. This gave him pause, blink, aiming at an undefended spot. He plans to throw the spear to force me to block, then strike from behind. No way, he thought as he brought his sword across his chest to block the spear. Immediately after, he swung his sword backward, intending to finish Yusial. "Just turn and give him a slash," he muttered. But when he turned, no one appeared behind him. Only then did the scar-faced man realize he had overthought it. But unfortunately, he no longer had a chance to correct his mistake. Because the moment he turned his head back, Yusial had already blinked up from the front and plunged the dagger in his hand straight into his heart. He planned to attack from the front all along. The man thought to himself, then immediately fucked off. Now, Yusial also received a notification. Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, completed. You gained additional experience and received bonus rewards from the Constellation Project for developing a unique storyline. Back to Beak Du Seo. After looking over the corpses and blood beside him, he had countless thoughts racing through his mind. That's right, this isn't a dream. My first blink, my first battle, and my first kill. I killed another person to survive, he thought as he began to reassure himself. And before long, Beak Du Sia shook off the haze and prepared to move. He had to get out of here quickly. Wait a minute, though this place is kind of nasty. I have to be practical. I'm out of money, Beak Du Sia thought as he began rifling through the bodies. And the result didn't disappoint him. He found a pouch of gold coins. Let's see. This is roughly 2,000,000 won, less is still nothing. But now the main problem is, I have to cross this cliff first, he muttered as he started toward the cliff. But before the protagonist could do anything, he heard a voice echoing from the opposite bank. Is anyone there? This way, from their voices, Beak Du Sia squinted to look. It was the group of mages from the tutorial, wasn't it? Thinking that, Beak Du Sia hurriedly called back, I'm here. The mages on the other side heard and shouted. There's no bridge here, can you get across? Yes, I'm on my way here. Let's wait because he said he could cross. The mage turned to tell everyone, but beside him, a blue-haired young man wondered aloud whether to cross this cliff he'd have to be at least a third-grade knight. Could this young man really do it? I'm not sure. The mage said casually, but luckily afterwards. He was surprised to see Beak Du Sia start moving across the stepping stones. To the group's eyes, Beak Du Sia's body began continuously shifting across the stones, making them very curious. What was that earlier, some kind of leap magic? To answer their question, a voice behind them answered, it's Blink. The voice belonged to a blue-haired girl with a sorrowful face. And everyone was even more astonished. Blink. But Blink can't control direction or distance. How could that be possible? He said, turning to look at Beak Du Sia, and at that moment, he also noticed two figures on the far bank and murmured, those two, are they with the boy? But before he could think further, the mage from the band of assassins began casting his spell. A fireball aimed at Beak Du Sia. Hey, watch out, someone shouted. Meanwhile, our protagonist realized he was being attacked. So he gritted his teeth and used Blink once more. Then he looked toward the two who had attacked him and thought they were the same mercenaries as before. This is too dangerous. Blink cooldown, 3 seconds, but dodging all those spells is impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. Beak Du Sia thought as he hurriedly scanned for a suitable position, but the mage wouldn't give him time to look and immediately activated a spell, firing a stream of energy at him. But luckily for Beak Du Sia, he managed to lean to one side in time to dodge. However, the real difficulty came when, for no apparent reason, the stone slab beneath his feet split in two, causing the general to fall straight down below. Damn, all the floating stones are too far away from me. Hope I land on just one. He gritted his teeth and immediately used Blink. And it seemed the ruler of the underworld wasn't ready to claim his life yet, so Beak Du Sia teleported close to a hovering rock and quickly grabbed onto it. Phew, I'm alive, Beak Du Sia thought silently. Before he realized it, another fireball was headed straight for him, or he'd be dead. But on this side, before the attack could strike Beak Du Sia, it was blasted away by another bolt of blue energy. And our protagonist was saved by it at the last moment. What surprised him more was the uniqueness of that magic. What was that spell? An ice spear wrapped in lightning. Who could combine two elements into one strike like that? Moreover, it calculated the projectile path precisely so as not to waste any mana. Who could perform such a flawless attack? He thought as he looked toward the mages ahead, and the one who acted was none other than the blue-haired sorceress. As for those mercenaries, after seeing their attack fail, both their faces went pale, and they hurriedly retreated. Beak Du Sia breathed a sigh of relief seeing them pull away. Phew, looks like I survived after all. Then once he reached the far bank, he hurried to the blue-haired girl who had saved him and said, "Ah, thanks for helping me earlier." The blue-haired girl glanced back and said coldly, I didn't do that for thanks, so don't bother with it. Ah, fine. She had the most beautiful voice he'd ever heard, but she seemed somewhat unapproachable. After all, those people were bandits who had pillaged and ravaged the villagers. But the truth was that most of those activities were carried out by the dark magic cult. Even so, it's over now. The moment I cross this cliff, I've entered the mage's territory, and the cult's people won't be trailing me anymore, not to mention they don't know who I am. And at that moment, a system notification appeared before Beak Ducio. Chapter 2, Accepted into Stella Academy. And this notification left Beak Ducio unsure how to react. Chapter 2, sounds like it might not be bad. But how am I supposed to attend school at this age? Scene shifts to Beak Ducio's childhood memory. Mother, when I grow up I'll become a mage, she said as she tugged her mother's sleeve. And the woman in front smiled and praised, trust me, Ducio. According to the records, his parents worked hard to raise him. I'll study hard and make my parents proud. He told himself as he buried his head in books, but everything almost collapsed when he heard the doctor's verdict. He had just said that my son has some kind of mana syndrome. His mother said blankly, and Beak Ducio's face went numb, unable to believe his ears. No, it can't be. The boy started to cry, and Beak Ducio witnessed these scenes from a third-person perspective. Are these Beak Ducio's memories or my own? He panicked, and then a sudden crippling headache struck, jolting him awake. Is it morning? He mumbled meanwhile. The red-haired guy opposite him spoke up. Oh, you're awake. I was about to call you. We'll depart for Leswicha, Arcanium's satellite city, soon. Time passed quickly. After a while on the move, the leader's voice rang out, let's take a short break here. At his words, Beak Ducio stepped out of the carriage to get some air. And by chance at that moment, he ran into the blue-haired girl who had once saved his life. But the moment she saw Beak Ducio, she turned and walked away, making our protagonist smile wryly, so cold. But everything's fine. Considering how worried I was, I'm glad the timeline is closer to the modern era than the Middle Ages. Magic exists in this mythical world, but in safe cities there are trains, airships and skyways built to make long-distance travel more convenient. We'll head to Leswicha now to board another airship. Leswicha lies on the route to Arcanium. Arcanium is the city of magic where everything truly begins. The Magic Towers, the Mage Council, and the 5 most prestigious academies are all in Arcanium, including the academy attended by the most powerful mages and outstanding students, Stella Academy. Because of that, Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from across the world. I still don't understand how Beak Ducio was accepted there. Oh right, I haven't checked my skills yet, he thought. He hurriedly opened his status panel. Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1, Strength plus 3%, Speed plus 5%, Agility plus 10%, Skill Sixth Sense. Consumes the user's mental energy to activate, detects mana within a 12m radius, and accelerated wave. Looking over his status, Beak Ducio felt grateful for the skills he had, Sixth Sense and accelerated wave. I'd be dead without those two. Beak Ducio has a cursed constitution that prevents him from concentrating mana in his body. Mana Leak Syndrome is a congenital curse for Beak Ducio. However, it also lets him sense surrounding mana with Sixth Sense. It allows him to detect any attack in front of him even without looking that way. An accelerated wave lets him perceive everything as if time has slowed, if a threat or attack approaches faster than a human can detect. It's a necessary skill for Beak Ducio because he can't use mana, but he can't keep Sixth Sense active long because it consumes huge amounts of mental energy and has consequences afterward. Next are the stats. Beak Ducio status: Strength 59%, Speed 81%, Endurance 97%, Agility 97%, Stamina Stability 51%, Mental Energy 43%, Mana. Unknown remaining EXP 10 skills, blink level none trait, mana leak syndrome level 1. Back to Beak Ducia. After checking his info, he thought the starting stats actually weren't bad. Beak Ducio originally had very low agility. That's a stat I must raise no matter what. In this world there isn't just one level, each stat has a level. Skills have levels and stats have stars. The maximum stat level is 9 stars, but it's nearly impossible to reach. I've played this game for 10 years and the highest I achieved was 8 stars in stamina stability and agility. But I should invest in agility now to boost sixth sense and reaction speed. I can raise stamina stability and flexibility in other ways, after all. The problem now is the mana leak syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it to quickly reach the body's secret. Entering Stella Academy is the way to suppress this damn syndrome. There's no choice but to go to Stella if I want to prevent the world's end and cure this disease. God, I actually don't want to go there. I wish there were something that could save me from this situation. Beak Ducio sighed and pondered, and at that moment the system suddenly popped up a reminder. You have missed some notifications. I've never seen this, he thought in surprise. But before he could check it, the people beside him urged, hurry up, let's go. All right, let's go later, Beak Ducio thought to himself, then hurriedly chased after them. And as planned, our protagonist boarded that fancy airship bound for Stella Academy. We are approaching Arcanium. Please remain seated, announced the ship. The announcement sound echoed across the vessel. Meanwhile, those young masters and heiresses saw Beak Ducio dressed like a homeless person and began to mock him. Look at that kid peeking around like he's never been on an airship before. Must be a bumpkin. I don't know why Stella lets these types into the academy. This will spread everywhere. These riffraff will sully everything. The purple-haired young master sneered as he spoke. Meanwhile, Beak Ducio across from him began to stare at him. And for some reason he sighed and thought helplessly. Kids like that are everywhere, he thought, and he ignored their contemptuous remarks and walked away as if he hadn't heard them, which deeply embarrassed the young master. How dare you look at us like that? You brat! Hey, stop right there, he shouted. But at that moment, murmurs and chatter rose from behind him, causing him to turn around and mutter, what's all the noise about? And then the young master's eyes widened. Princess Bion. Up ahead, Beak Ducio also turned because that name was familiar to him. He heard Bion, and judging by his view, a princess with astonishing beauty and a cold, regal demeanor stood before everyone. Princess Hong Bion of the Adalbit Kingdom. The purple-haired brat, seeing her appear, stepped forward and began to greet her, Your Highness. But before he could finish, he received Bion's icy glare and fell silent, unable to utter another word. Bion then turned and walked away immediately, leaving him full of regret. As for Beak Ducio, seeing her appear triggered memories to resurface. Memories of this character, she is the world's enemy. Hong Bion is a main character in the game. She and the heroine always clash, but in the end she dies. On every route she is brutally murdered in most endings, or driven to suicide after being bullied by other students. This time she has to endure the most humiliating things in front of everyone. As if the developer hated her and wanted her to suffer everything. I've heard she's extremely popular among male players. She's really beautiful, like she'd kill you if you dared to talk to her. Thinking that made the protagonist's stomach start to rumble. Let's get something to eat then, she thought as she hurried to the dining hall, but after seeing the glittering prices on the shelves, the poor guy only dared pick the cheapest item and complained. Why is it so expensive? Eating in Arcanium is always like this. And just then, it seemed the ship was about to arrive, so their announcement sounded again. Announcement to everyone. We will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please all assemble on the ground floor. We repeat, we will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes, blah blah. Finally, it's starting. After all, this is my reality now. Let's go, he said excitedly. And despite his excitement, the protagonist was quickly brought back to reality. I'm glad I handled that. But can I survive at Stella Academy? Survive in this world? I wish I had something useful for this situation. Baek Do-seo thought and prayed, and then he remembered something and muttered that he hadn't checked the previous notifications. Saying that, Baek Do-seo hurried to check whether the system offered anything useful. Star Project grants a special reward. 1. A downgraded level weapon from the game. 2. A downgraded strength skill from the game. 3. Experience. After reading, Baek Do-seo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seemed the system had some ethics. What should I take? Should I take Reflective Mirror or the Prius Lightning? As if reading his thoughts, the system immediately notified him that high-tier equipment would be downgraded. What about Hyperspace Blink? Baek Do-seo asked. Search results said that skill is an upgraded blink and can't be obtained, but you can use the reward to enhance blink. Hearing that made his eyes go white. God, it really downgrades things, he complained. The system explained that due to a lack of narrative energy, it can't fully realize items. What's that? The force affecting the story's process is called narrative energy. It accumulates as you uncover hidden plotlines. Back to Baek Do-seo. Hearing this, he understood the system's intent. Basically, in the short term, you can't get overly powerful items because you're still a newbie. The system fell silent, as if accepting that fact. Baek Do-seo, realizing the system couldn't give him an overpowered item, thought a moment and asked about the cockatoo glasses. Based on system results, it concluded they could be provided. Okay, then I'll take them. Baek Do-seo said calmly, and the system immediately threw him the cockatoo glasses. I never thought I'd actually have to wear this, he murmured. The glasses contain all the information Baek Do-seo collected while playing the game. In the mythical world, you can't recall or read information about monsters you've hunted or knowledge you've gained. So players developed countless information storage items. And Baek Do-seo did the same. This is the info on the glasses. Cockatoo glasses, rank unknown. Description, can't recall last night's dinner. No problem, these glasses record details of everything you've seen. Special feature, cockatoo directory. Sealed. Uses mental energy to activate. Baek Do-seo activated the glasses to review all the information, opening the cockatoo directory. Alchemical ingredients, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. All right, this is good enough. Because this place is exactly like the real world, I have no way to talk about what I can do with the system, but with these glasses, I can recover about half the powers I once used. Baek Do-seo thought as he closed the cockatoo directory, and just then a voice suddenly caught his attention. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutch Malf? How dare she show her face here? SHH, she can hear you. Whispered murmurs began to spread, and when Baek Do-seo heard that familiar name, he started to think. Speaking of which, one of the cockatoo glasses functions lets you register or check information on characters in the story. With that in mind, Baek Do-seo used the glasses to check the girl ahead. Azel Malf, false heroine, Ice Thunder Mage, drinks pickle juice before eating pizza, eldest daughter of Dutch Malf. Her father's death led to the family's decline. She later dies. Back to Baek Do-seo. After reading, he recalled who she was. So she's the false heroine. About Azel, the false heroine, there's one point I must note. Although I'm in the game's mythical world, the truth is the mythical world game is based on a romantic fantasy novel. Don't fall in love with the princess. That novel is about the heroine Azel, who lost all her relatives. She grew up confronting the villain Bion's schemes, and her ending is by the male lead's side. In that ending, her revenge plot almost disappears and other male characters protect her. It had a sad ending after mixed reader reactions, but the problem is that, although the game world is based on the novel, the plot differs. In this game, another character named Flame was added, who replaces the heroine's role. Moreover, Flame has her own backstory. She was an ordinary modern woman who enjoyed reading, don't fall in love with the princess, and was reincarnated into this world. So unlike the novel, Ezel became the false heroine in the game while Flame became the true heroine. No matter how many times players try, she cannot survive in any ending. This is the result of her being pushed out of the true hero role, but it has nothing to do with me. But is it just my imagination? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Or maybe not, I'm probably imagining it. I should get ready. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to Stella Academy. At this time, the new students were gathered in the plaza to hear the principal's speech. As you know, the dark mana beings are wizards who obtained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, they continue their invasion by opening portals with persona or unleashing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from these evil forces. Now we will hold the oath ceremony for the 5 students with the highest scores, representing the new students. Please step up to the podium, back to Beak Ducio. He was now paying attention to the students above because they were all very important figures within this world. Their faces were shining, matching their positions as main characters. But the brightest among them was that one, the representative freshman, Ma Ducio. He's the one with the highest entrance score. How can he be both watchful and so handsome? The group murmured, and Beak Ducio, seeing his appearance, had to admit, so this is the famous Ma Ducio. Ma Ducio. He's the perfect example of above heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. With a 9-star mana stat and godlike potential, he's a genius among geniuses who can control all the elements. Even if I can't make it to the final outcome, I must avoid bad endings by bringing Ma Ducio to the side of the righteous. However, that must be Flame, he said as he looked toward a black-haired girl and began calculating. The plot will depend on how she acts from now on. Because she also came from the real world like me, accompanying her might be a good idea, but things get complicated if she views me as an enemy and rejects me. Since I have an information advantage, I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame is a reader of the romantic fantasy novel, while I'm a player of the romantic fantasy game. My importance in the plot isn't even comparable to a shop NPC in a village. Moreover, the heroine has a special ability that allows her to purify dark mana beings. But alongside that, she also has the power to bring misfortune to those close to her, so being near her will definitely affect me. My role is to support the main characters from a distance, and to limit my involvement with them as much as possible. While the protagonist was still quietly planning, the principal's speech ended. With this, we will conclude the entrance ceremony. The students below went crazy with joy and applauded like fireworks. They were probably tired of standing in the courtyard, and with his speech finished, Beak Ducio had completed Chapter 2. His admission to Stella Academy was finished. Time passed quickly. The next day, Ducio was already in the lecture hall. And returning to school made the general ponder a bit. He'd long since graduated university, so being a high school student again felt strange. But this was actually good, Ducio thought as he glanced at the watch on his wrist. This was a Stella watch, proof that you are a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. With it, you receive privileges and better services than other mages. I need to make quick use of it, might as well step outside, thinking that. Ducio happily tucked the precious watch away. Meanwhile, a cool-looking professor at the door began to enter the class. He then took out a stack of papers and announced to everyone to stay seated in class. I will start the exam now, so put away all items except writing tools. Anyone wearing glasses must be checked by me first. Hearing this, Ducio was annoyed. Opening day and an exam already. Stella students' curriculum is harsher than most other Korean universities. Students take a test on the first day, also called a placement test, meaning it's an assessment to assign students to classes. And while our protagonist was still thinking, the professor distributed the exam papers and announced, "Begin the test," which wasn't all that surprising. When Ducio looked at the exam, he thought, "My answers are as big as a bucket, heavens. I don't understand what the question is asking, it's brutal." The placement test isn't related to the notoriously brutal entrance exam. Here, students are ranked from F to S based on results. Of course, most important game characters end up in S class. By contrast, Ducio ranked last out of 1,141 students, effectively placing him in Class F. Since he's already in, he could even submit a blank paper right. They wouldn't expel me, would they? He thought luckily at that moment. He also noticed someone else sitting idle like him. And that person was none other than the superlative genius Ducio. He was just sitting idle. "Have you already finished the test?" No wonder he looks so bored. Ducio's personality is one of boredom. Born into the continent's strongest clan with a genius mind and top-tier talent, everything comes easy to him. So depending on the heroine's actions, Ducio may turn to the side of good or evil. Those in the demon cult who wish to destroy humanity would certainly be interested in Ducio. But from the start his clan was the biggest issue. After all, observing a genius only makes you reassess yourself. Thinking this, Ducio squinted to look at his test paper once more. It was only then that the general realized, "Wait, can I use the warbler glasses? I used them before to accumulate skills learned in the library." Great, it's no loss to try, he thought, and began taking out his glasses. But before he could put them on and cheat, the professor appeared beside him like a ghost and coldly asked, "Wait, what's with your glasses?" "I said if you intend to use glasses, you must let me inspect them first." "Let me see them." Saying this, he took the glasses from Ducio and began using some kind of magic to examine them. And the general swallowed hard with worry. "Oh no, what now? If they discover these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled." While he was still freaking out, the system suddenly offered, "A missing component of the warbler glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it?" "No, no, stay calm, system," Ducio screamed inwardly. And luckily for him, the professor, after inspecting them for a while, found nothing unusual. He returned the glasses to him. "I don't sense any mana, but next time ask before using them." "Yes, sir," Ducio hurriedly replied and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness. If the original function had been active, I'd be in big trouble." "All right, let's see if this helps," he said, and quickly put the glasses on. And not to his disappointment, the answers he needed appeared before Ducio's eyes. "Wow, I can see the real answers. Jackpot, maybe I'll get first place. At this rate I'll definitely escape F rank. Maybe I'll even reach A," he said as he diligently copied. But before long the professor glanced at his watch and said, "The test is over. Hand in your papers." Not giving the students a chance to write another word, the teacher used magic to collect all the papers, leaving our protagonist stunned. "Wait, I only answered 3 questions correctly and thought I'd finally escape Class F. This is probably too much for Beak Ducio." Speaking of the professor, after skimming the tests to check the count, his face suddenly froze. He hurried over to Ducio and demanded, "Give me your glasses right now, quickly." Opposite, Ducio was a bit bewildered but handed the glasses to the teacher for inspection. After a moment of stroking his chin in thought, the teacher still could not find any sign of cheating. However, he didn't give up and turned to a nearby student. "Impossible, you there. Call Dr. Greya to help me." "Yes," the blonde student stammered and hurried off to summon him. Ducio began to worry. What's gotten into him? I even wrote carefully so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. Could I have been caught? Time passed quickly. At this point, the demon arts Professor Greya arrived in the classroom and began to inspect Ducio's glasses. But after observing for a while, he concluded, it's suspicious that the boy solved those questions, but he didn't cheat. I can't sense any demonic artifact energy from the glasses or other items. He must have done it by his own ability. Haha, how interesting. I never thought I'd see this in my career. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, remember to apologize and guide him. He patted Ducio's shoulder and left with a smile. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to Ducio and said, "I misunderstood you, I'm sorry." "It's nothing," Ducio replied with a smile, feeling a bit guilty toward the professor. "Actually, I did cheat. If the original function had been active, I'd be done for, but as long as I wasn't caught, I'm very lucky." Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Professor Le H1's office. He and other professors were grading the placement test. While he was still focused, a voice sounded beside him. "Oh, Professor Le H1, are these the first-year students' tests? I hear there are many outstanding students this year." The woman was Professor Edentai Men, a member of Stella Academy's Council of Elders. To her remark, he nodded and answered, "Indeed." He couldn't help but be surprised by the number of talented students this year. First was the student from the most prestigious family in fire magic, the Princess of the Fire Kingdom, Adele Britt. Next was the heir apparent of the Selvan Empire. At only 12, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Kelvin had outstripped all his brothers in the struggle for the throne. And finally, from the world's most magnificent magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, came the heir to the Tower Master, Hing. Beside him, Professor Edentai Men smiled and said, "I've heard recruiting elite students from prestigious families is very difficult. This year will surely bring some interesting candidates." "If the elder is pleased, then I'm happy," Le H1 replied cheerfully. After that, he pondered the special questions on this year's exam. As Professor Edentai Men said, this year's placement test introduced a new question format. The first 3 questions are extremely difficult to solve with only ordinary academic ability. However, those 3 questions each had their own intent. The first tests quickness. If a student can't solve it, will they quickly move on to the next? The second evaluates how a student tackles a problem never seen in textbooks. The era of magic relying solely on rote memorization and theory is over. Now is the age of practical combat. You must assess quick reflexes and creative thinking. Yet that question required no answer. Over 1,000 students out of 1,141 left all 3 of these questions blank. The remaining 100 tried to find answers. But no one produced a correct answer. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yusial, a once-in-a-century genius appearing like a comet. No one knows which clan he comes from. Fire Flame, personally recommended by the headmaster to enter the school. Though of common origin, her talent is recognized. She is only slightly behind Male. And finally, Beak Yusial. Male and Flame were already considered geniuses, so it was no surprise they solved the questions. But Beak Yusial's entry score was surely very low. No one expected him to solve all 3 of those hard questions, especially when every other question was left blank. Time passed quickly. Now the placement test results had been posted in the hallway for students to see. I heard the placement results are on the bulletin board. I'm so worried. My mother told me if I don't get into Class A, don't even come home. Anxious chatter rose everywhere. Yusial, nearby, felt utterly annoyed. I can't believe I have to check my placement results in person. In a game, I could just click once and see them. Up ahead, some students recognized Yusial and began to whisper. "Is that Yusial? I heard he got 0 in the practical magic section of the entrance exam. Unbelievable. Someone like him got into Stella. What's Stella's standard now?" Hearing it all with the worldly experience of someone who's faced society, Yusial didn't care. "Whatever, keep talking. I just need to know which class I'm in, that's all that matters." He thought this as he scanned for his name on the F and E class lists. After all, if he passed, it would surely be in one of those two. But after squinting and searching, Yusial paled. "Wait, where's my name? Did they fail me for only answering the 3 hard questions? Oh my God, no way, am I about to die?" Yusial thought, heart pounding, eyes wide. At that moment, some nearby murmurs caught his attention. "Yusial, him again. There must be some mistake." How strange, right? Us like the heir of Viscount S. Bion, ranked 29 yet still placed in Class A. Even Kai, who scored perfect in theory and ranked 17, only got into Class A. So why is he? These whispers made Yusial curious. What's going on? So odd, should I go see? He thought that as he began to slip through the crowd to look at the list in front of him. And when his eyes landed on a name, S0 Yusial, he broke into a cold sweat. Why is my name there? No way, what is this? Class S, the most exclusive class every student dreams of. Unlike normal classes, Class S has only 41 students and a single rank. Me placed in Class S, Yusial felt like his brain had frozen. There must be a mistake. This is insane. He felt more desperate than ever. Now I'll have to run into the protagonist all the time. And being tied to the protagonist only shortens my lifespan. I can't even switch classes. I have to try to live low-key. There must be a way, Yusial told himself, then slipped away immediately. But he didn't notice that a girl was still watching him from behind, her eyes thoughtful. Scene shifts to an empty room. At that moment, Princess Bion was slapped hard across the face by a woman. It was Professor Hong Yil, the fire element instructor, who was furious with her daughter for answering 3 questions incorrectly. Even Princess Azel of the decayed Malf Duchy got 2 answers right. You couldn't answer questions that even insects could solve. That means you're lower than a bug. Should you consider yourself a bug and try again? Do you understand, Bion? Yes, mother, she bowed and said. Meanwhile, Yil widened her eyes and warned, Listen to me, Bion. You must not become like me. A person who was expelled from the kingdom and now holds a foolish title of professor. You must not become the shame of the kingdom. You must become someone even better than your sister. You understand me, right? Of course, mother, Bion replied calmly. But inside she felt utterly confused. She couldn't understand. She'd lived as she was taught and handled things as expected, yet those questions involved magic and formulas she'd never learned. Why? Why would they treat me like this? Bion thought as tears began to fall. Time flew and the next day arrived. As mentioned before, though reluctant, the latecomers still had to go to Class S. Haha, I'm doomed. Of course I'd be placed among a bunch of eccentrics. It's not like I'm trying to befriend these students. Ducio thought gloomily while the other students began whispering about him. Why is he here? That's what I'm saying, I have no idea. Did you know our families protested and asked why he's in Class S, and he just said Ducio is qualified to be here. Really, that's strange. Their gossip fell straight into Ducio's ears, making him only shake his head. It seemed he was the outcast. That's fair, they've worked hard since childhood, so they'd be upset to find someone like him in their class. A student's class changes with their record, so this is normal. And Class S is no exception. Of course, some students are demoted to lower classes. Thinking on it, some boys later rose from Class A to Class S. I'll find them later. But it's truly miraculous to think the game's characters are standing in front of me in a few years' time. Most students in this class will become famous across the continent, and 5 of them may betray the Magic Council. Maducio is one of them. If Flame could stop that from the start, it'd be great, they thought, glancing at the girl who had time-traveled like them. Just then Professor Lee Hanwal entered the lecture hall and said, "Settle into your seats. I am pleased to meet you all. Some of you may have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself as usual. I am the Class S Professor, Lee Hanwal at the front." When the students saw this cool-looking teacher was their instructor, they whispered among themselves, "So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwal. Hasn't the number of dark magic beings he's hunted almost reached 4 digits? They called him a level 7 magic warrior. He truly operates on a completely different tier." Returning to Lee Hanwal, seeing the students getting rowdy, he had to warn them, "You'll go by yourselves. It seems there are many talented students here, and even an eccentric one. As you know, this academy trains combat mages, also called magic warriors. You will experience a strict educational environment for 3 years. I do not expect all of you to keep up. I want each of you to show me the best ability you can produce in that time. Does anyone have any questions?" Lee Hanwal spoke as he began to look around, and after seeing no one objected, he concluded, "All right then, let's begin the lesson." But before he could sit down and teach a single thing, suddenly at the door Bion arrived looking disheveled. This surprised our protagonist, thinking that Bion, who always follows the rules more than anyone, being late was very strange. "Did something happen? Try checking with the lenses," Ducio said as he began to take out his glasses. Immediately, information about Bion appeared before his eyes. Hong Bion, antagonist, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, occasionally self-blaming, only drinks espresso made in the Aclea style, has a cruel mother fated to die. Back to Ducio. After reading it, he still didn't notice anything odd. Nothing much had changed. Fated to die. If Azel dies because of Flame, then Bion will die as well. You could call it the unavoidable fate of an antagonist. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save someone right now. I feel pretty bad, but all I can do is keep my distance." Ducio sighed deeply at that thought. Before he realized it, Princess Bion came over and sat beside him. It might be a coincidence, but even so it made our protagonist extremely scared. What's going on? Does this feel like everything was warped from the very start? He wondered inwardly. Back in class, after confirming all students were seated, Professor Lee Hanwal began teaching. "All right, before we start today's lesson, we'll have an inheritance ceremony so you can receive the wands you'll use. Classes S and A will hold the ceremony together. Details are blah blah blah." Hearing that, Ducio began to feel excited. The inheritance ceremony, huh? It's kind of a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are 2 major events at Stella Academy. One of them is the Soulmate Pact. The other is the inheritance ceremony. At a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance holds a special place. Scene shifts to another space. Both classes A and S have gathered here to prepare for the ceremony, with Professor Lee Hanwal still overseeing everything. Is everyone present? Many wands, ranging from the lowest to mid-tiers, have been prepared here. What you need to do is go to the wand you like and take it. The wand exchange process after selection is very complicated, so I hope you'll choose carefully. Back to Ducio. From gaming knowledge, he knew Lee Hanwal's words weren't entirely accurate, although the professor said that it's not us who choose the wands but something else. In the mythical world, wands react to the person they recognize and create a resonance effect. That also means you can't use a high-tier wand just because you want to. Which one should I choose anyway? If it were before, I'd pick an F-rank wand, but I have to think carefully since I'm in Class S now. I should pick the wand that suits my position best, he said as he began scanning around for a suitable wand. Speaking of wands, there are two types, wands and staves. Wands are typically used by knight classes who cast magic quickly. Staves are used by bishop classes who focus on a single, more time-consuming spell. Back to the story. A few students glanced at Du Seo and whispered, "Hey, which one do you think he'll choose? Since he's in Class S, he shouldn't have problems with resonance, right?" They laughed among themselves, and Du Seo, hearing this, didn't bother caring. Whatever, say what you want. But unfortunately, things never go as smoothly as he thinks. Although he's an unimportant character, trouble somehow always finds him like now. Some guy with a face came up to him and spoke up, "Hey." Hearing the voice in front, Du Seo turned and asked, "Huh, who are you?" "Me. I'm Uslek." "Who is he?" "That's the first time I've heard that name." Du Seo wondered, then asked, "I see." Uslek then asked, "Which wand do you plan to pick?" "I'm just picking randomly." Du Seo answered casually, which made Uslek sneer. "You should pick a wand appropriate for your commoner status. Don't be extra and cause trouble for the professor." Turning to Du Seo, after that brat provoked him, he went quiet for a moment and said, "Yeah, don't cause any trouble either." The mature-sounding admonition made Uslek flush with embarrassment. Finally, he couldn't hold back and yelled, "Hey, you bastard, you want to fight?" On the other side, Du Seo, while he was being made a fuss about, Side took out his birdwatcher glasses and thought, "Oh man, what a nuisance, let's see. Here we go. Uslek Chekbilin, son of Marquis Chekbilin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level, Tier 3. That's all the information there is. Seems like he's nothing special," Seo thought as he calmly put his glasses away and breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like this guy's small time, so no need to worry." This only made the neighborhood's biggest brat angrier. To show off to Du Seo, Uslek pointed at a wand and declared, "I'm taking that one, so watch carefully." He turned back to Du Seo. After seeing the wand Uslek chose, he realized the guy was bound to fail, because that wand was Edmure Edamiri. Edmure Edamiri. That wand must be the highest rank here. A high-grade mid-tier wand. Such wands are usually used by professional mages. Conversely, no matter how talented you are, a low mid-tier staff is already the limit for students. Even professional mages rarely use a low mid-tier staff. There is another high mid-tier wand here besides Edmure Edamiri, but items like that are mainly displayed to show off, not for anyone to actually take. Turning to Professor Lee Hanwal, he instructed everyone to stand in front of the wand they liked. At his words, all the students quickly selected a suitable wand for themselves and received resonance from it, and at that very moment, a dazzling light appeared behind Du Seo, drawing his attention, and the students' admiring voices rang out. "Wow, didn't he Yang pick had an Amakote? It's a mid-tier wand, this year's crazy." The murmurs began to spread. Prince Jeremy also got a mid-tier wand. Princess Bion chose Suaviter Lahaven. That's a common-tier wand too. How many people can actually get a mid-tier wand? And this made Uslek start to panic a bit. Damn it. Just wait, I can do it too. He ground his teeth and quickly stepped toward the wand Edmure Edamiri. His reckless stunt made everyone watch in anticipation. Oh, isn't that Uslek? Can he resonate with a high mid-tier wand? People excitedly asked. While the brat Uslek remained supremely confident. "Watch closely, I'll show you what a true Class S talent looks like," he thought as he reached out and gripped the wand. And immediately, a blinding beam of light shot from the wand, making everyone hurriedly shield their eyes, and the result was not surprising at all, as expected. He failed, Du Seo thought, watching Uslek lying like a dead dog on the floor. "Oh no, it looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone call a professor, quick." "A high mid-tier wand is impossible," someone shouted, and Du Seo nodded in agreement. Yeah, you should just give up. Because that wand already has an owner, idiot. Ducio thought as he turned to look at Ma Ducio, and from his gaze, even the super genius now wanted to try that wand. Meanwhile, the remaining students, having seen Ma Ducio's intention, grew nervous for him. Ma Ducio, was he planning to take that magic wand? I don't think he can handle it, and not to waste the extra's time thinking. Immediately after, Ma Ducio reached out and gripped the wand. A brilliant light then radiated from him. But unlike Uslek earlier, now, after the light faded, Ma Ducio still held the wand tightly, proving it had accepted him. The other students were stunned into silence. Impossible. A first-year managed to take a high-tier average wand. How could this be? Someone shouted, but Ma Ducio wasn't too surprised. He'd anticipated this. Now even more people would learn how talented he was, he said as he stared intently at Ma Ducio ahead. The handsome guy also noticed Ducio's gaze at that moment. Then he smiled back at him. The protagonist shivered slightly. What the hell? Is he crazy? He panicked inwardly. Then he turned his eyes to the female lead, Flame. Right, Flame also possesses another high-tier average wand, Teravan, but this is where their paths diverge. If Flame successfully picked up Teravan, then Ma Ducio would be interested in her for her talent, opening a path for him. But if she chose a different staff, Ma Ducio would take an entirely different route. I must use Flame to draw Ma Ducio in. He secretly plotted this in his head, and at that moment he noticed Flame heading toward a certain wand. It was Teravan. Ducio was delighted and waited. What are you going to do, Flame? Right, go on, take Teravan. Then Ma Ducio will be curious about Flame and will get a nice ending, he thought to himself. But unfortunately, from his perspective, Flame was only passing by Teravan. She had no intention of touching that wand. This immediately changed the protagonist's expression. What, really? She doesn't like Teravan. What's going on? Does she not know or does she lack information? Either way, this is bad. Flame can resonate with any wand because she's the main character. But what if she chooses some weird staff? At this point he had no choice but to push Teravan toward Flame, Ducio thought to himself. Immediately, he used a short-range teleportation spell to get close to Flame from behind. Meanwhile, Flame suddenly saw someone appear behind her like a ghost and cried out in alarm. Huh! Opposite her, Ducio awkwardly smiled and said, haha, hello. I'm just curious which staff you would choose. What do you need to know that for? Flame said coldly. I only want to help because you look a bit confused. That's none of your business, I'm leaving. Saying that, Flame turned and walked away. This left Ducio unsure how to proceed. Something felt very strange. Flame should be friendly with everyone, she's sociable, so why was she so cold? I can't give up like this. My life depends on this, Ducio thought to himself. He began to try again. Hey, wait, I really just want to help you, over here. Flame saw a strange man clinging and wouldn't let go. Her expression turned cold as she said, you take care of yourself first, but I feel there's a staff that would suit you perfectly, Ducio continued. And this remark reached Flame's limit. She couldn't stand it and snapped, what the hell do you know about authority? Back to Ducio. Seeing the heroine so angry made him shrink back. What the heck, did I do something wrong? Or does she just ignore supporting characters? But then he forced a smile and continued to persuade her. I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could take that staff? Ducio said as he pointed behind him, and Flame asked in return, Teravan. Yes, that's it, Ducio replied cheerfully. But suddenly, at that moment, he heard a whoosh, and something shot straight toward Ducio, causing him to shut his eyes tightly. For some reason, when he opened them and looked again, Ducio discovered that Teravan was already in his hand. Huh, what is this? Why is it in my hand? Flame should have been the one to get it. He panicked. then hurriedly turned to look at Flame and stammered Flame. And as expected, the heroine squinted in a smile and said coldly, "What? Just look at this expression. You can tell she's laughing because she's too angry." Seeing her like that, Duccio dared not say another word. "No, it's nothing, oh no, I'm ruined," he thought to himself. Time quickly passed until the afternoon. "Have you heard the news? This year 2 students obtained mid to high grade staves, my goodness, really. Before this only 5 people had ever done it, now there are 2 more. Yeah, that's right. But it's strange. One of them only used blink in the magic exam. Huh, blink is a basic spell, how could that be? My parents say blink is a rare awakening spell. What's going on? They're talking about Flame again." At that, she finally got a little peace and quiet, finally. All day wherever I went they talked about that. The news that 2 students got mid-high grade staves has spread everywhere. But I still can't understand it. He obtained Taravan, who is he? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but this Beak Duccio character never appeared. They say no one can get Taravan. How could he resonate with it so easily? It's like he's deliberately showing off to me. But forget it, thinking about it is useless, Flame reassured her friend as she thought. Just then a voice called from behind her, "Hey Flame, are you planning to self-study too?" Hearing the familiar call, Flame turned and gave them a bright smile. "You kids, do you think I'm a bookworm? Not at all. You always say there's nothing to do and then sit and study." "No way," Flame said with a laugh. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl asked in puzzlement, "Flame, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, aren't we?" At that question, Flame grew flustered. Well, it's just a habit. Where I used to live, people treated me like an adult." She thought to herself that, since she lived inside a novel, she still couldn't act like a child. Then another question rang out that caught her attention. "So, are you studying alone today?" That question came from a red-haired girl, Jackie, right? Her style is so much like mine. Flame felt a bit puzzled but smiled and said, "No, there's a meeting soon, so I plan to attend." "Well, I'm off then," Flame said, turning to leave as the group waved goodbye. "Yeah, let's grab tea next time." Girls at this age. Returning to being a student at this age is really tough, Flame grumbled inwardly. While she was still lost in thought, the heroine collided head-on with some boy. And that person was the heir of the Moon Demon Tower, He Were Young. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine," Flame replied. At that, He Were Young noticed something and asked, "You don't look well. Is something wrong?" Nothing." "So you're studying on your own?" "Yes. Are you heading to the S-rank training room too?" "How could I be lazy about daily training? You're too devoted, you shouldn't say that." "Oh, is that so?" And so the two began bickering, for reasons unclear. Suddenly He Were Young stared at Flame and smiled. "See you later." After saying that, he left immediately, leaving Flame baffled. What a bland guy, she thought to herself. But at that moment Flame noticed Jackie lurking around the corner. "Jackie, is she still here?" Flame wondered and raised her hand to wave at the girl. But she immediately walked away, leaving Flame a bit embarrassed. It's probably fine, but this isn't the time." Cut to the tutoring room. There was a special supplementary meeting underway. According to the original novel, Bion and Azel would attend this meeting. "I have to see the heroine and the novel's villainous face each other," she thought excitedly. She opened the door and went in, and after glancing at the people present, Flame thought for a moment. It seems all the important characters have shown up. "Let's see, the chair is Kyle, an A-rank," he looks surprised. "This is a supplementary meeting for students seeking promotion. Seeing so many famous S-rank trainees attend, it's understandable to feel anxious," Flame thought as she found a seat. Then she glanced at the genius magician Duccio and thought, "So magician Duccio is here too. The protagonist of this world seems interested in Beak Duccio." This is definitely not a coincidence, and Beak Ducio couldn't solve any except the 3 hell-level problems. Maybe from the start Beak Ducio knew that if he solved those problems, he would be classified as S-rank. If Beak Ducio could really foresee the future, then his actions back then were truly terrifying. The more Flame thought about it, the more curious he became. Meanwhile, our protagonist was also miserably suffering because this guy Ma Ducio kept bothering him. He wished someone would throw this name out of his sight, Ducio thought despondently. But the handsome Ma Ducio beside him seemed oblivious to his scowling face and kept smiling as he spoke. Ducio, why are you sitting here? With your skill level, you don't need to attend this kind of class, unless there's some unspeakable reason. Haha, there's no reason, Ducio forced a smile. I was basically forced into this class, who told me to get bad grades. The frustrated senior sighed, and then turned to look at the genius beside him. Why does he seem so focused on me? But before Ducio could think further, Kyle up on the podium spoke up. Today we'll discuss issues from the ranking exam. As you all know, this ranking test is notoriously difficult, so much so that the upperclassmen call its 3 questions the Hell Trio. And I'll explain them to you, he continued, already regretting taking the job. Damn, why are those people even here? I just wanted to boost my external reputation by helping the idiots in this class, he thought to himself. But the moment he noticed Ducio was present, the young man's attitude changed instantly. No, maybe this is my chance. I've heard that Beak Ducio scored the lowest on the entrance ranking exam. So I just need to make him see how much better I am than him. With that thought, he regained his initial confidence and began to enlighten everyone. Now pay attention. This is how I solve the first question. This question is actually a trick designed to lead you into a dead end. First you do blah blah. Looking back up, the handsome Ma Ducio gazed affectionately at Ducio and smiled as he spoke. What do you think? Do you find his point accurate? Hearing that, Ducio's eyes went wide. What the hell is this guy talking about? Asking if I think that guy's point is correct. I don't even know what he's lecturing on, let alone what the Hell Trio is. But honesty is a virtue, after all, he thought. Ducio answered honestly, no, I don't know. He spoke bluntly, unaware that the moment he finished speaking, Kyle on the podium froze, and then the students bent toward each other and murmured, What? Beak Ducio said Kyle was wrong. Huh, why is everyone staring at me? Ducio panicked and looked around as the crowd stared at him like he was an alien. Meanwhile, Kyle in front was so furious he crushed the chalk in his hand and said coldly, I was wrong. Then Beak Ducio, why don't you come up and help everyone solve this part? What is he saying? Ducio's face drained as he screamed inwardly, not knowing what on earth was happening. Meanwhile, the one who understood everything, Ma Ducio, gave him an encouraging smile. You can do it, Ducio, he mouthed. This guy must be doing it on purpose, he silently guessed. But with no other choice, the young man had to haul himself onto the podium. Sigh, fine, I can do this. Thinking that, Ducio took the chalk from Kyle's hand. Then he also put on his rimless glasses to cheat. Let's see, 3 hell questions, huh? Looks more like a play on words. The question goes roughly like this. A mage recites a spell, O Mother Earth, please shed tears, and from that the amount of dust increases to twice its original amount. Why is that? The answer is extremely simple. Is the dust crying? It's just a kind of separation state. To me it's really ridiculous, but here it's a big deal for them. I wonder who has the time to come up with such a damn question, Ducio thought as he began to smooth his hair. Then the senior glanced at Kyle and commented. Kyle over there didn't treat it like a normal math problem, but tried to make the dust actually cry. It's hard to say anything. His method was wrong, but he arrived at the correct answer, mostly by luck. But if he faced another similar question, he wouldn't get through. Thinking that, our protagonist decided to enlighten this guy and the whole class. I really can't just show you how to solve this question, but I'll tell you where you're wrong. The issue is the Earth's element. What if it's water or wind instead? Do you think your method can handle those? If so, then I'll use a different method, Kyle stammered. But before he could answer, Ducio shook his head and explained, if that's the case, you'd need many different methods to solve the same type of question. Just because you got the right answer by luck doesn't mean your solution matches the intent of the person who posed the question. Across from him, Kyle intended to explain something after hearing that. But in the end he had to concede and said, "You're right. Maybe I disappointed him a bit too much," Ducio thought inwardly as he saw Kyle's dejected expression and continued speaking. Anyway, the way to solve it is blah blah, and so Ducio slowly explained the method for answering the question. Beside him, all the students seized the chance to take out paper and pens and write. And the most surprised person was none other than the heroine Flame. No, this can't be. Everyone else was writing down what he said. Bion and Azel should have joined the debate, but now both of them were busy analyzing his solution. Could this really be? The more Flame thought about it, the more her head felt like it was swelling. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. The meeting has now ended. The handsome guy Ma Ducio also smiled and waved. "See you tomorrow, Ducio." Across from him, Ducio smiled and waved back at him. But as soon as that young man left, his expression changed. "Damn it, if I keep associating with that Ma Ducio, I'm done. There's no tomorrow. I never want to see him again in my life." Thinking that, Ducio unconsciously looked at his hand and muttered, "Maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it now, but it made Ma Ducio notice me. I don't understand why he keeps running into me. Before Flame, no one else ever used it." Right then, Ducio's line of thought was cut off when he saw Princess Bion up ahead. "Isn't that Bion? Is she waiting for someone? But it's none of my business, just walk past." Ducio pushed the girl's presence out of his mind and continued walking forward. But unfortunately for him, Bion was standing there waiting for him. She called out, making Ducio stop dead. "Beak Ducio, I have something to ask you." Surprised that Bion had something to ask him, Ducio inwardly startled and replied, "Yes, what's up?" Bion, after hearing that, voiced her question. "Why didn't you explain your answers earlier?" Across from her, Ducio froze for a few seconds upon hearing the question. It's not that I didn't explain. I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain a question with no answer?" Maybe she misunderstood something. Ducio scratched his head and calmly replied, "I don't have to explain it." Hearing that, Bion suddenly guessed something to herself. "I see. You don't want to reveal it there, do you? Then I'll compensate you." "What?" Ducio asked in surprise. Bion added, "I'll compensate you properly, so whatever's in your head, explain it to me." Scene shifts to the library. In front of Ducio are the three hell questions. By now Ducio still couldn't understand. "I don't get why you're paying me to solve the three questions on the placement test," he said as he looked at the questions. Bion wasn't one for many words. "I have my reasons, so just tell me." "Yes, miss," Ducio replied hastily. Then the god started asking, "You only got those three wrong." "I got all the others wrong," he said. "Aren't you ashamed to remember me like that?" Opposite him, Princess Bion answered, "No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answers, I'll do anything." She's such a model student, Ducio thought, then asked further. "But why ask me? You're the princess. You must have plenty of friends to ask." Out of 1,141 first-year students, only 3 people answered all 3 hell questions correctly, including you, Bion explained. Those words made Ducio break into a sweat. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Those trick questions have no real answers. Yet Ma Du Seo, Flame, and you all solved them. That's why I'm so embarrassed. As for Du Seo, after hearing this he began trembling like he had a seizure and stammered, "No, wait. So those three were meant to trick us. Nobody could actually solve them." "Exactly. Didn't you notice when you solved them?" Bion asked in surprise. Now Du Seo understood the reason for everything. "Crazy, now I get why I'm in Class S. And why did Flame stop me at that moment? I don't know the details of this world's setup, and I didn't even know about those trick questions. But Flame is different, because she read the whole novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she'd know the story's setup. For example, those three trick questions. But since a minor character not in the original novel appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of someone called Beak Du Seo. Damn, no wonder she acted that way. The more Du Seo thought, the more his head ached. Across from him, seeing him look near death, the princess asked, "What's wrong? Don't worry. Don't forget you'll do me a favor if I explain the answers to you, okay? I only have one small request. Turn my staff into a demon sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that." Hearing that, Bion warned him that only low-rank mercenaries use that kind of weapon. "Why would a mage like you?" Before she could finish, Du Seo cut in, "Because I just like it." "Actually, I don't want to say it's because I have a defect," he thought, then asked again, "So can you do it?" At his question, Bion paused to consider for a moment. But she agreed immediately. "Of course, it's too easy." "Wonderful," the general yelled inwardly. After making the deal, he began to explain the solution to her. "Okay, I'll tell you how to solve this one first. The method is to change your perspective." "Change perspective?" "Yes, exactly," Du Seo affirmed. Because he clearly knew Bion's weakness. Her magic is very mechanical, and she's trapped by it. It wasn't until second year that Bion realized this weakness after losing to Flame. "I don't think I can help her fully now, but I can steer her in the right direction." With that in mind, Du Seo hesitated a bit and then gave an example. "Do you know those trick riddles?" On this side, after hearing it, the princess looked a bit bewildered, then stammered, "A riddle? I think I've heard of it before." Du Seo, after hearing it, admitted defeat to her and then racked his brain to think. "For example, what's between knee and knee?" Bion, hearing that, began stroking her chin to think for a moment and offered her answer. "It's the inside of the knee, right?" "Wrong, the answer is in." "Huh, why is that?" she said in surprise. And Du Seo also began to explain enthusiastically. "I mean which character stands between the words knee and knee, not what's between the knees. Do you get what I mean?" Hearing this nonsensical answer, Bion's face turned as cold as money. But immediately after, she shifted into an angry stare, glaring at Du Seo with a very fierce look, which made our protagonist a little uneasy. "Come on, don't glare at me like that. Calm down, sit down, and let's look at this question." Du Seo hurriedly raised his hand to reassure her. Then he looked at the hellish questions and continued explaining. "They have their own formulas and tricks you haven't learned yet, so solving them using only your own creativity is essential." "But can you do it with only your own creativity?" Du Seo asked calmly, and his question made the princess widen her eyes. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly and say no. Across from them, Du Seo wasn't very surprised by the answer. Of course, because understanding many types of spells and their applications is very important. But for a mage, the most important thing is how you view the world through your own perspective. Magic will transform with even the smallest changes. Yet you only think about what you see. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You may be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, creativity. The more Du Seo lectured, the darker the princess's expression became, which made the young man fall silent, not daring to say another word. Her face looked far too serious. Finally, to break the awkward atmosphere, he began scratching his head and said, you understand what I mean, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated." "Of course I understand," Bion said confidently. But her words made Ducio feel puzzled. "Interesting, I don't even know what I'm saying, yet she understands it. Well, never mind." Thinking that, Ducio began testing her mental flexibility with a few riddles. "Glad you can understand, let's start. First question, what does a man say to a horse when he tucks it into bed?" Up front, the princess went blank upon hearing it. What does a man say to a horse when he puts it to bed? "I don't know," she shook her head, and Ducio immediately gave the answer. "The answer is time to sleep." Next question, why don't they work harder? "I don't know," Bion replied familiarly, "because they always work while they are working." Third question, what happens when rock, scissors, and paper enter a race together? "I don't know," she said, and at this the princess didn't even dare look at Ducio anymore. Because just a moment ago she had confidently asserted she could understand. Luckily our general didn't pay much attention and kept babbling happily. "The answer is rock will roll, while scissors and paper won't move because their shapes don't allow it. See, they can't move. They can only stand still." As for Bion, by now she was so angry she could cry, whether from her own helplessness or because Ducio's riddles were so stupid, she didn't know. "Oh my God, she looks like she could snap any moment." Ducia worriedly thought and asked again, "So what would the clouds say to the sea? What would the clouds say to the sea when the sky pours rain?" At this question of his, Bion fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Ducio grit his teeth in anticipation. Come on, come on." And not disappointing his expectation, Bion actually came up with an answer. "I'm falling into the sea," she muttered. This actually surprised the protagonist a bit. "Oh, you guessed it right." Back to Bion. After hearing she was correct, she beamed a delighted smile that looked truly pretty. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile, whether in-game or in real life," Ducio thought, then spoke again. Ducio thought to himself and continued, "As I expected of a princess, your creativity is on a whole different level." Hearing that, Bion blushed a little and said, "Okay, enough of that, give me the next question." Her cute reaction made Ducio burst out laughing and say, "Fine, so the next question is." Time quickly passed until it grew dark. Only then could our protagonist finally escape the princess. But right now, he looked as dry as a salted fish. "I spent a full 3 hours using riddles just to test Bion. Really hopping she doesn't remember what I said." Ducio sighed helplessly and thought about the princess. Bion is definitely a witch with an excellent mind, but her weakness is rigid thinking. But if I want to exploit that weakness, though she's an antagonist, it feels kind of wrong. I need to quickly forge Teravan into a spellblade, so I have to do much more. Well, it's nothing like what I used to be able to do. Enough thinking about that. I should hurry and find the textbooks needed for class." Ducio frowned and picked up his pace, now searching around based on some in-game memories. "It has to be nearby, I'm not mistaken, right?" Ducio mumbled, and shortly after the young man found the place he was looking for. "There it is," Ducio said as he looked at an old shop beside him. Then Ducio quickly moved inside. Only after stepping fully inside did he realize the shop was older than it looked. The walls were dilapidated, and cobwebs were everywhere. "This place is really run down and decayed. However, I know that the owner of this bookstore has the odd habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. And in this shabby, anonymous bookstore the notes of Mela, the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago, were hidden here. If it were before, I could just press a button on the screen to view it immediately. But in real life you need the book to study, and moreover, what book you study affects your leveling. At first I bought books from famous shops, But then I discovered the good ones are hidden in unmarked stores. If I take Mela's notes for the magic engineering class, I'll surely get top marks. Honestly, just wearing the right glasses would be fine, but I might also uncover secret formulas. Hearing that, Du Xia glanced at the books on the shelf to search. And it didn't take long before he found his target book. Here it is, he thought as he reached for the small book hidden inside. But at that moment, the young man's hand collided with someone's small hand. Startled, he quickly turned to look over. Following his gaze, the person turned out to be Azel. Azel, Du Xia said unconsciously. Azel heard that and asked aloud, "You know me. Of course you're famous." Hearing this, Azel remembered something and said, "Oh, I remember now. You were in the supplemental group. Your name is Du Xia, right?" Huh, she didn't remember meeting me before the academy. Du Xia wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Azel across from him continued, "I really liked that debate. It's a pity you couldn't explain the entire answer. Anyway, it was nice to meet you." With that, she turned and walked away. Du Xia casually took out Mela's notebook and tucked it gently into his inner pocket. Fortunately, it hadn't been taken. But why was she here? He wondered, glancing sideways to observe. When she saw the price tag on a book, she let out a light sigh. Then the shopkeeper understood the reason and muttered, "I see. This bookstore usually sells used books, so the customers here are often poor students like me. And someone from a fallen noble family like Azel, who has lost everything, can only come here. Her father was probably killed by agents of the Dark Mage. It's truly sad that a princess like her has to buy used books and even check the prices because she doesn't have enough money." Moreover, Azel also has a tragic fate in the original novel. She dies even before Flame, who became the protagonist in that world. You could say she's the unluckiest character in the game. Those were Du Xia's thoughts as he finished gathering the books he needed and happily went to the owner to pay. "I'll pay all of these, okay?" "Huh, this kid's tougher than he looks," the shopkeeper muttered. Meanwhile, Du Xia also noticed that Azel was staring at his books. So he asked, "What's up? You seem to pick only good books," she said in a strange tone. Du Xia felt a bit uneasy. Was she about to insult him? "What's wrong?" he asked. Beside him, Azel voiced her question. "All of these books. Why are you reading about high-level sealing theory?" Sealing theory is an ancient art that requires artifacts. So nowadays, with alchemists and magic engineers advanced, few people use that skill. "Oh, this book. It's not very useful," Du Xia nodded, and that made her exasperated. "So you know about it." "That's why I took it. Because everyone else is like you. It's easier to get high marks in that class." "All right, I'm off," Du Xia said confidently and left immediately, leaving Azel behind confused. And of course, our protagonist did this with calculation. As Azel said, few want to take sealing theory, so I'll spend less time and more easily get higher grades than other classes. Plus, with these books this semester will be a breeze, he thought, smiling inside. Time quickly passed until the next day. The scene shifts to the sorceress Azel, who is now hurrying to her class on void theory. Anyway, this course is easy to score in, so it shouldn't be bad, Azel thought as she pushed the door open. But seeing the classroom packed with students like a festival, she couldn't think about grades anymore. And Azel wasn't the only one reacting like this. The other students were too. "You study void theory." "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. Everyone said this class is easy, but the rumor must have spread. All the smart kids squeezed into it." "Oh great, that's it," they said dejectedly. Azel could only sigh. "Fine, I'll try my best in another class," she told herself. Time passed quickly and finally the lesson ended. "Class dismissed." The professor's voice rang out and the students wearily headed to the canteen. "I'm starving. What should we eat for lunch?" "Let's decide at the canteen," they began to chat. Meanwhile, Azel worried more about class issues. How can I get a scholarship if so many people registered for my classes? As she thought that, her stomach started to rumble, making her blush slightly. She murmured, maybe I should just eat first. Let's see, I only have 60 meal tickets left this term, so I'll have bread today, she said, looking at the vouchers in her hand. And by coincidence, Azel passed by Ducio's classroom and thought, isn't that Beak Ducio? She said as she looked at the young man intently listening inside. Azel wondered to herself, what is he doing here? Then Bion peeked in to observe, and after seeing the small number of students in that class, she realized, this class has few students and they're all underperformers. That professor is probably about to lose his job. But if I register for this class, I can get high marks without spending much time. I can also save energy for other subjects and earn a scholarship. Ducia, could he have known in advance this course would be easy? Had he planned which subjects to take to make things smooth? Thinking that, Bion was startled by her own thought. Immediately after, she shook her head in denial. No, that's impossible. What am I thinking? It must be a coincidence. With that, she decided to stop paying attention to Ducio and headed straight to the canteen. Back in the protagonist's class, the professor researching the moon god laid in on the dais spoke up. Surely you all know the origins of magic. The creator mage, the white-robed sorcerer who spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned magic from him. He taught the elves natural magic. He taught the dwarves magic of matter. And he taught humans elemental magic. Then he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah. Back down with Ducio. The more he listened, the more his head felt swollen. How did I survive the past 3 years? At this age, having to go back to school is crazy. I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button in the game. Thinking of that, he remembered his glorious days in the game. Still, he accepted reality and kept thinking. Actually, this lesson is important. It might hint at the true ending. That's just my speculation. Oh, he thought as he turned to look at the girl beside him. And somehow Azel happened to be here. Oh, Azel has always taken this class. I don't remember any protagonist registering for this class. But it's none of my business anyway. Back to Professor Layden. He was still lecturing his students intently. Humanity's curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world and stole the magics of other races, yet they remained unsatisfied. But they couldn't learn anything else. The creator mage left behind the 12 divine moons and vanished. At that point he paused for a moment. Then he turned and asked the students if anyone knew about the 12 divine moons. Below, model student Azel answered. They are guardian deities that maintain the balance of power on the continent. They're scattered across the land and have carried that duty until 1,000 years ago. Professor Layden nodded in agreement. That's right, they possess unique powers to protect the continent. For example, the divine moon representing summer, the 6th moon, Haxich, carries a blazing red flame. And it's said that that flame will never be extinguished. If you go to the depths of the Alamanca Sea, you'll still see the red fire. Anyone curious can go see for themselves. Hearing that, his expression dropped to 3 dots. Was the professor joking? If any living creature dared trespass into the domain of the Sea King Alamanca, they'd die instantly, Ducio thought awkwardly. Meanwhile, unaware of Ducio's thoughts, the professor continued his lecture. This is the Levian coast, where a gigantic whirlpool in the ocean was frozen by the 12th moon, the green winter. Each divine moon has its own power, but miracles occur if they combine. What kind of miracle? A student below raised a hand and asked. But contrary to his expectation, the professor had no answer. No one knows. They fell asleep 1,000 years ago. As for Ducio, the professor's lecture made him ponder. The man was right. At least I encountered some divine moons while playing the game, but I only met 5 moons during limited time events. I gathered that information from other players, so no gamer found more divine moons than I did. If I'm right, the 12 divine moons are somehow tied to the true ending. No one has discovered the true ending in 10 years, so the answer must lie in unknown content. I only managed to encounter 5 moons after risking my life many times. But if I want to witness the true ending, I have no choice. I'll restart and try again, Ducio told himself. Cut to the practice ground for the magic class. Professor Yeel of pyromancy casually formed a fireball and shot it straight at the scarecrow in front for the students to see. Then she began explaining, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. Next, she had her students begin practicing on these immobile targets. At that moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magic strike aimed directly at the scarecrow. It produced a rather large explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, the scarecrow ahead remained completely intact and unscathed. It seemed the attack had missed. After Yeel saw this, she glanced to one side and complained, "That's really terrible," beyond by the look in her eyes. At this moment, the princess gritted her teeth as she watched her magic churn up the soil behind her. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. It seemed the class had ended, and because of the earlier event, Princess Bion now sat alone, gloomy and withdrawn. "I've wronged my mother again. Mother will surely be so disappointed," she thought, clutching her hands tighter. But just then a voice sounded beside the princess. "Princess, are you okay?" The voice belonged to a girl with auburn hair who looked quite bubbly. Before Bion could reply, the girl sat down beside her and continued with praise. "You looked amazing, princess." "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. The girl replied admiringly, "Someone uses magic like mine, but it's so much stronger. So what? I didn't even hit the target. But your magic is truly wonderful. It's so cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a child," she said happily, like meeting an idol. Meanwhile, Princess Bion realized who the girl beside her was. "Oh right, she's also a fire mage like me. I think her name is Arshwang. I seem to have heard that name before. They said a prodigious fire mage has appeared. Still, it's nothing compared to my magic." Thinking that, her mood inexplicably lightened a bit and she said, "That's really great. Your accuracy is so high." Arshwang shook her head and replied, "But if you practice more, how could I compare? It's only enough for the weak. So talking with you makes me feel much better. Goodbye." And with that the princess left at once. What she didn't know was that the moment she walked away, Arshwang's expression changed dramatically. Who knows what the girl was thinking? Back to Bion. When she returned to her room, a female bodyguard was already waiting inside. "Princess, welcome back." This was Bion's personal guard, Yi Taran. Seeing Bion return, she had prepared tea and pastries and said, "Some tea and sweets have been prepared. Regarding the task of adjusting the appearance of the staff you entrusted to me earlier. Because that staff is very fine, they say it could be made into a high-grade magic sword. However, there is a small problem. I've heard that it continuously draws mana from its owner." The princess, mid-bite, hurriedly swallowed. Then she asked, "What? Isn't that a dark artifact?" Yi Taran stroked her chin, thought a moment, and said, "Not the same, because it resonates with the energy of nature." Her words made the princess even more bewildered. Impossible. A thing that siphons its owner's mana yet resonates with the power of nature. So why is that staff only mid-grade? That's exactly why it's at that level. What do you think of this? The primal energy still massively amplifies the user's mana and can make it stronger or elevate it to high grade. But because it only absorbs and doesn't release, it has been downgraded to common grade. So how could a student possibly use it? Bion exclaimed in astonishment. I'm quite surprised by that too, Yi Taran said calmly. Meanwhile, the princess began to get a headache. I know it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think people would use it even if they obtained it, unless they had a tremendous amount of mana or nothing at all. I don't understand. I'm certain an ordinary person could figure that out. But in any case, he's definitely special, Bion said as she gently sipped her tea, since she herself wasn't the one using that wand. Time flew by, and a few days passed before classes resumed. Du Seo was currently attending some class. Offensive magic requires more detailed understanding than any other type of spell. That's why this mana conduction class is mandatory. Mana conduction training focuses on projection and aiming. Next, we'll discuss orbital formulas, Professor Carlime of Mana Conduction said as he wrote something on the desk. For clarification, projection means launching magic from the caster's body. Aiming means using magic on a stationary target. The problem on the board, from a distance of 760 m north, you, Lan, are moving south at 12.6 ms. What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance for you, B, to use water element magic, specifically the hydraulic cannon? Back to the story. After seeing the problem, the students began whispering and discussing. If the element is water, do it. If you're not a water specialist, it's best not to answer. Is the teacher trying to make things hard for us? Beside him, while other students diligently debated, our protagonist did nothing but start yawning. Sigh, how boring. Why does this take longer than a Korean class? While he was still bored, the professor noticed his behavior and looked at him with a murderous glare, making Du Seo flinch. Not surprisingly, Professor Carlime then invited him to stand. Student Beak Du Seo, stand up and answer this question. Damn me again, Du Seo cursed inwardly and hurriedly stood up. Yes, sir. Then, with the help of his binoculars, he was able to solve the problem easily. In the professor's bewildered eyes. Excellent, you could solve that so easily and make it look simple. Is your original attribute water? No, he waved his hand, but that only made the professor more excited. Wonderful, now let's move on to the next question. Time quickly passed until the period ended. At that moment, Azel had ambushed outside waiting for Du Seo to step out and asked, "Excuse me. I have a question I'd like to ask you." I've been wondering about Beak Du Seo while observing him, not about his rank, but he's very smart even compared to top rankers. Especially since he solved that problem just now. The difficulty was at least university level. No, it should be at a professor's level. Even though Stella gathers geniuses, what is Beak Du Seo's true identity? At first I thought it wasn't, but now I'm certain. He definitely has a strategy for enrolling in classes. If that's the case, I need to gather that information. With that thought, Azel spoke up. What's your next class? Across from her, our protagonist looked puzzled. Then he said, why are you asking that? Do you like me? What gross, she said angrily. I'm the one who's grossed out here, am I not? Saying that, Du Seo felt how strange it was to bicker with a kid. I'm an adult, what am I doing? Thinking that, Du Seo boredly said, so why are you asking? I've researched the classes you attend, and it seems they're courses where you can easily earn high marks. I'll ask directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is pretty important to me, she said firmly, and that made Du Seo a bit disappointed. I'd thought she was going to ask something else. Ha ha, what do you mean? Those classes were just a coincidence. If that's all, then I'll be off, he said, turning and leaving immediately. But of course Azel couldn't just let him go without getting an answer. Wait, hold on, she called, rushing after him. Du Seo, feeling annoyed, said, what? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of talented people here. Or just copy me. You said you researched it yourself, right? But Anyone who studies the Moon God course can get an A+, so it's not that important. And if I enroll in the same class as you, it could negatively affect your grade, Azel explained. This made Ducio think a bit. If she doesn't get a scholarship, she'd lose out the most. Even in this situation, he's worried about others' grades. Although he's a bit troublesome, the female lead is still the female lead. Speaking of Azel, she then put on a look full of expectation and said, "Anyway, can you suggest a class, one that's easy to get high marks in?" Unfortunately, that look had no effect on Ducio. "You think that gaze will convince me?" "Strange, normally when I look at my tense face all my stress disappears," she narcissistically said, and that made our protagonist get goosebumps. "Are you serious?" "Just kidding. I knew you'd react like that, so I prepared a few things to make up for it," she said with a smile. Meanwhile, Ducio across from her couldn't understand what these students were thinking. Make up? Why do kids like compensation so much? Where did they pick up that showy habit? Azel withdrew her smile and spoke sternly. "Do you know about the seventh tower?" Ducio, hearing that, was somewhat startled. He answered, "Yes, I know about it. Really, not many people know about that. Because it's a ruined tower that vanished, and there are many barriers preventing people from approaching where the tower once stood. But there." At that point, Ducio interrupted her. "Wait, what is it?" "Are you okay?" Azel asked worriedly when she saw Ducio clutching his head. Ducio really felt like he was losing his mind. This is important information because with this, Flame can increase her influence over the male lead. Moreover, Flame knowing about it means that in the original storyline, Azel also knew, and Azel only tells this information to the male lead, not to supporting characters like me. Thinking that, Ducio hurriedly stopped the conversation. "That's a scary story, isn't it? I don't want to hear it, it's not interesting at all," he said, turning to leave. Azel kept trying to persuade him. "It's not that scary, are you afraid of ghosts at your age?" In front of her, tired of the tale following him, Ducio reluctantly said, "All right, I'll tell you. You pretended you wouldn't tell me and now you changed your mind. I just changed my mind. Besides, Azel wanting to give me something is enough." He thought to himself and then said, "Anyway, this isn't related to grades, but it's something extremely useful for you. Register for Meditative Journey into the Void as a culture class." Meditation, register that as a culture class. The moon god and meditation are prioritized. "Do you like cultivation?" Azel asked. "Not really. My master is also a bishop like yours, and through meditation that person was able to raise their magical ability. Just by sitting and meditating," Azel said in astonishment, and her attitude didn't surprise Ducio. In fact, this hasn't been fully explored, but for a bishop who wields large-scale destructive magic, meditation is very important to cast precisely based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's the mind that governs magical power. Thinking that, Ducio admonished her again. "I haven't told anyone, but you're an exception because you're cute. You just called me ugly earlier," Azel complained. But then she brightened up and said, "Thanks. Although it's not a subject that will improve my grades, I'll still register for it. Do whatever you want," Ducio said nonchalantly. And after watching her walk away, he had a few thoughts. "I've told her, and it makes me a bit afraid of how the future might change. But if I leave her alone, Azel will face tragedy in this world. If meditation can help her, that would be a good thing." With that thought, the general realized something. He looked at his hands and thought, "Wait, I almost forgot. I'm a mage too, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now?" Beak do see. In the game, trained rigorously to awaken a body that could delay mana depletion and develop rapidly. In the game, I could gain experience by pressing a button, but now I can do it directly. It's rather late. There are no segments or hunting quests, so I can't grind more experience. I should thank Azel for making me realize this. After that, Du Seo dragged himself back to the dorm to rest. This dorm is really big, he thought to himself. At Stella, all students are required to live in the dormitories. The dorm system is a side feature of the game. Players can decorate their rooms as they please, but for Baek Du Seo, this is his only home because his village was burned down. Dorms are also assigned by rank. Rooms are the same size, but the number of occupants per room is divided according to rank. Of course, those in S-class occupy the top floors. I feel a bit lonely, but I can finally make use of it. All right, let's begin, he thought, and Du Seo exhaled softly and proceeded to sit in meditation. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I need to get used to using my body this way. In the game, Baek Du Seo was a genius who could control sword aura. By using the endless circulating mana inside and outside his body. No one paid attention to him, so no one knew, but Baek Du Seo was a sword prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I must follow that path once more. My breath controls the flow of mana inside my body. If I can slowly increase the mana I intake with each inhale, I can gather enough mana in a single breath. Skills don't increase just by accumulating experience. You must continuously use skills to level them up, which means training. Du Seo told himself this and began meditating in his room. Thus time passed slowly until the sun began to appear. At that moment, our protagonist felt something and opened his eyes wide. He saw his entire body enveloped in a golden aura. This must be a sensation Baek Du Seo had experienced before. When someone accepts having mana leakage from childhood, it's faint but you can still sense it. To reward Du Seo's effort, the system immediately issued a congratulatory notification. The mana leak syndrome skill leveled up, and the blink skill leveled up. Seeing this, Du Seo couldn't help but shout, "Good! I've taken another step closer to my goal. I'll uncover the true ending at any cost," he said, clenching his fists with resolute eyes. Cut to the female lead Flame. She and the entire class were now in some plane, and the realism of the place surprised her. The grass and wind were artificial but felt so real. The Stella dorm is a pocket space constructed within the campus, which allows people to freely manipulate spatial transformations and their properties. So all sporting events and other activities, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training, take place here for that reason. Back to Flame. After glancing at the number of students present, she began to calculate 141 in total. There are 50 people from classes A1 and A2 and 40 from S-class. If it matched the novel, there would be 39 from S-class. I thought including me it would be 40, but unexpectedly someone else was added. Where did Baek Du Seo come from? In the novel there were only 1,140 first years total, and with me it becomes 1,141, meaning Baek Du Seo also exists in the original novel. I'll slowly investigate everything. It's fine, I can do this. I'm the only person in the world who knows about that novel. The class will start soon. She began to reassure herself as she noticed differences from the original novel. But just then, a voice beside her drew her attention. "Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for classes?" "Of course," Jeremy said with a smile. "We also registered for the soft magic research class because we heard you signed up." "Really? Let's help each other out," he said, smiling as he reached out to greet everyone. Meanwhile, Flame glanced at him with a wary look. "That is Prince Jeremy." In the novel, he went obsessed over Azel and was rejected, and eventually became a villain. He looks gentle now, but all his actions are calculated. I should observe him, not get involved with him. Across from her, it seemed Jeremy also noticed Flame's gaze. So he smiled and turned to wave hello. That made her hastily return the greeting, but he's really handsome. I understand why so many flatter him. His faction is the most famous in the school. I have to gather them together. This world is now my reality, so I must prepare for the future, Flame told herself and immediately moved. But she didn't know that Prince Jeremy had begun to look at her with interest. As for Professor Lee Hanwha, once he saw the students assembled, he stepped forward and said, "Attention, everyone. We'll start basic training before today's lesson. I need to know your abilities so I can teach you properly. I will be the one teaching directly, so if you don't like it, don't voice complaints. As you may know, professors have the right to add or deduct your points, so remember this. You will be expelled if you don't meet the required standards. I'll now explain the training. We will practice dungeon challenges. I'll use scenarios from real dungeons, including various traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will receive 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, and 8 points for defeating a level 2 monster. 20 points if you obtain the staff, this point. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges, and of course students who earn no points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a group, but remember, points will be split evenly among group members. If you can eliminate another student, you can take that student's points. That's all. Good luck. With that, the professor immediately vanished as if teleporting, and while the students were still bewildered, the space around them suddenly shook with a booming tremor, causing the group to be a little frightened. What's happening? The ground is shaking, someone shouted. The source of the tremor was that countless giant vines began to burst up from beneath the ground, shooting straight upward. In no time, the space around them had transformed into a forest. The map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Turning back toward the group, once the map was set up, they all gathered to look for teammates. But the female lead, Flame, decided to go solo. "All right, I'll go too," she muttered. Just then the girl Jackie spoke up. "Hey, Flame. Are you planning to go alone during the exercise?" Although forming a team in a dungeon run offers many advantages, going solo is still better if you want to earn more points, Flame thought to herself, then declined. "Sorry, but this time I plan to go alone." For some reason, even though Flame refused, Jackie smiled as if she'd struck gold. "I know you'll have to split points with teammates, so it can't be helped." "Yeah," Flame said awkwardly, feeling a little unsettled. Am I overthinking, or is she teasing me? Putting those idle thoughts aside, Flame said goodbye. "Let's go together next time." "Okay," Jackie said cheerfully. She quickly went to announce the results to the 2 friends beside her. Flame intended to go alone, so oh well. Watching Jackie's actions made her feel something. Am I imagining it? Why does it feel like she's mimicking me? Maybe it'll be different later. With that thought, she quickly moved on to grind points. An hour later, Flame had just defeated another monster. She let out a heavy sigh. "Phew, I'm exhausted. When will this training end?" But before she could sit and rest, suddenly a thicket of vines burst up from the ground ahead and shot straight at her. She hastily used magic to form a shield. It was unclear what kind of monster it was. After seeing that a strike had no effect, it drew its lashes back and slipped down into the earth the same way it had emerged. Watching the plant monster retreat, Flame didn't let her guard down and kept scanning her surroundings. Not only do monsters attack, but plants too. This is Stella. Even practical dungeon training can't be taken lightly. I've earned 18 points so far, not bad, but I'm only 1 point behind. That's all I need to catch up. I have to keep moving. She said this as she began to increase her speed. Not long after, Flame suddenly sensed someone standing ahead. Something? Is it a monster? No, it's a person. But how could a student conceal themselves to this degree? No matter, I'm hiding using natural camouflage anyway. With my control, defense, destruction, and healing abilities, an ambush could work well. She thought this as she quietly hid behind a tree and watched the figure ahead. Somehow he had already taken a point bar. From her glance, the person was none other than Ducio. It was Beak Ducio. He's also going alone. I remember other students wanted to team up with him, but he refused them all. I don't know what he's thinking. Thinking that, she noticed the dazzling golden rod in his hand and felt a pang of greed. That's the point bar. He already took it. This is the perfect opportunity to test him, she thought. Let me test him, she began calculating in her head. She raised her staff toward Ducio. She calculated the distance, about 15 meters. He wouldn't be able to defend from that range. Acting on it, once she felt ready, the girl launched a light magic projectile. Fired a light projectile aimed straight at Ducio. But just before this projectile could reach the protagonist, our main character also sensed it and instantly turned to look behind. The general noticed too and immediately used blink to dodge. That near-miss dodge left Flame stunned in amazement. How on earth could he avoid a level 2 spell from that distance? Back to Ducio. He had blinked behind Flame, and intercepting her attack earlier had left him absolutely terrified. God, did he want to kill me or what? Randomly using a light projectile. Thank goodness my mana leakage syndrome level increased. Otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Blink level 1. Max range 12m, maximum charges 2, cooldown 3 bars. I have 2 blinks left, so if I use the terrain I can handle him, but it's best to avoid it. With that thought, Ducio used his remaining 2 blinks to scoot elsewhere. This distance should be enough. My target is 5th rank, so there's no need to take risks. The 5th rank reward is easy atelic, likely to significantly boost stamina and strength. Top 4 spots belong to the protagonist anyway. In this situation they only need 3 more point bars, Ducio thought as he moved. But just then a few guys blocked his path ahead. Oh, look who it is. It's Beak Ducio from Class S. On this side, after seeing the golden-headed guy, Ducio recognized him. He's Raiden, someone who's been gaining notoriety around the academy lately. A member of Team Uslek, Jeremy's weaklings, one name after another thinking this. Our protagonist glanced at the 3 glowing rods Raiden was clutching and thought, does he really have 3-point rods? For someone that weak, he's collected a lot. As Ducio pondered, the guys ahead began whispering, I heard he's a loser who cheated to get into Class S. Hearing that, Raiden sneered with contempt. To get into Class S by solving those 3 stupid questions, Stella must have been duped. They keep saying the same thing, so unoriginal, Ducio thought inwardly. Raiden's group then started their robbery act. Hey Beak Ducio, since we've met, hand over your point rods. Not a chance, Ducio said calmly, and Raiden put on a face like he wanted to get beaten and barked. What, you planning to resist me? You think you can take on the 4 of us alone? You planning to use that high-tier average magic rod? You can't even cast proper spells, let alone use a magic rod. Back to Ducio. He really had to think, what should I do now? With low-level blink I can't face Raiden. He's from a famous family. If I had 3 blinks, maybe I'd have another option. Namely, the point rod in my hand. And this place is a dungeon. With that thought, Ducio quietly formed a plan. Then he held his point rod out and said, here you go. That's more like it, Raiden said with a smile when he saw Ducio begin to cooperate. But he didn't expect that at that moment Ducio used blink to close in on him, startling the guy. However, as soon as Ducio attacked him, his strike was blocked by a shield. But at least it caused a few cracks to appear in that shield, and the hunter Raiden began to go ballistic. Damn it, you common bastard. Saying that, he retracted the barrier and continued yelling, you bastard, I'll make you. But before he could finish swearing, he noticed in front of him that Ducio had vanished. He's gone, someone in the group shouted. Then immediately afterward, Du Sio's voice sounded beside them, making Raiden hurriedly turn to look. "Oh God, that's dangerous." "Thanks," Du Sio said cheerfully, and he now had 2-point bars in his hand. Raiden immediately realized those were his point bars and started making a scene. "You bastard, give them back." "Not a chance," Du Sio taunted. He then thought to himself that 3-point rods would definitely be useful, something he'd accidentally learned while playing the game. But these point rods are actually a thunder artifact. Their absurd sturdiness makes them immune to student magic, and they possess the power of many other magical tools. Although they're more useful to magic users, for Beak Du Sio, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats will be utilized 100%. Turning back to Raiden, who was still seething, "Ugh, that bastard! How dare he take my point rods!" Flushed with anger, he snapped at his comrades. "What are you doing? Attack now!" But before he could finish, the ground around them began to shift and tremble. Immediately after, a mass of vines started rising from the earth, making Raiden grit his teeth. "Damn it, why is the dungeon active now? Everyone, group up and prepare spells and don't lose sight of that bastard," he shouted. Our protagonist used this opportunity to slip away quietly. However, someone in the group spotted him and shouted, "Beak Du Sio is running away." "You bastard, where do you think you're going?" the others cried, and they hurriedly cast spells to attack. "They're better than I thought." At the same time, he used Blink to dart away, leaving the group shouting in frustration, "Damn it, Blink again." "Where did he go? He's too fast, I can't find him," the group clamored as Du Sio vanished. Du Sio thought inwardly that with plenty of PvP experience, using terrain for advantage was a piece of cake. "Damn it, we just need to hit him once," Raiden said, his eyes darting wildly searching for Du Sio. But then the ground shook even more violently, frightening his comrades further. "Raiden, the dungeon is." On this side, seeing that, Raiden yelled, "Stay calm, he's still here. Wait until the quake stops, and if you spot him, attack together. If our spells fail, they'll be countered by defensive magic, so be careful." And just as Raiden predicted, before he could finish, Du Sio used Blink to appear right in front of him. Not giving him a chance to react, the protagonist swung the rod in his hand and shattered Raiden's shield. His body was even hurled backward into his nearby comrades, disrupting the spells they were casting. The result triggered a magic counter-reaction. Countless bolts of lightning struck down below. The students could only clutch their heads and endure it. As for the one who caused it, Du Sio casually stepped to the side. "It was over. I'll take this one. If I have a girlfriend later, I'll give this to her," he said, happily showing off the 3 rods in his hand. "Give them back," Raiden shouted, but Du Sio wasn't stupid enough to comply. Taking the last one would be too convenient, he thought to himself, then waved goodbye to the group. "That was fun, I'm off." After saying that, Du Sio used Blink to dart away. He left Raiden and his group so furious they trembled like they had seizures. "You bastard!" he shouted in rage. But none of them knew the fight had been spotted by a certain white-haired girl. Back to Du Sio. Of course he was inwardly ecstatic. "Heh, I'm lucky. If I'd fought normally, they'd have robbed me, but since this is a dungeon, it's different. This is adult experience," Du Sio thought as he casually swatted away a vine that was trying to reach him. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings warily. "I have a weird feeling, like something odd is nearby," Du Sio said as he turned to look back. Sure enough, while he was celebrating getting 2-point bars from Raiden's group, some student noticed him and sent a super fireball his way. "What the? Where is this rain of fire coming from?" Yusial shouted. Immediately after, that devastating attack slammed into the ground. The forest echoed with a terrible blast. From above, a massive column of fire shot up into the sky, incinerating everything nearby. What about our protagonist? Yusial once again barely dodged thanks to Blink, Even so, he was terrified. What kind of magic is this? That was almost the end of me, he thought, looking at a tree split in two by the blast's force. Then a figure appeared in the smoke with a proud voice. You commoner! Why didn't you take another rod from them? The voice belonged to Princess Biyun. Her sudden appearance shocked Yusial. Biyun. What are you doing here? He asked, slightly puzzled. But Yusial replied, Are you mistaken? I can't just take whatever I want. And why should it concern you if I took those rods? Biyun didn't bother to answer. She merely stared at the point bars in his hand. That made Yusial suddenly realize the truth. Oh my God, could it be that you want me to take them from them so you can take them from me? What are you implying? Yusial snapped. But Biyun kept a cold face. I am of the royal family. If you understand my meaning, then fight. As a royal, I don't wish to steal from commoners, but there is no other way. I will defeat you and take what I want. Biyun's voice was resolute. Yusial trembled slightly. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why bully someone weaker than you? But Biyun only sneered and retorted, You weak. Earlier I saw you fight and fool around with them. You even used magic and defeated them, didn't you? Flashback. Sometime earlier, Biyun was wandering the forest, her mind full of anxious thoughts. I need to climb quickly. If I don't want to be scolded by my mother, I must get a high score, she told herself. But just then, a loud noise rang nearby, catching her attention. There's a sound over there. Where's Yusial? That bastard ran off again. So sly, Raiden's group's curses echoed. And that's when Biyun noticed something odd. She spotted a figure fleeing in the distance. Is that P1-93 and Jiden? Biyun squinted. Should I attack them? But she immediately dismissed the idea. No matter how strong I am, I can't beat all 5 of them at once. Best to wait until their magic weakens. Then I'll have a chance. With that in mind, Biyun decided to hide and observe, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, what happened next shocked her to the core, because Yusial began proactively using Blink to attack Jiden's group. What? That commoner. Does he have other magic besides Blink? Of course, Biyun knew Jiden's group couldn't match her in raw power. Still, they were all capable fighters. Compared to a commoner, they should have been much better, right? Back to the present, Biyun shook off her thoughts, her eyes sharpening. All right, time to use fire magic. No sooner said than done. Biyun activated her magic, forming multiple magic circles floating in the air. From those formations, countless fire orbs shot out, heading straight for Yusial. But our protagonist wasn't helpless. Yusial immediately used Blink to dodge. However, before he could catch a breath, another fire orb descended from above. Blink hadn't recovered yet. With no choice, Yusial had to leap between tree trunks, constantly dodging. After landing on the ground, he began to pant. Damn, her magic is dangerous. Good thing my instincts are sharp, otherwise I'd be dead. However, Yusial had used Blink twice. Now he faced Princess Biyun with no way back. What do I do now? He gritted his teeth. Across from him, Biyun crossed her arms and said coldly, You're not going to take out your magic rod this time. You already have my magic rod, Yusial frowned, complaining. What about the one I was given when I enrolled? Biyun remained silent. Suddenly, Yusial froze. Ah, right. He looked down at his hand and realized he still had another magic rod. I haven't used it, so I forgot. Over there, Biyun began to feel irritated. How long are you going to pretend? Her tone turned serious and icy. This is a serious battle, and this commoner treats it like a joke. Jian ground his teeth, his gaze murderous. If you don't fight properly, then I'll have to take you down here. Hearing that, sweat broke out on his face, pressure surging. He thought inwardly, but I'm fighting seriously, I'm not joking. Jian then spoke up to warn Yusial, if you don't take this seriously. Her expression hardened as she continued, you'll be logged out right here. I'll crush you, Princess Bion thought to herself. Without hesitation, she unleashed her magic, firing countless fire orbs directly at Du Xiao, forcing him to hastily tilt his head to the side to evade. However, that wasn't all. At the same time, another fire orb targeted the protagonist's shoulder. Seeing that, with superhuman reflexes, Du Xiao quickly dropped to the ground and narrowly dodged. Sensing Du Xiao's uncanny evasive ability, the princess across from him decided to use a wide area spell, unleashing a massive curtain of fire aimed at Du Xiao. This time it really got difficult. Damn, even if he dodged with blink, the attack's range was still too large. What do I do now? Du Xiao gritted his teeth, but at that moment suddenly from behind him there rang a sound that caught his attention. This sound was. Thinking that, Du Xiao repeatedly used blink to slip behind a large tree trunk, saving himself from being roasted. However, doing that didn't mean Du Xiao was safe. This time he was lucky to avoid it, but it was still tough. Even if he reached Bion, the flames around her would erupt to protect her when he got close. I know this well because I've fought many fire mages before. Her rank was far higher than I had thought. If this were open plains, I'd probably be dead within a minute. No, the fight might not even start at all. Du Xiao thought as he tightened his grip on his point meter device. Who knows who will be the one defeated here? Meanwhile, Princess Bion launched a spell that fired countless rocket-like arrows at Du Xiao, forcing him to keep jumping backward to dodge the attacks. Until his mana sensing ability kicked in, and he could read the trajectories of all those attacks. Seeing that, Du Xiao began swinging his arm like a machine, striking precisely at the missiles and knocking them aside. This uncanny action left Princess Bion behind stunned. No way, he used a weapon to counter magic. How could that be? Back to Du Xiao. While focusing on handling the barrage of attacks, he also had time to think, and with each passing moment the feeling grew stronger. This isn't a game controlled by keyboard or mouse, but moving your body directly to face a mage. Clearly, the surrounding mana grew stronger, and the sixth sense sharpened like sight and hearing. As for Princess Bion, she could hardly believe her eyes. How could this be? In this forested mountain terrain, fire should have the advantage. If that's the case, then she had no choice but to increase her magic power. She gritted her teeth and began to amplify her strength. This immediately forced Du Xiao, who had been a bit stable, to endure even greater pressure. Having no other option, he had to fight while retreating toward a nearby tree. He couldn't just defend forever. He had to break Bion's magical barrier with his rod. With that in mind, Du Xiao timed it as the princess concentrated mana to prepare another attack. He immediately used blink to surge straight toward her. In just a second, he closed the distance to stand before his opponent. Du Xiao's sudden appearance in front of her also surprised Bion. But then she bit her lip, showing discomfort. Bion immediately cast fire magic, creating a magic circle beneath the two of them. And Du Xiao wasn't particularly surprised by the sight. When approaching fire mages, the explosive magic pushes enemies back within a 2-meter radius. But since he'd been through this many times, it wasn't that difficult. Thinking that, he sprang back to escape the magic circle's range. Then he took a run-up and lunged forward, striking the magic shield protecting Bion. The powerful hit caused a few cracks to form on the barrier. Impossible, how could he do that? She thought in astonishment. But before she could think further, the shield shattered into pieces. The blast from it also sent the princess tumbling to the ground. And with that, the outcome of the battle was decided. I won, Du Xiao said with a smile. At his words, Bion could only grit her teeth in frustration. She took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you exactly?" "I'm just a normal student," Du Xiao shrugged. At the same time, she turned her face back and called to someone. "Can the one hiding over there come out?" Flame, by his glance, he realized that at some point this girl Flame had been here, watching the two of them. Since she had been spotted, the female lead casually stepped out and asked, "I wasn't hiding there, so how did you know I was here?" "Call it a hunch," Ducio said with a smile, "but more accurately it's from sensing leaking mana." Hearing Ducio's answer, Flame frowned slightly and asked, "A hunch? How did you break the magic shield with that ordinary rod?" "Also thanks to a hunch," she said, her voice full of suspicion. Facing Ducio, Flame's question really put him on the spot. Indeed, in a game like this you can't copy the romantic novel origin exactly, so he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking that, for some reason he pointed at the point meter on his hand and said, This is real." This half-baked answer only made Flame more suspicious. "So what if it's sturdy? Do you think just waving it will break a magic shield?" "Then I guess knights have all disappeared from this world. I've always found it strange. Bei Ducio, who are you really?" And it wasn't only Flame who wondered. Even Bion turned to Ducio, extremely curious to see how he would answer. On his side, Ducio could only sigh inwardly. So it has come to this, and there's less than a month left. Should I reveal my true identity? No, Flame doesn't like me. That would be too risky. Thinking that, Ducio decided not to reveal his true identity. "Even if you suspect me, I'm not a bad person," he said. "What do you mean?" Flame asked. "Just what I said. I want to help you," Ducio added, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Help me? What exactly do you mean?" Flame wanted to ask more. However, before she could finish, Ducio turned and left. "I want to say more, but there's no time. See you." And with that he hurried off, or at least that's what he intended. Before he could get far, Princess Bion behind him threw several point sticks directly at the back of his neck. At that, she was also surprised by his attitude. They stung him. With no choice, he spun around and complained, "Hey, if there's something, say it straight. I thought you could catch me, dodge all the magic and traps, but not catch this," Bion said in astonishment. "The reason is simple. There's no other way. Intuition for sensing mana has its limits," Ducio thought, wincing in pain. "The duration that the intuition lasts depends on one's mental strength. Since my mental power is depleted, now I even have a headache," he thought, then asked aloud, "So why did you throw this to me?" "You won, take it," Bion answered calmly. At her words, Ducio seemed to understand something. Was it pride? "But if I take them all, my score will skyrocket, and the other stuff isn't useful anyway." With that thought, Ducio picked up only one point stick. Then he smiled at Bion and said, "All right, I'll just take this one, you keep the rest." "Well then, I'm off," he said, turning and leaving immediately. At that, the general felt proud of his action. What a kind-hearted man, merciful to the defeated. So cool, he sniffed. Unfortunately, the two girls behind didn't think so. "Does that guy have a problem?" Flame asked in confusion, and the princess beside her looked at Ducio's retreating back with suspicion. Maybe commoners are a bit strange in the head. After speaking, she became very curious about Ducio's true identity. Meanwhile, in the professor's observation room, the screen in front of them showed countless red dots, probably representing the students. At the same time, several other screens displayed combat scenes of various students. Ho ho, this year's first-year Class S students are rare talents indeed. "Worth coming to see," Tellys, an elder of the Magic Council, nodded. Beside him, a middle-aged woman replied, "Truly interesting. When I was young, I was even better." She was Czarina Eon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Hearing them, Teacher Lee Hanwal turned and thought, "The Magic Council, the Blue Tower Council, just a student practice observation has drawn such high-profile figures. To recruit talent, you have to do this. Surely most other professors are watching the practice too." Just then everyone in the room murmured in amazement, drawing his attention. Oma Ducio and Hei Wenryang are clashing now. From their view, Hei Wenryang was the one who initiated the attack. he immediately used his wand to fire a burst of energy, aimed straight at Ma Ducio's position, and before that attack, the handsome guy easily used some kind of magic to keep leaping in midair, dodging the ice pillars charging at him. Seeing that, the Magic Council members voiced admiration, activating 3 consecutive level 3 mana leaps, at 17 years old already doing that. Not only them, even teacher Li Hanwha was startled. Normally, an average mage needs to be 25 or older to reach level 3, yet Ma Ducia, at 17, could use level 3 magic proficiently. But that wasn't all. They were soon astonished again, unbelievable. Look, both of those students can use 3 attributes. Turning to Li Hanwha, a normal mage can only control 1 attribute, and with hard training maybe 2. Indeed, controlling 3 attributes is proof of innate talent, a gift granted from birth. Just then a loud scream rang out, and its source was an enormous bird-like monster, an elite hidden beast. Then before Ma Ducia and Hei Wen Ryang could react, the monster let out a cry and dove straight down. More precisely, it had been struck by something and fell from the sky. And the one who struck was none other than Azel. "Oh my, you're fighting. Sorry to bother you." Over here, teacher Li Hanwha watched Azel's appearance intently and thought, Azel morph. Hidden monsters only appear when certain conditions are met. They're not only hard to find but also hard to defeat, yet the girl managed to hunt one by herself. Turning to the Magic Council members, they saw Azel's emergence and said regretfully, HMPH, she's the daughter of the traitor Morph. It's a pity. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent could have blossomed even more. As he said that, Uncle Tellys also noticed a certain screen and exclaimed, "Huh, that's the princess of the Adelimvit Duchy. Who is her opponent? The face is unfamiliar," he muttered a guess before his expression turned astonished. "What that magic? Could that be Blink?" he whispered as he looked at Du Sio's face. Blink, a type of magic that for hundreds of years countless scholars have thrown themselves into studying to try to control, but all failed, gave up in despair, or became cripples. It truly is an uncontrollable spell. Yet there is a student who can control Blink as easily as his own limbs. Who on earth is that boy? He wondered aloud. And the teacher Li Hanwha beside him also spoke up to explain his question. The student's name is Bitch Du Sia, a very special student who uses Blink as his main skill. Blink as a main skill, someone exclaimed in astonishment. This is completely different from Ma Ducio Ha, Wen Ryang, or Azel's outstanding talents. Back to Tellys, he also voiced his question. But why doesn't he use other magic and just toy around like that? If he'd used magic, the match would have ended long ago. It's baffling. At that moment, suddenly a voice came from behind everyone. "No, he's fighting seriously. Hear the call." Everyone turned together to look at the young professor and shouted Eltmund Eltwin. He was serious from the start. "It seems you all didn't notice, did you?" "Interesting indeed," Eltmund said with a voice full of delight. "That student's fighting style reminded me of the knightly spirit that only existed in ancient times." And this remark of his also made the onlookers realize something. The knightly spirit. Do you mean the knightly spirit disappeared along with the swordsmen and ancient magic? Such a young student, he suddenly thought, yes, the knightly spirit. In a world dominated by magic, the knightly spirit is the fighting will of sword-using knights. For example, heroes who fight evil to protect the world. They say they always face demons with only a sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with a sword is impossible, yet that student was truly using his staff like a sword. Moreover, if Eltmund has made such a comment, then the headmaster of Stello Academy, a school famed as the best magic academy on the continent, Eltmund Eltwin, a rank 9 mage, and one of only 10 grand sages on the continent. If a grand sage thought that way, saying that, he began to think silently himself. Time passed quickly. The first dungeon practical test ended. Scene shifts to the private training area for Class S. At this time, Ha-Won Ryong was also furiously practicing his magic by attacking the scarecrows ahead. After using his wind magic to strike the target in front, he still couldn't destroy this scarecrow. He also tried to vent a few exasperated sounds from fatigue. Then he looked at the wand in his hand and grit his teeth thinking, damn, almost out of mana, still not enough. There's a long way to go. Of the 141 students taking this dungeon test, 39 were eliminated. Azel topped the rankings by killing the bird monster, and I came in second. Maducio placed sixth, but I didn't feel like I had one. At that moment, his face showed discomfort. If Azel hadn't interfered in the battle. Thinking of that, suddenly an uncontrollable surge of anger rose within Ha-Won Ryong. From the first meeting, I had this feeling. Although Maducio always acts indifferent to everything, whatever he does reaches a professional level, even beyond that. Even in this practical test, I set matrices everywhere and calculated every movement of his carefully. Yet Maducio could still dispel all my attacks easily. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is this wall of talent really that tall and thick? Thinking that, he took a deep breath to calm himself and reassured himself. No, there's no time for self-blame, I need to try harder. At the same time, not far away, Princess Bion also approached and discovered Ha-Won Ryong furiously practicing his magic. Seeing him like this, Bion felt a bit puzzled. Ha-Won Ryong, he's usually calm, why is he upset today? Well, though I shouldn't say this aloud. It's frustrating to have to yield the wand and only place third. My mother seems satisfied with the result, but if I don't get the wand back, I'll surely be punished. That commoner is so arrogant and obnoxious, she thought, as she continuously unleashed magic at the scarecrow ahead as if venting her anger. And this made Ha-Won Ryong stop and pay attention. Princess, is something the matter? I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but it seems the princess's magic has become more accurate than before. Princess Bion's fire magic is powerful but hard to control precisely. It shouldn't have improved so quickly. Or is it just a coincidence? He frowned, thinking. Back to Bion, extremely annoyed. Damn it. Damn it, even if I don't want to admit it, bitch Ducio's special lessons have had an effect. Thanks to those absurd puzzles, my thinking changed and my magical control improved considerably. Although he's just a lowly commoner with poor grades and a terrible personality, bitch Ducio is the only one who knows how to fix his weaknesses. But annoyance remains. She grit her teeth and, having vented her anger, began to leave the training ground. The voice of the guard Yederin sounded beside her. Princess, seeing that, Bion turned and asked, Yederin, what's wrong? The Terraphone wand you requested has been repaired. Shall I bring it to bitch Ducio now? She said, opening the box in her hands to reveal a wand reforged into the shape of a sword. In response, Bion across from her nodded. Yes, do that. Then I'll take my leave, the guard said as she turned and departed. But at that moment, as if remembering something, Bion stopped her, making Yederin slightly curious. Is something the matter, princess? Scene shifts to Annex Tower number 2. At this point, instead of having her guard Yederin deliver the wand to Ducio, she decided to go herself. I came here because I heard bitch Ducio was here, but this is Annex Tower number 2, where professors' research rooms are. Am I supposed to see a professor? She wondered inwardly. But then she began to fidget and mutter to herself. Should I go in or not? Wait, why did I come here? I could just hand it to him at the training ground. This is no different from chasing after a commoner. No, I should go back. Bion thought inwardly before being awakened by a call. Oh, princess, came a familiar voice. Bion turned to look and greeted Professor Hammerl. Long time no see, Professor, Hammerl replied, nodding in exclamation. I once taught you magic in the palace not long ago, and now you've grown so much. What brings the princess here? I have a few matters and must return now. Biyun waved her hand, not wanting to dwell on why she came, and Professor Hammerl advised, it's a bit chaotic now. The princess should go back. Right now mages are flocking here because of the student bitch Ducio. So things are a bit disorderly, Professor Hammerl said, and upon hearing this Biyun's eyes betrayed her surprise. But quickly she composed that expression and asked, what's so special about that commoner? You fought him yourself, so you know. He didn't use magic at all, right? Ah, yes, Biyun replied. Then the princess's face turned bitter. So you watched that match too. It's embarrassing to have shown such a poor side before the master I respect most, she thought bitterly. Turning to Professor Hammerl, seeing her expression, the professor was slightly surprised and spoke to comfort her. You don't need to blame yourself, princess. Your opponent fought his hardest, but he didn't use magic. Biyun asked again, and Professor Hammerl had to enlighten her. It's because of his faith. Faith? What do you mean, Professor? She asked, full of curiosity. After observing the practice, the headmaster speculated that the student might be trying to revive the knightly spirit that vanished in ancient times. Wait, bitch, Ducio pursuing the knightly spirit. That's absurd, the princess said in surprise. But then she began to recall her previous match with Ducio. Indeed, Ducio had used his staff like a sword in the fight with her. Even that magical blade was the same. Thinking this, she began to believe the claim 78%. However, she still had questions and asked, isn't refusing to use magic at the Magic Academy severely punished? He would surely lose points in practical magic class and face many other penalties. Yes, that student knew this but still chose this path. It's astonishing, isn't it? Despite achieving great feats with Blink, he continues to diligently refine himself. That must be true admiration, Professor Hammerl said admiringly. If Ducio heard this, he'd laugh himself to death. Putting that aside, after bidding Professor Hammerl farewell, Princess Biyun fell into contemplation. If someone said they dreamed of becoming a knight, they'd surely be mocked, because the age of knights is past. But bitch Ducio, is he truly serious about pursuing the knightly spirit? And yet I got angry at him, told him not to toy around, she thought to herself. Just then Ducio noticed her and asked, what are you doing here? In his mouth was the reward for 5th place, the Edelic root. Turning to Biyun, seeing Ducio appear, her expression changed immediately. I'm here because of you. For what? Ducio spoke while continuously chewing, which annoyed the princess immensely. She began to stare at him, and in the end, she couldn't win the glare war against Ducio, so she threw him the box containing the wand and said, never mind, take this. Seeing that, the little general immediately realized and exclaimed, oh, it's a terraphone, thanks. Saying that, he hurriedly opened the box to check the new item, an invisible sword, indeed an Adelevet. What exquisite craftsmanship. The princess has helped me too much. Very good, it's hard to get something like this even with money. Thinking that, he turned to Biyun with expectant eyes. Could you just give me the box? I could sell it for a good price. It's up to you, the princess said nonchalantly, which made the poor nobleman internally ecstatic. Oh my, what a bargain, truly a commoner, she thought to herself. Then her gaze grew slightly serious and she asked, hey bitch Ducio, will you really not use any other magic? The sudden question left Ducio slightly stunned, and his stare made Biyun feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly looked away. Ah, it's nothing, I'm going now. On his side, Ducio shrugged and mused. Other magic, huh? Now that I think about it, Professor Lee Hanwal said something similar earlier, saying he understands my feelings and respects my faith. It's all puzzling talk. That he chose a thorny path. Oh well, I'll go as far as I can. With this magical sword, I can feel a bit more secure for the next arc. Now let's see what this blade is, he said, clutching the wooden box. Scene shifts to the training ground. Holding the new wand, he began to mutter, "Let's see. Just channel mana into this, right?" he said, as Ducio tried pouring a bit of mana into the new item. And immediately, the wand sprouted a blade of light. Ducio's eyes turned into stars. Pretty nice, he thought. If Flame wielded this sword, it would surely be even more brilliant. The heroine Flame is a special existence. Though human, she can use all kinds of magic, elf, dwarf, and angel alike. This staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana. Not everyone can use it, but Flame can wield it as an ultimate skill thanks to natural mana regeneration. As for me, mana leaks out. I don't retain it. Though mana is constantly absorbed, because I'm a mana leaker, it can't accumulate and is expelled. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath will determine the Terraphone's power. Let's check the status panel. Bitch Ducio stats. Strength 1 star 77%, Perception 2 star 29%, Agility 0 star 97%, Stamina 1 star 43%, Mana none, Experience remaining. None skills. Blink level 1 trait. Mana leak level 2. Mana leak level 2. Plus 5% strength, plus 8% agility, plus 15% perception. Intuition activates at the cost of the user's spirit, faintly sensing mana flow within 18 m and triggering rapid awareness. Auto-activates when the user is in danger. Plus 1% active mana circulation speed. Back to Ducio. Looking at his stats, he was fairly satisfied. Eating the Adelic Root reward for 5th place in this test had boosted his strength a bit. Now that I have a weapon, I can directly earn experience. I should also practice swordsmanship more. I'll be busy from now on, he remarked. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to a training field where the class instructor addressed all the students. Today we'll have a practical combat magic exercise. Everyone disperse and take your wands, the instructor Barayan, lecturer in defensive magic, instructed. Following his words, the trainees began to spread out and practice using magical shields. Meanwhile, after inspecting the students' performances, he thought inwardly that this cohort seemed to possess many talented students. Dividing classes by rank was a wise decision. Saying that, he suddenly noticed something. Ducio was standing dazed alone at the front, thinking, wasn't that the rumored S-class student from a commoner background? A mere commoner, yet able to resonate with an intermediate wand and rank 5th in the dungeon test. How annoying. With that thought, the sly fellow began approaching to hassle Ducio. Hey, bitch Ducio, why are you just standing there? Hearing the call, Ducio turned and shyly said, I'm practicing a different kind of defense, so I don't need to learn basic magic. Is that so? Your own style of defense, huh? Sounds interesting, the old man chuckled, but inwardly thought otherwise. How arrogant. Unless you're Princess Bion, who studies Adalevit's inherited magic, don't get any vain hopes about owning some special defense. Anyway, I've heard that bitch Ducio doesn't use any magic except blink. If that's the case. Thinking this, the schemer wanted to teach him a lesson and spoke up. Then could you demonstrate that marvelous defense to the other students to broaden their horizons? As he said, opponent is, he turned to look at the students behind him. Then he began to single out a red-haired boy. Right, Morso from Class B is the most suitable. Hearing instructor Barayan, this Morso grinned with a sinister smile. And Barayan didn't do this for no reason, making that suggestion he had thought it through. As a defense instructor who wants to stay at the school, good relations with students are crucial. Morso Dordan is from the Scalvan Empire. Currying favor with him wouldn't hurt. If he shows outstanding magic against an S-class student, his record will look impressive. Thinking that, the man smiled with narrowed eyes and asked, well, hearing that, our protagonist wasn't fazed and agreed. Yes, fine. Thus, Ducio and Morso stepped onto the arena amid the observing gazes of those around. Also, some lackeys didn't forget to cheer for Morso. More so, crush him, humiliate him in front of everyone. They shouted loudly as if afraid no one would hear. More so somehow found confidence and declared, "Just wait and see." Opposite them, Ducio saw those brats shouting and could only smile inwardly. What's this? They're Uselek and Raiden's cronies. Kids these days are petty. Still, it's fine. After all, this is a required class, and I can't do much since I don't use magic. Come to think of it, Barayan has been notorious for cruelty since first-year chapters. All right, I'll use this opportunity to test my training results, Ducio thought with a small smile. Then the wicked teacher Barayan stated the rules. The match will be turn-based, attack turn and defense turn, and no other magic may be used. Morso will attack first. Below, Morso's lackeys were certain he would win. Morso will definitely win. He's good at defense and he also knows earth magic for offense. It'll be hard to withstand his attacks, they said. Beside them, Prince Genemi watched the battle with some interest. Then prepare begin, Barayan shouted. Immediately after the signal, Morso began casting his magic, forming a large block of earth slowly gathering in front of him. Those below witnessing this turned to whisper, "That's a second-tier spell. The unspoken rule in basic magic class is to use only tier 1 magic." Is bitch Ducio okay? You S-class brat taste my power, Morso roared inwardly and shouted, "Pierce through Dordan's earth." Not sure if the cry did anything, then he flicked his wand forward to send the rock flying. And facing this attack, Ducio calmly swung his sword, easily cleaving the rock in two. And perhaps because it was formed by magic, after Ducio cut it in half, the two pieces slowly dissipated as if they had never appeared. In front, Morso trembled as if bitten by a rabid dog when his attack was nullified. "No, impossible. My magic disappeared," he muttered in bewilderment. Even the other students below were shocked. No way, he used a sword to cut apart magic, but can magic actually vanish like that? Unlike them, with his experience as a teacher, even if he's a petty man, Barayan noticed a few things. No, a simple slash couldn't do it, but bitch Ducio had clearly made Morso's magic disappear. All magic has a mana flow. If you sever that flow precisely, the spell will vanish. Could he really have done that? He wondered, staring at Ducio as if trying to discern something. Back to Ducio. After that attack, he was quite pleased with his sword. Not bad. It can currently cut third-tier magic, and his day and night training in the practice room had paid off. That's enough, he said, gripping his sword tightly. The fool Morso could only grit his teeth and bark a few meaningless words. Damn it, how dare a commoner like you? Below, the petty Barayan grew anxious seeing this snarling display. What a problem. If Morso loses here, I'll be in big trouble. Thinking that, he warned aloud, "Bitch Ducio, I acknowledge your defensive ability, but that defense can only stop one strike at a time. Ultimately, it has limits. For example," when faced with a barrage of attacks, he commented, though in truth he was reminding that idiot Morso how to attack. And quickly having grasped the idea, Morso smiled. Ducio turned to the petty man with a look of annoyance. What nonsense is he talking about? Without giving him time to think, Morso began using his magic again, creating countless rock fragments hovering in midair. Wait, this is going too far, it's dangerous. Won't the professor stop this? People worried. But the fools Morso and petty Barayan didn't overthink it. They only cared about how to defeat Ducio as quickly as possible. "Stone-piercing spear," he shouted. And so countless stones flew straight at Ducio. Facing a rain of attacks like this, the protagonist found it somewhat difficult. 11 stones were coming, he couldn't use blink, and he couldn't slash them all. With no option left but to block them all, Ducio began spinning his sword like a propeller, forming a shield that shattered every incoming stone, preventing any from touching him. Seeing this, Morso across from him could only grit his teeth in anger. His strongest magic had been dispelled so easily. He brooded in irritation. Barayan's face below contorted like a monkey's butt. "Damn it, what the hell is Morso doing? If you lose, I'm ruined," he cursed silently. Ducio himself was a bit surprised by his move. "Oh, I tried to mimic a move I saw in a game, nice. This technique is called the sword sweep. Because you must maintain the shape of the terraphone, the mental cost is many times higher than usual, causing severe stamina drain after use. Moreover, the defense is weaker than when blocking a single target. It's hard to use in real combat. Luckily, this is only a practice match," Ducio silently judged. Meanwhile, the other students were in awe. "Wow, I've never seen this technique before. It looks like a magic shield. Is there a defensive magic like that? At this rate, Morso will lose soon." The murmurs grew louder, driving Morso increasingly furious. "How dare a commoner like you?" he snarled and began using magic once more. And counting this time, it would be the third consecutive attack from him, which made the other students start to resent it. "Wait, is he going to attack again?" "Morso's turn is already over," they said, turning to look at the petty teacher with uneasy eyes. Whether he heard them or not was unclear, but he just smiled and wished Morso to continue attacking. "Get ready, bitch Ducio. This time I won't hold back." Just as the words ended, another voice suddenly rang out, "Sir." Hearing the familiar voice, the petty teacher turned to look toward where the sound came from. Then he asked, "What's the matter, Genemi?" Over here, the young prince broke into a bright, eager smile. He asked again, "Why don't you switch the attack turn to bitch Ducio?" stammering, unable to find the words. The other students, seeing the prince criticize him, began to join in. This isn't basic first-year practice. One careless move could seriously injure a student. What is this teacher doing? His turn is over. They said this while staring coldly at Barayan, putting him in an awkward position. This. I've been so focused on the match I didn't notice everyone's reaction, he thought. He thought this inwardly, and finally, with no other choice, Barayan had to say aloud, "Switch attack turns." Above seeing this, Morso hurriedly formed a magic shield. But as soon as it formed, Ducio directly sliced it into countless pieces, then pointed his sword at the man's throat. "Bitch Ducio, victory," Barayan declared. Morso's quick, clean defeat surprised people a bit. In the end, bitch Ducio had won. "He's more formidable than I thought." Paying no mind to the chatter, Prince Genemi stepped forward and gave a meaningfully ambiguous smile. Cut to the prince's private room. Inside, Morso's pitiful screams echoed, "Please spare me," he whispered weakly. After tiring himself out practicing on the man, Genemi finally stopped. He then turned to speak to the girl in front of him, Varajane. "It looks like my friend was seriously injured. Take care of him carefully. If anything happens to him, I'll be heartbroken," he said, wiping the blood from his hand with a handkerchief. Varajane, as if used to this, was not overly surprised. "Yes, I understand. I'll take care of it," he replied and then left. From behind, Varajane watched Genemi's departing figure. She thought to herself that he was not a subordinate but a friend. In the Scalvan Empire, where power is determined by magical strength, Genemi Scalvan had surpassed all his siblings to claim the crown prince title at only 12 years old. Not being one of Genemi's retainers meant the Dordan family would be expelled from the academy forever. Not only more so, once you catch Prince Genemi's eye, the school life of commoner bitch Ducio would no longer be peaceful, she thought. Cut to some experimental research class, where people were cheerfully chatting with one another. "Hey, have you heard? Bitch Ducio from Class S, what's with the knightly spirit? This is a magic academy, not about knights," someone complained. "But he defeated Morso of the Dordan family." "Really? The Dordans have some clout in the Scalvan Empire," they said in surprise. At the back, the female lead Flame felt annoyed hearing them constantly talk about Ducio. Everywhere I go it's bitch do CEO this, bitch do CEO that. I don't want attention, but it's irritating. Who is that guy, really? Ignoring her, a female professor entered the classroom and called out, "All right, everyone focus. Alchemical arts demand absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature." Her name was Mazen Tyron. She was a professor in the alchemy department. After waiting for everyone to settle, she continued, "Today we will practice brewing the Tyron recovery potion I researched and developed. Pay close attention. HMPH, so annoying. One tiny mistake and it's ruined. Actually, I want to avoid alchemy as much as possible because it's so complex and meticulous," Flame said boredly. Just then, Mazen's shout rang out, "Altarisha, what the hell are you doing? Doing that and calling yourself an alchemist?" She scolded a blonde girl beside her. This caught Flame's attention. "I heard Professor Mazen will later become a notorious dark mage. I need to gather more ingredients, so I have no choice but to keep attending this class." At the same time, giggles began to ripple beside Flame. "Heh heh heh. Yes, that's it." One student laughed while staring at the vial in front of him. His expression looked exactly like someone concocting poison to harm others. "Bitch do CEO. At first I thought he joined this class to get close to Azel, but it turns out he's a real pervert. What did I just see? Anyway, I need to go find ingredients." With that thought, Flame quickly went to prepare, and after a while she finally finished brewing the potion. Phew, it's finally done. Luckily, Flame has high-quality study tools, so I finished quickly. "I wonder how Azel is doing," she said. She turned to observe Azel beside her, who was still fussing over processing the ingredients. "Fortunately, it looks like she's doing very well." Wait, very well. In the original story, Azel happened to obtain Mela's spellbook notes and created a recovery potion, even superior to the Tyron recovery potion taught in this class. So why is she brewing the potion so ordinarily? Flame stroked her chin, thinking. Before she could finish, Mazen's sharp voice cut in. "Bitch do CEO, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients?" "Huh, doing that gives a better result," Ducio shrugged, which irritated her a bit. "Is this the time to talk about results? This is not the Tyron recovery potion I requested." Hearing this, Flame was startled and turned to look. What? Could it be that the superior potion Azel was supposed to make was actually made by Bitch Ducio? Something's off. How could Bitch Ducio produce a higher-grade Tyron recovery potion in place of Azel? She said, turning to Ducio with suspicion. On the other side, Professor Mazen put her head in her hands. "Absurd, your attitude is terrible, see. I told you commoners can't do it. HMPH," she said disdainfully. This remark was also beyond Flame's expectations. Because in the original that line was, "See, that's why the whole family was wiped out, HMPH." That sentence became Azel's obsession, the one who lost her family and haunted her until the end of the story. Could it be that Bitch Ducio foresaw this? So he deliberately drew Professor Mazen's attention to protect Azel. But Professor Mazen has clout at Stella Academy. Once she notices someone, their grades in other subjects will be affected. Would he really risk that for Azel? Flame wondered in surprise. And for some reason, the professor suddenly yelled, "What kind of talk is that? Bring your parents here at once," she ordered. Seeing her domineering attitude, he suddenly remembered who she was. "Oh my, I almost forgot. I was so absorbed in alchemy that I completely forgot this troublesome detail." Ducio sighed inwardly and replied, "I have no parents." "You, how dare you speak to me like that?" She continued to shout. Ducio, however, was already the type who couldn't be fazed. "Oh well, I've already been targeted anyway. What else is there to fear? If that's the case, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi potion and cola potion." The general planned silently to himself. Time passed quickly. A few weeks later, the confrontation between Du Seo and Professor Mason grew more intense. "Bitch Du Seo, how many times must I tell you not to change alchemy ingredients at will?" she said angrily. Du Seo across from her replied coldly, "I only adjusted your formula slightly and the result was better." "What?" She fumed angrily, speechless. Du Seo then put on his goggles to check her information. The result quickly appeared before his eyes. Mason Tyrant, darkness corruption rate 21%, insecure, jealous, dark pact signee, alchemy professor, chapter 8 boss, confirmed to be corrupted. Seeing this, Du Seo nodded in satisfaction. "Good, everything is proceeding according to my plan." Chapter 8. Mason Tyrant, the boss corrupted by darkness. She is one of the antagonists consumed by darkness within. When the darkness corruption rate exceeds 90%, she will become a full dark mage. But when the rate is below 50%, we cannot detect it with magic. Currently, Mason's darkness corruption rate is 21%, which cannot prove she is a dark mage, so she cannot be accused. The only option is to keep provoking her until the rate exceeds 50% and then call the Dark Extermination Squad. If it's a normal case of darkness corruption, there's usually a way to cure it before full corruption. But Mason is a dark pact signee. She actively made a pact with a Harmon being. Therefore, the seed of darkness has taken root in her body and cannot be cured. Although it's only chapter 4, because this is a powerful boss I need to prepare in advance. Otherwise, she will turn other students into dark mages and threaten Stella's safety, Du Seo thought to himself. Unaware of Du Seo's thoughts, Mason began to look at him with contempt. "You never change, do you? Don't expect high marks in my alchemy class. All the better, let her pay attention to me. I'll use this time to train my muscles," Du Seo thought to himself before getting a headache. To his surprise, the practical test turned out to be a group assignment, and amusingly, Du Seo's teammates were Azel and 2 other boys. However, judging by the 3 of their faces, they didn't look very pleased to be paired with someone who had offended the professor. "Oh my, look at this gloomy atmosphere. Doesn't it feel like a funeral?" Du Seo thought and awkwardly said, "Nice to meet you, I'm bitch Du Seo." Upon hearing him, they began to introduce themselves. The blonde youth was Kasahun, the black-haired student was Maliwan, and Azel needed no introduction. After introductions, everyone seemed a bit friendlier. Maliwan covered his face and wailed, "We're doomed. Professor Mason gives terribly low grades to students she hates. It's like the exam won't count. Sorry you have to suffer because of me," Du Seo thought awkwardly. In the gloomy mood, Azel stepped forward to encourage them. "But we can't give up like that. After all, when grading practical tests, there will be at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemists Guild present, so Professor Mason cannot arbitrarily fail us." Her explanation made Kasahun and Maliwan brighten up a bit. With their fragile hopes restored, they said excitedly, "Then we must do our best. Great. This is also the kind of potion I've wanted to try making once." Du Seo turned to look at Azel with a satisfied expression. Unfortunately, that look was not returned, as Azel, annoyed, turned her head away and refused to look at him. Putting that aside, the group began to meet. After all, the de-enhancement potion assigned in this exercise isn't too difficult if we combine what we've learned. It's just that the ingredients are a bit hard to find. "So who will go fetch the ingredients? How about the fire lizard tail?" she asked. Du Seo immediately raised his hand and volunteered, "Leave it to me. You all know which monsters yield the most important alchemy ingredients, right? Pick the freshest specimens," Azel reminded. Of course, the group nodded in agreement. Du Seo's confident demeanor reassured Azel. Seeing him so sure made her think it should be fine. "Fire lizard tail, okay, I'll bring it straight back," Du Seo thought to himself. That night, Professor Mason secretly summoned a student for a private meeting. "Professor, You called me. Mason took out a sheet of paper and explained. Take this notice to the students of Class C, Alchemy Group. Remember to exclude Group 12. Yes, Professor, he nodded in agreement. The Alchemy Practical Exam will be observed by professional alchemists from the Alchemists Guild. If they see you performing poorly, your path as an alchemist will be over. Bitch Ducio, I'll show you what the consequences are for defying a teacher, she snarled. Time quickly passed to the next morning, in the practice room of Class S. The student Mason had assigned tasks to arrive to hand the notice to Flame. Flame, this is for you, the alchemy class notice. He handed her the paper and reminded her, and hey, don't tell anyone about this, okay? I heard that saying it makes people actually listen. After saying that, the student left immediately, and Flame guessed what he meant. He probably meant don't tell bitch Ducio's Group 12, right? Why should I obey that? The paper read, Notice, the practical exam topic will change from D enhancement potion to Tyrant supplement potion. Students, please take note. Reading this, a thought suddenly occurred to Flame. Wait a moment. If bitch Ducio knows the original plot in advance, then he'll prevent this from happening. Instead of preparing fire lizard tails, the ingredient for the D enhancement potion, he would prepare italic spider carapace, the ingredient for the Tyrant supplement potion. Right, this is the chance to challenge him. Thinking this, Flame clenched the paper in her hand. It seemed she decided to use the exam to test whether Ducio knew the plot beforehand. Cut to Ducio. He had just stepped out of the teleport gate to find fire lizard tails. Welcome to the Darably Grand Arena, the welcome announcement blared, but Ducio had no time to care. Oh man, my head, teleport gates are great, but stepping out makes me dizzy, he complained. At that moment someone ahead called out, Welcome, Mage Big Ducio. We're honored to welcome you to Darably, the attendant girl said with a smile. Ducio replied, explaining, I'm not an official mage yet, just a trainee. But as a Stella trainee, I enjoy the same privileges as an official mage. Around them, people glanced at Ducio's uniform and murmured, Hey, look, it's a Stella trainee. Really? It's my first time seeing a Stella uniform, so jealous, and he's pretty handsome too, someone said. If you need anything, just tell me, she offered cheerfully, but Ducio, used to it, didn't need help. Thanks, he nodded and quickly left. With a travel pass and a Stella pocket watch, you can be treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy is amazing. Plus, you get free use of the teleport gate, which would normally cost 100,000 credits. Because of that, every weekend I'd use the teleport gate to visit nearby cities. As a result, what I know aligns perfectly with this world, Ducio thought to himself. He ran until he reached some forest and then stopped. Seems like it's here. Today's target is the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. Although their strength and stamina are only slightly above normal beasts, they have magical defenses and are very agile. One must use level 2 magic or higher to defeat them. I hunted level 1 monsters before and it wasn't too hard. If so, level 2 shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, using his sensing ability, Ducio realized something was charging toward him. Immediately, he drew his sword and gripped it tightly. At the same time, something from behind hurtled toward Ducio like an arrow. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong target, because Ducio had anticipated its attack, so he simply stabbed backward and easily pierced the fire lizard's body, making it let out a cry of pain. And within 3 seconds the monster was dead. Done, Ducio shrugged, but this wasn't the end. After that, a pack of fire lizards slowly closed in on Ducio. He was delighted that these ingredient sources had come willingly. Now, time to collect them. Come on, the general said excitedly and charged forward to attack. By the time he brought these ingredients back to Azel's side, she couldn't help but be surprised. So fresh. Of course, Ducio smiled. At least you know how to choose ingredients. Now be quiet. Good, now we just need to combine them. Let's go, she nodded, and everyone began to get excited. At that moment, Teacher Mason called out to get everyone's attention. Is everyone assembled? As announced, today's practical exam will be conducted under the observation of Alchemists Guild members. If you perform well before them, your alchemy path will open greatly. Let's begin. Today's test is the Tyron Supplement Potion, Type B. Have you all prepared the ingredients? Hearing her, Ducio's group was shocked. Then Azel stood up and asked, Sorry, Professor, we thought the assignment was the D Enhancement Potion. That was the plan, but I already announced the change. It's now the Tyron Supplement Potion. Right, everyone? She said this while sweeping her gaze over all the students, causing them to dare not utter a word. Ducio felt contempt inwardly. She's playing dirty. It's fine for me, but if others fail, it's a big problem. Is there such a scene in the original? Speaking of which, Ducio noticed the heroine Flame staring at him. When she caught Ducio's eyes, she hurriedly turned away, leaving him confused. His bewildered expression made Flame begin to doubt her theory. What's going on? Could bitch Ducio not know the original plot in advance? Or if he does, why didn't he stop this? Turning back to Mason, she looked at Azel and accused, Student Azel, did you prepare the wrong ingredients? An alchemist who pursues truth would mistake ingredients and lose the goal. There's no other choice. It seems Group 12 will fail, she said with a triumphant laugh. But before she finished the sentence, Ducio cut in, Wait. What's so hard about making the Tyron Supplement Potion? I'll make it with different ingredients, and it'll be even more effective than the professor's. Like I've always done, Ducio said confidently. This caused the guild representatives to lean in and whisper among themselves. The main ingredient of the Tyron supplement is the italic spider carapace, which contains a large amount of nutrients. And the Tyron supplement is a restorative made from that material, yet he plans to use fire lizard tails to make a tonic. Even better, I'll use this opportunity to end his alchemy career in front of everyone, Mason thought to herself. She then replied aloud, Very well, you have 1 hour. Complete the Tyron supplement potion within the allotted time. And so the exam formally began, and when the group saw Ducio openly challenge her, they grew a little frightened. Are you crazy? That bitch Ducio. Well, Casahoon stammered. We're at this point, so we have to take a gamble. Trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than to be eliminated, Ducio explained. And as he said, they had nothing left to lose. All right, I'll do it. I want to open their eyes too, the group nodded and said, Okay. Then listen to my explanation, Ducio said softly. Alchemy, throughout my time playing the game, alchemy has always been one of the areas I treasured most. I meticulously recorded every formula, even the tiniest details, and of course the recipe for Tyron Supplement B was no exception. At first, I had no intention of using this formula, since it was something Professor Mason of the future would toil to research and invent. Back to Ducio, he then pointed to the fire lizard's tail and explained that the reason the italic spider's carapace is nutrient-rich is because they need it for reproduction. The fire lizard's tail has a similar organ, namely this blood vessel. I heard that the Alaker tribe in the southern desert often use the fire lizard's blood vessels to fortify the health of their chieftains. They live very long lives, so this vessel can certainly substitute for the italic spider's carapace, Ducio said calmly. And Maliwan, the black-haired friend, after hearing this volunteered himself. I know a bit about the Alaker tribe's material processing techniques. Let me handle that part. Fine, it's yours then, Ducio nodded in agreement. Then he went on to explain that this mistletoe must be dried using the desert's special method. Does anyone know how to do it? It's the sun-drying method, right? I learned it following my father. With this amount of blood vessel I can dry it in 5 minutes, Kasahun spoke up. Then leave that processing to me, Azel volunteered. And so the group quickly set to their tasks, watching them concentrate like that. Ducio also felt a bit pleased. Everyone is doing quite well. Now we'll begin mixing according to my instructions. Time passed quickly, and before long, a vial of medicine was placed before Mason and the guests of the Alchemy Guild. This is the Tyrant Supplement B, Professor, Ducio said confidently, causing the guests to be somewhat astonished. Unbelievable, did these kids really manage it? In front, Professor Down 17 still couldn't believe that Ducio's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. I've spent years researching to create Tyrant supplements. How could it be completed so easily? She muttered. Then, so as not to leave everyone wondering, one guest stepped forward and said, "Let me examine it." She then applied some sort of magic to the vial and appeared somewhat surprised. Beside her, an accompanying person asked, "What are the results?" "It still has some flaws and wastes quite a lot of materials. But its effectiveness is even better than our Tyrant supplement," the guest explained, making the group beam brightly. "Truly excellent, unexpectedly. You young people possess so much novel knowledge," they praised. And seemingly unable to accept that result coming from those youths, Mason snatched the vial from them and barked, "Hand it over so I can inspect it myself." Then, after checking, even she could not believe her eyes. "It cannot be wrong. This medicine applies the technique of converting monster nutrients into human energy that I researched. Clearly Tyrant supplements should be flawless, so how could they produce a superior finished product in such a short time? Well, in any case, I'm still the one who grades," she thought as she gripped the vial and said aloud, "Blame it on lack of materials, then test it here." Before she could finish, a guest interrupted, "Group 12 and A+ is too little." "Professor Mason, what do you think?" the man asked with a smile. As if they were pointing out the conflict between Mason and Ducio's group, they spoke up to preempt her, which made Mason grit her teeth and curse inwardly. Damn these old fools. Although she cursed inwardly, outwardly she dared not offend the guests, so she had to accept Ducio's group, Group 12, passing. "We did it." "Amazing, really. Not bad, right?" Ducio said with a smile, unaware of Mason's gaze behind him. She looked at him as if she wanted to devour him. "I'll deal with him later, bitch Ducio," she told herself silently. And because of this event, Professor Mason Tyrant's dark corruption rate also increased. Cut to the magic practice yard. "Sigh, finally done. I'm too old to still be studying. I'm exhausted," Flame said despondently. Before long, a voice called that caught her attention. "It's okay, Arshwang. You're doing very well. Right now you're still better than the princess." Over here, Flame also turned toward the sound and thought, "That girl seems to be dubbed a fire magic prodigy." Responding to them, Arshwang complained, "But I think her rate of progress is terrifying. I've trained for so many years, yet the princess. Sooner or later she'll exceed her control." Hearing this, Ducio was startled. Bion's control should only begin developing in the second year, so why? Could this also be because of bitch Ducio? Thinking back, the alchemy practical test felt strange. The Tyrant Supplement B formula was originally discovered by the future Azel, then stolen and perfected by Mason. Yet bitch Ducio knew the formula, which doesn't appear in the original work. It seems the source material doesn't include this event. At that thought, Flame's eyes widened as a deduction formed. He knows future information, but doesn't know the contents of the original work. Could it be that he's not a transmigrant but a time regressor? Thinking that, Flame's expression relaxed slightly. If bitch Ducio came from the future, he'd only know future knowledge, and couldn't possibly remember every trivial event that happened to Azel. Actually, in the original, Ma Ducio himself was once a regressor. Then th letter 1 EBF 11th moon exists uniquely in this world, possessing the power to control time, if it was that being's power. As Flame thought this, a voice beside him suddenly asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing the call, Flame snapped out of his thoughts. He turned to look. It's Ha-Wen-Ryang. Perfect timing. You know bitch Du Seo, right? Did he leave any impression on you? What do you mean? I just found him a bit of an unusual student, Ha-Wen-Ryang asked. Anything else? Don't you feel anything different? She asked again. No, he answered. Is that so? Flame's tone held some disappointment, which made Ha-Wen-Ryang ponder a little. Flame, do you have feelings for bitch Du Seo? Seems like it. She thought for a moment before answering, unaware her reply could be misinterpreted. Is that so? Well, anyway, bitch Du Seo is like me. Both of us know the contents of the future. Thinking that, Flame murmured, but this won't do. Staying rooted here doesn't suit me. By the way, should I go confess to Big Du Seo now? Confess my feelings? Ha-Wen-Ryang thought blankly. Thanks for listening, I'm off, Flame said as she waved goodbye and turned to leave. She didn't notice that. The moment she walked away, Ha-Wen-Ryang's face visibly darkened with sadness. Time quickly passed until the next day, and Du Seo began thinking about Professor Mason's problem. What should we do now? Currently, Mason's dark corruption rate has risen to 37%. Which also means there's less than 3 months until that event occurs. Mason's corruption will randomly affect a student. Flame's friend Zeki, a subordinate of Biyun. Arshwang Biyun's loyal knight. And Ha-Wen-Ryang, the sole successor of the Munchido Tower. If Ha-Wen-Ryang is corrupted, it would truly be a disaster. Although the probability is extremely low, Ha-Wen-Ryang's corruption would follow the worst possible outcome, so we must be especially careful. Among the three of them, the most likely to be affected is. Thinking this, Du Seo stopped as he noticed Flame standing before him. What are you doing? She suddenly asked, making Du Seo puzzled. What are you talking about? Last time you didn't answer my question clearly about your identity, Flame frowned. Du Seo's face darkened, again with that question. You're putting me on the spot. He complained inwardly, then looked at Flame and considered whether to tell the truth. Maybe she'd provide information that leads to a better outcome, gain everything or lose everything. Let's try. With that thought, Du Seo made his decision and began to speak. I am. Before he could finish, numerous system warnings appeared around him. Warning, story power insufficient, do not reveal transmigrant identity to this character, do not share knowledge and information you possess with this character. This is maddening. What the hell is this? Du Seo screamed inwardly. He scratched his head and said, okay, let's do this. Everyone has secrets, so I'll tell half the truth. How about that? All right, I agree, she nodded. She then started asking. Let me ask first, you know the future, right? She bluntly said. Du Seo wanted to bow to her inwardly. Didn't I say half the truth? Why ask so bluntly? Your question implies you are too. What's your purpose at this school? Du Seo countered. It's to prevent the world from perishing. This world is in danger. Now it's my turn. Why do you act this way? Act how? I'm not really sure, but let's just gloss over it for now, Du Seo thought in confusion. And he answered aloud, not for any reason in particular. I just do what I believe is the most right. That should be enough, Du Seo thought silently. But this statement made the heroine Flame flare up and shout loudly, don't lie. How can someone be that kind? There must be an ulterior motive. There's something you're trying to achieve, she said confidently, leaving Du Seo bewildered as to how she could be so sure. There isn't. Oh, something you're trying to achieve. Actually, I'm not sure myself. I just want to survive, Du Seo said calmly. Flame froze for a few seconds upon hearing this, then replied. Probably, sorry I spoke out of turn. I'll be going then. Saying that, she had tears welling and turned to leave, making Du Seo freak out inwardly. Hey, wait, did she just cry? He thought. But before he could react, he sensed a killing intent coming from behind him. And the one who arrived was none other than the young man Ha-1-ryong. Not this again, the general screamed inwardly. Ha-1-ryong stepped up in front of him and demanded, "Answer me. Why did you make Flame cry?" "Don't lie or I won't forgive you," he warned sternly, making Du Seo flinch. Heavens, one glare from the rival of the strongest character and I'm chilled. Now I remember, there's a plot where Ha-1-ryong has a one-sided crush on Flame. Misunderstandings here would be troublesome. We need to make things clear. I swear Flame doesn't have anything new going on. Why do you ask? Do you think I'll believe that? Ha-1-ryong said with suspicious eyes. Trust me, especially about what you're thinking. There's nothing like that, so rest assured. Du Seo waved his hand and thought inwardly, that should do it. Across from them, the slim young man fell into thoughtful silence for a moment. Then he bowed his head and said, "I asked unnecessarily sorry." "Ah, it's okay." Du Seo hurriedly said, "Well then, I'll be going." Ha-1-ryong replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing his demeanor, Du Seo was a bit surprised. What's this? It's not like his usual personality at all. Ha-1-ryong, always cold and rational, acting unstable like that makes me uneasy. Meanwhile, Azel's face showed agitation and discomfort. Why can't I focus today?" Thinking of that, she recalled her conversation with Du Seo this morning. "Bitch Du Seo, I want to ask you something. Did you come up with that formula just now on the spot?" "Consider it so," Du Seo answered. That remark struck at Azel's pride. She always considered herself a genius and believed that was enough to defeat anyone. But what was I just doing? How can I avenge my father like this? The ones who framed him as a traitor and drove him to his death. The Adalevit family is filthy and despicable. I can't just let it be. Thinking this, she slapped both cheeks hard to steady herself. "I can't give up like this. I must try harder," she muttered. Cut to Flame's dorm room. Lying in bed, she had time to ruminate. "I picked a 4-person room because I like the noise, but now I wish I'd chosen a single room reserved for Class S." Bitch Du Seo clearly said he didn't know his purpose then. Of course, that's evidence he regressed. At the final moment of the original work, the NTH letter 1EBF 11th moon told Ma Du Seo, "You can reverse time, but the price is that you will lose most of your memories during that period, and after completing the mission, your existence will vanish completely. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even those you love will forget you. Still, would you willingly go back to start over?" "If that is my fate," Ma Du Seo laughed without worry. But the one who stopped Ma Du Seo was Azel. "Wait," she shouted, making him a little startled as he turned back. "Wait, if I must live in a world without you, I'd rather witness this world perish while still keeping your image in my heart. Come with me." Her words made Ma Du Seo abandon the idea of regression, and the world was destroyed. The story ended tragically. If this world differs from the original, and it's bitch Du Seo, not Ma Du Seo, who regressed using the power of the NTH letter 1EBF 11th moon. Then after completing the mission, he would immediately vanish from this world, leaving no trace at all. But he, who had lost most of his memories and retained only an obsession with the mission, said he only wanted to live. "Then what about me?" she thought as she clenched the bedsheet. Just then Jackie burst in and shouted, "Flame, Ha-1-ryong is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dormitory. Just tell him I'm not here," Flame said as she turned to go to bed. But Jackie stammered, "I don't know, I want to sleep." Cut to outside the dormitory, because Flame refused to come out. Jackie ran over to report, Ha-1-ryong." Before she could finish, Ha-1-ryong coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Where's Flame?" "Oh, she's resting because she's ill." Rejected by a lesser student. Did you feel deflated? Ha-1-ryong muttered to himself in delusion, I understand, go home. Behind him, Jackie watched Ha-Won-ryong's retreating figure with disappointment. I love him so much, and he can't even remember my name. Always like this, outstanding talent, everyone's attention. All the good things belong to Flame. Even Ha-Won-ryong's heart. How irritating, she muttered, squeezing her hand tightly. Time quickly passed to the next morning, cut to the first main tower. Inside a room, a man was lecturing Mason. I've heard a student embarrassed you. Professor Mason, I'm useless, she admitted. Opposite her sat Aki Hedon, vice principal of Stella Academy. He turned back and said, you know I have high expectations of you. The research on ritual alchemy combined with technology with the Munchido Church's doctors is progressing well, right? Of course, sir. I won't let you down, she affirmed. Good, I trust you, he said, giving Mason a pat on the shoulder. Yes, please leave it to me. After saying this, the vice principal quickly left, and as soon as she was out of sight, his expression changed immediately. How foolish. Not realizing he's being used, blindly chasing fame, a mage assigned to fight dark mages. But now researching for them, that's ridiculous. I'm eagerly awaiting the day when alchemical magic tech is perfected, he said with a teasing tone. At the same time, Professor Mason's assistant Altarisha struggled carrying a towering stack of papers. Sorry, I can't see anything, she hurriedly told those opposite. When suddenly a pair of hands reached out, taking half the stack and saying, Assistant, are you okay? The one who spoke was none other than our protagonist, Ducio. Then he helped Altarisha carry the documents to the office. Thanks. Without you, I'd have been scolded by Professor Mason tonight. Ah, it's nothing, he replied with a smile. Next, Ducio glanced around the room with some boredom. This place looks messy. Thinking that, something suddenly caught his attention. What is that? Ducio said, looking at the board in front of him, on which various kinds of knowledge were densely written. Seeing this, Assistant Altarisha turned to explain, oh it's the formula Professor Mason is researching with the doctors. It seems there's some kind of ritual combining alchemy and technology. Hearing her say that, our protagonist was startled. Because he had a pretty good understanding of what this was, could it be the ritual that combines alchemy and techno-magic? The ritual that combines alchemy and techno-magic, the first formula of techno-alchemy. In Mason's corruption arc, the dark mage would collaborate with her to perfect this ritual. The technological gap it would create could cause immeasurable damage. And Altarisha, she's the one who changed the situation. What if she could decipher this ritual before the dark mage did? Thinking that, Ducio spoke up. Assistant Altarisha, do you want a coffee? She replied. No, not that. Do you ever feel frustrated by Professor Mason's pressure? Why are you asking that? She mumbled. Without answering, Ducio began to make her an offer. If there were a way to get satisfying revenge on her, would you want to try? Hearing this from Ducio, the assistant was first a little stunned, then she gently shook her head. Me? I just want to be a lowly assistant. What's the point of revenge? If I get fired, I'll be out on the streets. Well, being homeless has its charms, too. Ducio, noticing her timidity, changed his approach. What if the assistant became an alchemist greater than Professor Mason? So no one would dare underestimate her anymore, Ducio said enthusiastically. They say no one taxes dreams, so hearing that Altarisha's face showed a bit of longing. If that could happen, it would be wonderful. Back to Ducio. Seeing the assistant's expression, he pondered. Altarisha is exhausted. She certainly can't tolerate being just an assistant cleaning this dusty workshop forever. Altarisha has always dreamed of becoming an alchemist and freely creating her own inventions, and she has the talent to make that dream come true. Because she would become the most brilliant alchemical genius of the age. The one who created countless items with extraordinary intelligence and unique ideas. Although she must temporarily set aside her dream because of harsh reality, I'll help her achieve it, Ducio thought inwardly. In any case, having such a talented ally is a huge benefit. Back with Altarisha, after 3 or 4 seconds of daydreaming, she forced a smile and said to the protagonist, "Sorry, I couldn't buy you that coffee after all." "It's fine, assistant," Ducio shook his head. To sum up, as Stella's midterms approached, Ducio frequently visited Altarisha. And today was no different. When he arrived, the assistant greeted the god joyfully. "Oh, you think so too? I was also going to add a color change button feature to the magic pen." "Also add an eraser," Ducio awkwardly suggested. "Like a mechanical pencil, huh? That's a good idea." Altarisha clapped at his suggestion. Then she dove into the design. Watching her so absorbed made the protagonist smile with satisfaction. Good. The number of Altarisha's inventions is steadily increasing, but her ability to decipher formulas is still weak. I have to guide Altarisha to find the solution before Mazen Tyran, but it's too difficult. Thinking this, Ducio felt a bit stuck in his cultivation plan. As he left Altarisha's lab still pondering, the female lead Flame's voice suddenly rang out. "Hey kid, why are you wandering around like a lost soul? You're going to bump into someone if you keep walking like that." Hearing her voice, Ducio spun around and demanded, "Who's the kid?" "You look like a kid," Flame replied. Hearing that, Ducio gritted his teeth. Seriously, I never told him my age, probably because we see each other so often. Thinking that, Ducio forced himself to breathe evenly to calm his anger and said, "Oh well, it's good to see you. Hey, you're acquainted with Zeki, right?" Hearing this question, Flame's face across from him suddenly grew worried. What are you planning to do? Are you going to commit a crime?" "Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. Keep an eye on him a little. He might be having some trouble," Ducio warned seriously, because he knew that if the boy was influenced by darkness, his mood would become very unstable. Turning to Flame and seeing Ducio's attitude, she proudly shared a bit of information. "I'm not sure, but we arranged to hunt together this weekend evening. I'll keep an eye on him." "Yeah, count on you," Ducio nodded. Speaking of which, he was also a bit worried about how the script would unfold next, the hunting season. "No need to ask, I already know where they'll go." That's where Chapter 4 takes place, the Martavis Cemetery. All important characters like Ma Ducio, Azel, and Flame will take part in this event. There will be a large-scale battle featuring a level 5 Death Spirit Mage. I have nothing to do with that plotline, but collecting rewards there would be very beneficial for the familiar bonding ceremony. Time passed quickly. Cut to Master Li Hanwal's location. Ducio met him to hand over some papers. "Here, this is the travel permit." Hearing the protagonist, the cool uncle reached out, took the paper, examined it for a moment and nodded. "Training? Huh, right. Stella doesn't exactly teach swordsmanship or chivalry." Meanwhile, as Ducio waited for Li Hanwal to review things, he noticed an application form lying on the desk. "Is this Ma Ducio's leave application, or should I probe a bit?" Thinking that, and to ensure the script wouldn't go off course, Ducio casually asked, "Lately a lot of people are taking leave to go hunting, right, teacher?" Hearing this, Li Hanwal glanced at him and nodded. "That's right. They all went to Martavis Cemetery for club activities, probably to open a shop." Sure enough, Ma Ducio and Ha Wan Ryong are excellent students and diligent too. Ducio continued lazily to confirm if that super genius would show up there, and as expected, without warning, the teacher blurted it out. No, Ma Ducio said he wanted to go home. And Ha Wan Ryong went with Flame. Hearing this, Ducio's greatest worry came true. The script was drifting. Oh no, what? Without Ma Ducio, how can they survive an attack by a death spirit mage? No idea what wind blew, but Ma Ducio, the one who never goes home without good reason, asked for leave. But one thing's certain, With the current lineup, they can't possibly handle a level 5 Death Spirit mage. What to do? Without solid evidence, you can't request aid. Besides, because of plot power, I can't disclose information too clearly. But I also can't stand by and watch them meet their end. There's no other way. I must step up and resolve this myself. With that thought, Du Sio's eyes showed a bit of determination. Time passed quickly. A few days later, at the Martavis cemetery. This burial ground was being overrun by a group of students farming monsters, and one casually punched a giant purple piranha-like fish to death right in front of him. The red-haired boy smiled and said the creature was only a level 2 monster and this piranha was pathetic. He's a second-year student, Frenzy Venom. Hearing that, another second-year student named Cassif Derrick shouted, "Hey, idiot, you've ruined it all. Did you not hear the school's orders?" Sorry, haha." Frenzy scratched his head, making Cassif even more annoyed. "You can still laugh at this hour." Not far away, a mage seeing their quarrel stepped in to mediate. "Forget him, it's useless to say more. This black-haired girl is a second-year student, Ban Jai-on." After saying that, Ban Jai-on turned to Azel beside her. "Hey, you don't need to pay attention to them." Yes, senpai," Azel replied awkwardly, while Cassif, overhearing, irritably warned, "Hey, we can hear everything." "So what if you did?" Ban Jai-on challenged. "Shut up. Don't you know how to keep your mouth shut around your juniors?" Cassif growled. "No, I don't," Ban Jai-on retorted. Turning back to Azel and watching them, the mage pondered a bit. "I came here because I heard the club that grants special leave is recruiting members. Luckily, they don't seem like bad people." After the quarrel tired out, Ban Jai-on spoke up. "Azel, let's go." Yes, senior," Azel answered. But before the words finished, a terrifying explosion sounded from afar. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. "What was that?" the black-haired mage asked anxiously. "It sounds like someone is fighting fiercely nearby." Hearing that, Ban Jai-on turned to Cassif. "Should we go and check in case they encroach on the hunting area?" "All right, Captain." Yeah," Cassif nodded in agreement. And so the four of them began to move forward together. When they arrived, they were a little surprised, because two groups were grappling with each other, Flame and Bion. Why are Bion and Flame here? Azel wondered to herself, and very quickly, after hearing their story, she began to piece things together. She had clearly defeated the giant piranha after all. "Nonsense, it was in our hunting ground, so it belongs to us," one of them shouted. Hearing this, Azel glanced at the giant fish carcass lying there, and don't ask why there's a fish in a graveyard, just know that it's there. "That's the giant piranha sow. They say it's a rank 3 monster and extremely rare. They're probably fighting over the spoils, so this is just an argument. Getting involved will only cause more trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the man who killed my father. No, I must leave immediately." Thinking that, Azel slowly stepped back a few paces to reduce her presence. However, the dazed young man Cassif, overestimating himself and wanting to show off, stepped forward and said, Hey, seniors. If there's anything, just confide in this senior. The atmosphere is so pleasant." In response to his words, they suddenly saw a stranger butt into the conversation and didn't even glance at him, yelling, "Shut up and get lost." "How dare you speak to seniors like that?" Cassif said stupidly. "If someone is a senior, they should be treated properly," the Princess Bion replied coldly, which left Cassif speechless. Serves the show-off young man right for butting into women's quarrels. Fortunately, their argument couldn't continue for long, because at that moment the ground beneath them suddenly shook loudly, startling the group. "Wait, this energy is, no, impossible. The skeletons are appearing," the group cried out, as a bunch of pale, dried bones crawled up from under the ground and looked at them with cold, emotionless eyes. At the same time, in another corner of the graveyard, Ducio was also farming monsters. A notification sounded coldly. Skill experience increased, attribute experience increased. Hearing that, Du Seo sighed heavily, envying mages who can clear mobs from afar. Oh, if only I could use magic. Why does everything have to be flash, flash, my god? Maybe it's about time. Saying that, Du Seo began looking left and right as if searching for something. Very quickly, he found his target, a tomb not far away. Seeing it, the protagonist's eyes flashed with a bit of joy. Found it. I don't have an overpowered skill to wipe out an army of dry bones like Mage Du Seo, nor overwhelming strength. There's only one way to survive here. That is to fight like a player, he thought. Immediately a tremor occurred, and a notification appeared before Du Seo to alert him. Chapter 4. The Assault of the Undead Mages has begun. No sooner had the notice appeared than a horned skull pushed up from the ground in the soil before Du Seo's tomb. That is the skeletal general, the commander of those hundreds of skeletons, the skeletal general. A sub-boss level monster appears only 3 times this chapter. At my current strength, a head-on confrontation would certainly mean my end. However, I don't intend to do that. With that in mind, just as the sub-boss's head emerged, Du Seo lunged forward, swinging his sword and repeatedly hacking at its head, determined not to let the skeleton fully pull its body out. Go back in. He said this as his arm swung like a machine. The unspoken rule of comics is that when someone transforms or summons, others must stand and watch. But standing still doesn't guarantee safety, and he grinned broadly. Not long after, the poor skeletal general had to sacrifice itself in indignation. Finally, it became Du Seo's new weapon. Looking at the skull staff in his hand, he curled his lip into a thoroughly villainous smile. The bone spine staff was complete. Now the command of the bone troops belongs to me, so let's begin. Saying that, he glanced toward another direction. Returning to Azel's group, they were now completely surrounded by these dry skeletons. After a round of fighting, the group was exhausted, yet the number of bones hardly seemed to decrease. Inside the group, the female lead Flame breathed heavily and assessed the situation. I let my guard down. This is the Undead Mage chapter, but something feels off. If I'm not mistaken, the one who cleared this chapter should be Ma Du Seo, so why are Azel and these people here? Where did Ma Du Seo go? Do I really have to face a level 5 undead mage with these people? She thought, instinctively clenching her staff tighter. Meanwhile, the handsome guy Ha Wenryang spoke to her. I already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy with my pocket watch. Just hold out until they arrive. Hearing this, the others recovered some morale. Right, just wait a bit longer and Stella's professors will arrive. Even if they can't defeat the undead mage, at least we can escape safely. Princess Bion, unlike their comforting thoughts, understood the danger more clearly. Now is not the time for reassurances. This is a graveyard. The longer we delay, the more skeletons will appear. We need to return to base quickly. No sooner had she finished speaking than the bloodthirsty, dry skeletons began to surge forward, causing Zeki to panic and take a few steps back. Don't come near. She screamed, and her terrified shout only excited the skeletons more as they lunged toward her, jaws snapping. Zeki could only close her eyes helplessly, but at the critical moment, Azel used her water magic, firing a large column of water at a skeleton and shattering it into pieces, saving Zeki. Hey, are you okay? Azel asked. Yeah, the tank replied. Beside them, the berserk praised Azel's quick handling. Oh, this freshman's pretty good. Hearing that, the mage kept watching ahead and voiced her thoughts. It seems the undead mage prepared thoroughly. He most likely created an energy container. An energy container is a technique the undead mage uses to store mana. Even undead mages have limited energy. If skeletons are summoned by normal means, a level 3 or level 4 undead mage can summon at most 15. Yet he can control such a vast area. Azel frowned. unsure how much energy that undead mage had actually accumulated. Skeletons were converging here, someone shouted. Seeing such a large army, the berserk's smile stiffened. This looks like a long-planned operation. They probably want to kill us to create skeletal mages, he said, and the berserk focused ahead where three boned soldiers in cloaks exuded a far more dangerous aura than the weaker ones. As for Cassif, even in this shitty dangerous situation he still had time to think about impressing the girls. As captain, I must show my ability. I'll wipe them out with a powerful spell. He began to form some magic circle, but before his spell could complete, a skeletal hand burst from the ground and grabbed his ankle. The young man was startled in panic. Luckily, the berserk was always alert, so when he saw the situation change, he rushed over and punched the skeleton in the face, shattering its skull into pieces. "Don't even try," he shouted. However, after beating that skeleton, a worse problem occurred. Cassif's chant was interrupted, destabilizing his spell. Damn it, he was mid-cast. Thinking that, realizing the danger, the berserk could only gasp. It's about to explode, and bent down. Hearing this, everyone turned to look, eyes wide. "No, if it explodes, will," the princess cried out. Then immediately, a huge explosion occurred, turning the entire scene into a blinding white. Time quickly passed. After the blast ended, it left a large crater in the ground, and members of Stella Academy lay scattered around it, their fates unclear. The only one still standing steady was the female lead Flame, though she was utterly exhausted. "Not good, I'm at my limit. The situation is bad, almost out of energy and no time to recover. Moreover, the enemies are too numerous. Could I really die here?" The more she thought, Flame felt she might really be done for today. At that moment, the bone soldiers seemed to sense her limit and, undeterred, charged to recruit her into their ranks. But just when Flame thought she was surely dead, the bone soldier's body suddenly froze in place. And it wasn't the only one. All the bone soldiers behind it stopped as well. What the bone soldiers have all halted. As she concentrated and observed, she discovered the silhouette of the male lead far behind the skeletons. It was Bitch Ducio. But why was he here? She then noticed his skull-top staff and froze. Is that the skeletal general's head? The skeletal general is far stronger than ordinary bone soldiers and is protected by elite bone troops. Yet he defeated it alone and captured the skeletal general. Unbelievable, but perhaps we're saved, she thought, relieved at finding a way out of death. Time passed quickly, and soon those rescued by Flame began to regain consciousness. "Thank you, you saved our lives," the berserk said gratefully. "It's nothing," Ducio shook his head. Beside them, the mage Azel curiously asked the male lead, "How did you get the skeletal general's head?" Hearing the question, Ducio looked at the staff in his hand and smiled. "Ah, this. I scooped it out of the bone stew pot." He mentally decided not to mention he had been camping where the skeletal general appeared. Across from him, Azel looked at him with a face that clearly read, "No way." Even the sun god coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. Anyway, we need to quickly plan a response. If the undead mage ignores the skeletal general and directly controls the remaining bone soldiers, it'll be a big problem." Hearing that, the berserk asked, "Hey, do you have a plan?" In reply, Ducio said his thoughts. "On the way here, I saw the undead mage had already taken control of the area around the base. Escaping this siege is impossible. Then there's only one way left. Strike straight at the boss," the general said calmly, as if it were no big deal. Unfortunately, the berserk and Cassif don't have nerves of steel like him, so after hearing this proposal, they froze for a few seconds before shouting, "What? Wait, are you out of your mind?" Back with Ducio, seeing their shock, he calmly reviewed things for them. "Didn't you learn this at school? Although the undead mage's summoning power is extremely strong, he himself is very weak, but he has many guards around him," Banjai warned. Opposite them, Du Seo knew this too, but he had no better option. The undead mage controls a very wide area. If we don't attack head-on, we can't break out, the general reaffirmed. At the same time, Du Seo began thinking to himself. The undead mage's guards currently include 1 skeletal general, 6 elite bone troops, and 50 normal bone soldiers. Their numbers are increasing, so this is our only chance. But how can I persuade them? Du Seo frowned in thought, and then, before the male lead could find a solution, the 2 girls Flame and Biyun beside him heard the plan and voiced their support. Fine. Although he seems a bit foolish, his combat experience and strategy surpass ours, Flame nodded. The proud princess also agreed. I agree, honestly, I didn't think we could break this siege, and the undead mage surely won't expect a direct attack. As for Ban Jai-on and the berserk, seeing others agree, they looked at each other and nodded. We don't know what he's basing that confidence on, but we can't break out alone, so we'll cooperate with you, fine. Let's try it before the undead mage notices. Cut to some corner inside the graveyard. A cloaked man paced the area. He was a level 5 undead mage, Sab Huck, from the Black Tower. Unaware that Du Seo's group planned to ambush him, he remained confident he had everything under control. How lucky to find Stella's chicks here. If I turn them into skeletal mages, those Dark Magic Alliance fools won't dare underestimate me. Saying this, he paused, surveying the surrounding graves and thinking. 7 years collecting energy for the container. This place holds 700 bone soldiers. Now no one can look down on me. Imagining this bright future, he couldn't help but break into a smug smile. However, the smile lasted less than 2 seconds before something triggered his senses. What my senses just shifted. Could the skeletal general have been stolen? Sabhuk worriedly thought so, but before he could process it, a powerful magical strike came hurtling at him from behind, slicing through the air. Seeing this, Sabhuk swiftly turned and used his dark magic to summon a white mist wall to block the spell. But after impact, the white mist wall quickly developed cracks. A bone shield created by level 4 magic is cracking. You bastard, I won't spare you, Sabhuk roared a threat. No sooner had he spoken than he realized a massive fireball was racing toward him. Another huge explosion followed. Sadly, it still wasn't enough to defeat the undead mage, as he managed to erect another wall in time to block it. Still, the 2 consecutive strikes were enough to make his skin crawl. I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare attack me directly. Though they're just rookies, they're still Stella students. I don't want to resort to this method. But continuing to confront them directly is too dangerous. I must summon elite bone troops. Thinking it, he acted without hesitation. Sabhuk bit his thumb hard, drawing blood at the fingertip. Then he spread his arms as if exercising and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, come serve me." At his summons, a magic circle appeared at the dark mage's feet. The surrounding ground split into fragments, and quickly elite skeletal warriors rose from the earth, their bones blackened rather than white, indicating their elite status. Back to Sabhuk. After completing the summoning of his minions, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Perhaps from overexertion, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tried to console himself. Although oversummoning the bone troops caused internal injuries, this should suffice. With that, he turned his gaze to the group and shouted, "Stop them." Hearing their master's command, the skeletons roared terrifyingly and charged forward. Seeing this, Sabhuk leisurely found a place to rest and drink. Good, they're fighting well. Now I can relax, he thought with a smile. And at that moment, Du Seo's figure suddenly appeared right behind him. The instant he appeared, Sabhuk sensed him and was so frightened he nearly pissed himself. Who are you?" he shouted. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Sabhuk bellowed. In response, Du Seo just flashed an extremely confident smile and said nothing further. With that confidence, Sabhuk felt even greater pressure. I had sighted all the Stella students through my bone troop's vision, yet no, that is. As he thought this, he looked at the skull-top staff in Du Sio's hand and nearly dropped his eyes. That's my skeletal general. Back to Du Sio. After Sab Huck finished ranting, Du Sio casually threw the staff down and immediately smashed it to pieces. Then, as if linked, the moment the weapon was destroyed, Sab Huck felt a backlash and coughed up several more liters of blood. Damn it, I was far too arrogant. Is this Stella's power? Sab Huck muttered blankly as he stared at Du Sio. Meanwhile, contrary to the confident facade he showed, Du Sio couldn't keep up with the plot's developments in his head. Wait, this wasn't my plan. Madness and Ban Jai-on were supposed to handle the skeletal general and support me, but with the elite bone troops added, they're stuck too. Do I have to fight alone? I'm the weakest among them. Or should I just run? He thought, and the little general immediately played the retreat card. If danger arises, he'll bolt without hesitation. Just as Du Sio debated whether to fight or flee, Sab Huck suddenly began coughing as if from a decade-long untreated tuberculosis. Seeing this frail, potentially dying posture, Du Sio's urge to run gradually weakened. Wait, he seems injured too. Right, he overexerted himself summoning the elite bone troops and suffered internal injuries. Maybe I can handle him. Thinking of the rewards he could reap after defeating the Dark Mage, Du Sio felt the deal might not be as rotten as he thought. Leaving Du Sio aside, back to Princess Bion, she was surrounded by skeletons on all sides. She was panting heavily like an ox. Not good, I must quickly deal with them and get to bitch Du Sio. She thought to herself. Just then the red-headed junior warned aloud, Princess, danger, the undead mage and bitch Du Sio are dueling one-on-one. Hearing that, the princess's eyes widened. What? Bitch Du Sio is only a level 1 mage, while his opponent is a level 5 undead mage. How can he win? If you die, I won't forgive you, bitch Du Sio, Bion said through gritted teeth. Back to the male lead's battle. After a few stunned seconds at Du Sio's appearance, the corpse player Sab Huck immediately launched the first attack. He used some magic that caused gigantic bony fingers to erupt beneath the protagonist's feet, enclosing him like a cage to imprison Du Sio. Seeing this, Du Sio immediately used his blink skill to escape. However, the instant his form reappeared, he sensed that something was targeting him. Sensing this with no time to look back, Du Sio instantly used blink a second time, barely escaping death. Then, since passively taking hits wasn't his tactic, he used blink once more and closed in right beside the dark mage. Not so easy, Sab Huck said, and used magic to summon a misty wall to shield himself. Meanwhile, Du Sio had prepared in advance to deal with someone like this. I've got cola potions ready, the bane of bone troops, for situations like this, he thought, and pulled several vials from his coat, then hurled all the cola from those tubes directly at the wall. The moment the cola touched it, the bone wall hissed and gave off white smoke as it corroded my bone shield. You little rat, dare stab my bones, Sab Huck yelled in fury. Immediately, jagged bone pillars shot up from the ground, aimed straight at the godlike figure. But with his blink skill, he once again dodged cleanly, teleporting behind Sab Huck to strike. At that moment, clutching the sword, he lunged toward him. However, at the same time, Sab Huck suddenly turned and stared at him, smiling as if he'd read him completely. Seeing that expression, Du Sio knew he was screwed. Damn. He muttered inwardly, and sure enough, because Sab Huck had prepared, before Du Sio could reach him, a bone spear shot up from beneath the ground at his feet. It grazed his thigh and shoulder, making his face contort in pain. Not daring to attack recklessly, the protagonist quickly jumped back to maintain distance. Back to Sab Huck. Seeing Du Sio wounded, he laughed triumphantly. You bastard, cause chaos and now suffer the consequences, he said as he summoned a bone spear in his hand. Ducio had to rein in his contempt, wounded as he was. Sabhuk was still level 5. But in other words, that's all he has left. Though level 5, his power is exhausted, so if he takes another strike he'll definitely fall. But the pain is too great for me to focus, so I can't cancel my blink. What to do? Ducio thought with difficulty. While his processor ran at full capacity, suddenly an idea sparked. That's it, this is it, he cried inwardly. Opposite him, the undead mage, puzzled by Ducio's dazed look but unwilling to stall, cheerfully charged to send Ducio to the underworld. Die, he said, tightening his grip on his spear and preparing to thrust forward. At that moment, Ducio's eyes suddenly opened wide. Then he turned and dove forward to flee, but with one leg injured, his jump tripped on some grass, and he tumbled to the ground. This made Sabhuk burst into laughter. "Ha ha, look at the one running from death over there." Ignoring the taunts, Ducio gritted his teeth and urged himself on, just a little more. Then he forced himself up to his feet. Meanwhile, seeing Ducio struggle in despair only excited Sabhuk further. "Struggling is useless. I'll kill you right here," the corpse player loudly declared. Unknown to him, Ducio in front of him suddenly broke into a smile. "I won," he murmured. "The distance between the undead mage and me is 13 meters, so I don't need to cancel my blink." With that thought, without wasting another second, Ducio used his blink and in a flash appeared right before the corpse mage. Giving him no chance to react, Ducio gripped his sword and drove it through the mage's chest. At the same time, on the battlefield where Princess Bion's group was exhaustedly fighting, all the bone troops he had summoned suddenly froze as if the system crashed, then their bodies slowly disintegrated into dust. The bone troops are dissolving. Could it be that bitch Ducio defeated the undead mage? The necromancer friend muttered. "No way, unbelievable, we're saved, we're alive," the group shouted with joy. Over here, after checking the undead mage and making sure he had no breath, Ducio wearily said, "I'm exhausted, let's go home." Time passed quickly, and then the group was escorted back to school by Stella's magical knights. When they met, the cool teacher Lee Hanwal couldn't resist sniping. "You said you were training in green hills and clear waters, but the cemetery air seems awfully fresh, doesn't it?" he said, staring at Ducio with a judging look. Ducio's head slowly dropped. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "According to school rules you'll be punished, no exceptions. However, your willingness to break school rules to protect your friends is commendable. The school will reward you and give appropriate merit points, so wait for that." Having said that, he coldly turned away, and Ducio hurriedly followed with a "Thank you, teacher." Seeing the teacher stop scolding, Ducio exhaled in relief. "I should get going. The doctor said the thigh wound will take a few days to heal, so I need to rest," he thought to himself. Before Ducio noticed, the mage Azel had been staring at him and then asked, "Ah, Azel, what is it?" In response, she said, "Thanks for today." Hearing that, Ducio smiled and replied, "Yeah, treat me to a meal next time." After thanking him, her face showed some hesitation as she asked further, "So can I do the same? If I try hard, can I be like you?" she asked, turning to the protagonist with a look full of hope. Just looking at her somewhat panicked, directionless face made Ducio feel a bit afraid inside. This is bad. Azel would never ask that under normal circumstances. It must be because I interfered. My interference forced Azel into a challenge she didn't win, he thought. To patch things up and fix his mistake, Ducio offered her some advice. "You probably don't need to ask me that. You've done what others deemed impossible, that's a miracle. How could that be?" Azel asked in bewilderment, as if asking how Ducio could be so sure. Before she could say more, Ducio explained, "Because I've always been watching you." "Huh?" Azel exclaimed, and her face flushed bright red. Seeing that, Ducio cursed himself silently. Wait, by saying that, aren't I admitting I'm a stalker? What the hell did I just say? Wow, I almost got caught. Thinking that, the poor guy panicked, hurriedly made an excuse and bolted. I gotta go. Back to Azel, Ducio's words had truly made her small heart skip a beat. No one had ever cared about the child of a traitor like me. But someone had been watching me all along. Is this a miracle? She wondered inwardly. Time passed quickly. Many days later, to reward the students who fought the undead mage, the school held an awards ceremony today. It was just an awards ceremony, yet there were magic officials, the mage tower, reporters, and nobles. They're making a big deal of this, Ducio grumbled, scanning the crowd. He then glanced at the princess beside him with some puzzlement. She looked really excited, didn't she? Catching the protagonist's gaze, she immediately reverted to her cold, haughty manner. What are you looking at? Nothing, Ducio replied. Cut to the podium. Once everyone was present, Teacher Lee Hanwal stood for the faculty and said, "Order, please. Today we will award 12 students who bravely fought the Dark Mage, and the prizes will be personally presented by the headmaster." Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to the small headmaster Chibai standing before them. Wow, that's the pinnacle of humanity, a level 9 mage. Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old, always wearing a kind smile but nicknamed the Butcher. The strongest mage in the world, Ducio thought to himself. Unaware of the students' wild thoughts, the small headmaster went around patting shoulders and encouraging them. You've worked hard. Continue to be brave and strive on. And so the young Shota began presenting awards to each student. When it came to Ducio, the headmaster fixed his gaze on him intently, making Ducio feel an immense pressure. Just looking at him you can feel the pressure. This is the power of a level 9 mage, one of only 10 in the world. But I couldn't look away. Thinking that, he widened his eyes oddly, looking completely spaced out. Seeing his expression like that, Headmaster Chibai chuckled. You're still so diligent, just as I expected. With that he turned and walked away, leaving Ducio behind with a puzzled look, unsure what the comment meant. What did the head mean by that? Not caring further, after awarding all the students, Uncle Lee Hanwal announced, "The awards ceremony is concluded." Back to Ducio. After returning to his room and looking over the awards the school had given, he finally felt his efforts fighting the undead mage were fully deserved. Oh, 5 million credits reward, that's generous. I won't have to worry about money for a long time. Not only that, I also received an energy containment vial, said to be the heart of an undead mage. Although it's not usable yet, Altarisha will soon craft the dimensional container, then carrying items will be much easier. Before that, I need to help her solve the formula combining alchemy and magic tech. Fortunately, the others happily gave their rewards to me. Now for the system rewards. He opened the system screen to check, and a notification quickly appeared. Chapter 4, The Attack of the Undead Mage completed. A vast amount of experience awaits you. Thanks to a creative and unique storyline lead, the Constellation Project grants extra rewards. Reward 1, a weaker version of an in-game used item. Reward 2, a weaker version of a learned in-game skill. Reward 3, experience points. Ducio glanced at the rewards and his excitement halved. Those things again. Honestly, I'm torn. But right now the most important thing is to get experience points for Blink. Mentioning that, remembering the moment I nearly died at the hands of that dark mage sent a chill through Ducio. The battle had shown how weak he really was. Hard work alone isn't enough. I must use my knowledge to go further, Ducio told himself. Meanwhile, the system began pumping experience into him. Rewarding. Blink skill has accumulated enough experience. Level up. Blink level 2. Max range 12 m, max charges 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Outside, after leveling the Blink skill, a gentle aura covered him, making him feel light and refreshingly energetic. as if he just finished a fun activity. Finally, I've stored 3 blinks. Now I can use blink more freely. If that's done, next is Azel, Ducio whispered. Time passed quickly. Cut to the meditation class, the sole journey Azel attended. While she was meditating, suddenly a voice rang in her head, Azel. Hearing it, she startled awake and scolded herself. Oh no, when did I doze off? Unaware she'd fallen asleep for ages, the small spirit before her continued telepathically. Azel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic while meditating, using spells? Azel asked with a puzzled look. The spirit explained, look above your head. She glanced up and discovered, somehow, 2 blue crystal gems like ice were floating above her head. Seeing them, the mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any formula or calculation. Thinking this, she paused and looked at the other students, wondering, didn't anyone else notice? Even level 1 magic requires a mana flow when completed. If this is truly the effect of meditation, did someone anticipate this in advance? The thought made her swallow nervously. Time flew. When the meditation session ended, the poor girl treated herself to a pastry. Looking at the pastry in her hand, Azel's face lit up with happiness. Thanks to the reward money, she could buy a red bean cream bun for 1,500 credits. So happy. She had just taken 1 bite when suddenly, Prince Jeremy unexpectedly came over and greeted her. Azel, have you joined any clubs yet? Hearing that, Azel paused her meal, looked up and answered, ah, not yet. Well then, do you want to join my club? Jeremy suggested. What are the conditions? Azel asked, not believing such a lucky break could fall into her lap. No conditions, I'm simply fond of you, Jeremy waved his hand. Saying that, Azel didn't trust him for a second. Liar, he only approaches me to turn me into his trophy, she thought. Meanwhile, the prince stepped closer and whispered in her ear, you don't trust me. Azel, I truly have no conditions. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can give you so many things, you know who I am. Turning to Azel, she of course knew his identity better than anyone. The Skarlvan Empire is at odds with the Adalvit Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my hard life would end. I wouldn't get overjoyed by a simple red bean bun anymore. I wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being the traitor's daughter. Although she knew she shouldn't, thinking of that softened Azel's face a little, as she was about to speak, but I. At this, the prince smiled smugly, as if he'd achieved his aim. However, things never go so smoothly. Before Azel could respond, the female lead Flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slapped her. Both Azel and Jeremy froze in shock. Not only them, Flame herself only came to her senses after she finished. Regaining awareness of her action, she spun on her heel and snapped, "You trash, claiming you want to date me, yet secretly flirting with someone else behind my back. I told you I like you, and now you want to abandon me. Come with me, we need to talk. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and follow me." As she spoke, Flame grabbed Azel's hand and ran off, only stopping when they reached a secluded spot. Only after ensuring Jeremy hadn't followed did Flame exhale in relief. Phew, that was close. Seeing her like that, Azel asked, "What's going on?" Flame briefly explained, "Never mind, you're welcome. You should thank me. If you refuse him outright, he'll pester you to death. Anyway, sorry for hitting you, I'm off." With that, Flame turned and left, leaving the blue-haired mage dumbfounded and still processing everything. Noticing this, Flame wondered to herself afterward, was what I did right? If Azel joined the club as in the original story, Jeremy would have ruined her. I tried not to interfere with the original plot, but looking at bitch Ducio, he's not so bad. She wondered whether he'd noticed her lie. Meanwhile, in his private chamber, Prince Jeremy could of course easily see through her lie. Sipping a cup of tea in front of him, he smiled and said, The girl is adorable, pretending to lie to steal someone from me. Interesting, even more entertaining than Azel. I want her for myself. Time passed quickly. Cut to Professor Lee Hanwal's class. He pointed at a screen behind him and explained, "Today we'll begin a simulated monster combat practical in this exercise. Our target isn't the level 1 or level 2 monsters like before, but mid-tier level 3 monsters, much tougher foes. Here's the procedure. Form teams, study the monsters, and defeat them with proper tactics. After selecting a mid-tier monster to attack, you'll have practice time to learn how to deal with them. Go to the Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt mid-tier monsters matching your attribute. Class A and Class S will practice together. The assessment will take place in 4 days. Form teams of up to 6 and submit your list to me," the stern instructor ordered. This made the mage Azel sick to death of it. Sigh. "I hate group work most of all," she thought with an inner sigh. Before other voices could draw attention, "Princess, will you be on my team?" "No, I can do fine," someone else spoke up. "What are you saying? It's my turn," another objected. Seeing the scene of Princess Bion being surrounded by everyone. Suddenly, Azel felt a surge of humiliation. Before Adelvit destroyed her family, she was surrounded by the same flattery. Both began from similar origins, the Morph Duke family with an ice attribute, and the Adu Levitt royal family with a fire attribute. When these two families competed for dominance in the magical world, Bion and Azel were born with innate talent. "Back then I thought I was the chosen one. Can I now take revenge on Adelvit?" Thinking that, the small mage unconsciously hugged herself, unsure she could avenge her family. When she was all alone, and at her loneliest, Ducio came over and suggested, "Hey, are you going alone?" Hearing the call, Azel snapped back to attention and replied, "What's up?" Hearing that, the male lead grinned brightly and asked, "Form a team with me." "Form a team?" Azel asked again, as if she couldn't believe her ears. To clarify, Ducio explained, "You know there's no minimum team size, right? We'll form a duo and get bonus points for a small team." He outlined his plan. However, Azel thought this guy had lost his mind. "Are you crazy? How could 2 people handle a mid-tier level 3 monster?" Without further explanation, Ducio looked at her and gave a mysterious smile. "So, do you agree or not?" Seeing his confident stance, after a few seconds of thought, the mage had no other choice. "I agree. I don't have anyone else to team with anyway. Fine, I'll submit the list." Ducia nodded and quickly went to inform Professor Lee Hanwal. For some reason, right after Ducio left, the proud Princess Bion ran up to Azel and said, "Hey." Her call startled the mage, who stepped back a few paces with an awkward look. "What is it? If you're trying to compete with me, what are you babbling about? Mind your own business, you pig in human clothing." The princess insulted her and immediately turned to leave. "It's not like I'm competing with you because of bitch Ducio." Back in Bion's thoughts, anger rose within her. How annoying. Am I really going to lose to a loser and a commoner? Although she could team with anyone. At least there should be the strongest knight for advantage. Thinking this, she glanced at the strongest young man in the game. Ducio, the one no one had dared approach. "Hey Ducio," he heard someone call him. Ducio's eyes flashed with mild surprise as he turned and said, "Hello, princess. What is it?" "Have you formed a team yet?" Bion asked bluntly. "Not yet, I plan to go alone," he replied. "Then team up with me," the haughty girl proposed. In response, Ducio smirked and asked back, "Huh, is that necessary?" Hearing that, the princess glanced aside at Ducio and Azel. Bitch Ducio and Azel had already teamed up. I think they're not targeting ordinary mid-tier monsters. They're aiming for special mid and large-tier monsters. "Once again, team up with me," she said, turning to the super-talented young man, ignoring Bion. But whenever Ducio is involved, he gets interested. I see, sounds intriguing. I've wanted to spar with bitch Ducio at least once. Fine. Then I'll rely on you, Bion said with a bright smile. She then glanced at Ducio and Azel and murmured to herself, bitch Ducio and Azel morph. This time I'll take them both down. Time passed quickly. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated monster combat began, cut to the Stella Dome. Seeing his students gathered, Professor Lee Hanwall picked up a roster and nodded. All right, we'll now begin the assessment for Class S and Class A. And so the test commenced. With prior preparation, most teams didn't struggle too much fighting the monsters. Oh, Team 16, full mugreka. This mid-tier monster looks manageable, the group nodded while watching the battle. Meanwhile, the heroine Flame, warming up at the back, reassured herself. It's fine. I trained hard. I can't hunt special non-attribute monsters or large special monsters for points, but if I alone defeat this mid-tier level 3 monster, that's enough for a perfect score. Speaking of monster strength, normally it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a mid-tier level 1 monster. And with attribute advantage, ample experience, and favorable terrain, taking down higher-tier monsters becomes achievable. I use light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, so I just have to accept that. Thinking this, Flame paused and looked at the mage Azel with saddened eyes. She hoped Azel would do well on the test. In the original story, Bion made things difficult so Azel couldn't form a team and scored the lowest. At that time, I even intended to recruit her. But with bitch Ducio by her side, Azel's future would surely brighten, Flame thought to herself. At the same time, below in the arena, that other monster was already defeated by Team 16. Good job, Team 16. You've worked hard. Next, Team 17 to the arena, Lee Hanwall called. Hearing this, Flame snapped back to attention and replied, Yes, sir. Saying that, she quickly hurried down. As she passed by Ducio, she stepped on her thick shoelace knot, causing her to stagger and lurch forward. Luckily, Ducio reacted quickly and reached out to steady her. Thank you, Flame said. You're welcome. Tie your shoelace. Ducio waved his hand, glancing down at his own shoelace that had somehow come undone. Flame was a bit puzzled too. Zeki had tied them firmly earlier. Never mind, good thing I noticed it. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. With that thought, she hurried down to the training ground. Seeing her take the test alone, the onlookers were full of surprise and whispers. He's doing the test by himself. It seems so. Then, when Flame's opponent appeared, they were even more shocked. No way, he's going to handle that monster alone. A giant boar. That monster has no special attribute, so there's no elemental counter. They worried for Flame as they spoke, but ignoring that, once Flame was ready, Lee Hanwall announced, Team 17, begin the test. No sooner had he finished than the boar coiled its legs, gathered force, and charged forward like a tank. Seeing its ferocity, the crowd felt chills. Look at that frantic rush. How could she possibly handle it alone? Ignoring the chatter, Flame drew a deep breath to steady herself, then murmured spells to prepare. The whisper of petals on the wind sounded, and a radiant golden magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Then dozens of thick vines burst from the ground around the boar's belly, coiling tightly around its body, making it squeal miserably as it thrashed to escape in vain. Seeing that, Flame used another spell called Matter Transformation. The vines that were winding around the boar's body slowly began to turn to stone. Not done yet, she murmured inwardly. She then cast another spell, creating a blazing golden magic seal above her head. At the same time, sensing imminent danger, the boar thrashed violently and managed to tear apart the binding vines. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it lunged toward Flame. But just as its sharp jaws were about to reach her slight frame, her spell completed, and from within the magic seal above a destructive blast of energy shot out. It struck straight into the boar's open mouth, creating a massive hole from front to back. The result: with that single blow the boar let out one pitiful cry and collapsed dead like a dog. The watching crowd on both sides, seeing the heroine finish the test so swiftly, couldn't help but exchange awed looks. Wow, that's terrifying. Our five-person team couldn't even beat a mid-tier monster. Who is he? Back with Flame, she breathed out in relief. Phew, it's finally over. Professor Lee Hanwal's voice rang out. Next, we'll begin Team 31's test. Hearing this, Du Seo turned to look, eyes wide. How did I miss that? She wondered. Because the team now entering the arena was Princess Bion with the young Ma Du Seo. Look, the princess. Go, princess, shouted the fans as their cheers rose when they appeared. Meanwhile, Flame frowned at this deviation from the script. Why is Bion teaming with Ma Du Seo instead of someone from her own faction? In the original story, they had nothing to do with each other. What on earth is this lineup? The more she thought about it, the more puzzled Flame became. Back at the arena, the monster chosen by Team 31 had been summoned. A giant merfolk, yellow pupils, deep blue skin with red markings, looking ferocious. Just from its stance, people felt a chill run down their spines. Wait, that's a Hydra. My God, that's a special monster from mid to large tier. As expected of the princess, amazing to find such a rare monster to hunt, the onlookers exclaimed. Meanwhile, with her gaming knowledge, Flame had a clearer read. It's not just a special mid-to-large monster. Bion and Ma Du Seo's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. The Hydra is a water-type monster with high fire resistance and can fly. It completely counters both Bion and Ma Du Seo. Not only aiming at special mid-to-large monsters, everyone else fails. They even gave up elemental advantages. They're aiming for maximum points, but that's a score only achievable if they succeed. Thinking this, Flame felt a bit hopeful. She wondered how this pair would perform. Back in the arena, just as Flame predicted, the two wing-like appendages folded against the Hydra's back suddenly spread wide and fluttered like dragonfly wings, letting it hover in midair. Then the monster let out a dreadful roar to intimidate the group. However, those roars weren't enough to scare the two student combatants in front. Begin, Bion said. Understood, princess, Ma Du Seo replied with a smile. Then for some reason, Ma Du Seo suddenly stepped back a few paces, leaving the observers puzzled. What are they planning to do? I thought they'd attack immediately, but the knight is stepping back while the mage stands forward. What's going on? Ignoring the surrounding spectators' chatter, Ma Du Seo just gave a faint smile. He gathered force in his legs and leapt forward powerfully, using some kind of magic, judging by his expression. His fanatic friend praised him. Oh, nice jump for a freshman. Beside him, Ban Jai-on was still a bit bewildered, but at that level he still couldn't reach the Hydra. Moreover, jump boosts can't be used midair. What are they plotting? She wondered. As she thought, that leap couldn't reach the Hydra's height, but at that moment, Ma Du Seo waved his wand. He conjured a slab of stone from thin air. It gave him a foothold to propel himself, and at the same time, a fireball from Flame was shot straight at that stone slab. When it collided, it produced a thrust that flung Ma Du Seo's body high into the air. A bit further, wow, unbelievable, the fanatic muttered, stunned by the sight. Then once atop the Hydra, Ma Du Seo quickly used his earth magic. He formed a gigantic fist and struck the hulking creature. The heavy body was launched like a rocket down to the ground. But it wasn't over. Taking advantage of the Hydra's dazed state before it recovered, he waved his wand again. The ground erupted with countless sharp stone shards arranged to impale and press together, pinning the hulking body inside and driving it mad. However, a special monster is still a special monster. Those stone shards alone weren't enough to hold it. The Hydra gaped and let out an enraged roar. then gathered all its strength and violently twisted, breaking the bindings around it. Just as predicted, it tried to run, but it was already too late because the princess's spell had completed, Ma Du-seo said with a smile. Beside him, Princess Bion was now enveloped in a fierce aura of fire energy. She then pointed her war staff forward, and immediately a towering column of flame descended onto the Hydra's crown, making it scream as if its lair were on fire. The surrounding spectators even began to smell grilled fish from it. "Oh my God, it's in agony. The Hydra has very high fire resistance," they said to one another in shock. Meanwhile, to finish it off, Du-seo added his lightning magic, Vado. "It's over," he said coldly. Another bolt of thunder then struck down from above, formally turning the Hydra blackened and charred like a roasted fish. On both sides, observers felt pity seeing the Hydra so utterly beaten, taken down before it could react. This year's students are truly terrifying. At this level, they could rival a third-year senior. Geniuses are like that, they murmured about Bihun. Hearing the chatter, she felt a bit smug inside. How about that, Beak Du-seo? No matter which monster you choose, you won't be able to beat me. This time I'll definitely win, she said, glancing toward the arena as Du-seo and Azel's team entered the field. Give me 5, the sun god requested. His request instantly fell the entire stands into stunned silence. Only after a few seconds did some students come to their senses and exclaim in dazed voices, "Did I just hear what he said? 5 monsters when people are struggling with one mid-tier monster. Are these two really going to choose 5? I've heard rumors, but is Beak Du-seo crazy?" Everyone turned their full attention to Du-seo, as if wanting to see what he was thinking to dare make such a request. Although the teachers didn't understand why he wanted to show off, they had no reason to refuse. At his request, 5 mid-tier monsters as large as buildings appeared shortly after, encircling the 2 in the center. "Summoning complete," a professor announced. Over here, a professor from the Monster Research Department named Bitchin eyed the summoned creatures with surprise, as if he'd noticed something. These 5 monsters include a giant frog with its tongue lolling out, called Heimer Raydun. This enormous black ox is the black sand wild ox. A pelican, a water slime. And the final monster is sensitive bat. Could this lineup be? He whispered. Elsewhere, the third princess, puzzled by Du-seo's request to fight these 5 monsters, turned to her teammate and asked, "Hey, Ma Du-seo, do you understand this?" In response, the genius merely shook his head slightly. The protagonist's real purpose, probably not. I'm curious what Du-seo is plotting. I'm a bit looking forward to it. He then refocused his gaze forward and observed the 2. Cut to the cool teacher Lee Hanwal. Before Du-seo's test officially began, he asked, "I just want to ask one thing. Who decided this monster lineup?" "I did," Du-seo nodded. Hearing that, Lee Hanwal bluntly remarked, "You're a knight, so you can easily score in dangerous situations like this, but a bishop cannot. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop." The professor's doubt didn't surprise Du-seo much. He simply smiled and affirmed, "No, this strategy was designed specifically for a bishop." His words once again stirred the crowd into discussion. Professor Lee Hanwal, hearing Du-seo speak so confidently, asked no further. "I see. All right, then let's begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 5 giant monsters slowly closed in on Du-seo and Azel, their huge, murderous eyes fixed on the 2, making them swallow nervously. Then Du-seo suddenly asked, "Can you do it?" "Of course." Azel nodded, though sweat kept beading on her face. "Just trust me," Du-seo added. "That sounds too casual," the blue-haired girl complained. Then Du-seo also said that he trusted Azel. This made the bishop fall into a bit of thought. Recalling the previous evening, Du-seo, he really is hard to read. At that time, while Azel was trailing after him, She couldn't help her curiosity and asked, "Hey, why me? With a skilled knight like you, you could pick anyone else, right?" The girl's question left Du Xiao a little reflective for a few seconds before he answered, "There are indeed many talented people. For example, in terms of raw firepower, no mage can match Biyun. And for control abilities, Flame is unrivaled. Ma Du Xiao is the strongest freshman, that's indisputable. Ha Wen Riang or Adalin, those who specialize in single-target attacks, also suit me well." "So then why?" Azel asked again. "Still, I feel you are the most suitable person. That's all there is to it." "Shall we continue now?" The male lead replied softly and quickly moved forward. He didn't know his words had made Azel's face flush slightly. Back in the present, the bishop gripped her staff tightly and reminded herself, "Although I still don't understand your meaning, you must have a reason for choosing me. Then I'll show you." As she spoke, she began to use her magic, generating a considerable burst of energy that let her hover in midair. The other contestants watching the battle couldn't hide their astonishment and shouted, wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? Impossible. That phenomenon only happens when level 6 mages or higher enter a trance. If one concentrates, the mana flow can reverse and you could be crippled. He's only a freshman." Their voices were full of shock and concern for Azel. Back to Du Xiao's perspective. Although he had anticipated it, seeing Azel easily enter supernatural resonance still made him admire her inwardly. Truly worthy of candidacy for Winter Queen. He gave a slight smile. "So, shall we begin?" The 2 versus 5 mid-tier monster battle officially commenced. Du Xiao gathered power in his legs and launched skyward, activating Blink. In a flash, he appeared right beside the giant frog Heimer Raiden. The sudden appearance made the massive creature tremble in surprise. Before it could react, a razor-sharp sword descended. Die. Du Xiao's sword tore through the air and struck the frog's chest, leaving a deep wound. Heimer Raiden screamed miserably, its giant body trembling, eyes full of terror. It opened its mouth as if to retaliate, but the pain pinned it in place as it wailed like a child. Du Xiao did not press the attack and immediately stepped back to keep a safe distance. First, Heimer Raiden is done. Next is the Black Sand Wildox. He shifted his gaze to the next target. Across from him, the gigantic black ox stood towering. From his perspective, it seemed to suddenly change its state. Its eyes burned red like a wild beast about to go mad. It began to turn, its face staring at the horn on the frog beside it that glowed red. That red light infuriated it. It wanted to tear it apart, crush it immediately. Huff! The Black Sand Wildox drew a deep breath, its whole body tensing as its hooves stamped the ground repeatedly, preparing for a powerful charge. This was exactly the reaction Du Xiao had been waiting for. Seeing its posture about to attack, the corner of his mouth curved slightly. The plan has succeeded, just as predicted. The way to deal with 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to make them enemies of one another. Thus, the Black Sand Wildox's sudden attack acted like a drumbeat signaling the start of chaos. Somehow, the monsters suddenly turned on each other, leaving the onlooking students stunned with surprise. "Oh my God, what is that? The monsters are attacking each other." To explain this, one must speak of Du Xiao's prior preparation. After all, he'd had experience breaking games. His plan was to make the monsters hostile and attack one another. In other words, this is using a borrowed sword to kill, a tactic that exploits others' power to defeat enemies without expending one's own. Veteran Ether World players had asked, how can a small group destroy a large number of monsters? After countless trials, they found the method: exploit the monster's traits and attributes. The first step is to attack the giant frog Heimer Raiden. When attacked, the horn on the frog's head emits a red glow, and that red light stimulates the Black Sand Wildox's attack instinct. When the black sand wilducks is agitated, it sprays sand around. And if that sand sticks to the water slime, a reaction will occur. The slime will immediately generate a massive amount of water to keep its skin moist. On this side, Ducio saw the water already reaching his feet and nodded as everything proceeded according to his plan. Good. Thanks to the school's barrier, the water is rising quickly. Next then, thinking that, Ducio turned his gaze to the bird behind them. When Cadden senses moisture, it emits a piercing scream at frequencies above 7 octaves. The terrible sonic wave from its mouth immediately provokes the sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Angered by the sound, the bat immediately targeted the bird, using its sharp feet to kick straight at the other's head. The kick was so strong the bird was flung backward and slammed into the water slime. In retaliation, the water slime spun around and flailed an arm, creating a jet of water that struck both of them. Incidentally, this only drove the two large creatures into greater fury. And so, the battlefield transformed into a chaotic mess of monsters fighting wildly. Seeing this scene, the observing professors realized this was no coincidence. Only meticulous calculation could have caused the monsters to attack one another like this. All those monsters are attacking each other. Does this kid know the traits of each species? Even I, a monsterology expert, never thought of this. Incredible, the long-haired professor said. However, there was one thing he hadn't noticed. The female professor beside him had to point out. What's even more amazing is Azel Morph's concentration. She could maintain the mana flow and stay focused in such chaos. Surely it was because she completely trusted her knight. The group looked ahead, silently awaiting what would happen next, back to Ducio, while he quietly scanned the surroundings to ensure nothing was off. He suddenly noticed something. When the bird and the bat collided, the giant Cadden bird was knocked toward Azel, who was still concentrating her energy. Seeing that, Ducio immediately used Blink, closed in on the foul bird and delivered a powerful kick to it. The blow was so strong its body flew off like an inflated balloon. However, before they could rest, a colossal rock suddenly fell from above onto Azel like a meteor crashing down. Fortunately, the protagonist had already sensed the danger. He used Blink to appear before the bishop and swung his sword, cleaving the rock in two. Watching him run around non-stop to protect Azel, the genius mage Ducio laughed and said, "Hey, princess. Do you think Ducio seems like the ideal knight? Just like a knight protecting a princess." His words made Bion's gaze briefly pause. Below, Ducio kept flying left and right to intercept attacks. And his efforts were by no means wasted. After a period of closing her eyes to focus her energy, Azel's jade-like eyes opened once more. This time she completed the spell she had prepared, Crystal Blossom. At that moment, countless sharp ice pillars began to sprout from behind her, spreading across the arena. The largest ice pillar rose directly behind Azel, even taking the shape of a blooming flower. The moment she cast the spell, the whole battlefield fell silent at the sight. "Wow, it's so beautiful," someone blurted out. Down on the arena floor, the 5 giant monsters were completely frozen by the frigid magic. Seeing her monsters temporarily held by her magic, Azel did not want to dally. "Shatter!" Azel shouted. And immediately countless sharp ice shards burst from inside the giant ice flower, flying forward like a storm of needles. The giant monsters, immobilized, could only stand and take it, unable to retaliate. Is that it? They really defeated 5 mid-tier monsters with just 2 people. A few murmurs rose from the crowd. However, someone else suddenly noticed and shouted, "Wait, look, the monsters are awakening." From everyone's view, Azel's previous attack hadn't been strong enough to finish them. They were now breaking free from the frozen state. This made the professors a bit regretful. In the end, they couldn't finish them. What a shame. but with that performance they'll still score very highly. Cut to Azel. The bishop showed no great surprise that her attack hadn't been enough to kill the monsters. In fact, she had anticipated it. As soon as the ice spell ended, Azel immediately began chanting another spell. A ball of lightning slowly gathered, emitting a dangerously charged aura as it flashed in the air. "Descend," Azel said coldly. The moment that sound ended, a gigantic column of lightning erupted from Azel's palm. The entire arena seemed to be bathed in nothing but a golden hue from its glow. Then, at their position, there was a deafening explosion, and the monsters that had just woken were jolted and convulsed by the lightning strike. Looking at the potency of that magic, even Azel found it hard to believe herself. Is this my magic? So, I can do this too, just as he had said. As Azel thought, she recalled the memory from the previous evening when Du Seo had suggested the two of them fight 5 mid-sized monsters at once. Of course, when she first heard it, Azel thought Du Seo had lost his mind to say something like that. "Huh, 5 at once? Are you crazy?" "No, you can do it and I believe in you. So trust me, the one who believes in you," Du Seo said with utter confidence. His faith placed in Azel made her feel something different stirring in her mind. Before, I had nothing, no faith in the path I had chosen, nor someone to tell me that the path was right. But now it's different. Now I will no longer be lost, Azel told herself. Unknowingly, she now had Du Seo as a guiding torch in her life. Back in the present, with all 5 mid-sized monsters defeated, the referee professor's voice rang out. "The test for Group 32 ends here." Hearing this, the bishop couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Perhaps she hadn't realized how long it had been since she'd last smiled. Back to Du Seo. To avoid the lightning strike, he quickly plunged his sword into the wall and kept himself suspended in midair. Seeing the power of that bolt made the hair on his arms stand on end. "That almost pulled me in. At least give a warning before doing that," the general grumbled inwardly. Not long after, the results of the test were posted on the wall for all students to see. The paper listed the simulated monster battle results. First place was Group 32 with 199 points, consisting of Beak Du Seo and Azel Morph. Second place was Group 31 with 127 points, consisting of Ma Du Seo and Bion Adelevet. Looking at the posted results, since the outcome had been predicted, the third princess wasn't too disappointed. Completely lost. Even after choosing special mid and large monsters that countered our attributes, we still lost. I guess I have to accept it, she sighed. Meanwhile, the genius Ma Du Seo didn't seem upset at all. He even teased the princess. "Oh, are you accepting it that quickly?" "HMPH, shut up," Bion snapped coldly. But then she began glancing at the genius and comparing things in her mind. But if my knight were Beak Du Seo, could I have achieved that result? I could use magic no less skillfully than Azel. Then why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If there were a perfect knight in this world, it should be my knight, the perfect queen's knight, right? Thinking this, a wave of annoyance rose within the princess. She bit her lip slightly, her gaze growing colder as she studied the posted results. Actually admitting defeat is me lying. I cannot accept it. It's so perplexing. I need to investigate Beak Du Seo more thoroughly. Thinking this, the princess turned and walked off as if she intended to investigate Du Seo immediately. However, her steps suddenly halted when she noticed another girl staring directly at her. This was someone Bion knew and who put her on edge, Sayalan Orkin. Did she come because she heard I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor, truly a troublesome woman? Bion complained inwardly, then hurried off, brushing past Sayalan without so much as a greeting. What she didn't know was that after she left, Sayalan's gaze stayed fixed on her retreating back, and muttered, still so inexperienced. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the school's library area. At that moment, the heroine Flame was still focused on her studies. However, the test results made it hard for her to study as usual. She paused with her pen in hand and thought, the power Azel displayed earlier. I didn't expect her crystal to bloom so quickly. That magic crystal is Azel's signature spell, and it only appears when she overcomes hardship and regains her confidence. According to the original story, Azel should be collapsing more and more by now. And yet now she casts the crystal art in front of everyone. This must definitely be thanks to Baek Do-seo. In the original romance novel, Do-seo and Azel face the apocalypse together. But what if there's a side story I don't know about? What if Baek Do-seo, an obscure character who loved Azel, chose to reincarnate instead of Ma Do-seo? At the moment, the world was doomed. Reincarnating for the one he loved, even if the price was being forgotten by the very person he loved. Would Baek Do-seo truly have no regrets, the love for which he would trade his very existence to turn back time? What would that feel like? Flame silently pondered. If Do-seo knew these thoughts of hers, he'd probably clutch his stomach laughing to death. Scene shift to the protagonist's location. In the dead of night, Do-seo still had to get up to check the notifications he'd just received. Chapter 5. Monster Battle Simulation has ended. You have gained a large amount of experience. You successfully steered the story in a positive direction. The Constellatio project will grant additional rewards. After reading the notice, Do-seo fell into thought again. What reward should I choose this time? His skills had been considerably strengthened. Best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking this, Do-seo quickly listed the items he needed and said, I'll choose the item, the Yphanal leaf key. At his request, the system was silent for a few seconds as if checking something. Then, after several dozen seconds, it dispensed his reward. System is verifying. Reward has been granted. As the notification finished, a silver key appeared before Do-seo. Seeing the system grant him the item, Do-seo cheerfully shouted, Great! The Yphanal leaf key. Though not an artifact, it was one of the extremely rare items only high-level players could own. It is a key to the dwelling of the divine. But to use it he had to go outside. However, because of the recent Death Mage incident, conditions for going out have been tightened. What now? The more he thought, the more Do-seo's brows furrowed. Until suddenly an idea popped into his head. He quietly exclaimed, That's right, the club. Time quickly passed to the next morning, and Do-seo had just finished filling out a simple Poor Me essay. Growing up, my family was poor and we rarely ate out like others. Whenever my mother went to work, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. When I got tired of instant noodles, I insisted on having something tasty. My mother used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and invited her to eat with me, but for some reason she didn't eat. She said she didn't like black bean noodles. After skimming through and confirming that this poverty story essay was very touching, Do-seo yawned a few times and said contentedly, All right, that's done for now. Now let's go find a club. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the bulletin board covered with flyers. Do-seo took the opportunity to scan the area to find a suitable club. Standing before countless membership notices, Do-seo pondered which club to choose. But which club should I join now? Among all these clubs, not many are allowed to operate openly outside, so I have to think carefully. Thinking that, Do-seo glanced at the Bishop Azel beside him and asked, Hey, you're looking for a club too? Haven't joined one yet. Do-seo's sudden question startled Azel a little. Her voice was slightly flustered. What? Why? You'd think clubs would be clamoring to recruit you, Do-seo said, frowning. Don't you know who I am? Azel asked. Well, I know you're Azel, who else? You've been pretty famous lately. Do-seo's compliment made Azel even more embarrassed. Ah, well, I suppose that's true. For Do-seo, looking at the bishop beside him prompted some thoughts. After the test, Azel's reputation had changed significantly. She must have noticed it herself. Back to Azel. To ease her embarrassment, she cleared her throat a few times and said, "But you have to choose a club carefully." At the same time, while the two were whispering to each other, the genius friend came over and clapped the protagonist on the shoulder in a very familiar manner. However, Arducio coolly brushed Maducio's hand away. Seeing this, the genius wasn't angry and still smiled, saying, "I've seen your test results. Also, I heard you led the hunt for the Death Mage. You're really talented." "Ah, it was just luck." Ducio waved his hand, but his attitude seemed to avoid Maducio. Seeing Ducio's behavior, the genius smiled. "Indeed, you have something very different from others." The look in Maducio's eyes when he said this was so strange that the protagonist felt anxious and swallowed hard. Then Ducio started to dodge. "You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than others." In response, Maducio smiled. "Is that so? You just used your time more effectively." "So what do you do on weekends?" Ducio asked, making Maducio a bit surprised. "Me. Just study." For some reason, his answer left the two of them frozen, as if they'd heard something very strange. "I was just asking out of courtesy and you answered politely, 'Thanks,'" Ducio said coldly. The genius hurriedly explained, "No, I really do study. And I practice too." From Maducio's demeanor, Ducio seemed to sense something and asked, "Huh, you don't usually do those things." "Ah, yeah, that's right, but for some reason I've been doing them lately," Maducio said awkwardly. This information made the protagonist curious. Maducio starting to train was something that would happen much later. What was the reason? Beside them, the Bishop Azel guessed the reason and asked, "Is it because of the dungeon practice, right?" "That's right. If the young lady hadn't intervened then I might have been in danger," Maducio said with a smile. "Don't call me young lady," Azel snapped angrily. Ducio, who was standing nearby, also began to piece things together and understood everything. That's right, in the original, Maducio teamed up with Flame and easily defeated Ha-1-ryong. But this time, because I stepped in, Flame was left trapped and he had to face Ha-1-ryong alone. Could this be the reason Ha-1-ryong became abnormal? In any case, it's fine. Both Ha-1-ryong and Maducio will train themselves. Unlike me, their growth will surely have a positive effect on the happy ending. Turning to Maducio's perspective, seeing Ducio still hesitating about which club to join, the young man suggested, "Hey Ducio, you still haven't joined any club. It's been a while since enrollment." In response, Ducio explained that he was extremely busy and thus had no time to participate. Hearing this, Maducio excitedly pointed to himself and proposed, "Then join the club with me." "We'll see. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it," Ducio replied calmly. Meanwhile, the genius asked Ducio what kind of club he wanted to join. Ducio answered, "It has to be a quiet, small club, no private gatherings, guaranteed 4 major insurances, lunch with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom to operate outside, flexibility for personal activities, and special permission to go out." Ducio began listing conditions that made Azel's expression increasingly puzzled. And she warned, "There's no such club in the world." "Of course there isn't, I was just joking," Ducio thought inwardly. All those conditions were really just to get Maducio to leave. But there was one thing the protagonist didn't know: never joke with geniuses. "Really? Then I'll create such a club for you," Maducio said as he pointed to himself, leaving the two in front dumbfounded. "You can really found a club that has special permission to go out?" Ducio asked again, and the genius nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I can." Looking back at Ducio, he quickly considered the other's connections and realized, right, with Maducio's relationships that could work. "But if you form a club for me, what's in it for you?" "Of course there's a benefit, because you're special," Maducio replied softly. This made the protagonist a bit uneasy, wondering if Maducio had discovered something. Do you know something? Before the words finished, Ducio suddenly stopped because he realized something. Ah, right, I remember now. One of Ma Ducio's core issues is that he's terribly afraid of being alone. Thinking of this, Ducio didn't ask further and nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and form the club. Really? The genius asked excitedly. Yes, but you have to include her too, Ducio said, pointing at Azel beside him, which made Azel flinch. When the protagonist said this, he had an agenda. In the original, the two were a perfect match. If Azel could tend to Ma Ducio's spirit, that would be best. For Ma Ducio, as long as the protagonist is in his club, the young man readily accepted everything. If the lovely young lady Azel joins, I'd welcome it. Don't call me young lady again. It's annoying, the Bishop Azel admonished irritably. Watching the two bicker, Ducio suddenly wasn't sure whether this matchmaking would actually work. So what should we name the club? Someone in the group asked. I have an idea for that, Ducio replied. Not long after, a club registration form appeared. Club registration form, club name. Culinary Club President, Beak Ducio members. Ma Ducio Azel purpose, food exploration. Looking at the form before her, Azel stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, Is this okay? To be granted the special activity seal, we need a supervising professor and at least 4 members. To that, Ma Ducio confidently affirmed, I can handle the members and the seal, but finding a supervising professor seems difficult for me. Why's that? You can get special permission to go out, can't you? Ducio frowned and asked. What he got in response was Ma Ducio's mocking expression. Because they're all trash. All right then, I'll go get the seal for the registration. I'll be counting on you for that. Ducio nodded. Watching Ma Ducio's retreating back, Ducio quietly thought to himself, not everyone can affix the special activity seal, but if they stamp for him, then it's surely one of them. Time passed quickly as the scene cut to main tower number 1. Inside the vice principal's office, he was still admiring his precious vase when suddenly the sound of the door opening rang out. The vice principal glanced to see who was entering and was startled. He hurriedly stood up to greet them. Welcome, young master, he said enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ma Ducio, carrying the registration form, nodded in greeting. Yes, it's been a while, grandfather. With the club application in hand, Ma Yuxiang approached Vice Principal Achai Hayden and sat down. After getting comfortable, Ma Yuxiang laughed loudly. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it. Vice Principal Achai Hayden waved his hand and forced a smile. Ha ha, is that so? But then he furrowed his brow and thought inwardly, why is this lunatic here? He then forced a smile and asked Ma Yuxiang, but what brings you here today? From his hand, Ma Yuxiang took out a paper he'd previously discussed with Beak Yuxial and Azel. Still smiling, he continued, Club registration form, please stamp it. Achai Hayden was taken aback by this. His awkwardness left him frozen for a few seconds. But he quickly picked up the paper and offered a few remarks. A club registration form. First, I need to check whether it meets the requirements for establishment. His skepticism was aroused, but Ma Yuxiang slammed his hand down on the desk. This was understandable since the minimum member requirement hadn't been met. Faced with this unexpected turn, Vice Principal Achai Hayden found himself increasingly surprised. Unease made him hear Ma Yuxiang continue. No need to check the contents, right? Just stamp it as is. A cold look from Ma Yuxiang became evident. Achai Hayden saw the dark shadow behind Ma Yuxiang's smile. Then the request was spoken aloud. You'll do it for me, won't you? Achai Hayden felt a deep, troubling unease from Ma Yuxiang's gaze. He unconsciously swallowed and withdrew his hand, his mind racing, knowing he could not resist. If this child is the heir of that man, he absolutely cannot be opposed. With no other choice, he had to accede to the request. Yes, I'll do it. He took the paper in his hand and a new issue was raised. "And Ma Yuseong, you know what I'm thinking." "I know," he replied, adjusting his tie as he said it. Having met his condition, he quickly moved toward the door but added, "Thanks, I'm off." After watching the door close, Vice Principal Achai Hayden, who had stood motionless for a moment, finally flopped into his chair and sighed. His eyes then showed deep pensiveness. Like father, like son, two peas in a pod, yet that one dares to be so arrogant. But it won't be long. One day I'll cut that arrogant neck with a single stroke. Moved into some classroom. The lecturer was beginning to step out the door, and the students watched intently as countless thoughts formed in someone's mind. "Ha, finally it's over. That professor always nitpicks during lectures. Especially toward ordinary students, he nitpicks even more." Zeki, standing to one side, rose with several sheets of documents clutched in her hands. Holding them, her hands trembled a little, and many thoughts suddenly flashed through her head. "I could have performed better in front of everyone. Yet I got so nervous I made mistakes. I could have done better than Flame." And then from nearby, Flame stepped closer and smiled, saying, "Zeki, you did a great job presenting today. Don't worry about what the professor said. You did well." But Zeki turned her back and shouted loudly, "Enough." She stayed to watch Flame with some bewilderment. This kid really, I'm worried about him, yet he doesn't understand people's feelings at all. Then unexpectedly a voice beside her said, "True enough," making Flame turn in surprise and recognize Beek Yusial. She exclaimed, "Ah, you scared me. What's going on?" Seeing her startled expression, Beek Yusial smiled and said, "Nothing major. You're close with the professors, right? I'm planning to form a club. Could you ask a professor for me?" Flame assessed and asked back, "Why don't you do it yourself?" Beek Yusial immediately gave a reason. "The thing is, the professor hates me a lot, so I'm a bit reluctant to ask." Hearing that, Flame added, "Fair enough, his attitude makes that clear." She then listed a series of issues. "You always argue with the professor, sleep during class. You're lucky not to have been reprimanded." Hearing that, Beek Yusial could only force a smile. "Ha ha, it's not that bad." But Flame continued with her eyes closed. But who would bother to handle that annoying task? Then suddenly, an idea popped into her head. She then said, to his surprise, "Come to think of it, aren't you close with the teaching assistant Altarisha?" Ending their conversation there. Beek Yusial walked down a corridor. Thoughts flooded his mind. So a teaching assistant can supervise students too. Since I only followed the game's storyline, I didn't know about that. After walking a bit, he was suddenly surprised and halted. Ahead of him, a lecturer stepped out of a room holding documents. None other than Professor Tyrand, the one who'd given him trouble earlier. His expression was somewhat sly, as if a plotted plan was about to take shape. Still standing there watching, Beek Yusial was a bit bewildered. What the heck? Cut to Professor Altarisha's private study. Beek Yusial arrived and opened the door, smilingly greeting, "Hello." But then his gaze showed surprise. Looking at the professor before him, he asked, "Professor Altarisha." She stood silently staring at the pile of papers scattered across the floor. Seeing someone arrive, the professor glanced up with reddened eyes, and then quickly raised a hand to wipe away her tears. She said, "You're here. I wasn't sure what was going on." Beek Yusial asked the teaching assistant, "TA, what's going on here?" Then Beek Yusial listened a bit bewildered as the assistant explained. "Ah, it's like this." And after hearing her story, he noticed the desk now held only a few sheets of paper, and immediately asked, "TA, the essay you said had been prepared earlier, where is it now?" Hearing this, the teaching assistant Altarisha fell silent for a moment, her hands clenching tighter. But she smiled to hide her previous feelings and continued to tell him, "Well, I already gave it to the professor, you know. There's an academic conference coming up. The professor said he'll use your paper there. You should feel grateful. It's a place that gathers such talented alchemists." But suddenly, Beek Yusial interrupted the teaching assistant, and his expression darkened. Isn't that basically theft? Will your name even be mentioned in it? The teaching assistant fell silent for a moment at that, but then forced a smile and said, "It's fine. Things like this are life experience." Hearing that, Beek Yusial was helpless. His gaze drifted aside with a new thought. God, I shouldn't have only asked her to supervise the club. His eyes then looked in a certain direction, toward the board filled with magic and countless formulas. His thoughts continued. Soon Professor Men will solve that formula, even if I wanted Altarisha to finish it herself before that happened. But cutting off that thought abruptly, Beek Yusial turned to the teaching assistant Altarisha and said, "TA, you still have another paper you're preparing. Last time you worked on it with me, remember?" Altarisha suddenly realized and said, "Huh. Oh, the paper on the random number interference technique combined with chi control. I've already tried applying your unique idea, but got nothing. It's not for nothing that it's been an unsolved problem for 300 years." Looking back at the blackboard, Altarisha continued, "If we can just solve one bottleneck, we can see the path forward." Then her surprise turned to astonishment when she heard him say, "I've already solved that part." Showing her astonishment, Altarisha asked, What did you just say? You really solved it, really?" To prove it, Beek Yusial turned to one side and replied, "Yes, but I only solved it by accident using a trick, so I don't fully understand it." He picked up a piece of chalk and began writing his explanation and formula on the board. Altarisha closely watched everything he wrote, her face showing surprise mixed with astonishment. After writing several formulas, matrices, and related indices on the board, he turned back with a smile and said, "But with you it'll definitely be different." Altarisha quickly approached the blackboard where he had just written. She focused and analyzed aloud. "Right, if you add scattering and reflection into the Trini coefficient in this formula, and then also use the Panusan stream." Hearing her say that, Beek Yusial smiled with satisfaction. A thought formed immediately, already completely immersed. What an incredible focus. Unlike me, who only copies what I see, she's a true genius, one who could change humanity's future. He then turned away. His role here was finished. And so he left the room, and left Altarisha alone to continue researching. The rest was just trusting her talent and waiting. Continuing his journey, a certain aroma wafted from a room nearby. Beek Yusial stopped at that spot. "Ah, finally arrived. My body aches." The thought quickly formed thereafter. Then with Altarisha's help, I successfully established the culinary club as its leader. I could apply for permission to go out. He closed his eyes, though he was a bit suspicious during the process. Still, luckily the permit was granted easily. A conversation between him and Professor Lee followed. Practice. While applying for permission under the guise of the culinary club, he could only grin. "Ha ha, that's right." So he walked on, toward a large tree branch appearing ahead, his thought passing by, "As long as I don't cause trouble, it'll be fine." And then once again he surprised himself. Oh, a gigantic tree. It suddenly appeared before Beek Yusial. He remarked, "Is that the third world tree system update? Manhwa spiritual garden." Many new structures had sprung up beneath the roots of this giant tree. This time, Beek Yusial had come to where the spirits live. He exclaimed in surprise as he walked forward, "No way, this can't be compared to game graphics." After moving a bit further, a female spirit appeared and smiled, greeting him. "It is an honor to meet Stella's mage." A male spirit standing beside her added, "May your sincere heart reach the motherland." Seeing the two of them, he smiled brightly. "May you always receive the blessings the world tree bestows upon this beautiful garden." A thought soon followed. Perhaps because long ago the Altman and Eltruin saved them from the burning, collapsing second world tree. Many spirits recognized Stella's uniform and were quite friendly. Looking at the others there, he observed, As in the game settings, there are indeed many handsome and beautiful ones. But among them, there was one spirit who was especially beautiful. She was the king of the Hoa spirit tribe. With a goddess-like appearance, Hoa made countless male players swoon and was the most popular character in World A. However, spirits have no fixed gender, and only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the one they love. Hoa was born in a female form, but having never truly loved anyone, by the game settings the character remained genderless. Later, when she fell for Flame, Hoa chose to become male. Regardless of the storyline chosen, there was no option for Hoa to remain female. This drove many male players to despair, a bittersweet tale. I used to like Hoa too. Imagining those memories as he walked, Beek Yusial continued deeper inside. Something surprising caught his attention. A smile spread across his face as he looked over. Found it. This is the mysterious maze, the garden of the celestial spirit Leafhanel. Before moving on, he stopped and pondered. His current skills had improved considerably. Best to prepare for the upcoming events. Some old memories returned. Receive as an item. Leafhanel's key of light. Holding the key in his hand, a smile appeared again. Lucky that I can use it earlier than I thought. So Beek Yusial fitted the key into a lock before him, but his system suddenly displayed, warning, opening the gate to this place may alert another person who also holds a key. Seeing it, he wasn't very surprised. He remarked, I've definitely seen this warning in the game before. Then another thought replaced it. Other players had confirmed nothing special happened. At this point, what more could possibly occur? After that thought, Beek Yusial reinserted the key into the lock and turned it to the side. A dazzling, light-filled gate appeared before him. The system updated. The gate to the garden of the celestial spirit Leafhanel is opening, transporting him to a certain castle. This place was the spirit kingdom, the cradle of the celestial spirit race. Within the great palace, in a room where the central bed held a girl with white hair. But something made the girl sit up immediately. Her slow footsteps. Then she slowly rose from the bed and walked over to open a window. In the distance, the gigantic world tree appeared. The girl's information appeared right after. The king of the Hoa spirit tribe looked toward the distance and mused. The world feels so peaceful today. Nearby above, two doves were conversing with each other. Looking at them, she added, I wonder when I will be free like that. Her golden eyes revealed her wish. Just watching those birds made her jealous. But then someone's footsteps sounded, and the surroundings shifted. Feeling a change in the energy, she was startled and thought, this aura is. She touched her forehead, then continued to imagine. Has someone entered the secret garden where Leafhanel sleeps? No one should be able to get in there. Who could it be? Worry showed on her face. What should I do now? Carrying that concern, she placed her hand on an object set beside her, and then pulled her hooded cloak over herself, heading for the door and preparing to leave. But she halted, gripping the cloak's edge with countless new thoughts. Not restraint. I've endured for decades. I can't act recklessly now. What if the curse activates and drives someone mad? She hesitated. Wait until the coming destined day, then investigate and return with Beek Yusial. He sneezed to himself. Achoo. A cloud of dust swirled around him. His steps were full of it. He muttered, this damn pollen. Something suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to move quickly to dodge. Whoa, damn tree roots. After moving a distance, he stopped at a certain spot. More precisely, he stood beside a giant flower. Straightening his cloak, he said, if we just keep fighting, it'll never end. But he produced a vial with a peculiar smile and added, knew this would happen, so I prepared a petrol bomb using alchemy. Without hesitation, Beek Yusial threw the bottle he held forward. Light flashed instantly. The tree caught fire, and the flames spread across the area. On his side, Beak Yusial drew his familiar sword, ready, deciding. Then don't miss the chance. His body suddenly transformed with incredible speed, teleporting forward and charging straight toward the target. His gaze focused to lock onto a fixed point. And then he locked onto the attack target there. Identifying the spot, Beak Yusial gently thrust his sword through it. With just those two basic strikes, the tree monster began to dissolve. His system displayed the result. You have gained experience points. Standing to the side, reviewing the situation, half-looking, he remarked, "Phew, that's enough for ordinary monsters." Quickly adjusting his mood, he looked ahead at his path and said, "Now let's go accomplish the real objective." The system panel reappeared. You have entered the maze boss room. He arrived at a garden with blue flowers that seemed to cast the shadow of someone leaning against a central pillar. From nearby, Beak Yusial stepped closer. Then he had to stop and observe what lay ahead. Is that the celestial spirit Leafhano? Continuing Beak Yusial's narration, the most mysterious beings in the world are souls. That means a pure soul refined over hundreds of years can attain enlightenment and transform into a new form of existence. It is said even the world contains few such entities. But the creature before him was not a perfect soul. The woman had lost her heart just before she became a soul and was trapped in that state forever. Under the moonlight shining over a somewhat shimmering night, Beak Yusial saw someone leaning against the central pillar. Anxiety began to overwhelm Beak Yusial. He tried to take a deep breath and then, step by step, moved forward. Although the figure ahead existed only as a soul, the pressure emanating from the enormous mana began to press upon his body. The intense force made his body slump. Even though he had read the earlier warning to always wear high-level protective armor, he currently had nothing. The great pressure quickly forced him to collapse, and a thought ran through his mind: supernatural mana pressure. He added another concern. Indeed, even in death a soul remains a soul, evidenced by the pressure it emitted at the moment of death. But because of that, I can't give up here. Gritting his teeth and gathering all his strength, he began to slowly stand up. It was difficult for him. However, he finally managed to stand. Yet most of his body trembled from the earlier problem. His body couldn't store mana. After taking a few more steps, he was now beside the soul, his heavy breathing clearly visible. By now he could clearly see the soul praying with clasped hands. A blue light painted a beautiful patch of space, and then a surprise came to him. A notification appeared. Experience for the slow mana accumulation skill has increased. Stopping his startled movements, Beak Yusial leaned back a little. A complaint escaped him immediately after. Now I feel life is a bit better. The system notification remained. Ability values increased. He fell into a somewhat languid state. Indeed, this place was the precious training ground left by the soul. One of the world's mysteries that even the greatest mages could not uncover was the rare coincidence all mages sought, the mana ley line. This was a mystical place where even ordinary training could yield results tens to hundreds of times greater. Moreover, by absorbing energy from the natural soul, his affinity increased significantly, and his face showed a bit of bewilderment at the next thought. Right, it's very hard to find a suitable training chamber. But here, I can practice moves I haven't been able to in other training rooms. But shortly after, he shifted his attention from the soul statue. More precisely, it was something lying on it. A thought formed, but before that, don't overthink it. He took that thing out and held it in his hand. A notification appeared specifically. You have obtained the item branch of resentment. A smile spread across his face as he struck a confident pose. More detailed information then appeared. Branch of resentment, high rarity. Description: resentment never fades with time, it only intensifies. Special features of resentment. 1. On first contact, the target falls into an abnormal state of anger. 2. On second contact, the target's hatred erupts, dealing significant additional damage to beings with dark attributes. 3. Damage from anger or resentment accumulates daily and can last up to 3 months. 4. If the target's danger level is 6 or higher, damage may be halved. Single-use feature. Looking at the item he just obtained, a confident smile elevated further. With this, I can deal with the 8th volume's brood, the mage Mazen Tyrant. I also obtained the visual artifact, so let's start training. Time quickly passed. A few weeks later, Beak Yusial opened his system panel to check. Slow mana accumulation level 3, strength plus 8%, agility plus 12%, perception plus 20%. Sixth sense activated by consuming the user's mental power. It can detect mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and triggers accelerated awareness, automatically activating when the user is deemed in danger. Mana circulation rate in the blood is 2%. He exhaled, phew, then put his hand to his chin and observed. These current stats are around mid-2-star level. A thought occurred. There's still a long way to go because protagonists reach 4 stars and above. The training process is relentless. There is no master in this world who can teach swordsmanship, so I need to continuously repeat simple thrusts and slashes to strike the enemy's weak points more precisely. His resolve was further ignited. I have to try harder. He raised his sword high behind him, sacrificing his body, his bones and blood, and sweating through the training. A few basic slashes he called fundamentals had been formed in front of him, but then some pressure intruded into his body. It felt like something had just pierced through his chest. His sword then fell to the ground. But it seemed to be a benefit rather than a drawback as he concluded, "Perfect." He kept panting, repeatedly wiping sweat from his face. To add to that, the system gave him some new information. You have learned some special breathing techniques and acquired the soul breath skill. But then Beak Yusial felt something was wrong. His vision began to blur, the perceived world started to twist unnaturally, a heavy feeling enveloped his body, and his eyes took on a drowsy look. Then his worldview contorted into a strange shape. But quickly after that he jolted awake at someone's rapid-fire questions. "What are you doing now? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear me? Can't you hear? Are you hearing me but ignoring me? I wish that would happen. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, answer quickly. I'm waiting. I told you to answer quickly. Hurry up." Surprise remained on his face. He quickly pressed a hand to his chest as if startled. "Creepy. What the hell is this? Where is that sound coming from?" Then a new voice rose. He turned his gaze back in surprise. "Huh, can you hear my voice now?" Beak Yusial confirmed. "Are you a soul?" His eyes fixed on the soul statue there. A thought quickly replaced the others. Is this the soul Leafhanel spoke to me about? He put his hand to his mouth and exclaimed, "What the hell? That corpse is talking to me." But opposite him, motes of light began to gather and form a sign. The soul spoke, "I am not dead. You really are a bad person." Beak Yusial replied with a question. "What is that? How are you saying that?" The soul answered the question. "I've been speaking all this time. Although you couldn't hear because you were deaf, you couldn't grasp the situation." Beak Yusial added a new question. "Why can I suddenly hear that voice when before I couldn't hear anything?" As he picked up his sword from the ground. The soul replied, "Isn't it because we're alike?" He paused for a few seconds, then his face showed renewed surprise when the voice continued. "You just exhaled the same breath as I did." The thought formed in his head. Immediately, a prior notification appeared saying he had learned a skill. A new detailed info panel showed. Soul Breath Level 1. Soul Breath can help you harmonize with nature. Blood circulation speed increases significantly, but mana erosion will occur. Effects: First Awakening increases strength by 107%. Second Awakening increases agility by 125%. Third Awakening increases perception by 147%. Fourth awakening further increases strength by 101%, maximum duration 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate 1%. Looking at it, he fell into a long worry. What is this amazing skill? Its duration is short, but can it immediately raise my physical stats straight to 4 stars? Right. He spoke up. Oh, wait, the penalty is the erosion of divine power. He drifted into thought again. This fits what I've said about losing the human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form with their own magical power. But I'm a mana-drained person. I'm losing my own body. It means death is approaching. This is a good skill, but my lifespan will gradually decrease the more I use it. His gaze focused ahead. A new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively. After all, I did gain a useful skill I can use in emergencies. Opposite him, the soul statue was somewhat pensive. After a moment it spoke. Amazing. This is the second time a human has been able to breathe the soul's breath. You are like that other one with such a faint presence. Because your body has no mana, it's as if you don't exist in this world. Though he didn't fully understand, Beek Usial grasped the key point and asked back, "Who is that?" The soul statue replied, "That person also used a sword like you. They could cut through any magic and soul." Surprise registered on his face. What? He thought it through. The game never mentioned checks. If you can slice a soul, doesn't that make you extremely skilled? He asked another question. Can I meet them? The soul statue answered, "No, you can't. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the primeval mage." Like a bolt from the blue, Beek Usial's expression fell. The primeval mage, so he died a long time ago. Then he heard another line. "Shall I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I recorded all of their breath and movements." Beek Usial more surprised. "Really?" The soul's voice continued. "However, there is a condition. I cannot leave here or speak to anyone. I am surely dead. So save my heart, please save me." Beek Usial froze for a few seconds. Then his expression grew solemn. That was the answer I was hoping for. He said, "Sorry, that's not possible. With my current abilities, I can't save the hearts of other souls." The soul Leafhanel fell silent, and a heavy hush followed. After some hesitation, the soul continued. "It doesn't necessarily have to be a soul's heart. It's just the pure heart of a deity." Beek Usial questioned, "If you use a god's heart, will you lose most of your power?" Hearing that, Leafhanel's voice softened temporarily. "Are you okay? Rather than remain trapped here forever in loneliness." Bitterness showed in the words. Not knowing how that felt, Beek Usial sighed in agreement. "All right, if it's just the heart of an ordinary deity, then that shouldn't be a problem." A few private thoughts formed in Beek Usial. After all, the reason I'm training here is the upcoming spirit beast contract ritual. At that time, I'll face countless creatures. That's far more worthwhile than saving one soul's heart. A smile appeared and he said, "I'll bring it, as many as I can." The soul before him replied, "Thank you, I will wait. I have this for you as proof." Beek Usial asked skeptically, "Proof?" Pointing in a direction, another item appeared as the soul's voice said, "Look at the pillar behind me." He asked, "What is this?" The soul answered, "This is proof that you are my friend." Beek Usial took it in his hand. The system disseminated knowledge. Leafhanel's flower necklace, an item symbolizing friendship. A new thought rushed in. I'd never heard of an item like this, even in the game. He put it in his bag. "Fine, if there's no fire, I'll use it as kindling for now." But he paused before slipping the necklace away. "No, wait, it's a sacred soul item." He held it up, admired it, and smiled. "This is a token of friendship. It might be quite useful." Towards the end of dawn, soft light shone through the window of a certain room. A hand holding a writing slate appeared in the frame. This place was not unfamiliar. It was Stella Academy, Altarisha's laboratory. She suddenly paused her chalk. Before her was the complete system of a formula. I did it. In the cramped room, Altarisha had solved the entire formula Beak Usial had provided earlier. But then some sound echoed which she paid little mind to. Oh, this is no time. She went to her note-taking desk and began to write. The pen tip was placed down. After a while she smiled with satisfaction. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. Would Usial be happy to know this? Co-author Beak Usial, yeah. The capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, which contains two main resources, gold mines and iron mines, is a vast, tall, and desolate area. The buildings are so tall they don't even reach the end of the visible horizon. They rise like a forest of structures in a cyberpunk style. Above, countless steel lines and innumerable trains run back and forth. It looks like a web, so it's called the Spider City. The gloomy, dark atmosphere gives an unsettling feeling. But the dwarves who actually live here are full of vitality. Beak Usial and Altarisha had arrived, and he said with a smile, "We've arrived." Slightly surprised, Altarisha standing beside him confirmed, "Yes, that's right." A few explanations followed. Today is the day of the academic conference. The conference venue changes annually, and this year the event is being held at Jumhekwang Academy, the Dwarf Kingdom's foremost school of alchemy. Since dwarves are the creators of material magic, this year's conference is expected to be on a different scale than usual. Also, it is said that the greatest alchemist of Kodan, also known as the Golden Alchemist Hwal Siak Ko, will participate in this conference. A thought crossed Beak Usial's mind, tinged with smugness. This is the perfect time to present Altarisha's latest research findings. But then his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him. She spoke up, "But Usial, is that okay?" Worry showed on her face. This is what that professor spent half his life researching. Seeing her like that, Beak Usial felt a twinge of concern. Is that person good or an idiot? Even when my research was stolen, she couldn't do anything. And yet she can speak such gracious words. Seeing her unease, he changed the mood immediately. "Don't worry." Altarisha glanced over. And he continued, "It's not that I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research. It's just that that assistant is better than the professor." Altarisha looked a bit bewildered on the spot. "Yes, thank you." Thus they stepped forward and he continued, "Then let's go in. There's too much red carpet up front, so let's use the back entrance." Altarisha did not refuse. "Oh, right, that's a good idea." They then entered. The host's voice rang out. "Greetings to all doctors, professors, and researchers of the Fellowship of Goodwill. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is about to begin. For the first presentation, we will introduce a new medicine." A pair of footsteps approached the stage. No one else but Professor Mason Tyron. The host continued after she took her place. "First, we will have Professor Mason Tyron from Stella Academy." After beginning the introduction, she projected some information onto the screen. The presentation began. "Hello, I am Mason Tyron from Stella Academy. Today, I will introduce the alpha type of the red potion." She began her long-winded speech. Everyone listened attentively to those words, but we couldn't make out what she was saying. After a long while she concluded, "That's all." The audience was shaken. Beak Usial stood to one side, arms crossed, observing, while the crowd's chatter erupted. "Oh, Professor Mason Tyron has such brilliant ideas to improve that hard-to-make red potion." Glancing at the discussions, a few thoughts arose in Beak Usial's mind. It seems she's very good at talking about Altarisha's thesis as if it were her own. There are many ways to play this. The main course is about to begin. Someone stepped forward. The host's voice rang out. "Next is the presentation by Assistant Altarisha of Stella Academy." Altarisha stepped up to the same spot where Professor Mason Tyron had stood. She decided to speak. "Hello, pleasure to meet you all. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy." But no one paid attention to her. People began whispering below, "Hey, it's the person from the pharmaceutical company I mentioned earlier. I really liked the presentation about the natural regenerative cell extraction method the professor explained." Beek Usial above listened intently to Altarisha's words from below. She continued, "The topic I will present today is—" A faint smile appeared on Beek Usial's face, and her next sentence silenced the hall for a moment. "This is a perfect summary and comprehensive understanding of the analysis and complete explanation of the numerical interference hybrid alchemy." The noise stopped sharply. No one dared speak further. But then someone could not contain themselves and immediately challenged her. "Do you know where you're standing?" Altarisha, a bit flustered, replied. "Yes, of course. This is a great and honorable position for someone like me." The questioning turned to her. "So what exactly should we understand by what you just said?" Altarisha, anxious, clasped her hands to her chest, but then regained her confidence. "Please accept it in the way of the alchemist." Once again, those below began to discuss. "But that numerical interference hybrid is absurd. By principle, magic and alchemy can't be mixed, right? This has been an unsolved problem for 300 years. Above, the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Ko put his hand to his mouth, composing himself. He continued, "I am very much looking forward to it. I want to uncover a truth within a magic that seems to be deemed impossible. This small alchemist, please announce your discovery to us." Altarisha was understandably surprised by this. She blushed slightly with happiness. She continued, "Thank you." But then someone suddenly stood and shouted, "I object." It was none other than Professor Mason Tyrand. She spoke through gritted teeth. "Before Assistant Professor Altarisha presents her report, I wish to raise some questions about the paper in question." Professor Hwal Siak Ko looked over and asked, "What do you mean by suspicious?" But something compelled Professor Mason Tyrand. Looking at Altarisha at the front, she plainly stated, "There is a suspicion of plagiarism." Altarisha's face registered bewilderment while the murmurs grew. "Oh my, plagiarism! Are they even accusing plagiarism?" Hwal Siak Ko reacted excitedly. "Ha ha, that's amusing. Do you know what happens if you accuse someone of plagiarism and cannot prove it?" With a faint smile, Professor Mason Tyrand said, "Of course." She stepped closer to Altarisha's position and stood in front of her, spreading her arms wide, saying, "As everyone knows, the numerical interference hybrid alchemy has 5 difficulties. Only by solving all 5 difficulties can alchemy and magic harmonize." She continued, "So far, only 2 of these problems have been solved at the Academy, and even then they can only be considered incomplete answers." Beek Usial stood with his arms crossed, listening to Mason Tyrand's words. The professor below continued, "But I have solved 4 of the most difficult problems. And the assistant Altarisha standing here is my alchemical assistant and my aide." Altarisha was anxious. The crowd's chatter resumed. "If that's true, then this report—" Mason Tyrand was not finished. "Of course my thesis is correct, even if the assistant has solved that 5th puzzle." The criticism weighed heavily on Altarisha's shoulders. "Can you really claim that you alone solved the other 4 problems?" Mason Tyrand looked smug, glancing at Altarisha standing beside her. A dangerous smile appeared with the thought, "Altarisha, you fool. I must acknowledge her genius and exceptional talent, but this is where an alchemist like her must meet her end. Talent is forever." Professor Mason Tyrand closed in on Altarisha. The question and challenge were posed. "So what do you think, Assistant Altarisha?" Altarisha had not yet escaped this difficulty. A trembling feeling returned with new thoughts. "Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is gradually turning white. What am I going to do?" But then an idea urged her. "If you find it hard to be alone, then call on me." Calmness began to settle back in. She narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to speak. I have someone who helped me. I would like to call another person to appear like everyone else. Above. Altarisha continued. I am a co-author of this entire report. With a trembling finger, she pointed straight forward, toward where Beek Usial was standing, and said, That student is Beek Usial. Not expecting this, his face showed a mix of worry and surprise. A new thought emerged. I'm a co-author. After Altarisha introduced him as a co-author, Professor Mason Tyrand also looked toward Beek Usial. He took steps up to the lectern. The crowd's chatter added, Ridiculous. Does a young student like that always show up? I don't think anything will actually change beyond this verbal dispute. The golden alchemist Professor Hwal Siak Ko took some interest, folding his arms in anticipation. Oh ho, I'm very much looking forward to this. On Beek Usial's side, after moving, he had now stepped closer to the podium, his gaze partly downcast, feeling a bit melancholic. He slowly approached Professor Mason Tyrand. His eyes looked directly at the professor, without worry or hesitation. He quietly stepped past Professor Mason Tyrand's side. But then a stream of magical energy suddenly poured out. It came from the branch he was holding. The direction that this spirit force touched was the professor's arm. A system information panel quickly updated. The special hatred skill of the item Vengeful Branch had been activated. Target of the hatred, Mason Tyrand. After he passed, Professor Mason seemed not to notice. He merely felt some irritation, glanced over and said, HMPH, how rude. Seeing that the other did not notice, he smiled faintly with the thought, okay, it worked. After reaching the necessary position, he stopped and formally faced the scholars below. Silence formed first, then an expressionless face. Beek Usial spoke. First, I would like to hear Professor Mason Tyrand's arguments carefully. There is a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So let's resolve the cross-training technique here together. A smile appeared on him, and once again the crowd murmured. A debate between a professor and his assistant to settle this report. Sounds very interesting. Agreed. Altarisha's anxiety turned to him. She stammered. Usial, seeing her worry. He looked over, then flipped the question. Assistant, you don't trust me. Hearing that, Altarisha was a little bewildered. Ah, no, I do trust you. To be certain, Beek Usial reassured her. I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Altarisha. You can do it. I trust you more than anyone else. Seeing his smiling face, Altarisha blushed slightly, a thought running through her mind. After this, can I really do it? Her hand tightened on her collar. Focusing, she adjusted her glasses, a thought rushing in. That's right, Beek Usial was right. I must trust what I've done all this time. She tidied her hair neatly. Meanwhile, Professor Mason Tyrand was stunned, unable to regain control of the situation here. After regaining her confidence, Altarisha stepped forward to face Mason and said, Shall we begin? Buoyed by Beek Usial's earlier encouragement, she was completely confident. She began with some news, the method of variable interference in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have found a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formation that can resolve the anomaly, but I urgently need to use the restroom, so I can't write it down. Afterwards, he died in the restroom, which made the formula infamous. Since then, countless alchemists have experimented with it, but all failed. So now no one wants to try it anymore. This unsolved formula has been deemed impossible, yet someone now claims they will solve the random interspace interference technique. A cigarette-smoking man with a cold expression commented, Interesting. Information about him appeared. Member of the Bone Moon Tower, Destroyer Team 13, Captain Keen. A girl in similar attire nearby yawned and said, What's so interesting? I'm bored to death. Information updated. Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron. Both of them were here in stealth mode. After finishing her long yawn, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron looked up and half-assessed. "By the way, Captain, is that professor really a dark mage?" someone nearby remarked. "I think I smell cigarette smoke." Looking toward where the two were taking notes on the blackboards, Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron concluded, "The more I think about it, the more this mission seems like a big scam." She glanced at Keen standing beside her without saying a word. Ellipses appeared. Helpless, she rubbed her head, closed her eyes, and continued. "What can you do? The captain just blindly believes whatever that old man says." But then she suddenly opened her eyes and looked forward. Not only she, but Keen also paid attention in that direction. Where Professor Mason Tyrand and Assistant Altarisha faced each other once more. A quick thought formed. The atmosphere in this hall has changed, hasn't it? The moderator's voice rang out. "Yes, the first difficult problem has just been solved." At Golden Alchemist Hwal Siak Ko's position, he was surprised by the information written below. He observed a stream of specific, detailed information written on the two blackboards. He commented, "Although similar, they're completely different approaches." Over here, Captain Keen formed a thought as he watched intently. Yet the assistant's explanation is simpler than Professor Mason Tyrand's. Moreover, the final result is somewhat different. Below, the moderator's voice rang out again. "Next is the second difficult problem." Both returned to their blackboards and continued taking notes. In the observation area, a few people began to gather, worry and surprise evident on their faces. "It's incredible. Many have tackled the second problem before, but I've never seen an explanation like this. A problem that supposedly requires at least 200 lines to solve and clarify, yet she managed to solve it in exactly 12 lines. The person they were discussing was Altarisha. Watching from the side, Beek Yusial folded his arms, smiled, and thought, "The audience's reaction is very good." Keeping his smile, his next thought was, "But the real part is only just beginning." The moderator's voice announced, "Now, the third difficult problem continues. Will the third problem, which no one has solved until now, truly be cracked here?" Both focused on recording their research results on the boards. Sweat of anxiety began to appear on Altarisha's face, while Professor Mason Tyrand looked even more worried. Both put down their pens. And Hwal Siak Ko below was astonished. Opinions were voiced continuously. Did she really solve it? Professor Mason, who tackled the third problem long considered impossible, the result is truly impressive. Hearing the praise, Professor Mason showed no joy. Instead, surprise mixed with other feelings. Hwal Siak Ko remarked, "But more than that, Assistant Altarisha has something even more impressive." Looking at the results hidden with Altarisha, Professor Mason began to feel annoyed and angry, the thought crowding in. What is that method of explanation? On the other side, Beek Yusial smiled in satisfaction, hearing the endless chatter around. How could she come up with an approach like that? Even watching it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Some new information was proposed. Until now, senior alchemists treated the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues to be solved one by one. But Altarisha was completely different. She regarded all 5 problems as a whole and proceeded to solve them in an integrated way. That was also the difference between Mason Tyrand and Altarisha. The process of solving the difficult problems continued. Professor Mason's hand writing on the board began to tremble. His calculating thoughts no longer working well. Wait, what was the formula for the next part? Looking back at the blackboard, she cursed. Honestly, there aren't enough boards to write on. She turned to the nearby moderator and yelled, "Please bring more boards here." Her voice grew louder, "Hurry up." But then a familiar sound rose, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. "I've finished." Professor Mason's gaze froze. then glanced to one side, where Altarisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked down at the people below. Altarisha explained to everyone. That was the complete analysis and explanation of the random interspace interference technique. A light flashed from her deep voice echoing across the square. That concludes this intractable problem. People couldn't contain themselves. Voices drowned out everything. Insane. This is truly too crazy. Am I witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm so moved. Truly the moment of the century. Hearing this below, Altarisha felt delighted, confidence forming in her thoughts. I did it. She looked toward Beak Yusial standing not far away, thinking, "Thank you, Yusial, it's all thanks to you." Her smile remained, but another voice appeared. Altarisha, facing her was the darkness emanating from Professor Mason Tyrant. Altarisha looked over, full of worry. "Professor." Beak Yusial stepped forward and stood beside Altarisha. Then an arm shot out, and the aura of dark mana emanating from Professor Mason Tyrant grew increasingly visible. She immediately produced a strained voice. "Altarisha," a confession spilled out as well. "How long do you plan to keep making me miserable? You stole my thesis, edited it, and passed it off as your own. Happy now?" Beak Yusial took a step forward, shielding Altarisha behind him. His expression showed no emotion. A rapid thought ran through his mind. Is she planning to become a dark mage outright? It's sooner than expected, but that might be for the best. Not only that, looking at Professor Mason before him, he allowed himself a new thought. If she became a dark mage in front of everyone now, the angry, ominous currents would be impossible to contain. She called out again, "Altarisha, Altarisha." Her eyes finally showed hatred. Altarisha remained anxious. She tried to steady herself by biting her lip. Altarisha suddenly shouted, "I told you to just admit it." Confidence returned to her. Riding that momentum, Altarisha declared plainly, "My thesis was even better than the professor. Wasn't the earlier presentation enough? How much more of my thesis does the professor need to steal to be satisfied?" Hearing this, the audience and the scientists began to react in surprise and exchange remarks. So the thesis on crimson alchemy was from that assistant. No wonder. Her confidence didn't last long before Altarisha trembled. "Professor, Professor." Once more she burst out emotionally, voice louder than before. "The professor is even more foolish than I am." Hearing that, Beak Yusial's face began to register bewilderment as he glanced at the woman beside him. The feeling quickly spread to Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron standing nearby. At last, Professor Mason, who was the center of attention, was also stunned. To cut through the awkwardness, the golden alchemist Hwal Siakko spoke up. Breaking the tension, "Heh, this is truly interesting." He folded his arms and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, today's symposium is really fascinating." At that moment, Professor Mason suddenly returned to the present. A dazed feeling mixed with a voice betraying that a trace of mana had leaked. "What?" She looked down at her trembling hands. "What did I just do?" A quick thought replaced it. "Dangerous, this is bad." Knowing where it had all started, Professor Mason focused her anger and gaze in one direction, and hurriedly stepped toward Altarisha. The threat materialized. "Altarisha, how dare you?" Altarisha flinched and recoiled. That surprise quickly shifted when Professor Mason saw a familiar figure blocking the way. The figure was none other than Beak Yusial. His voice rang out slowly. "Professor Mason, now please take another look at the situation." Following his words, Professor Mason's face froze, then gradually fell into a dazed, existential doubt. She felt an invisible pressure as countless eyes below regarded her with growing disfavor. The alchemist sat in silence, waiting for the outcome, so that everyone might quell their doubts and reassess the situation. Professor Mason Tyrant turned sideways and said, "Ah, no, that's not." At the peak of her agitation, she raised a hand to her chest, voice higher. That girl stole my thesis. Below, having heard everything and assessed the situation, alchemist Hwal Siak Ko quietly said, "Take her outside." Someone quickly responded, "Yes." The order was carried out. Two guardian spirits stepped forward and escorted Professor Mason aside. Even then, Professor Mason tried to argue. No, I'm saying I didn't do anything wrong." Both members of Destroyer Team 13 watched her leave, while her voice kept shouting, "Let go, let me go." After the great danger and huge trouble had been removed, Altarisha collapsed to the ground. All the initial burden seemed to lift. "You." From in front, a hand slowly reached out. Her shimmering eyes looked at that familiar hand. Beak Yusial, wearing a confident smile, faced her seated form and said, "Assistant, you did well today." Hearing his encouragement, Altarisha was dazed for a few seconds. Then she beamed a bright smile, dispelling all sorrow. The golden lights outside added a shimmering beauty to the place. Back with Destroyer Team 13 of the Moonbone Tower, the two were walking the same way. Vice Captain Hyjin closed her eyes and began a new conversation. "In the end, we gained nothing." Hearing her disjointed remark but catching the gist, Captain Keen added, "If emotions erupted that much, there should have been signs." The sensors responding to dark magic infiltration showed no reaction. Vice Captain Hyjin continued, "That's true. After all, the Moonbone Tower's spiritual sensors aren't infallible." A new question was raised after they glanced at Beak Yusial and Altarisha surrounded by scholars. "Hey, is that kid the high school student they said was the co-author?" Hyjin, addressing Captain Keen beside her, observed approvingly, "Pretty cute, huh?" Keen glanced back half-heartedly. "Have you investigated?" Hyjin replied, puzzled, "I just got word from me." She provided details about Beak Yusial. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he should be a civilian. His grades were the lowest, so how did he get into Class S? On top of that, he attends the world's most prestigious magic school but doesn't use magic. It's all very strange. He even asked to have his name removed from the paper today. Who knew there'd be so much info? Captain Keen calmly looked ahead. "Is that so? Keep it in mind." His gaze showed surprise at something. From ahead, Beak Yusial looked directly at Keen. Part of him was focused, but the rest signaled ignorance. He decided not to dwell on it, looked forward again, and smiled brightly. Standing there in slight confusion, Captain Keen wondered, "Wait, did our eyes just meet?" Hyjin beside him looked over in disbelief. "What? No way." She looked at Beak Yusial ahead and continued, "Could the captain's cognition reduction spell and my darkness barrier be so easily pierced?" She concluded. "It must have been a trick of the mind." Keeping her gaze fixed forward, Keen fell silent for a few seconds. Beak Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had happened with that earlier look. Beak Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had happened with that earlier look. Keen had no further words about him. Ellipses multiplied. With nothing more to do after confirming Professor Mason posed no further threat, Keen headed off, saying, "Let's go, it's over." Hyjin clasped her hands behind her back, followed, and added, "I'm tired of this boring place too." They moved to a carriage, bearing a distinct aristocratic mark. Inside which someone sat angrily biting their nails. It was none other than Professor Mason Tyrned. Her curses kept spilling out. Damn it, damn it. If not for Beak Yusial, I wouldn't have to endure this humiliation." But from the front, someone sat reading with their eyes closed and calmly said, "Now that it's come to this, we have to deal with Beak Yusial. Calm down." Mason saw this person suddenly appear and exclaimed dramatically, You are Raiden." He continued, "She caused the trouble." After giving a fierce look, he hastily snapped the book shut when he heard Mason Tyrn's assessment. That wasn't the problem. Professor Mason Tyrn's face registered considerable surprise. She nearly. Raiden continued with a somewhat displeased expression. He glanced over and added, "It was a close call. Fortunately, the Covenant's suppression held. If the emotions had surged a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans." Realizing she had almost caused a major risk, Professor Mason stood dumbstruck. "I'm sorry, I truly apologize." Seeing her offer only that, Raiden slid the book into the air and closed his eyes, sighing. "Do you think an apology alone will fix this? The leadership is deeply disappointed. Immediately, you must pull yourself together like before." He continued, "You have nearly lost the standing of a professor at Stella Academy." Refusing to accept this, Professor Mason shouted, repeatedly explaining, "No, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident I can still smooth things over. I haven't been fired or anything." Tired of her rambling, Raiden closed his eyes and cut in. "Be silent and stay still. Bow your head and keep your distance. That's the most useful thing you can do." His admonition filled the air. Understood. He then teleported away, leaving Professor Mason with a string of orders. Do not move and remain silent until the commander gives further instructions. Left alone, Mason Tyrant concentrated her resentment, clenched her hands, and directed her blame at one person. "This is all Beak Yusial's fault." Her face took on a distinctly dangerous look. Some scheme was beginning to form. Recalling the pair's figures before they were taken away, Professor Mason thought, "Just wait a little longer, just a bit more. His image is etched in my mind." Cut to a train moving toward some destination. In one carriage, Beak Yusial folded his arms and stared at his assistant Altarisha. His gaze shifted aside and a thought formed. What a pity. I think if Professor Mason Tyrant had used dark magic during the presentation, it could have averted the collapse and prevented the disaster of the 8th incident. He continued, "I suppose everything would have stayed calm until the supposed outbreak." Closing his eyes, he leaned back, though the thought remained, "Nothing more to be done, and don't rush. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment has been triggered." Suddenly, his eyes opened. There was only one thing that bothered him a little. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked in one direction, where Captain Keen and Vice Captain Hyjin Macaron stood side by side in a state of shadowed concealment. Seeing Keen looking back at him then, a new conclusion solidified. That person was definitely Keen. To elaborate further, a small group of elite mages, hand-picked with extreme scrutiny. The premier dark mage unit, the Moonbone Tower, even within the Moonbone Tower. Renowned for hunting down dark sorcerers and witches, the commander of Destroyer Unit 13, the elite squad, was Keen. He thought more deeply. Without my sixth sense, I would never have noticed until the last minute. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they came to monitor Professor Mason Tyrant. Whatever the reason, it would be great if we could participate actively. As he reached that thought, he involuntarily noticed Assistant Altarisha, who looked drowsy as if just waking. The old story resumed into a new one. "Excuse me, but could you spare a moment?" As soon as the words ended, someone appeared near where Altarisha was sitting. She asked in surprise, Who is it?" Before she could hear the other party's introduction, she was startled. The person opposite appeared in a white suit, with the characteristic ears of the elf clan, holding a hat, and opened it with a bright expression saying, "Pleased to meet you all." Character reveal, Chairman Melian of the Starcloud Corporation. Additional in-depth explanation. As the game's chapters progress, the worldview gradually expands. As the protagonist flame matures, naturally many other characters become targets, among them one known as the heart of the southern Low Moon Plains. Chairman Melian of the Starcloud Corporation, by having his fate score set to the golden ratio, is destined to be the richest man in the world. Even in his 50s with a daughter, he remains a target for many. The reason isn't that he's rich or handsome, but because his daughter is Jelial. The high-ranking Fae Melian, true to her title as a villainess, tormented the protagonist across the chapters. Players grew angry and sought to torment Melian as much as possible, aiming at the person she cherished most, her father, marry Melian and destroy the family. After the long introduction, Beek Usial sighed in exasperation but summarized in his mind. It sounds like a joke, but everyone is enthusiastic about this dramatic development. He then looked ahead with a half-glance, clearly indifferent. I expected this, but I didn't think he'd actually come. Overthinking followed. I need to make a good impression in today's conversation to prepare for the next chapters. Melian smiled at the two sitting together and began with a few questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha, and this is the alchemical co-author whose identity hasn't been disclosed yet, right? Ah, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? Beek Usial thought, I anticipated this, but the question is tactful. He answered immediately. I'm Beek Usial, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Melian reacted. Oh, so you're a Stella Academy student. Pleasure to meet you. Sliding a hand into his coat, Melian closed his eyes and added, the reason I sought you out. He presented a carefully prepared dossier to both of them and explained clearly, to propose an exclusive contract for Altarisha's alchemical formula to the Starcloud Trading Guild. Naturally, the terms will be very generous. Would you like to review the contract? Beek Usial's face showed no surprise, but Altarisha was astonished. As she took the documents, ellipses filled the air and her hand trembled with the papers. Opening them, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly, Ah, this is unlimited material support and technicians. I've never seen a sum like this. A thought formed. With these terms I can freely build the inventions I've always dreamed of. Usial will definitely like it too. She glanced at him. But Beek Usial looked blankly, not understanding her meaning. Altarisha froze when she saw that expression, and turned to Melian. Excuse me, could you give me a little time to think? Sensing something amiss, Melian added, Are the terms insufficient? If you have any requests, please say them. But Altarisha hurriedly interjected, No, not at all. The terms aren't just sufficient, they're excessive. Her focus produced a reasonable explanation. I need to confer with the co-author of this formula. Beek Usial, sitting beside her, was surprised by this remark, unable to believe he was the reason for such importance. His face clearly puzzled. Huh. Hearing that, Melian chuckled insinuatingly. Is that so? A thought intruded, co-author. I thought that was just for show, turns out it is. Looking at the two smiling across from him, he said, You needn't worry about her. How could that be? His continued thought, at just over a dozen years old and solving a problem that's lingered 300 years, he must be no ordinary prodigy. Still, he's only a student. Having decided, Melian raised a hand and asked, Would you like to review the contract? Thinking further, whether a prodigy in magic or alchemy, in transactions he's still a child. At the proposal, Beek Usial took the paper and studied it intently. Melian concluded, with terms like these, refusal would be impossible. But Beek Usial replied, I must decline. Unexpectedly, Melian looked utterly stunned. He looked at the young man across from him and asked suspiciously, May I know the reason? If the terms are unsatisfactory, I will amend them immediately. Pausing, Beek Usial stared ahead. A thought emerged. Signing an exclusive contract with the Starcloud Trading Guild, the largest guild in the world, would obviously be beneficial. But Melian, despite his business acumen, is extremely stubborn and unwilling to lose any of his assets. If this formula were tied up in his hands, only cheap mass-produced items would be made, limiting diversity, individuality, and overall performance of the equipment. He continued, Moreover, excessive monopoly would prevent many mages from accessing the devices, skewing technological development toward commerce and allowing the dark mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players choose this story branch, earn money, but end up with a sad outcome. From those inferences, he added, "It's not about the terms. I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract." Melian stammered, holding the paper with an unreadable expression. Beek Usial continued, "This technology, a synthesis of magical theory and alchemy, will have a huge impact not only on daily life, but also on crafting equipment for mages. We want this technology to be used by as many mages as possible." Hearing this, Melian offered some confirmations. "You have grand dreams and ambitions. Having great ambition is good, but money is essential to realize those noble dreams." Beek Usial replied immediately, "Coincidentally, I've just finished negotiations with a number of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian himself." Understanding, Melian asked the crucial question, "So do you intend to sign with those people and with me as well? If so, many of the terms I offered would have to be removed." Not denying it, Beek Usial closed his eyes and smiled affirmatively. "Yes, to be frank, I do covet those terms." His gaze opened gradually, his voice measured. "We will elevate the products to high-end status." A new smile appeared. "That's my proposal, yeah. Additional directive info. Promote the widest possible distribution of items. But for high-end, hard-to-manufacture goods, I will sign exclusive contracts with the Starcloud Trading Guild." Beek Usial was trying to entice Melian toward those decisions. That's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian across from him narrowed his eyes slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his point, gestured toward him, and asked with a smile, "Fine, but will those luxury goods actually sell? I would never do anything that harms myself." Knowing his concern, Beek Usial lowered his head and answered, "Exactly, so I won't ask you to sign the contract immediately." A cold but confident look appeared. "In 6 months, let's hold an internal investor press conference with Chairman Melian." Melian's face showed surprise when he heard him add, "If you like the products I present, please sign an exclusive branding contract with us." Seeing his careful calculations, Melian closed his eyes with his customary smile. "Yes, indeed." "Yes, that would be wonderful." Altarisha smiled, understanding that the other party had given initial approval. To formalize the cooperation, Melian produced something like a business card and said, "This is a dispatch slip which also contains my contact information." Beek Usial reached out and took it. "Yes, thank you." An explanatory note appeared. A dispatch slip is an item written on paper and sent. It is guaranteed to reach the recipient. With business concluded, Melian put his hat back on, smiling farewell. "All right, I'll take my leave now." Beek Usial's expression was nothing but surprise. Meanwhile, Altarisha maintained a faint smile. The calmer he tried to be, the more he felt drained. He put a hand to his chest to check if his heart had fallen out, his voice trembling. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die of worry." Seeing him like that, Altarisha worriedly asked, "Is that how a normally anxious person behaves?" To her bewilderment, he replied, "I really was worried." Hearing him, she gave a natural smile and praised, "As expected, Usial is wonderful." Hearing something odd in her words, Beek Usial blinked. "Huh." Seeing his confusion, Altarisha changed her tone. "Ah, nothing." No longer paying attention to her, he focused on the door where Melian had just left. His thoughts and smile showed. "Anyway, one problem is solved. When we return, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club members." Additional info appeared. The science conference concluded safely. Classes at Stella Academy continue as usual. A professor on the podium addressed the students below. "Professor Maidan is unwell, so I will be substituting for him in this class today." Beek Usial, wearing glasses, heard this and glanced with a half look, thinking, "So he really vanished without a trace." His concern rose as the image of Professor Mason Tyron's demonization surfaced. If things go according to plan, Mason will fully awaken in Chapter 8 and cause great damage to this school. I don't know how everything will change in the future because of this. His gaze turned more serious. Could this chapter occur sooner? I hope at least it happens at a level I can handle. Observation added. Not only Mason, but Altarisha also isn't attending school. Class ended and he was now walking down a corridor. He thought, it seems she's happy and has received retirement benefits. Just then, a student ahead spoke up. Hey, did you hear anything? Beek Yusial paid attention to the conversation. Assistant Altarisha, was she the one who decoded that insanely difficult interspace interference formula? The conversation continued. Oh, I heard that, but isn't there another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret, but why would they do that? Beek Yusial didn't pay attention, keeping his gaze forward. Good. Another student said, is that person extremely ugly? Aha, really? After a while, Beek Yusial left the campus. Overthinking persisted. Keeping my identity as one of the author's secret helped me attract less attention at this school. His steps suddenly stopped. First, I hinted by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. All focus and attention should rightly and best be directed toward Altarisha. Stopping, he noticed something nearby. Ah, found it. A voice, isn't that Ma Yuxiang? Wow, look at that pose. The two main characters Ma Yuxiang and Azel reappeared. People watched Ma Yuxiang looking at Azel with some embarrassment and murmured, high grades and good looks, aren't they cheating? Is the person beside him some subject or something? She looks like a doll. Huh, she's still not a very nice person. Yes, she's pretty. But Beek Yusial, arms akimbo, glanced over and thought silently. In any case, there will never be a quiet day that draws attention to both of them. He called out loudly, carrying, I'm here. Seeing him appear, Ma Yuxiang smiled. Hello, Yusial, he waved in reply. Sorry, I must have kept you waiting, right? Azel added. Not really. A question to him, so what are we eating? Didn't you say you'd decide? Knowing Azel rarely gets to eat delicious food because of her family situation, Beek Yusial smiled confidently. You'll know when we get there. They moved to a restaurant. 3 people sat at the table, but there were only 2 plates. A bit stingy, huh? Beek Yusial said, this dish, if I had to guess, is probably pizza. Lights shimmered and a delicious aroma spread. Altarisha's eyes showed desire. Her face flushed at the thought of eating something delicious. Beek Yusial noticed her cuteness. Her eyes were focused only on the food and food. He couldn't take his eyes off it. Some overthinking kicked in. Come to think of it, I remember Azel explaining that when ordering pizza, you should get a soda-like drink first, maybe pickle juice. He handed her a glass. Here, drink this. Azel glanced over, puzzled. What is this? How are you supposed to eat it? Anxiety showed, countless question marks. Beek Yusial added a few ellipses, thinking, is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, ah, yes, that's right. Azel raised it to her lips and took a sip. Her face suddenly lighting up. Ah, this is delicious. Her cheeks flushed. Ma Yuxiang also noticed a cup like Azel's and brought it to his lips. A feeling of comfort settled in. He directed at Beek Yusial. Yeah, it's really good. Beek Yusial was stunned, thinking coldly, take a picture, capture this truth. He drinks like he's posing for a food magazine. After everyone finished their drinks, he lifted a slice with a smile. Try this next, dig in. Azel eagerly picked up a knife and fork. Seeing her pick them up, Beek Yusial was unsurprised and closed his eyes. Oh dear, are you going to stab that knife into the pizza? No one does that. Azel looked back in surprise for him to show her how. He demonstrated, bringing a slice to his mouth. He explained, they say eating it like this is the best. Azel awkwardly, isn't that a bit weird? Isn't it impolite? Ma Yuxiang laughed brightly. Oh, isn't that part of the fun? He coldly held the slice in his hand and chose where to bite. Then I'll give it a try. You don't know until you try. Once you do, you'll know it's good. Azel followed suit, holding a slice, and bit into it, eyes closed tight. Her body trembled, drawing the attention of two male classmates sitting nearby. Azel put a hand to her cheek, expression blissful, thinking, ah, a gentle sweetness flows through each bite of cheese, with bell peppers dancing on top. A touch of bell pepper with olive oil creates something special, plus bacon and onions. They seem to dance together to form a symphony. Seeing her happy, Beek Yusial asked, so do you think it's good? While eating, she heard him end. Azel, surprised, looked at the slice in her hand and blushed more. Yes, it really is delicious. Both of them looked at her and smiled. A few suggestions and exchanges followed. Let's come here often from now on. Can I come too? Maybe. Don't. Cut to a sunset scene in a field, where an incident occurs with a peculiar crack, signaling imminent danger. Back in class, Flame was walking when someone suddenly called out, "Hey Flame, have you heard about that?" She turned her gaze and replied with a smile, "Yes, I've heard about it." The female student was a bit embarrassed. "Oh, really?" She left shortly after. "See you later then." Flame watched her figure walk away and then stood sighing. I guess she came to tell me the rumor about assistant Alterisha decoding the interspace mixed number alchemy formula. But as far as I know, all of this was orchestrated by Beek Yusial. His image returned to her mind. She turned to the side, adding a new thought. But how could he have solved that formula? Clearly, to return, most knowledge of the future, aside from decisive events and stories, must be forgotten. Could he really remember all of that? Or is he just incredibly smart? Ahead of Flame, people were currently buzzing with talk. But someone came closer and greeted her. "Hello, Flame." It was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He gave a bright smile and added to the conversation. "This time, would you like to practice the persona gate with my group?" Seeing him standing beside her, Flame ignored him. "Why are you acting like that? If you go, do I have to follow you?" She opened her eyes and said, "Go find another girl. Don't flirt with others without reason." Flame then walked away. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scanvin's face twisted into a strange smile, truly unusual. Cut to a nearby notice board displaying some content. The official text for the persona gate. First-year students, please decide which persona gate you wish to practice in a group. Looking up at it, Flame remained there with a new thought. By the way, this is the persona gate practicum. Has this finally begun? Additional information followed. Another dimension created by the power of dark mages, the persona gate. If you do not quickly conquer a persona gate as soon as it appears, it will become a land where no living thing can survive. Also, unlike dungeons cleared by defeating a location boss or destroying a core, a persona gate must be completed by analyzing and breaking apart its patterns and tricks. She fell silent as more details followed. From analyzing concentrations to spatial distortions, structure and soul imprisonment, you need understanding of thousands of patterns and the ability to remember them. And finally, combat strength. In fact, the reason for training magical warriors is to stop persona gates. You could say this is the most important subject theme. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If it's true to the original, something real will be mixed into this persona gate activity. I can't let Beek Yusial handle all of this alone. She steeled herself. This time I have to stop it to prevent great damage. Cut to the 9th Star Tower, Skyfloor Cafe. Princess Bion's group was here, with many pastries and pots of tea on the table. A sudden question. Has everyone tried this new dessert? Some others replied. Ah, you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese. Its flavor is truly unique. Princess Bion took a sip of tea while the chatter continued. Yes, I ate it once and was really surprised. Bion's thoughts disagreed with these remarks. It's bland. At that moment, her eyes suddenly opened when someone reiterated a recent story. Oh, by the way, Stella's assistant solved the random interspace interference technique. Richard continued, I heard this from my father. Also, I heard the co-author is actually a student at Stella Academy. The two friends were surprised and intrigued by the remark. Oh my, is that true? That's for sure. Richard's father is the director of the intelligence agency, after all. Doubts surfaced. Who on earth could solve an unsolved puzzle while still a student? You're right. Bion set her teacup down, thinking. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau doesn't know who that student is. Then the images of Beek Usial and assistant Altarisha appeared in her mind. Beek Usial is the co-author of the random interspace interference technique. A sullen expression showed. She could no longer contain her agitation. Her hand repeatedly brushing the rim of her teacup. A flood of questions entered her mind. But why did Beek Usial hide that truth? Is he deliberately elevating assistant Altarisha? And then another thought flashed. It's very possible Beek Usial has feelings for assistant Altarisha. She then stood up, and a friend sitting nearby glanced over and asked, Princess. Princess Bion immediately left after turning back to everyone. I have to go now. The classmate added reflexively, Yes, but it's tea time. The three left behind stood there dazed, watching her go, unable to understand what had happened. A question arose at how quickly she left. Why is the princess acting like that? Outside on the school grounds, Princess Bion was walking when suddenly a figure appeared directly in her path. She looked down and didn't notice the person until a voice called out, Bion. Seeing a familiar face, she replied, Hong Shihwa. Hearing her use her name, Hong Shihwa quickly covered her mouth and protested. Oh my, didn't you tell me to call you sister? Additional information pushed forward. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate child. My half-sister, Hong Shihwa Adelbit. I despise this woman to death. Putting that aside, Princess Bion asked a new question. So what are you doing here? Hong Shihwa smiled. Ha ha, don't look at me like that. Focusing a bit, she added. Don't you always come here on official business? Lately, in the first year, a very interesting ordinary student has appeared, hasn't he? The new topic startled Princess Bion slightly. Are you talking about a normal person who embodies the knightly spirit that's nearly vanished from this world? The image of Beek Usial flashed in her mind. Seeing her odd reaction, Hong Shihwa crossed her arms and said, Judging by your reaction, it seems your sister is interested in him too. Her tone took on a note of attention, and she mused, He's a knight who would sacrifice everything for a mage. Her gaze turned somewhat cold and a teasing smile appeared. Isn't that every princess's dream? Princess Bion's hand clenched again. So will you introduce me to him? She was displeased with the repeated comments. Princess Bion passed by gently and said, All right, thanks, try it yourself. Princess Hong Shihwa burst out laughing. You seem a bit put out, how cold-hearted. At that moment, as if remembering something, a finger was raised. You weren't like this before. You know, could it be because our eldest sister passed away? Bion's face darkened instantly. Then a look of sadness appeared. She resumed walking forward. I take my leave. Hong Shihwa watched her figure go without taking her eyes off it. She stayed behind feeling a little sad, and thought quickly replaced that feeling. Maybe this time I was too harsh and went too far, right? Perhaps it's too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister. At that moment, Guard Sayara appeared from somewhere and called out, Princess. Seeing her sudden arrival, Princess Hong Shihwa paid attention. What's the matter, Sayara? Sayara produced a dossier. This is information about the person you asked me to find, student Beek Usial. It's a copy of the assignment he submitted in class, and it contains a brief biography of his past. Hong Shiwa took the document and said, "Oh, really? I didn't expect to find something I didn't even have to dig for. Good." There indeed was an assignment with such content. She opened the dossier. "Let's see what it's like." Title: "To my mother, Mother, I miss you." Reading this, Hong Shiwa laughed out loud and hastily covered her mouth. Aha, kids will be kids, won't they? Time passed. About a minute later, the paper in Hong Shiwa's hands began to tremble slightly. Sayara, seeing this, was also a little surprised. Opposite her, Princess Hong Shiwa had a few tears fall. Sayara asked, "Princess?" Meanwhile, she hurriedly covered her mouth. "I understand. Baek Yuseol's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles." Sayara, sensing something off, changed her words. "Excuse me." Hong Shiwa had turned away and asked, "Wait, are you crying?" Hong Shiwa replied, "Ah, it's nothing." Wiping away an unexpected tear, she added a thought. "I never really thought deeply about poverty before." And he lived that kind of life, while steadfastly holding to the knightly spirit. Her gaze slowed. Baek Yuseol's homeland was invaded by dark mages, wasn't it? Then a smile formed on her lips. "I'm sorry, Baek Yuseol, but I'm getting more and more curious about a boy named Baek Yuseol." The scene shifted elsewhere, and then the final training day arrived. The trainees gathered on some grassy field. A professor stepped forward to explain to everyone, "From now on, we will begin the Persona Gate training for first-year students. Students, please enter this personal gate." Hearing the arrangement, Baek Yuseol stood in a corner as murmurs rose. Through it, just like the textbook. "I'm a little nervous," he thought to himself, "so it's finally starting." Before the events about to unfold, Baek Yuseol began with a new thought, and his system board as a reward for completing his academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I've been training in Leaf Hainel's garden and improved my abilities, so this should be enough. His information appeared clearly. Baek Yuseol physical stats, strength, 2 stars 61% perception, 2 stars 45% agility, 2 stars 42% endurance, 2 stars 12% durability, no stars 97% mental endurance, 1 star 59% mana, unknown remaining exp, unknown skill, blink level 1. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. The teacher pointed toward the gate and signaled, "Students entering gate C7, please head this way." Flame, standing near him, spoke up. Yes, his presence had been noticed. And not only that, others appeared as well, including Princess Hong Biyun and Azel. He thought, so these are the people I'll be with. This Persona Gate practicum would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18. The important thing was how to cooperate and overcome it. His eyes never left the first-year students at Stella. With average level 2 rankings, it wouldn't be easy to conquer a Persona Gate prepared with 3 risks on their first real mission. One concern was that Persona Gate C7, where the event would occur, had a maximum capacity of 16 people. It was unfortunate that Ma Yuseong and Hei Wonryong weren't there. But with Flame and Hong Biyun and Azel, there should be no failure in conquering the Persona Gate. He stepped forward, thinking, I probably don't need to take part in the final boss strategy. The gate is right in front of me. In any case, all I need is the hidden reward, the enchanted flower petals. Moving to somewhere else, Baek Yuseol's face showed a bit of surprise. A new information board was set up immediately after. Welcome to the Aharin Ball. A plaza glittering with gold-hued lights. People began to gather on the large central carpet. Immediately, Hong Biyun's group entered the area. Like him, everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings, reassessing the situation. Then someone's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. A maid steward gestured behind her with a smile. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hong Biyun sensed something was off and asked suspiciously, a dress, shoes, what? A thought replaced it. Has a ballroom ever appeared inside a persona gate before? But she adjusted her mindset. This isn't the time to ponder that. We need to analyze the persona gate and check the instruction notices. A multitude of complex phrases appeared on a schematic. Then anxiety began to engulf her. Wait, hold on. They're really presenting such a complicated formula in training for first-year students. The steward then presented guidance to everyone. Madam, dinner is about to start. You must hurry. Princess Hong Bion still couldn't understand the situation. The steward kindly stepped closer and smiled. Is something wrong? Hong Bion voiced her question. How can you speak like that? Is that a preset phrase? Her thought resumed. I don't know if that's a real NPC inside the persona gate. I've heard that people inside gates created by mages won't display any personal actions. She unconsciously added, could it be? Looking at the steward smiling freely and speaking earlier, Hong Bion's mind began to waver. No, it can't be. These are Stella trainees. There's no way a real persona gate would appear here. It's just that Stella's technology is a bit more advanced. The steward's smiling expression remained. Why would you say that? Princess Hong Bion changed her tone. Don't worry about that, go fetch the dresses. The steward replied, yes, understood. She left under the princess's gaze. Worry crept in further. I don't know if it's just my mood, but this training feels like it won't be easy to finish. Time passed quickly, and someone's footsteps appeared. Princess Hong Bion had changed her outfit. Her silver pink-red hair blended with the color of the dress she wore, enhancing her beauty tenfold. Then her gaze suddenly flicked to the figure of someone. None other than Baek Yuseol in an elegant suit. His eyes were also looking in a direction. Princess Hong Bion looked over, cheeks flushed. He dresses quite nicely, it suits him. But then her focus was suddenly taken. And some memory surfaced. This was submitted by trainee Baek Yuseol as an assignment for a particular course. I heard it's a story about his past. She took it and smoothed her hair. I see. Looking over the information again, she seemed to have caught a clue. This is. Returning to the present situation, she kept her eyes on Baek Yuseol. Could it be from the personal information of Baek Yuseol I received a few days ago? I feel like he looks different. He kept yawning earlier. His gaze met hers again while her thought remained. Having overcome such a past, the knight's path at Stella, he's progressing step by step. His puzzled expression cut across her thoughts. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn. Princess Hong Bion was a little surprised. But then she grew embarrassed, averted her gaze and answered, no, it's nothing. Just then someone's voice interrupted. Is everyone gathered? Someone gradually approached the two, and everyone's eyes turned to the arrival. A lady with red hair holding a fan continued from before. From now on, you will attend the ball hosted by Duchess Iharin. Then her gaze shifted, falling on a wall. They say those 4 passages lead to the mansion's basement, but the basement is full of labyrinths and traps, and as soon as people get lost, the knights in the mansion will start to move. She added a smile. You have no choice but to trust and coordinate with your own instincts and knowledge. Can you do it? Baek Yuseol stood in a corner and replied, yes. Hearing his words, the lady looked a little surprised and glanced over. You seem very confident, nice to meet you. That confidence of yours is oddly embarrassing, I like it, still confident. He added, thank you. Seeing this casual exchange, the other trainees couldn't help but be astonished. What? That person just spoke like a human, right? Do original NPCs always have lines like that? The woman's voice interjected. Well then, good luck. She turned and left, her back visible to everyone. The male trainees looked at one another again. All right, we should go. Anxiety began to engulf them all. And they started toward the gate to carry out the mission. At that moment, another voice rang out, forcing everyone to look back. Hey, you guys, wait a moment. The speaker was Flame. She added a question. Does anyone else find this training test a bit strange? She calmly offered many details. It's hard to interpret, and these NPCs act very realistically. Also, I can't analyze anything from this persona gate at all. Normally, a practical test for first-year students shouldn't be this difficult. The trainees at the front agreed, adding their analysis. Actually, I find it strange too. I can hardly make sense of it. True, that NPC seemed very lifelike. As the students began to concur, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll convince everyone to go this way. She continued, in my opinion, but then someone cut in. Wait, Flame. Zeki appeared with his arms crossed, displeased, saying, You don't mean to tell me this could be a real place, do you? Flame worried. Huh. Zeki continued. From what I see, this is exactly the situation the professors want. Isn't that obvious? In real combat, you don't always fully decode a persona gate. In other words, us falling into this confusing, unanalyzable situation is part of their design. He analyzed further. Stella, which trains the finest magical warriors, also has the top battalion of mage knights. Is it possible they wouldn't notice if a real gate appeared at the academy? People began to believe Zeki's words. Ah, so that's it. I see. Meanwhile, unease began to envelop Flame. This is bad. If by principle this persona gate is real, even if I say that, no one would believe me, so I tried to make them feel something was off. Then, looking at Zeki's smugness, what do we do now? A silence fell over the space once more. Beak Yusial looked over, thoughts racing. In the end, do we still have to go down this branch? He referenced some information. E006, Zeki's corruption branch. In the original novel, the character Zeki doesn't even exist, so Flame must be very confused. But the scene of Flame blocking Zeki's path is one of the many branches that appeared in the game's original storyline. In any case, this is the scenario where one of the three students is destined to become the corrupted sacrifice. A new worry began to form. Even though I hoped no one would be corrupted, can fate not be changed? Looking at the opposing situation ahead, even if they helped Flame here, the outcome couldn't be altered. If so, the right choice was to step back. The two looked at each other. And with one question, Zeki decided to turn and leave. No matter what you say, I'm leaving. Flame tried to pull him back. What? Wait, Zeki. Zeki turned back with a cold look and replied, Even this situation was arranged by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly. You lot can stand there gawking. With that, Zeki chose a gate and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. At that point, the male trainees began to look at one another anxiously, then one spoke up. I'll go in too. I've always been ready for situations like this. Beak Yusial stood with his arms crossed and assessed. No one is acting in any organized way. Fingers began to move. Anyway, now that it's come to this, the only option is to go in. A smile crossed his face, and he stepped forward. As Beak Yusial confidently advanced, he suddenly stopped and looked toward one side. Huh. It turned out the group of male students had gathered somewhat densely behind him. Beak Yusial asked in that direction, But why are you all standing behind me? Everyone grew a little flustered, small beads of sweat forming. Nothing. Seeing so many people share the same expression, he could only stand there and sigh indifferently at the minor thought. You guys aren't going to follow me the whole way, are you? Kids are always scheming. His steps moved forward again. Still, I don't really care about this stuff. After all, nothing important is here. A long, dim corridor was the next path to take. Lamps containing some kind of energy cast a purple light. He paused in the silent space, and the sound of footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted again to a voice. What is this creepy corridor? Those walking with him were Princess Hong Biyun and two other girls. A thought formed in his mind. It seems everyone has arrived. The princess's gaze had fixed on something. Oh. The three of them then stepped ahead of him and stood before a closed door. He asked, "Where did the others go?" He looked down and immediately concluded, "As predicted, it seems we can't all appear at the same time." Analyzing further, 16 students are divided into groups of 4. The 4 passages will be split among the 4 groups entering them. He then visualized the silhouettes of 2 familiar friends. It looks like Azel and Flame moved to another location and teamed up together. He looked at the people here with Princess Hong Bion. "I didn't expect to be grouped with her." They exchanged words. "We should move now." "Yes, Princess." But then the princess noticed his stare. She asked with a slightly blank look, "What's wrong? Are you displeased about something?" He broke into a sweat. "No, nothing." Keeping that expression, the princess added, "My goodness, how dull." Paying it no mind, his gaze shifted elsewhere, thinking, Princess Hong Bion and Azel splitting off might actually be a good thing. At that moment, a look of alarm replaced his expression. "No, wait a second." He held out his hand sideways to stop everyone from moving forward. "There's something ahead." A golden light appeared, and several dancing statues became visible, their shapes resembling decorative mannequins. A big question came from everyone as they looked. Are they effigies? Princess Hong Bion said nothing, but she was a bit startled. And then everyone's attention focused straight ahead. Over there, inside the room, was a gate. The 2 girls beside the princess offered their opinions. "Will our unlocking spell even work? I'm a bit doubtful. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything. It's so dark here, it makes me a little scared." The situation was a bit difficult, so Princess Hong Bion looked at him and asked, "Hey, commoner, have you deciphered this gate yet?" His answer was somewhat disappointing. "No." The princess's face showed that disappointment most clearly. "Is it too much to expect from a commoner like you? There must be something here." But then surprise returned when his voice rose again. "But I have a rough idea of how we can move out of here." With that new feeling, the princess asked back, "Really? Are you serious?" His gaze remained forward, fixed on the dolls ahead. Beak Yusial pointed ahead while diverting her attention and added, "If you look closely, you can see each statue is in a different pose, but they all perform the same dance." The question followed, "Do you know what that dance is?" Hearing him, her eyes locked forward and an answer gradually formed. She immediately said, "Serena's soul-calling dance." He elaborated, "This is the dance Serena performed, unable to bear her tragedy, just before she died." He then asked, "So you must remember the movements clearly, right?" Princess Hong Bion was a bit startled, understanding his thought and calculation, and she exclaimed, "No way." To calm her, he looked forward again, thinking, by now she probably realizes each statue's movement is linked in sequence, though sometimes some motions overlap. Some time had passed, and he looked over once more and spoke, "All right, is everyone ready?" The 2 other friends stepped into the empty spots and began their dance moves. "Done. Me too." Princess Hong Bion behind him also performed the move in the missing spot. His eyes didn't leave them. And then the gate opened perfectly. Everyone cheered, "We did it." The door opened fully, revealing a dark corridor ahead and in the distance, the light of a new area. Without hesitation, everyone moved quickly through. Attention turned back to where Princess Hong Bion led. As they advanced, a large chamber appeared, bathed in golden light. Armored knight suits moved their swords up and down, arranged in various positions. Strange patterns were laid out beneath these armors. One friend pointed in that direction and asked, "It seems similar this time. Might there be hidden meanings in those armors?" Another friend added, "All right, let's go examine those armors closely." Everyone then split up to inspect each suit of armor, but nothing progressed. "No matter how I look, I still don't understand. Why isn't it like that this time?" "Yeah, I don't see anything unusual. But then Princess Hong Bion's gaze moved to another direction, where Beek Yusial was touching the rug with special patterns. A question was asked immediately. "Hey, commoner, what are you doing?" After observing for a while, he stood up and offered his opinion. This time, it seems these night armors are merely visual illusions. The real clue is the rug. Another surprise followed. Huh. Gathering everyone's focus, he explained further. This time, it seems the dance on the rug is the real issue. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a particular set of motions. If we can piece those together in the correct sequence, we can solve this puzzle. The two girls now stared intently as he spoke, adding, "Oh, you're right, I think I know this." The tango in Serena's silence. Everyone once again split up and examined the movements carved into the rug. He and Princess Hong Bion on this side also leaned in to look more closely. After a while, surprise formed on his face, as if he'd noticed something odd. The sequences rearranged and the light flashed brighter. A familiar sound rang out and a loud voice declared, "The door has opened." A new passage revealed itself, and he and the others moved quickly toward it. "All right, let's hurry." Princess Hong Bion's gaze did not leave him, adding to her thoughts, "He really is different. I knew that from being taught to shift perspectives, but I didn't realize it would make such a huge difference. His breakthrough speed is strangely fast, enough to get through a gate that couldn't be analyzed." Worry added on. Strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Could this really be the level of a first-year student? It's like he's approached a persona gate and practiced it dozens, even hundreds of times. Arriving in the new place, her thoughts persisted. Come to think of it, before Beek Yusial entered this school, he said his homeland was destroyed by dark mages. He murmured something. It seems this place also has other stone statues. Meanwhile, Princess Hong Bion added further analysis. It was a remote, obscure village that no one knew about. But it was renowned for brutal battles against dark mages. Now I understand why a commoner like him lacks basic academic knowledge, yet is so adept at strategy and combat. She analyzed him further. He must have fought on fierce battlefields against dark mages in his past life. Whether for that reason or another, he truly stands apart from the other students. A small discussion up ahead. Go over there and adjust the weight balance for me. Okay, got it. A new surprise crossed the princess's face. Everyone tries their hardest to get high scores, yet he openly guesses, basically scribbles on the test for all to see. He doesn't do his homework and his classroom attitude is terrible. But wait, looking again at his handsome face, a new thought arose. Then why is he trying so hard right now? Princess Hong Bion immediately sank into thought. There has to be some reason for this. Don't tell me you just sense the atmosphere changing. Beek Yusial turned back to look at her, pointing a single finger in one direction to grab her attention. "Hey, why are you just spacing out over there like that? Come on over here too." But she suddenly shot back at him. "Tell me the truth, commoner." You just stood there looking clueless about what she was saying. Hong Bion voiced her suspicion out loud. This persona gate we're challenging right now, is it actually real? She stayed quiet, waiting for his answer. But all she got in return was his thoughtful silence. He sized her up right then. "Your eyes have gotten a lot sharper, Hong Bion. Normally, you wouldn't have figured out the truth until the very end, and you'd still keep butting into Arian's business nonstop." A smile took its place instead. This is proof that Princess Hong Bion is slowly stepping away from the path of becoming a villainess. Seeing him like that, Princess Hong Bion noticed quietly, "What are you smiling about?" He replied, "Nothing." The other two friends were still looking around in confusion. Why isn't the princess coming over here? Did something happen? Turning his back to her, he finally answered her earlier question. "Like you said, this place is real. You can get hurt here, or even die. If you fail to clear it, there will be a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. That's why I plan to rush through this place as fast as possible." Princess Hong Bion paused for a few seconds. "I know that already. Baek Yuseol only ever acts when there's a solid reason behind it." Her lips pressed tight as she thought to herself, "I won't accept help like this." Her eyes narrowed with a bead of sweat rolling down. "I'm definitely going to survive using my own strength." Meanwhile, in a different scene, a dark room filled with scattered, loosely fallen soldier armors lay all around. Flame and Azel were teammates together in this trial gate run. The moment both of them appeared there, someone immediately called out to one of them, "Hey, Flame!" Flame glanced over, and a girl waved enthusiastically. "Over here, over here." Flame headed straight toward the three of them. Jogging up, "Is everyone okay? There's one more person, right? Where'd she go?" The girl hesitated a little. "Well." And then she added, "Zeki suddenly disappeared." Flame's eyes widened in shock. "What, Zeki?" The female classmate looked around at everyone with the same expression and explained further. "We only made it this far thanks to Zeki, but the second we passed through the final door, she just vanished out of nowhere. We couldn't find any trace of her." Panic suddenly gripped Flame tight. "You've been searching for a while already." Another thought replaced it. "That means she cleared this gate faster than me and Azel combined, and didn't even leave a single scratch behind." The other girl unexpectedly added, "But this isn't the first time it's happened to us." Flame could hardly believe her ears. "What?" Switching back to Baek Yuseol's side, he was currently sitting with arms crossed, leaning back against some pillar with his eyes closed. Suddenly someone approached and asked a question that made him open his eyes. "Hey, when did you get here?" Seeing Flame walk up, he answered, "Not long ago." Flame added another question. "Then did you see Zeki anywhere?" "I haven't seen her." Hearing that, Flame looked a bit down. "Oh, really?" With that, she turned and walked away under his lingering gaze. Even though he didn't fully understand what was going on, he'd already pieced something together. "I think I could have stopped Zeki from disappearing if I'd reached this spot earlier than her. But now there's nothing else I can do. Since things have come this far, all I can do now is help the heroines clean up the stage." Shifting to somewhere in Stella Academy, a voice suddenly boomed out loud. "What?" A real persona gate got mixed into the students' training exercise. Instructor Lee rushed straight toward the training area. Shock and worry etched across the scar on his face. "That blue gate from before has turned into a blood-red one now. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world?" A professor standing nearby explained as Instructor Lee arrived. "It's as if someone completely reversed the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. The single wave that appeared coincided exactly with the persona gate's emergence, so it wasn't caught in time. Security is reinforcing the system now." But Instructor Lee cut in sharply. "Damn it, right now that doesn't matter anymore." Suddenly, another voice interrupted. "He's right." Right after that, a figure appeared, drawing Instructor Lee's attention. A new character stepping in. Someone recognized him instantly. Commander Arryn. Arryn Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man said to have created rivers of blood from the corpses of dark mages. He rarely ever shows up on Stella's campus. He approached with a cold demeanor. "What's the situation? Has reinforcement entered yet?" The earlier professor answered. "Ah, no, we can't do that. It seems the students inside are going through quite a tough challenge." Arryn pressed. "What's the estimated risk level of this persona gate?" The answer came immediately. "Currently estimated between level 4 and level 5 risk." Arryn frowned. "Estimated. Give me an exact number." The professor clutched the stack of documents to his chest. "Yes, it started at level 4, but the moment the student stepped inside, it suddenly jumped up one full level." Arryn noted. "That's unusual but not unheard of. The persona gate is emitting fake wavelengths. Bring me the list of registered students. The professor handed over the documents right away. Here you are. Arin opened it and scanned each name carefully. Several names from Class 1 S-Rank appeared. Beek Yusial, Hong Biyun, Flame, Ezel, Zeki. After reading a few names, his eyes narrowed further. A level 5 risk persona gate. That means even veteran mages would need thorough and complete preparation to clear it. And right now it's first-year students, only at second or third-tier mage level. They're completely incapable of handling something like this. Arin's voice turned even colder. Prepare 16 body bags and collect the corpses of those students. Hearing that, Instructor Lee shouted, "Commander Arin." But Commander Arin had already turned his back and started walking away. This is just advice for more efficient operations later. He glanced back with eyes full of menace. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 risk persona gate, Lee Hangwon. That's like saying ants can kill a tiger. With that said, Commander Arin vanished, leaving Instructor Lee even more worried about his students. I know this gamble is completely absurd, but I still hope those kids can come back out safely. The red gate still stood there unchanged. Back inside, Ezel and Flame both suddenly turned their attention in the same direction where someone called out, "Hey, everyone." Zeki had returned with some dust on her clothes and continued, "So this is where you all are." He stood there with arms crossed, looking thoughtful, while the others showed a bit of relief. "I'm really glad you're safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? It scared me a little." After looking around, he turned toward one side and spoke heavily. "Now that everyone's here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss of this place." While he was deep in thought, not long before, something suddenly felt like it was about to appear and caught Beek Yusial's attention. And then red status windows popped up one after another. "You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you descend the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just begun, so hurry up." Everyone in the group headed toward a staircase leading downward. "I guess we have to go down these steps." While everyone was focused on the path below, Flame anxiously looked upward. As if sensing something bad, a giant spider monster began forming in her mind. At the top of this clock tower lives the Great Sword Spider Lord, a level 4 risk monster, and its 8 legs can transform into 8 razor-sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing is extremely dangerous, and I can't keep relying on Beek Yusial forever. Besides, he's lost his memories, so he has zero information about the Great Sword Spider Lord. But I've done some research on that spider already, so I'll try to hold it back myself somehow. Then Flame glanced toward Ezel nearby. If Ezel and Beek Yusial face the final boss together, we might clear it without taking too much damage. All right. Flame immediately spoke up with determination. "Wait, everyone." Right at that moment, someone's voice cut in and startled her. "Hold on a second." It was Beek Yusial, who was now looking up toward some high corner. "There's something up above us." Flame froze for a few more seconds. He then turned around, breaking the fresh silence. "You guys head down first. I'll scout around here a bit and come down after." Following his words, no one objected. Everyone continued downward together, led by Princess Hong Biyun, who walked slowly at the very back. The worry still hadn't left Flame. Beek Yusial probably doesn't even know the Great Sword Spider exists. That figure just now, but he sensed its presence right at that spot. That's impossible. Don't tell me. Hesitating, another choice surfaced. I didn't know his senses were that incredible. Well, after all, he did deflect magic before. While she was hesitating like that, the group had already gone deeper downstairs. Right then, a male student stopped as if noticing something. "What's that sound?" The other students wore the same puzzled look. Next, Princess Hong Biyun pinpointed the strange noise's origin and immediately warned everyone loudly. That sound is coming from above. Everyone's attention shot upward, only to be stunned once more as they saw the great sword spider charging straight toward them. That's the blade spider, another student corrected. No, that's the great sword spider lord at level 4 risk. Seeing it appear here, Flame's heart filled with anxiety. What's going on? What about Beak Yusial? Thinking the same about him, Princess Hong Biyun suddenly realized. Commoner. Both their expressions shifted toward the person beside them. Don't tell me. But then, unexpectedly, a foot appeared on the spider's body. Beak Yusial leaped down from high above and stomped hard into the spider, sinking deep. A flash of golden light burst out around him. His sword was already gripped tightly in hand. Someone below shouted his name, Beak Yusial. Seeing everyone hesitating down there, he suddenly yelled louder, I'll stay and handle this thing. So everyone hurry up and get downstairs. Azel still couldn't believe what just happened. Can he really hold it back alone? She gritted her teeth and made a decision. Maybe I should go up and help him. Right then, someone's voice called over. I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is head straight to the ballroom as fast as possible. Princess Hong Biyun suddenly stepped close to Azel and said those words. Before continuing forward, Princess Hong Biyun didn't forget to glance back and add, that's the most helpful thing we can do for that commoner right now. Still reeling from what he'd done earlier, now Flame felt even more stunned by Princess Hong Biyun's actions and expression. Curiosity rose as she watched the princess's back walk away. In the original story, was Hong Biyun like this? Flame's curiosity made sense. Normally, Princess Hong Biyun would be jealous of Azel's combat power and plotting something. But instead of jealousy, this time the princess was actually helping Azel. After that, no one stayed behind to bother him. The door to the room below burst open. Everyone proceeded into a brand new dance hall. The sound of violins and music filled the entire space. The moment they stepped further inside, someone exclaimed in amazement, Whoa! It was completely understandable. The place was far more magnificent than anything they'd expected from this special ballroom party. Crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light across the air. Masked nobles held hands and danced in that brilliant atmosphere. A long red carpet stretched across every staircase here. It was utterly enchanting. While the mood was lively and cheerful, the lights suddenly went out all at once. The music stopped along with it. Everything fell silent. All the nobles went quiet, as if waiting for the main character to appear. And in that darkness, slow footsteps gradually approached. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Hong Biyun spoke up, drawing attention over. Someone's walking down the stairs. Flame quickly made a small guess for herself. Probably the final boss, Duchess Iharin. Everyone stay alert. But then something shattered her view, leaving Flame frozen in shock. Huh. In the center where a spotlight shone down, someone stood beneath the beam. Hello, it's nice to meet you all. I am Iharin. And it was no one else but Zeki herself, the one who'd split off and vanished from the group earlier, her current smile carrying something deeply off. In contrast to the students' stunned expressions, the nobles here were absolutely thrilled by her arrival. Duchess, you look stunning today. Please grace me with a bright smile. I'll offer you my heart in return. Even though she'd read the original novel, Flame still had no clue how this plot twist could happen. How is this even possible? This development doesn't exist in the original romantic novel's storyline at all. In fact, the character Zeki didn't even exist from the very beginning. Glancing at Princess Hong Biyun's worried face, it's impossible for a normal human to become an NPC inside a Persona gate, and not just any NPC can turn into the final boss. Shifting to Azel's expression, there's only one way for someone to become an NPC in a Persona gate. And that means Zeki was already a dark mage. Flame pressed her lips together after those realizations hit. She also finally understood why Beak Yusial had said those strange things earlier. So this was Beak Yusial's way of warning me about Zeki, but I can't just give up like this. Determination surged through her anxious heart. I'll bring her back no matter what it takes. With that, Flame immediately tried talking to Zeki up above. Zeki, if you keep getting drunk on that power, you could turn into something truly terrifying. So please calm down. But Zeki cut her off sharply. How ridiculous. Right now, I am Iharin. A dangerous smile peeked out from behind her paper fan. She posed the question, and the nobles below responded in chorus. My head is Iharin. My chest is Zeki, my heart is. Zeki's face flushed an unnatural red. It's so thrilling it feels like everything's melting away. Seeing the situation, Princess Hong Bion understood. It's already too late. Her mind has been completely corrupted by dark magic. Azel added from beside her. At this point, the only way is to clear this gate and bring her back to normal. Flame gripped her staff tightly. Yeah, I know. Golden mana light poured out from the staff. Flame's focus locked in hard. Just wait for me, Zeki. I'm definitely going to save you and make up for all of this. A streak of red lightning suddenly appeared near Zeki. All right, enough small talk. Mana exploded outward around her as that smile returned to Zeki's face. Let's get this party started together, shall we? An important status window updated. The battle against the Temptation Masquerade Festival boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of green blood appeared on the screen. The great sword Spider Lord had a long gash carved across its upper abdomen. That blood came from there, the result of Beak Yusial's strike combined with his burst of speed. Worry began to envelop his body as sweat dripped down. This really is a tough one. Analyzing his own situation, the Great Sword Spider Lord is a subspace entity and doesn't hold major importance for clearing the gate overall. Still, there are two reasons I have to push through this hardship. His eyes narrowed. First is to obtain the bewitching flower petal attached to the Great Sword Spider's forehead. While he was thinking that, the spider suddenly thrust one leg straight down at him. But he was already on guard. He instantly used burst speed to dodge effortlessly and checked the item left behind. At the same time, during his dash, he threw 3 differently colored potions forward. Orange for spark, green for slippery, purple for oil. And right after the results showed, the spider got shocked repeatedly as bolts of lightning struck its body non-stop. White light flared outward. The second reason was Beak Yusial swinging his sword hard, charging straight toward its energy barrier. In just a short moment, that barrier began cracking in a miraculous way. His target was locked on the rose petal on its forehead. His expression shifted with the changing situation. Hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6, Zeki's Path of Dark Magic. Additional info popped up. The bewitching flower petal, absorbing it significantly boosts mental strength stats. It's an item that effectively accelerates perception, enhances clairvoyance points, and supplements mana flow slowdown. This is a must-have item, and there are some interesting points in the story tied to it. The Great Sword Spider charged again. He attacked once more, adding to his earlier assessment. In other words, those bewitching flower petals are connected to the final boss, Duchess Iharin. As it stabbed forward, he leaped aside to dodge, his main focus on combat, but part of his mind still drifting through thoughts. Actually, this Great Sword Spider Lord is really the husband of the Duchess, Duke Iharin. But I don't care much about that stuff since I skipped the plot anyway. While concentrating on important thoughts, the monster kept attacking non-stop. He couldn't help showing an annoyed face. He kept using burst speed to move around and finally decided to change things up, leaping above its head. Anyway, because of that, Whenever I attack the barrier in front of the pedal, the Duchess shows signs of it too. That way the main characters can carry out their strategies more easily. Because of that concern, he also had another worry. But I don't know if my attacks will hit at exactly the right timing. But then a faint smile locked onto his lips. So I'll just attack it as much as possible and take it down completely. In all previous clashes, the spider had attacked first, so this time he decided to go big and strike first himself. Burst speed activated non-stop. The moment he appeared in a new spot, he used it again. All anyone could see were afterimages trailing behind him. Triple consecutive burst speed let him pull this off, turning the place into his personal stage. The spider let out a series of grotesque cries in response to this sudden shift. As for him, after that performance, he finally stopped. All right, if I keep maintaining this state. Before he could think further, surprise flashed across his face. Huh. The spider below was moving abnormally, accompanied by some green substance, and he knew exactly what the issue was. I threw so many slippery potions. Did it run out already? No choice left. He was forced to charge at it once more. When Beak Yusial saw the spider below moving strangely with no solid footing, unease flooded his emotions. Damn it, below us is the ballroom. His speed kept increasing from momentum as he plummeted downward. That was the instant decision to change course. Okay, let's think about this. I need to check the direction that spider's heading. At full speed, he finally caught up to its position. Both collided. Eyes locking, sweat dripping down his face as he gritted his teeth in frustration. And I'll redirect it. His pupils flashed with a special color as burst speed shifted him again. A few minutes earlier, right when the big notification appeared, the battle against the Temptation Masquerade Festival boss has begun. Following that announcement, Princess Hong Bion's whole group immediately clustered into battle formation. Meanwhile, Zeki's hand grasped part of her black dress. Blood-red music began to play as Zeki's dance opened instantly. Every gaze locked onto her movements. Each step change summoned more red lightning streaks. At the same time, a strange magic circle formed beneath her feet. Once again, Zeki shifted her steps according to her dance. And the red lightning began altering the surroundings. Everyone get back. But the warning seemed too late. The previous lightning bolts all converged and struck one spot. The nearby nobles were blasted outward. Back with the group after seeing that powerful attack slam down, Princess Hong Bion turned around, checked on everyone, and asked, "Is everyone okay?" A male student behind her answered, "Yes." Calming down and analyzing the issue, her worry grew clearer. There's no time to hesitate or second guess. Now is the moment to fight. She directly pulled out her staff, gripping the top. The staff glowed brighter because this opponent was a dark mage. Up above, Zeki continued her dance moves, while fire-type magic attacks began targeting her and locking on. Noticing this, Zeki looked back with contemptuous eyes, and of course she had reason to. Not that easy. Right after those words, a strange black magic array appeared in front of Zeki. The fire attacks were effortlessly blocked. But the assault didn't stop there. Azel formed 3 small ice arrays, from which huge ice pillars shot out. The other students weren't clueless either. They all unleashed magic toward the target in unison. Unfortunately, every single attack got blocked by similar magic circles as before. The students were utterly shocked. All the magic we cast, it's completely useless. While everyone launched their attacks, Zeki made a new movement. Red lightning formed in the sky, startling everyone as more appeared. Ah, she's attacking again, be careful. In some miraculous way, Flame created a complex magic formation in front of herself. Right then, 2 exclamation marks popped up. Mimicking her earlier motion, Flame also grasped part of her dress. Music began to ring out. Flame held her staff with an indifferent expression and started the dance required here. Watching her act without knowing when she decided this, Azel looked over in huge surprise. "Why are you suddenly dancing here?" But Flame didn't answer and continued her performance. After a while, Flame stopped, her eyes half lowered as she stared straight at the enemy. Following the magic formation she'd created earlier, Flame released an attack outward. Golden light streaked past Zeki's side. Holding her fan, eyes wide in shock, she could only stand there staring. Seeing it succeed, Flame inwardly cheered. "Yes, it's exactly like what I read in the novel." With that, she raised her voice loud. "Everyone start dancing." Princess Hong Bion and Azel looked over in astonishment as Flame explained further. "We already got the hints from the previous scenes. In this phase, it's not just a magic showdown. It also involves dancing. We can only use magic through our dance." Catching on quickly, Princess Hong Bion grasped it. "So that's it. Duchess Iharin's dance can't be broken by ordinary magic." Azel also had her own thoughts. The dance that counters Serena's silent boost is, and it all pointed to one key thing, Serena's farewell song. Without hesitation, Princess Hong Bion opened with her dance to the music. Anyone in sync started dancing too. And the other classmates knew this dance as well. Notes formed and blended with the movements, and in no time, successive magic attacks were unleashed straight toward where Zeki stood. Unexpectedly, she covered her mouth with the fan again. And just like that, a massive explosion formed right in front of everyone, with Zeki at the center. The music still played as Azel, amid the rhythm, voiced new worry. Will that attack actually work? But then the music suddenly changed, and so did she. Wait. As the blood-red tune rose again, and from the smoke of the previous explosion, a dark silhouette slowly emerged, someone thought. The melody seems to have sped up. Two other classmates noticed the same thing as Azel. "Look over there, what the hell is that?" A foot slowly stepped forward, and exactly two more legs emerged from under Zeki's dress. Her eyes shifted to an eerie red. Someone warned everyone. "Her legs have grown to 4 now. Is that right?" The blackened feet, scorched from the explosion, tiptoed again to the dance rhythm. Steps changing non-stop. Through the new rhythm from 4 legs, Zeki quickly formed a denser new magic array behind her than before. "All right, then let's do this properly." With those words from Zeki, her face grew increasingly shadowy and grotesque. Seeing her like that, Flame couldn't hold back and shouted toward Zeki. "Stop it, Zeki. If you keep sinking into the role of Duchess Iharin, you won't be able to come back anymore." Zeki shot back. "Exactly what do you want me to stop for? Just look around you." At the same time dark magic spread outward, the voices of the other nobles rang out non-stop. "Zeki Iharin, Zeki Iharin." Everyone just stood frozen there, watching this horrifying scene unfold. From that moment on, the spectacle was no longer beautiful. It had turned into something far more grotesque, with the nobles now roaring along to the music's rhythm. "As expected, you're so beautiful. You're truly the best dancer. Go ahead and punish those foolish challengers." Seeing Flame's stunned look, Zeki added more words. "Flame, are you really that heartless?" Flame blurted out instinctively. "What?" Some old memories surfaced, along with an analysis in her mind. "Petty, selfish, and nasty. This is such a sweet and wonderful feeling. You're the only one who gets to keep it all to yourself. You've hoarded it just for you." Flame always wore a smile on her lips, while Zeki stood off to the side, only able to feel sad. Now all that pent-up anger burst out. "I'll never let go of this heart or this feeling." More red lightning began appearing. Princess Hong Bion sensed the massive mana about to be unleashed and warned everyone on their behalf. "It's coming. Everyone protect yourselves." Right after those words, Zeki started moving over there. Energy beams formed from the magic arrays and shot straight forward. Luckily, thanks to the earlier warning, Princess Hong Biyun and Azel had already raised defensive shields to block the attack. But things didn't go perfectly. One of the classmates standing next to Azel got hit. Azel noticed it immediately but couldn't do anything to help. Then, while she was distracted, another power surged toward her position, but she didn't have time to turn and look. She couldn't do a thing about it. Azel closed her eyes tight, but then opened them again when nothing reached her. A light shone on her face, followed by a big question mark in her expression. Hong Biyun had stepped in front using her own strength, forming a massive wall of fire that shielded Azel from the earlier danger. After helping out, Princess Hong Biyun quickly turned back with urgency. "Hey, idiot, why are you just standing there spacing out and losing focus like that?" Azel stammered. "What?" Seeing her still dazed, Princess Hong Biyun raised her voice higher. "For me, defending against fire magic is more effective, so let me handle that. You focus on blocking the incoming lightning spells." Azel got it. "Oh, right." Princess Hong Biyun kept giving orders. "Stay behind us and attack whenever you get an opening." Flame also noticed this change in the princess, and especially how she was talking to her. In that brief moment, Flame felt even more confused. What's going on here? In the original story, Hong Biyun ruined team morale out of jealousy toward Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage their relationship. In the end, it caused huge damage to everyone, messing up the whole plot. But now Hong Biyun was the one reading the situation best and stepping up. This time, a blood-red energy attack shot straight at Princess Hong Biyun, but Azel raised an ice wall to block it. The princess flinched a little and looked over at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts were still spinning. "No, that's Hong Biyun and Azel, they're working together." Azel looked at Princess Hong Biyun and spoke naturally, gently. "Don't let your guard down either, okay?" Hearing the criticism, Princess Hong Biyun got a bit annoyed. "What?" Right after that, Flame suddenly appeared behind both of them to help with both offense and defense. "Me too. I can't let those two outdo me." With defense in place, Flame officially counterattacked by forming a massive magic circle behind her and unleashing continuous golden energy beams forward. But with 3 black magic barriers in front of her, Zeki blocked everything Flame sent her way. Useless. Yet Flame just gave a faint smile right after. The large energy lightning bolt spread out and pierced straight through those barriers. Once again, a massive explosion erupted right at Zeki's center. Looking toward the smoke ahead, the familiar question came out. "So, is this the end for me?" Peering closer at the thicker smoke than before. And of course, that dark silhouette appeared once more, but this time with horns added. The first to notice was Azel. Right after came Princess Hong Biyun, that appearance. And then Flame, Zeki. Zeki's voice changed as she called out, "Flame, Flame." The lower half of Zeki had fully transformed into a spider, just like the one everyone encountered in the hallway on the way down. "Do you hate seeing me happy that much?" The noble NPCs had completely changed. They began trembling. Meanwhile, someone started vomiting. Zeki was gradually losing control. "Why won't you just leave me alone?" Why, knowing part of why she ended up like this was her fault, Flame tried shouting over. "Zeki, that's not it. Please snap out of it." But Zeki had reached the peak of her rage. "Shut up." Instantly, a layer of blood-red magic formed. It didn't stop there. A second divine array appeared right below. The blood-red music rose again, and that smile locked tight on Zeki's face. The original Princess Hong Biyun froze. "No way." Behind her, Flame wore the same expression. "This is." Facing the danger ahead, analysis thoughts kicked in. At the very least, this is already level 5 risk. "I can't even think straight anymore. What do we do now?" From the way her eyes stared forward. Flame suddenly looked up, as if sensing some movement. The noise grew louder and louder and she asked out loud, What's that sound? Azel, seeming to realize what it was, cut in while standing beside her. Beak Yusial, Beak Yusial. Flinched instinctively at her words, but quickly, another unexpected development happened. Zeki screamed as if struck by something. Princess Hong Bion asked again, "What's going on?" Flame glanced from afar and explained, "I don't know the exact reason, but it looks like Beak Yusial's fight with the great sword spider lord up above is affecting Zeki down here." Zeki clutched her head in pain. Flame couldn't believe it, but another confirmation surfaced in her mind. "Don't tell me. Beak Yusial figured out this trait and is fighting that monster alone just to help us beat this final boss." No idea how he was attacking up there, but Zeki clutched her head again and cried out helplessly. Not missing the chance, Princess Hong Bion's voice shifted. "This is our opening right now." After giving the order, all three unleashed their magic skills once more. Fire from Princess Hong Bion, ice from Azel, and light from Flame surged forward. The ice hit first, freezing the spider-like legs completely, followed by Princess Hong Bion's enveloping flames. The light came as the final strike. A huge explosion erupted when the three elements collided, sweeping away the smoke that formed. Zeki roared in fury, "You bastards, is this all you've got, you brats?" But then her anger exploded to the max. "How dare you!" Right at that moment, the original Great Sword Spider Lord suddenly appeared in the ballroom. Sensing something extra appearing, Princess Hong Bion asked worriedly, "What's happening?" Flame was just as puzzled. "I don't know, but it feels like something just fell down." As if recognizing the familiar shape, Flame froze mid-thought. "That can't be. Isn't that the Great Sword Spider Lord?" It crashed down from above, knocking the giant spider unconscious and cracking the ballroom floor. A big question rang out afterward. "Is it dead?" One of the male students in the group, unable to believe his eyes, started trembling and muttered unconsciously, "This is ridiculous. Beak Yusial, a first-year student just like us, solo hunted a level 4 monster." Not just the spider fell. The male student quickly turned around in shock, seeing him lying there completely knocked out. In front of everyone present, the massive spider crashed right where Zeki had been standing earlier. From below, one of her friends stepped up the stairs. Flame was the first to go up, but her heart was heavy with sadness. Zeki was now pinned under the giant spider, struggling to rise but trembling as she questioned the approaching Flame. "Why do you always have to ruin everything for me?" More anger built on her face. "I'll never forgive you." But then another thought surfaced in the moment. "Oh, I get it now. You couldn't win at dancing, so you had to pull this dirty trick. Because no one dances better than me, right? How pathetic, how pathetic. In the end, you're just like me, jealous of someone prettier showing up." She added a goofy laugh. "Ahaha, it's not just me anymore. You're no different from me in the end." But the sadness deepened in Flame's heart as she looked at her friend, who was no longer sane. Seeing her staring with that strange expression, Zeki asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?" To shift some of her emotions, Flame turned and asked Azel behind her, "Azel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Azel replied quickly, "Yes." Zeki, understanding the action, smirked triumphantly. "No matter what nonsense you pull, the truth is I'm still more beautiful than you." Following Flame's request, Azel created an ice mirror right in front of Zeki. She dazedly looked into it. Huh. One side of her face had completely turned into a spider. She still couldn't believe it. This is, huh. While the male classmate nearby checked on the guy who was just sitting up. "You okay?" In my head, Zeki's voice shattered the quiet again. "Is this really my appearance? Are you lying? This isn't a real mirror, is it?" Beak Yusial had woken up by now, but he pressed a finger to his forehead while Zeki's rant continued. "You're trying to trick me with this image, aren't you?" "It's disgusting, disgusting, so disgusting." The sound kept echoing. Zeki screamed even louder. Ah, please take that mirror away. The noble group from the dance earlier who'd been on Zeki's side now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what came next, so they all bowed their heads to let Zeki rage in her suffering. Ah, I don't want this, I hate it. This isn't me, ah. Zeki's transformed hand trembled as she reached out desperately. Flame, please, you can do anything. Just help me, save me. But her words shifted a bit. Do you think I'd beg like that? A blade-like leg, just like the giant spiders, appeared. Zeki's transformed arm thrust toward Flame as she screamed in fury. This is all your fault for turning me into this. Die, Flame. White and red mixed together, but the one wounded in the attack was Zeki. Something appeared under Flame's feet and pierced straight through Zeki's body. Her dazed eyes widened. In that instant, Zeki remembered the happy feeling of standing next to Hye-Won-ryong. There was no saving Zeki anymore. Everyone could only help her escape this state through sacrifice. Flames from Princess Hong Byun began to rise once more. Azel bowed her head in sorrow for having done something so terrible herself. Princess Hong Byun felt the same guilt. But the saddest one was probably Flame, because she knew she was part of the reason for this death. After Zeki vanished, she stood there and said her final words to her friend. I'm sorry, Zeki, I'm really sorry. As Zeki fell, the main notification appeared. The story of Duchess Iharen, who achieved the world's greatest beauty and fame, has ended. You have conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Switching outside, where everyone had entered the gates, an announcement echoed here. Team A6, simulation training complete, students have exited. Group B3's simulation training has also concluded. As soon as the students came out, Instructor Lee gave orders. Evacuate them immediately, one teacher replied. Yes, sir, everyone's out. Instructor Lee then focused on the last spot, worry forming right there. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Instructor Lee underwent some change. Red lightning began flashing around it. Sensing something bad coming, Instructor Lee turned to another assistant nearby. The waves are shaking, get ready quick. Yes. But before he could say more, the gate mutated directly. The space expanded and the previous red color gradually faded away. Instructor Lee's eyes stared intensely at the transformation. But then a faint smile appeared on his lips. The ants defeated the tiger. Following those words, all the students were outside except for one. The red gate completely vanished afterward. Seeing the students emerge from such a dangerous place, whispers and discussions broke out. They really cleared a level 5 risk persona gate as just students. Even seasoned veterans would find that tough. Doubts kept rising. Was that guy the leader? Arian's face showed a flicker of surprise at his own earlier words coming back to bite him. Then he turned and mocked himself for the joke. Let's withdraw. Yes, sir. It didn't end there. After coming out, Beek Yusial stepped forward, raised his sword across his chest and reported, Permission to report. Persona Gate Conquest mission complete. Total participants, 16. 1 casualty. 15 returned safely and successfully. Instructor Lee's expression turned bitter after hearing that. In the end, there was still one sacrifice. The instructor refocused and gave instructions. You all did great. I'll send a healer right away so everyone rest up. Yes. Right then, someone appeared and cut in. Did something happen while I was away? Everyone turned to look at the familiar voice. Following that, another person showed up. Oh, looks like something interesting happened while I was gone, huh? He paused for a moment, confused by this sudden appearance. The headmaster of Stella Academy, Elman Eltwin, a level 9 Grand Mage, approached him with a smile. Seems like quite the excitement went down without me here. Tell me everything. Moving to Stella, building number 1. To the principal's office, Beek Yusial strode alongside Director Eltman Eltwin down this corridor. As he walked, his face showed an indescribable bewilderment mixed with a new worry, a private exchange with Eltman. Seriously, why do I feel so anxious? His gaze flicked elsewhere, as if complaining about some decision. That's why I don't want to be a leader. Back before they left the Persona Gate, Princess Hong Bion gathered everyone, as if to raise a major point. Wouldn't it be better if we appointed a leader to report the situation before we leave? With a deadpan face, his thumb pointed at Azel, saying, "Then how about Azel?" He fainted, woke up, and Azel looked bewildered at his grand suggestion toward her. Huh. However, from the start, both Hong Bion and Flame had no intention of letting him escape this selection. They mirrored each other's expressions, folded their arms, and said matter-of-factly, "Commoner, we've already opened our eyes and you dare to publicly ignore our contribution. Pathetic. In any case, that's not acceptable." A bead of sweat fell, and for some reason, as if a special task were attached to Azel, she added, "I thought I was somewhat capable, but not this time." He froze, vaguely following the thought. "You think so too?" His eyes instantly closed. "So in the end, I was forced to become the leader. What the hell happened to me unconsciously?" But perhaps this cut his thoughts short. The director's voice rang out, bringing a new topic. "Is this the third time we've met?" Opening his eyes wide. He looked more at the director and continued, "Sir, I'm taller than last time, right?" Slightly confused and still young, not understanding the director's meaning, he stiffened. "Huh, what is he talking about?" As he tried to make sense of it, suddenly some old memories rushed back. A small village ravaged by a blizzard, blink, blink, blink. In that snow-covered place, Beak Usial stood alone. At that time, though his body couldn't use magic, he diligently practiced a single magical skill, blink teleportation. In that moment, he turned his gaze to one side as a voice there spoke. You're amazing." A cloaked figure appeared and added to his new bewilderment. "You have an interesting talent. I'll write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There will be bonus points." And that person was the current director of Stella Academy, Eltman. So to bring him back to the present, the director spoke once more. "The reason I called you here is..." He was slightly startled. Director Lee smiled and added, "I'm here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potential crisis." He sat there, reflecting a bit. "It started with me." But the director's words remained, "And I don't intend to disclose this to the outside. Of course, if student casualties had been severe, things would be different. Thank you, it's all because of you. And there is one thing I need to confirm." He instinctively paid attention to this remark. In an instant, the director's expression turned cold. Was there any anomaly inside that gate? In that brief moment, cold sweat began to run down Beak Usial's body. "Ah, what's with that look? No wonder they call you a black witch killer. Even so, I'm not even a black witch." Between hiding the truth and telling it, Beak Usial chose to tell the truth, though anxiety remained. Yes, a student died. Zeki showed signs of black magic corruption. With an expression devoid of sympathy, the director replied to that answer. "Is that so? That's unfortunate, isn't it? Being affected by corruption means dark emotions were present from the start, and no one can resist that." Beak Usial felt this clearly. There was nothing pitiful about it. Before he could finish dealing with the current matter, the director brought up another issue for him. "Oh, look at my mind. Come to think of it, I haven't offered you anything to drink yet." The teacher turned back with his characteristic radiant smile. He asked him, "Coffee or tea? Do young people these days like fizzy drinks?" Others might not notice, but from now on it would be a proper conversation. Grasping some key information, Beak Usial began to state his choice. I want tea," he added deadpan. "Is there a tea called lilt?" The director looked at him with curiosity. "Lilt?" Then he immediately smiled enigmatically. The answer came, "Yes, wait for me a moment." Beak Yusial breathed a light sigh. Lucky me. After a short time, the director brought out a cup of tea and set it on the table. Right, lilt, surprisingly few people know about it and even fewer like it. He replied, Thank you. He then picked up the cup and began to taste it. He sensed the tea but showed no expression. The immediate thought revealed the atmosphere. As expected, it's tasteless. Compared to foods on Earth, it's like durian or fermented anchovies. It's a matter of palate. Yet it's oddly addictive, so some people dislike it. It has a distinctive smell that turns people off, even to the point of refusing to put it in their mouths. But those who come to love it become fanatical. The reason he chose Lilt was that, in reality, a private meeting with Eltman was a branching opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised magic lessons. Azel, who chose a fizzy drink, attained an epiphany about magic. And this Lilt is Eltman's favorite tea. The only issue was he glanced over, waiting for the teacher to continue. About Lilt, you see. It was exclusively enjoyed by the El tribe living on the western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and suffered misfortune along with the El tribe. The Lilt tea recipe was said to have disappeared. The teacher smiled, looking at the cup in his hand. This must be one of the few Lilt teas left in the world. If foolish humans hadn't been greedy, we might still be enjoying it today. It really was a pity. But the next words from him gave the director a surprising feeling. Is that so? That's odd, because up until now I've still been drinking it. Seeing him put the cup down, the teacher hurriedly asked in surprise, Well then, is there any left? He answered curtly, No. Hearing that, Eltman's expression changed once more. That's disappointing. However, it was too soon for disappointment when he cut in again. But you know it, the recipe for Lilt tea. The director's eyes widened as he looked at him, and the quiet atmosphere was broken because the teacher couldn't contain his excitement. What, really? How did you come by that recipe? Beak Yusial knew he'd spoken hastily and looked bewildered. The thought that followed. This is a bit hard to explain. I can't exactly say I got it from a game. Under the director's expectant gaze, he slowly said, It was taught to me by my late mother, so that's how I knew it. He said that with a somewhat sad demeanor. At the final gesture, the nurturing from his mother was swept up in his emotion. The teacher grew sad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. He tried to dispel the sadness. It's all right, no need to apologize for that. The thought returned. I'm glad things went smoothly. Recovering his composure as usual, the director cleared his throat and asked him, So would you consider selling that recipe to me? I'll pay you handsomely. Eltman couldn't contain his impatience, but he was waiting for this moment. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for has come. He said immediately, Actually, there's something I want from you even more than money. Yes, Principal, the director asked again. Surprised once more, he revealed what it was, the space enchantment technique of the Principal. I want your help with it, even if only once. Surprised by his choice, the director asked again, What? Why won't you reconsider? The Lilt tea recipe has stopped being produced and could be sold for a high price, but my magical technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, right? He sat there silent. I understand very well. About Eltman's spatial magic and Altarisha's alchemical techniques. And finally, by using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create a marvelous multi-dimensional space. It would be a storage, a space that can only be created when a mage masters the 8th rank spatial attribute. For that reason, very few people in this world can do it. It would be a storage, a space that can only be created when a mage masters the 8th rank spatial attribute. For that reason, very few people in this world can do it. But with the help of a 9th rank mage like Eltman, I could create the finest storage space. Having calculated it in his mind, he smiled and continued. More than a few coins, as an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understands the nature of magic and its principles of use, I would consider that the most precious gift of my life. So please, I'm asking you, sir. Hearing him say that repeatedly, the smile and a sigh followed. Expectantly, the teacher replied at once, "All right, if that's truly what you desire, then let's make a deal." Beek Yusial's joy was obvious. Wonderful. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Haydn was seated with someone opposite him. He gripped his hands tightly and addressed the other. "I've heard a story. The Persona Gate was very difficult. You opened it and already failed, didn't you, Raiden?" As the vice principal said, speaking with him was Professor Raiden of the Waning Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I'm afraid the headmaster will be furious if he learns the truth about this." The vice principal straightened his lapel and cut in. "You're being overly rigid and scaring people. That's the problem causing trouble. I'm not too upset you failed. There are still many other ways." Professor Raiden was indifferent, as if he could foresee something. And under Aki Haydn's dangerous gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his suspicion. "Are you planning to make Professor Mason lose control?" The atmosphere fell oddly silent, and the exchange ended with Professor Raiden's departure. "If there's nothing more to report, I'll take my leave." The corridor stretched on, and the professor walked there in silence. During this, the professor began to form some new judgments. The only real reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with several students capable of attending the upcoming Aslan Symposium. Although they opened a gate with a level 5 risk far beyond their ability, who would have thought Flame, Azel, Princess Adelvit, and even Hong Biyun could all step out safely? Looking toward the nearby window, a small assessment intruded. None of this was part of any plan. Busy with those thoughts, the professor suddenly glanced as someone addressed him. "Professor, long time no see." Raiden slowly turned. It was a polite smile from a student greeting Ma Yuxiang. He folded his arms and the earlier words continued. "When I was young, you were like a dangerous beast, but now I can hardly recognize you acting like such a human being." Before he could react to the situation, Ma Yuxiang brought up another major issue. "Honestly, my friends were almost hurt recently. Was this planned because the old man, burdened and slow, schemed this?" Hearing that, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuxiang with a cold expression. "Even if you are a young master, please restrain your words and actions that show disrespect to the head." "And friends," Ma Yuxiang's face darkened. The other ended with a question. "Are you too absorbed in that student role-playing game of yours?" However, Professor Raiden was taken aback again when Ma Yuxiang's voice was no longer the same. "So it's not only your appearance that's changed, huh? And you even dare to speak such arrogant and insolent words to me?" An invisible but real pressure began to weigh on the professor's body. He had to grit his teeth to withstand it, but the expression intensified as beads of sweat began to appear on his face. Ma Yuxiang's gaze, bearing, and aura had completely changed. Raiden felt the spirit of a king emanating from him along with the warning, "Better to be cautious." A smile followed. "You gentlemen are troublesome and an eyesore. Until next time." Ma Yuxiang slowly departed step by step. With each step, the echo produced a strange sensation, and the professor raised a fist to his chest. And when Ma Yuxiang had fully left, Professor Raiden exhaled. He took a deep breath to steady himself. "If it's for the benefit of the Lunar Shadow Order, then this is nothing." The scene shifted. It moved to the group where Princess Hong Biyun was standing somewhere. Two female classmates, constantly worried, addressed the princess. "Princess, we're glad you're safe. We heard the school made a mistake setting up the Persona Gate. Is that true?" "Honestly, who knows how they work?" Hearing that, Princess Hong Biyun looked down in thought, unsurprised. As expected, the other students don't know about this. Considering the academy's stance, it's understandable. At that moment, someone appeared and called Princess Hong Bion's name. A voice that couldn't be ignored. The princess turned to confirm who called her. Senpai. A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmono Ajlik, a third year at the academy. Still that smile, but brighter. Edmono added, "No need to use such formal and stiff address. I feel a bit embarrassed using those grand words." In response, Princess Hong Bion remained composed and replied, "Students maintain a strict hierarchy." Hearing her cool reply, Edmono immediately changed the subject. "Ha ha, glad you're safe. I was actually a bit worried you might run into trouble." With her familiar expression, the princess answered curtly, "I'm fine, senpai, you don't need to worry." A thought suddenly formed and replaced it. This sly old fox. What he's worried about isn't me. It's his own livelihood, more like. The two leading powers of the Adalvit Kingdom. The House of Duke Orkin supports Princess Hong Chwa, and the House of Duke Ajlik is the only family that can rival and oppose Orkin. Among them, Edmono is the sole heir to Duke Ajlik. Perhaps his goal is to help me become queen and marry me. Given the princess's previous responses, Edmono realized that approach wouldn't work, so he changed the topic. "Ah, right, do you want to play soul chess? There's going to be a tournament for students soon." Although Princess Hong Bion had no interest in soul chess, she still nodded in agreement. "Yes, fine." Seizing the chance to get closer to the princess, Edmono placed an arm on her shoulder and said in a cool, low voice, "All right, today I'll teach you a move. Watch closely and learn it." Hong Bion was surprised by this action and immediately bit her lip in unwillingness. As they walked, after Edmono greeted everyone ahead, Princess Hong Bion closed her eyes and calmly thought, "The painful truth is I cannot become queen without the help of someone like him. If only I had some power." Even if it were someone with power equivalent to Duke Ajlik standing by my side. At that moment, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze to the window. Beek Yusial. Coincidentally, he happened to walk past outside and fell into the princess's line of sight. But the princess quickly had to look back at Edmono when he turned to her and spoke. "Hong Bion, what are you doing? Why don't you come over quickly?" However, Princess Hong Bion remained hesitant, glancing back toward the window. "It seems he has already left." And Princess Hong Bion then left her place. "Yes, senpai." The scene shifted to someone's hand holding a petal. It was Beek Yusial who had stopped in a corner. He began to fidget, examining it and asking, "Now then, is this enough?" The surroundings suddenly turned pink. The petal in his hand began to float, and an information panel appeared. Absorbing an enchantment tree petal increases mental strength by 65% and permanently grants a small boost to charm-type magic resistance. The status panel also showed Beek Yusial's stats. Strength 273%, Perception 257%, Agility 242%, Stamina 219%, Damage Resistance 099%, Mental Strength 224%, Magical Power. Looking at the changes, he murmured, "This isn't bad." Also, the information continued. Project Constellatio grants you a special reward. Because of this, Beek Yusial rubbed his chin and began to speculate. By completing a new stage, I received this special reward. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use a growth item? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. "Ah." He added the question, "Could there be Merkin's pendant?" The system replied, "Possible." He was immediately pleased. "Then take it." A new message appeared. "You have received the Merkin pendant." The item appeared in the log. Merkin pendant, superior grade. Description: a pendant crafted by Mekin, a visionary alchemical engineer who pushed a barrier to its limit to save his life. Special effect: Merkin's shield automatically defends against attacks of up to rank 6. single use only. Without hesitation, he put it around his neck. Pity it can only be used once, but guaranteeing survival isn't a bad deal. Since Volume 8 is about to take place, he would have to fight the awakened Professor Mason Tyron then. Also, the information showed an artifact status. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% value. Beak Usial smiled at that. Good, preparations to fight Mason Tyron are progressing smoothly. Then I'll rely on Altarisha for the rest. The scene changed to a new place, the International Alchemy Organization. Beak Usial arrived there. He stood before an area and someone greeted him with a smile. This is the 13th branch of the Cordon Lithomancy School, the annex by the Big Elm in Alchemy City. He replied, I'm here to see the alchemist Altarisha. However, the receptionist plainly answered, I'm sorry, you cannot see her right now. He knew what it was and looked a bit taken aback, putting his hand into his jacket. I knew it. Immediately, he produced a letter. This is a direct invitation from Professor Altarisha's assistant. The receptionist was flustered by the situation. Oh my. Their exchange then became simple. My apologies, I'll guide you right away. This way, please. Thank you. Arriving at the door of Altarisha's research lab, the receptionist called inside. Miss Altarisha, you have a visitor. However, there was no sound in response. The receptionist then spoke up once more. May we come in? At that moment, Beak Usial suddenly flinched in alarm at something. This feeling. A large explosion suddenly occurred, and its release of pressure was enormous. The blast sent the door spinning, yet it remained intact. Inside, smoke rose thickly, obscuring the way. Fortunately, it seemed not to be a major accident, as Beak Usial was still there and said, What a surprise! When the door spun earlier, he had just managed to pull the receptionist aside, though he still felt some worry. We nearly got into trouble. Brushing the smoke aside, Beak Usial stepped into the room bit by bit. With so much smoke, he called out loudly, Assistant, are you all right? Soon after, he unexpectedly received a voice in reply. Hey, are you the student Beak Usial? Though the recent events were somewhat troublesome, Assistant Altarisha was safe and even smiled as she continued. Welcome, I want to show you something. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared beside her, none other than the golden alchemist, Stone Fox. Beak Usial hadn't paid attention to him yet, but he noticed Altarisha's expression and thought, the explosion didn't even faze her. Then both their attentions turned to the golden alchemist when he noticed something on his own bracelet. Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. On the silver band was a button and he placed a finger on it. A green shield appeared, enveloping his entire arm. He was delighted and eagerly explained. If we press this button twice, even in this mode alone, it proudly reaches level 3 strength. However, Beak Usial was surprised when the effect didn't stop there, as the man said, Oh ho, but if we press this button one more time here. What then? Amazing, right? Even if your mana is low or you're an ordinary person who can't use magic, you can still deploy this shield spell at least once. Though its defensive strength is only 500, it can be extremely useful in critical situations. Before the three of them, a shield 3 times the size of his face appeared exactly where the small shield had been. Unlike other shields, there were no magical runes engraved on it. Continuing, the golden alchemist couldn't hide his astonishment at what he had done. He couldn't help but express his new excitement. If we publish this, the world will be turned upside down. It's all thanks to this prodigy Altarisha. He then noticed the boy's presence. Ah, come to think of it, you're a co-creator too. He pulled him in and added on the spot, why don't we enter the alchemical world together as alchemists? Beak Usial, though tempted, left the two stunned with his answer. I can't survive as an alchemist because I don't have mana. Seeing such an extraordinary alchemical genius without mana, Stone Fox said, What? What did you just say? His secret up to now, seemed unknown at the academy, though it wasn't exactly hidden, and he explained himself to them. A congenital body that cannot receive mana, it's a constitution that slows the leakage of mana. The golden alchemist pushed his glasses up. He still couldn't believe what the boy had said. What you just said, surely you don't mean. Yet Bao Stone Fox's reaction seemed a bit different. He couldn't continue, and Altarisha spoke for him. Is that what they call a limited lifespan? He received those words calmly, then his gaze drifted off in another direction as he thought. Yes, that's certainly a significant issue, but is it true? To bring them both back to normal and out of their days, Beek Yusial added his own point. My time is limited, but I don't intend to die. I'll take care of that, so don't worry about it. Hearing him, Assistant Altarisha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, right. To dispel the tension further, Beek Yusial changed the subject and held out a hand. Also, could I take a look at that shield bracelet? Bao Stone Fox startled, then snapped back. Huh, oh sure. After taking the silver bracelet into his hand, he took out his encyclopedic lens to examine it. On it, some information formed within the bracelet. From that, he formed a new impression. It's definitely still in an initial stage, so there are many rough and unnecessary parts on this item. Pausing there, he looked at Assistant Altarisha and smiled. Wait a moment, can I borrow your monosoldering pen? Altarisha was surprised by the request but raised no objection. Ah, here. However, Bao Stone Fox's brow twitched, unsure what he intended to do, and asked, Oh, what are you trying to do now? But the silence was cut off by someone, Assistant Altarisha standing beside him. She knew what Beek Yusial wanted to do and didn't want anyone to disturb him at that moment. Returning to him, after receiving the monosoldering pen from Altarisha, Beek Yusial slowly and deliberately placed the pen on the silver bracelet, where the special data resided. A thought slipped in. Here, with the connection point of this monosoldering pen, don't do this half-heartedly. Use the encyclopedic lens to etch the proper complete shield bracelet structure you envision. Erase the original and create a more efficient structure to enhance quality. Everything was done. As soon as the sound ceased and he activated its function, a much larger and stronger shield was produced compared to the somewhat small one before. Stone Fox immediately gaped and quickly fetched a measuring lens to report the results. This cannot be happening. With growing expectation and delight from both, he announced his measured result. The defensive value has increased to 800 and almost 5 times improvement. No wonder she said the boy is a co-creator. He exclaimed in admiration, his face flushed and voice raised. Have you ever thought about working under me? No, not under me, alongside me. Don't worry about not being able to use magic. I'll assign you some alchemists to act as magical shuttle casters for you. Beek Yusial appreciated the offer, but it didn't sway him. Ha ha, sorry, I have my own reasons to continue pursuing my dream of becoming a magic warrior. He sounded a bit regretful. Oh, that's a shame. Then he added something more important. I still have a favor to ask. He held out a purple orb, the mana vessel, and asked, Could you create an item with this? Altarisha reached out to take it and asked, Is it some kind of charm? No hurry, Beek Yusial surprised them again. It's spatial magic. Headmaster Stella had said he would lend a hand. Both of them froze utterly. Altarisha said calmly, First, The headmaster, meanwhile, Bao Stone Fox was speechless at him. Oh, that old man decided to help you. You're really a troublemaker. However, Altarisha expressed her confusion aloud. I want to do something to help you, but I'm afraid I don't think I can. I've never tried using an elemental attribute before. Beek Yusial knew that and smiled. I know I won't ask you to do it immediately. You can do it gradually as you master your skills. He initially estimated this will probably take a few months. Then the small planning between them followed. All right, leave it to me. It's time for us to create a masterpiece. Back to the classroom at Stella Academy. Azel sat at her desk, clearly flustered. Something's wrong. She shyly cast her eyes toward Beek Usial, who sat dazed not far from her. Watching him yawn repeatedly, Azel hesitated, wondering to herself, should I ask Beek Usial about that? However, before she could act, someone stepped forward and spoke in a familiar tone. A commoner. Beek Usial looked up in surprise as Princess Hong Bion appeared at his desk, adding, I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free? Azel looked between them in vague confusion. Something important. However, Beek Usial already had his answer. It's nothing major. With that, Azel watched Princess Hong Bion lead Beek Usial out of the classroom. After they left, Azel returned to her usual melancholy, thinking, whatever they're going to talk about probably doesn't concern me, so why do I feel so strange? The two of them walked down the corridor, which felt odd as they didn't speak. Beek Usial decided to break the silence. What did you want to talk about? Princess Hong Bion, walking ahead, paused and replied, in the alchemical world, it's said that alchemical techniques have advanced. She then turned back to look at him. Finding him somewhat handsome, she got to the point. I heard you were a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused to consider. Given the informational power of the Adolvit royal family, this is to be expected. Remaining composed, Beek Usial answered the princess. So what? Do you want a direct link to M1EA1C Hang Company through me? Sensing he had partly guessed her intent, Princess Hong Bion crossed her arms and closed her eyes with aristocratic coolness. I won't deny that, but don't misunderstand me. Items are indeed important, but I think having a relationship with someone like you matters more. He suddenly became flustered at her words. Oh, really? A thought immediately followed. I didn't expect her to think so highly of me. It's certainly different from the original. Maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hong Bion's death. Where she had been cold before, Princess Hong Bion was now shy. Hey, then come eat with me. Suddenly someone interjected. Ah, is that Hong Bion? The two looked over, trying to identify the newcomer. It was none other than third-year student Edmono Atlik. His expression and tone quickly showed his displeasure. You even turned down lunch with me. I wonder if something important happened. I didn't expect you'd go with a mere commoner like him. That's truly disappointing. After Edmono Atlik's cold face, the three stood in uneasy silence for a long moment. But it was quickly shattered when Beek Usial's gaze fixed on the other man, and a thought crossed his mind. That man. I've seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags that leads Princess Hong Bion to destruction. Edmono Atlik. Judging by this guy's attitude earlier, it seemed he still didn't know he was a co-author of that randomly generated report. At that moment, Princess Hong Bion suddenly spoke, startling him and cutting off that thought. Not an ordinary commoner. I'm thinking of connecting alchemist Altarisha through this commoner, so please don't disturb us right now. However, Edmono Atlik wouldn't let that happen. A dangerous smile appeared. Hey, Hong Bion, do you really think that? What kind of power could a mere commoner like that have to help you? Aren't I a better choice? Beek Usial listened to the criticism aimed at him, but indifference, as always, took over his thoughts. How ridiculous. Looking at the princess beside him, the thought continued. Well, I'm used to being looked down on as a commoner. Though knowing the other was a major supporter, Princess Hong Bion coldly retorted Atlik. Exactly what do you mean by that, senior? Seeing the princess's displeased expression, Beek Usial didn't want things to go too far and immediately cut them off. All right, fine. Let's pretend we never discussed any item exchange. Princess Hong Bion flinched and spun to him. What? Meanwhile, Edmono Atlik was pleased. Smart thinking. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Beek Usial unexpectedly added something important. Oh, by the way, regarding the item business, I will certainly tell them that Duke Achlik outright refused to supply the kingdom of Adolvit. Edmono's face turned serious, though the dangerous smile remained. Hey, you seem overly arrogant. Do you know what happens when a first-year dares to challenge a third-year? Beek Yusial replied coldly and quickly, so what? That's none of my concern. Worried by his direct confrontation, Princess Hong Biyun found herself in an awkward spot. Commoner, you know that Stella's hierarchy is strict. Also, Edmono is known as the most influential among the third years. What were you thinking saying those things? Ignoring them both, Beek Yusial turned and left. Then I'll take my leave. Their eyes followed his retreating back, and Edmono's contempt was obvious. How could a first year not know how terrifying his seniors are? Seems I'll need to make this student's school life a bit more entertaining. Seeing his efforts come to nothing, Hong Biyun clearly showed her sorrow and loss. Meanwhile, Beek Yusial walked out into the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he carried his own sadness. Sorry, Hong Biyun, but if that guy isn't taken down, you'll never get a happy ending. Of course, whether she inherits the throne or Duke Achlik falls, death will still come in the end. It's inevitable. His steps halted abruptly. His gaze suddenly shot in one direction. At least I won't let Hong Biyun bow before him. His look turned toward the students moving about. And farther off, there was Hong Biyun hiding at a corner of the wall. Truly helpless, Princess Hong Biyun could only press her palm to her forehead. Ha! Should I just throw away everything related to this princess's honor? The reason Edmono Achalik kept interfering was clear. Perhaps he wants me never to stand on my own 2 feet. Then I'd have no choice but to depend on him. Helplessness deepened as she stood alone. Looking at her clenched hand, her sorrow grew. I missed a good opportunity. Am I really incapable of doing anything on my own? At that moment, Princess Hong Biyun's eyes widened as if she realized something. Wait a moment. The figure and words from before rushed back into her mind. I will certainly tell them that Duke Achlik outright refused to supply the kingdom of Adolvit. Reflecting, she thought, as a commoner, why would he say that? Normally, he shouldn't draw this kind of attention. But instead, he provoked Edmono directly. She had a very strange premonition about this. Don't tell me. Scene shifts to night, somewhere in the academy's dormitory wing. Beek Yusial appeared holding something in his hands, opening a box and smiling. Great, it arrived safely. A 3-compartment box revealed a bracelet, a necklace, and a plain patterned ring. Though they didn't look like ordinary accessories, their potential for integration was notable. Sitting there studying them for a long time, Beek Yusial sank into thought. Altarisha's item prototype arrived sooner than I expected. He added hesitantly, now then, what does this one do? An info panel popped up instantly. Shield-coated necklace, low to medium grade. Description: activates a protective coating that shields the entire body when worn. Effects: agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: level 1 body shield, 125 BP, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Beek Yusial showed clear delight. Oh, this is even better than I expected. The ring he held also displayed new info. Unknown dagger ring mid-level. Description: when used, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and spawns a new mana dagger. Effects: agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function: magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item was detailed. Shield bracer, low to medium grade. Description: when activated, it becomes a forearm protecting bracer. Effects: strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function: shield level 1, 1000 BP. He praised the bracer. That's Altarisha for you. She managed to make a mid-tier item. Clenching his fist, A new smile formed. I need to test this in combat and send feedback to Altarisha. I've already notified Dr. House Corden. Now everything's prepared. It's time to slowly crush Duke Agilic. A few days later, the second exam drew near. This second exam is divided into two parts, practical combat and theory. In the practical portion, combat magic tests are scored differently depending on the type of magic used. For example, lightning magic is graded by maximum voltage and number of linkages. Wind magic, meanwhile, is scored based on the explosive force generated. Ice magic is evaluated by its maximum cold and the area it covers. With healing, light, and other special attributes, there are many criteria to consider, but fire attribute expectations stand out the most. Who else but Princess Hong Biyun? Watching everyone continuously display their abilities, he couldn't help but be impressed. They really are protagonists. They're on a completely different level. Then an instructor looked over at him and said, "Beak Yusial, it's your turn." Beak Yusial stepped onto the testing area. The official signaled, "Prepare to begin. Use exactly one of your abilities." Beak Yusial accelerated from his spot toward pillars with a slightly large red button on them. Using Blink, he easily moved to the pillars and pressed the red buttons. Notably, his focus avoided any wasted motion. He completed each button simply and efficiently. From an observation corner, the supervisors were astonished at his execution. Every time I watch it, it's an unbelievable display. No delay in the blink, plus precise orientation and immediate action. Truly astonishing. When Beak Yusial stopped, the official's announcement rang out. Beak Yusial's test has ended. Standing there alone, staring off with indifference, Beak Yusial thought, "With this, I've completed part of the practical. I can't use magic, so the rest's basically wrecked. But if I score highly on the theory test with my glasses, that should make up for it." At that moment, Beak Yusial startled and looked back in bewilderment as someone approached and called his name. "So you're Beak Yusial." A group of students came forward, openly mocking him. "I heard a first year like you actually dared to argue with a third year. You're hopeless. Oh my, as a freshman, I can't even imagine that." Seeing the bunch come to pick a fight, Beak Yusial narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, "So it's starting. They're Edmono's people, right?" As he expected, one of them pushed right up to his face and said, "Oh, look at this brat daring to glare at us like that." The guy's expression then drained. "No intention of lowering your eyes, huh?" To those words, Beak Yusial remained calm and thought, "I saw this coming." Still, a scowl appeared on his face. It's a bit irritating having to take a beating from kids like these. Keeping that stare, Beak Yusial silently looked at the troublemakers, provoking them further. He sneered perfectly. "Huh, look at this brat, I've told you to lower your head." Beak Yusial coolly took in the barrage of insults. "This damn kid is even more insolent than I thought. A commoner, and I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, kneel down, you bastard." Just then, second-year senior Ban Dion passed by and noticed the commotion. "Since I'm already looking, I'll speak up. What's going on? A fight?" Close enough to see clearly, Ban Dion quickly recognized that they were men of senior Edmono Achiluk. More importantly, she noticed he was there. "Huh, isn't that the freshman we met at Made Cemetery? I think his name is Beak Yusial." Having decided, she strode over and called out loudly, "What are you guys doing over there?" As she approached, he looked at Ban Dion and said, "Can't you see? I'm disciplining a junior, don't interfere." "Ban Dion, this kid dared to talk back to a third year. As seniors, it's our duty to teach juniors." Hearing the argument, others also noticed her arrival. "Is that Ban Dion? Isn't she from class S52? Catching on quickly, Ban Dion turned to Beak Yusial, clearly surprised. But after looking him over more carefully, a new thought occurred. "Beak Yusial, does he intend to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a level 5 summoner, he should easily handle these guys. Why worry himself like that? Without hesitation, Ban Dion decided to intervene. No, don't do that. He was also surprised by her decision. What? Ban Dion closed her eyes and calmly continued. If what you say is true, that a freshman argued with a third year, this isn't trivial. If this were a military mage unit, it would be considered insubordination. So my point is, how about we hold a special training session for the juniors? Hearing this, the two were stunned and stared, puzzled. Someone said, that kind of training needs student council president approval. Having heard that, Ban Dion decided she'd handle it. I'll go request approval, so make sure it's done properly. With a more reasonable course of action suddenly available, he put on a perfect smile. Then, emitting a bit more threatening glare at Beak Yusial, he added, fine, sounds fun. The group then left, abandoning him. The two of them watched them go, only the two of them remained. Ban Dion then spoke to him. Sorry for intervening, but if you let it go, they won't leave you alone. Beak Yusial said nothing but showed clear surprise. Huh, you mean they won't let me go? Receiving no answer from him, Ban Dion offered her guess. You're planning to use the moment of humiliation to deliver a big return strike, right? Someone smart enough to take down a summoner wouldn't argue with others for no reason. So there's only one reason. To end Stella's foolish long-standing tradition, the seniors' ritual. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Beak Yusial stood silent, listening, then responded bewilderedly, me? Like, who am I and where is this? Why am I in this situation? Returning to the main point, watching those people still lingering, Ban Dion elaborated. But among them are those who have no choice but to follow Edmono Achlik. They are coerced, bound by family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like that be punished. She then placed a hand on his shoulder and added encouragement. So I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally persuade the student council president. Sensing the danger ahead, Beak Yusial kept sweating and didn't know what to do, forcing a helpless smile. Huh, what has she been saying just now? Time passed hurriedly, and some blue diagrams were drawn out in detail. It was a type of diagram engraved by a certain professor. This was the exam on interpreting magic protocols. The students below began their written test accordingly. Among them, some students couldn't help but complain. I don't understand any of this. Can I finish it today? However, notably among them, someone stood up and left their seat. It was Beak Yusial. When he put on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge exceeded that of the professors. Why don't you just add it up for me and submit it? The proctor took the paper from him, a bit confused. What? It's only been 20 minutes, you quit the exam already. How can that happen? As Beak Yusial walked away, he turned back to explain. No, I finished it. Sounding implausible, the proctor looked over the answers he had done. What, you mean? And then, the earlier confusion shifted into outright alarm on the spot. Tucking his glasses into his coat, Beak Yusial walked off calmly, saying, I didn't study, but finishing it felt refreshing. However, things got a bit complicated as he had to stop, turning to one side when someone started whispering about him. Isn't that Beak Yusial? I heard he's just a freshman who dared to argue with Edmono Achlik. Sounds like he's about to be properly disciplined, huh? Blushing there, he realized this was further trouble. Looks like the whole school knows. His gaze sank, and on top of that, Ban Dion had to step forward to hold a special training session for the juniors. In short, it's a place where seniors who want to discipline juniors can challenge them directly. They duel one-on-one. At Stella, seniors are forbidden from insulting or beating juniors. But in the training unit, seniors can lawfully punish juniors, called a challenge. In practice, it's seniors using magic to beat juniors. Therefore, approval from the student council president is required to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can petition the council directly. I was just going to kneel and be done. Then it turned out like this. Remembering that moment, might as well kneel quickly and go to sleep. Throughout his walk back to his room, Beek Yusial gradually reached a decision. Things had come to this. A certain box was opened, and inside was an item peculiar like a stuffed bear. Holding it in his hands, a confident smile appeared. If it's unavoidable, then fine, might as well relax and enjoy it. He moved to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was reviewing documents and had noticed the commotion earlier. This student was Myro Yoon, Stella's student council president, a second year in Class S. And as expected, the person who had confronted Beek Yusial earlier was present here, looking serious. The president quickly asked, "Ban Dion, what brings you here?" Without hesitation, Ban Dion placed a sheet of paper on the president's desk. But her tone then softened a little. "I'd like approval to open a special training for a junior. The subject is Beek Yusial, a freshman in Class S." The president, surprised, responded, "Ha, I thought you hated this kind of nonsense. Why are you doing this now?" Showing no emotion, Ban Dion said, "Exactly because I hate it, I'm doing it." Because this was serious, the president warned. "I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't beat a second year. The gap from experience isn't something stats can make up for, and you still want to request a training unit." Waving the paper in his hand, Ban Dion smiled and said, "If you want to know why, go see, it'll be entertaining." Seeing her sudden change, the president narrowed his eyes slightly and exhaled. "Seriously, what are you scheming?" Meanwhile, a voice sounding like someone about to enter came from outside. "Oh, student Myro Yoon." The proctor who had overseen Beek Yusial's exam stepped into the room holding a paper. "Could you review this report? It's a student's thesis submission." Recognizing him, the president greeted, "Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. Did this exam really produce a thesis worthy of the academy?" He concealed some displeasure. "Last time what you brought wasn't great either, yet you insisted on submitting it." "Ha ha, just take a look." Previously a bit flustered, he now looked even more so. The president began to understand. Isn't this Professor Priss's planting circuit design? Impressive. It has halved the loop decomposition formula for inverse modeling, and with such a simple expression. On closer inspection, the thought came. The planting circuit had been perfected by countless scholars before, yet this pushes it further. Only a genius could do this. Unable to wait any longer, the president asked the crucial question, "Who wrote this?" Raising a hand, the professor smiled and answered, "Student Beek Yusial." At this level, he could be invited to the Aslan conference. "Ah, now's not the time. I must report to the vice principal immediately." The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell strangely silent. Holding the exam paper, the president sat there for a long moment. Putting together the two incidents centered on one student, the president commented, "Beek Yusial, more interesting than I expected." Professor Gerald took Beek Yusial's paper and immediately sought out Vice Principal Aki Hayden. Teaching a student who wrote an outstanding thesis wasn't just about Stella's reputation but the professor's honor and achievements. The documents were already on the desk. Aki Hayden quickly frowned and asked, "Are you intending to nominate student Beek Yusial for the Aslan conference?" Professor Gerald replied happily, "Yes, as you can see, it's astonishing." However, Aki Hayden's tone unexpectedly darkened as he cut in. "That would be difficult and troublesome, Professor Gerald." Professor Gerald almost reflexively answered, "Yes." Aki Hayden composed himself and began to explain. "Currently, Stella has many candidates beyond that student, especially this year's freshmen. They are promising candidates who will stand out wherever they go. At the academy, the maximum number of students who can attend Aslan, excluding individuals with established prestige and fixed attendance rights, is 2. But are you nominating Beek Yusial for that spot? A magic warrior who can't use magic is an insult to mages. Professor Gerald froze, then closed his eyes as Akihiden continued. If you understand, you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Beak Usial to go to Aslan. I understand. Gerald left the vice principal's office exhausted, while Akihiden grew increasingly frowning. He shoved the exam onto the desk and, without another look, crumpled it up. HMPH, who would let a worm like that into Aslan? Not a chance. With a cold face, the paper was immediately burned to ash. Time passed quietly and silently. The second test round ended, and the ranking board was posted. Beak Usial went with the flow to stand before the large results board. Pointing with a finger, with a dazed look, he added, "Let's take a look." Ah, found it. After scanning the results from bottom to top, Beak Usial was selected at position 419 in Class S. Beak Usial felt a bit proud at that, though the rank had a lot of digits. I ranked 419, so I'm really great on this leaderboard, even though I scored full marks on the written test. However, his gaze suddenly focused, locking onto one position within his sight. By the way, first place this time goes to. Is that Ma Yuxiang? The order appeared. First in Class S Ma Yuxiang, second S Flame, third S Arshwang, fourth S Hei Wen Riang, fifth S Hong Biyun. The top members were all from Class S. The rankings were unsurprising. But he noticed something that bothered him. Hei Wen Riang, who was second last term, has dropped to fourth. Could it be that Azel and Flame focused more on studying than before? At the same time, Princess Hong Biyun's figure appeared and then stood beside him without his knowledge, and he thought, since Zeki took the path of a dark mage, the dark mage line of Hei Wen Riang and Arshwang has vanished. Noticing his intense stare, Princess Hong Biyun suddenly asked him directly, "Are you trying to adjust your ranking appropriately?" "I think it's fairly clear." Princess Hong Biyun waited for his answer, but that seemed unlikely as sweat appeared on Beak Usial's face from her sudden presence. How surprising! What is she saying? Why is she here all of a sudden? Up to no good. Reading his thoughts, Princess Hong Biyun said, "However, seeing that you made it into the top 600, it seems you intend to enter the Academy tournament." Hearing that, Beak Usial vaguely realized and put a hand to his chin, thinking, "Ah, now that I recall, that seems to be the case. The Academy Tournament is an event where selected students compete with students from other prestigious magic academies." After that thought, he immediately looked at the person who had just spoken about him. At that moment, all he could see was the princess's shyness, the flushed face and the hair-twirling gesture. He wondered, what's going on? What is this feeling? Moving close to the princess naturally, Beak Usial confidently voiced the thought in his head. "What is it? Do you have anything else to say?" Hong Biyun opened her eyes wide, her face reddening further, and she immediately turned away as if sulking. Her fists clenched tighter, proving that much more. In Beak Usial's continued bewilderment, a question came. "Why did you do that?" Beak Usial didn't understand. "Huh?" Narrowing her eyes further, Princess Hong Biyun demanded, "Why did you cause such a thing with Edmono? He is influential and vindictive. He'll likely keep making things difficult for you until you graduate." His tone grew serious as he added, "Are you confident you can handle this?" Seeing Princess Hong Biyun concern herself for him surprised Beak Usial a little. His gaze followed every change in her expression. Without thinking much, Beak Usial bluntly said, "No, I don't think I can handle it." The answer made the princess's heart seem to tighten. The princess voiced a complaint, and Beak Usial's bewilderment returned. "I'd rather crush all those 1 year younger blue-eyed brats who pick fights with me and be expelled." Back in the princess's mood, her clenched fist trembled as she fired 2 questions at him. "Then why did you do it? What do you gain from me?" Instead of answering quickly, Beak Usial again created a silent pause, his eyes fixed on the princess. Only when his gaze shifted away did he answer, Because I value our relationship more. Princess Hong Bion's perception of the world immediately turned rosy at those words. Knowing he hadn't said everything, he scratched his face, looked elsewhere, and added, "And besides, I won't do that for you for free. So after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item." Princess Hong Bion faced him, slightly embarrassed because she knew, actually, an item contract can be made anywhere, not just with Adolvit. But why? Beek Yusial's inner thoughts wavered at the question. To be honest, I shouldn't say I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes looked away again. I'll tell you about that later. Curiosity added another question for Princess Hong Bion, but she couldn't get any more out of him about it. Hong Bion decided to change the subject. All right, by the way, do you have any plans for the rookie trainees training? This time he answered quickly. Yes, I'll have to do something about it anyway. An unexpected piece of advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Beek Yusial blinked. Huh. Buoyed by confidence and many shining stars, Princess Hong Bion spoke confidently. Yes, you can fight seniors to some degree with your innate abilities. It's fine. I will do my best to deal with the consequences. Beek Yusial sweated a little. Okay, thanks. He thought further. She seems to be trying to be considerate and help me, but why would she think I could win? While the two were talking, someone stood in a hidden corner of the corridor and heard everything. That person was none other than Arshwang, a talent in fire magic. She had left and moved to a special training area. A large flame suddenly rose high there, right at the magic practice hall. Arshwang was present and under the tutelage of Professor Hong Chwa. Praise and a smile followed. Your control ability is truly excellent. Arshwang, though you lack raw firepower that can be remedied with precise control, you will pass this test. It works well against sensitive enemies or for quiet missions. Then his gaze shifted away to compare. But your magic is still insufficient. Princess Hong Bion lowered her head and looked down sadly. Meanwhile, the instructor's nagging continued. Fire magic. How many times must I say it? Destruction isn't everything. Yet you're ranked first in fire affinity compatibility. It's absurd. Now do it again. Arshwang looked over the criticisms, and a hint of dissatisfaction began to show outwardly. The fire magic kept being produced and flaring. The training dummies in front were increasingly engulfed by flames. Arshwang continued practicing with her specialty in fire magic. However, dissatisfaction still showed on her face. I lost again. If it's about effort, I wasn't inferior. So why did this happen? She let go of her magic staff and looked at the destruction she had caused ahead. Arshwang still didn't understand why she couldn't win. Back with Azel, she heard the murmurs of some nearby students. Come to think of it, isn't it today? I mean the sparring matches between first and second years. Shall we go watch? Azel privately wondered about the matter. Could it be related to Beek Yusial? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Beek Yusial because Princess Hong Bion had taken him away earlier. A trace of sadness etched across her face. But that doesn't really matter. I still have classes to attend. So Azel trudged off alone to another place. Yet inside, she felt a significant hesitation. Stopping somewhere, Azel smiled faintly and regained her composure. Ah, I finally made it. Suddenly, another event occurred. Azel glanced at the person beside her speaking to her. Oh, you're here too? A question mark in the air. It was a girl with brown hair and green eyes, smiling. There's a rumor about Beek Yusial. He's in first-year Class B, Harlan. Her friend sat down without hesitation, smiling brighter and teasing. Aren't you two secretly dating? That's why you came here, right? Azel, embarrassed, blushed and said, That's not true. From the start she had shown hesitation in her words. Beek Yusial and I are not. Unable to speak, Harlan beside her formed a new impression of Azel while still smiling. How surprising. I wonder what she's like as the daughter of a trader, but isn't she cuter than I expected? Unable to press Azel for more, Harlan remembered she hadn't done one thing. Ah, this greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Harlan from Class B, nice to meet you. Azel blankly replied, Yes. Ah, nice to meet you. At that moment, a loud exclamation drew both their attention as they looked in one direction. It seems things are about to start. Down on the main field, Beek Usial appeared and stood frozen there with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the chatter growing louder and turning toward him, he looked bewildered as before. Why are so many people gathering here? Not only that, an upperclassman shouting from the stands encouraged him loudly. Hey, brave kid, I don't know the details, but go easy on them, okay? Hearing this slightly flattering remark, Beek Usial was puzzled and a new thought formed in his head. Wait, aren't I the one chosen to be beaten by the seniors? Why should I go easy? As for Senior Bandion beside him, she remained unusually calm. Only Bandion was like that. The other students were gleeful about such a match. That bastard Beek Usial will finally get a lesson. A commoner who thinks he's the center of the universe serves him right. Once marked by the upperclassmen, it was the end of the story for him. At that, one of the two taunting students froze. Hearing their crush insulted, Hong Bion flashed a cold glare and stared at them. Her coldness intensified as if to imply that if they said another bad word she'd expose them publicly. And that tactic worked. When Princess Hong Bion left, the two mocking students hid in a corner, meek and daring not to do anything further. Like the others, Hong Bion was also interested in his match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she remembered him, her eyes narrowed slightly. A commoner. She still couldn't take her eyes off the composed Beek Usial below. Not long after, Beek Usial's gaze fixed ahead. Someone stood opposite him and said, Hey kid, are you ready? His opponent revealed himself. Second year, Class C student Caliban Cadellum had arrived, Class C, ranked around 300 or so. Even though I'm in Class S, purely in combat ability he's a bit better than me. It's best to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Beek Usial casually swung back. I'm ready then, probably. Hearing that confirmation, Caliban smiled dangerously, stubborn to the end. HMPH. And as the tension built, a professor stepped forward to preside over them. Since everyone is present, I will explain the rules. This match will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you falls. If any life-threatening danger arises during combat, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either side may choose to forfeit. The match will end immediately. Now the match begins. At that sound, both were transported to a vast green forest. A clock with 4 zeros would mark the start for everyone. Caliban remained confident as he produced his wand. Opposite him, Beek Usial grew serious, gripping his sword of light to ease some of the tension. Harlan glanced at Azel and asked, Who do you think will win? Azel had an answer and choice. Of course the senior. After all, Senior Caliban is the heir of the Earth attribute. Earth has very strong defensive capabilities, and Beek Usial's firepower isn't particularly overwhelming. Harlan agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention that Earth specializes in terrain control, able to manipulate the battlefield's terrain. The attacks it creates can become increasingly varied. Can Beek Usial's sword pierce the defense of a third-rank Earth mage? Having said that assessment, Azel still felt more sorrow. Harlan, you're right. There's no way Beek Usial can win this match. At least not by normal logic, but there's still a bit of faith placed in him. Back in the fight, Senior Caliban's face showed his menace more clearly. Today, I'll show you what being terrifying means. The terrain, perhaps. Saying that, bewilderment swept in. The ground cracked open, but the words blink kept appearing from Beek Usial. Beak Yusial's chosen tactic against this opponent was to keep his distance. And once he gained a safe distance, Beak Yusial realized something. Caliban, his opponent, sensed something similar. Immediately, a new smile was carved across Beak Yusial's face. After smiling, he ran, running as far away as possible. Caliban couldn't believe he could move so fast. What the? Sharing the same impression, Harlan froze and observed aloud. Oh, he ran from the start without bothering with pride. Azel beside her agreed. That's true. However, Azel's worry for Beak Yusial remained, though in this situation that might be the right move. Back in the fight, Caliban continuously chased after him, his scowl deepening as he shouted, "You bastard, get back here." Normally, turning back at that command would be strange. Who would hear that and comply? Once enough anger has built up, it needs to be released. Caliban clenched his teeth. Then from the spot where he stood, 3 simple green formations appeared. Stone barrage. Beak Yusial was surprised as his opponent swiftly turned the tide. And when he realized it, the attack struck ahead, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Azel, Princess Hong Biyun, Senior Cho Wang, and Senior Ban Dion all held their emotions and waited anxiously. Stopping at a slightly green bush, Caliban smiled again and thought, good, that hit for sure. As his pride swelled, the slap would be that much harsher. Caliban froze. What is this? Appearing right before him was a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swaying. A monkey puppet. When stunned, one loses sharp judgment. What the hell is that? Why is it here? Before he knew what to do, the 2 claws in its hands began to snap toward each other. A dangerous pressure quickly transmitted into the opponent's senses. Boom! An explosion of light erupted, forcing him to raise his hands to shield himself. True to his Earth Mage nature, a greenish light enveloped Caliban Cadalam's entire body. He didn't feel dizzy, but a sense of unease increased. I almost died there. Luckily, I matched my body's weight to the Earth's gravity. But that didn't matter anymore when his senses detected a strange change. An earth blade formed right behind him, and just as Caliban predicted, a tearing wind sounded as Beak Yusial appeared there and swung a strike with his sword of light. A crackling sound rang out, but unfortunately the sword couldn't pierce it. Caliban turned with a triumphant grin and raised his wand. Die, rock breaker. The earth blade he had created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to form. Caliban was certain he wouldn't miss this time. But the slap in the face slowly changed his perspective right, where the explosion was forming. There was nothing else there, not even any strange intermixed traces. There's nothing. Caliban surveyed his surroundings, sneering and adding to the taunt. Hey newborn brat, is that all you do? Run away. Is all that nightly talk just empty words? Another shock updated when he stepped on something strange himself. And oh my, his body reacted strangely. What had felt as heavy as a lump of earth was suddenly lifted, unstable. Bewildered, he stammered. Why is my body so stiff? Off balance. He staggered to one side and his gaze fixed forward. From a distance, hiding in the bushes, Beak Yusial watched everything intently. A smile gave him a boost of confidence. But when it caught Caliban's eye, it came across as a provocation. That kid, he's smiling. Summoning all his strength to cast magic, Caliban bent over and gritted his teeth. Earth gravity. His wand pointed once toward where the boy had been, but the boy had disappeared. Irritated, angry, and exasperated, Caliban squinted to search for him again. That annoying brat wants to play hide-and-seek. Come out now. Whether it was a matter of viewpoint or not, something strange like a tennis ball flew in from afar, detected the movement. Caliban dodged aside and chopped it in 2 with his wand. Don't waste time with those cheap tricks. He hit nothing. From the split ball, a slightly strong light emitted. Instead of an explosion, it was a smoke bomb, Ah, smoke, what now? It stings the eyes. Caliban was temporarily blinded, tears in my eyes, game over. But no. Caliban was still there, though somewhat disheveled. Is this a CS gas grenade or what? Although not seriously injured, his attention accidentally struck a bell lying on the ground he hadn't noticed before, causing it to wobble. And what was bound to happen happened. That light revealed itself for everyone to see. Instead of affecting only Caliban in the fight, it now affected everyone watching from outside. Harlan wondered, "What is that?" Azel squinted and assessed. "It seems like a flashing device that temporarily blocks sight and sound." From CS gas to blinding attacks, this senior of 52 seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hong Bion stood in a corner, pursed her lips, and made her own judgment. That's it. Now, if someone can approach slowly and land the finishing blow, that civilian will be the victor. Suddenly something changed, making the princess widen her eyes as she looked down. What's this? Below, Beek Yusial calmly pulled out more round pellets, preparing to throw. Bingo, the first one hit the side of his face and warped it, accompanied by a spreading pain. The rest couldn't be wasted either. Beek Yusial continuously used his blink skill to redirect the attacks. From another vantage point, Senior Diok Choi Wang and Senior Ban Dion voiced their doubts. Is this CS gas again? It seems to have just a bit of simple smoke mixed in. What should I say now? Beek Yusial's attacks aren't exactly lethal. Well, he did cause the opponent some light injuries. Instead of just tears as before, this time there was also saliva. Cursing was the only temporary relief. Beek Yusial, you bastard. Using most of his mana, Caliban grabbed the chunk of earth beneath his feet and pulled up an entire slab toward the sky. Using most of his mana, Caliban grabbed the chunk of earth beneath his feet and pulled up an entire slab toward the sky. Beek Yusial below was somewhat astonished by the effect. That insult earlier didn't seem to land well. Caliban raised his voice in reply. What do you call training? I don't need this. I'll fight you seriously here right now. Beek Yusial knew what was about to happen, so his bewilderment was inevitable. This time it was Beek Yusial's turn to draw a dud. A gigantic green formation with countless interlaced symbols enveloped the entire area. From his earlier days, Beek Yusial froze, a bead of sweat falling. Still, a meteor shower seems a bit much for a first-year student, doesn't it? Already angry about the stake and now hearing those words, Caliban's eyes reddened. He ground his teeth. Are you out of your mind? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that. Both Diok Choi Wang and Ban Dion sympathized. That's true. When words couldn't change anything, small sharp stone pillars began to poke out from the formation. The slow countdown began. 1447, 1449. The wand-bearing arm of Caliban was raised high, ready to strike. As his arm came down and pointed forward, adding more force as he shouted, "Die!" The timer kept running. 1455. A dense meteor shower filled the sky, drawing ever closer to Beek Yusial. Time reached 1457, and he still stood there with no sign of preparing to move. Not only that, Beek Yusial seemed sleep-deprived, his eyelids drooping gradually. Time ticked slowly, 1458, 1459. And the crucial moment arrived, 1500. A smile spread at the corner of his mouth. Just as the earth pillars were only a few spans away, Beek Yusial raised his hand high and declared, "I give up." Rather than just stopping before him, it could be said all magic ceased under Stella's influence. The entire square suddenly fell into an unusual silence. One reason was that none of them believed he'd utter those words at the decisive moment. And it seemed the most humiliated person now was Caliban. From the start, he alone kept getting battered, staggering, eyes stinging, coughing, and choking. One frustration after another. After a little while, he regained some composure. The announcement sounded, "Training match over." Both have returned to the real world and stand facing each other. First-year student in Class S Beek Usial has forfeited. Therefore, the winner is Caliban Cadalum of Class C, second year. Caliban still couldn't believe it was true. Is it really over? In contrast to that expression, Beek Usial felt his body lighten considerably. Ah, I survived after all. Pity for the guy still standing there listening to the announcement. The special training match ended here, their bodies trembling in a natural reflex, and the roar of angry shouting from that third year echoed across the entire square. The match was over, and as most students had predicted, the second year emerged victorious. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Wow, did you see that second year's face? He looks so furious he might go insane, right? If I were him, I'd start throwing punches regardless of the match outcome. You're absolutely right. The sight of a first year apparently defeating a second year affected Stella's students' analysis of that fighting style. But what exactly were the things Beek Usial used? Could they be some newly developed items? Beek Usial did very well, but I found myself more fascinated by those tools than by him. Senior Ban Dion was also drawn into the conversation. Indeed, is it because he likes to use magical tools? Whereas ordinary alchemists fight by using terrain features. But Beek Usial had planned the placement of his magical devices from start to finish thanks to his superior mobility. He created advantageous terrain by installing items in his area. As expected, that kid really is remarkable. Senior Diok Choi Wang beside them unexpectedly interjected a few words. Oh, Myro Yoon said you requested this training. Did you get the results you wanted? Ban Dion again observed those around her. The result I wanted, yes. Now second years won't so easily pick on first years, right? And sometimes even a second year might lose to a first year. A bit of additional chatter from other students. I'm in a bad mood. I can't stand seeing that arrogant senior looking pathetic. What a shame, me too. Senior Ban Dion concluded. At this level, I suppose this is the relatively desirable outcome I wanted. This situation has become really interesting. Haha, things are going well. Over in the Red Falcon Club room, someone slammed their fist down on the desk. It was Edmono Agiluk, clenching his hand with a contorted face. Caliban Cadalum, that stupid brat. Not far from there, Princess Hong Bion sat reading a newspaper, which contained information about Assistant Altarisha. Alchemist Altarisha develops new magical engineering technologies for the future. Amid the outside discussions about Beek Usial, Princess Hong Bion was lost in thought, replaying images of the battle. Is this the ultimate outcome of surrendering to let the opponent win? During the 15 minutes of the duel, Beek Usial didn't even properly use his sword and only humiliated his senior by employing various magical tools. In other words, if he had wanted to win, he could have won at any time. However, he chose not to and deliberately forfeited. The reason is clear. It would be very strange for a first year to defeat a second year. So isn't he showing that not everything is resolved by sheer strength? As for Princess Hong Bion, she had expected Beek Usial to get angry and crush his senior, but she never imagined he would humiliate his opponent before withdrawing. Seriously, he's truly an unpredictable commoner. Nearby, Edmono Agiluk and his faction members were still discussing what to do about Beek Usial. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't we tell them to teach Beek Usial privately? Ah, actually the second years haven't taken him aside individually. What? A student awkwardly scratched his face and explained cautiously, contrary to the rumors. Beek Usial greets seniors politely and treats them very kindly. I was going to scold him, but because he's so good at chatting, I ended up buying him snacks instead. An absurd situation occurred. What the hell? Edmono Agiluk was speechless and seemed unable to believe it. Just as they began to contemplate how to proceed, suddenly someone called out urgently. Young master, startled, both turned to look in the same direction. It was one of the people who had accompanied Edmono Achlik to the academy. Seeing her appear made Edmono feel uneasy. "What's the matter?" she stammered but managed to say clearly. "I just received a call from the Duke. I think you should try contacting him." A phone post appeared at the indicated spot. Edmono Achlik made the call, thinking ahead before the connection. "Oh my, this is kind of big. Did father contact me first?" When the line connected, he replied, "Yes, father, this is your son Edmono." His father's voice responded, "I've just received a call from the alchemy city, from the alchemist there." He held up a newspaper and said, "I've received extremely important news. The alchemists of the Altarisha Research Institute have halted item shipments to our country because Duke Adalik refused." "Do you know anything about this?" he answered. "No, of course not. How could I say such a thing to the Altarisha alchemical circle?" Although Edmono denied it, his father repeated the reality once more. A co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said so himself. In an instant he fell silent. Something strange filled his mind. A co-author. It wasn't long before he panicked utterly. "Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before." Then another thought suddenly flashed through his head. His heart began to pound, a familiar figure appearing. Could it be Beek Usial? Right then, a chill ran down his spine, and sweat beaded on his face. He couldn't speak further until a peculiar hope flickered. One issue, tell father straight, yet it's absurd to dare refuse the kingdom of Adalvit. "Father, do you know how much influence we have on the alchemical guild?" Before his son could continue, the father cut him off in a cold tone. "This is a scientific technological revolution. It's a new technology never before seen, the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is conducting joint research with Altarisha." Edmono Achlik gritted his teeth as the situation became dire. "The Golden Alchemist as well. It's bigger than I thought, isn't it?" He interrupted. "As you said, the country will soon restore trade networks, but the name Achlik will not be included." He solemnly brought up the earlier issues. "I'll ask you again whether you're involved in this incident." Edmono had no answer, and that was enough to convey a complete response. Back to Princess Hong Bion. The princess was surprised when someone called her name, Bion. "Can you be the one to speak to him? No one else but Edmono Achlik." Confusion showed on her face, and Princess Hong Bion replied, "Yes, senior." With no other option, Edmono could only rely on Princess Hong Bion. "Can you arrange a meeting with Beek Usial?" Princess Hong Bion couldn't believe Edmono himself had uttered that name. She found disgusting and detestable. After a moment's thought, Princess Hong Bion narrowed her eyes. "Yes, I'll do it." Far to the south of the continent, the Howal Ice Plain, Lower Moon Plain. A breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl with long red hair stood staring at the vast expanse ahead. That was Jelil. Without any expression, Jelil said to herself, "Land prices are rising." At that moment, another figure trembled toward her and knelt. "Lady Jelil, please, I beg you. Just this once, please show mercy." A strange number 3 appeared above his head. An update of new knowledge, assigning value scores to all things. Assigning this score allows one to see every living being, person, animal, or object as a number. The lowest value is 0, and the highest is 100. She sat down near him, but this man only had a 3, the value equivalent to a street stone. She then addressed him. "See, how did you go bankrupt like this? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses." However, he gritted his teeth with a different thought and lied. "This venture was supposed to succeed, and you're the one who ruined everything." But it seemed there was no saving it anymore. "Bury him." "Yes." That voice rang out as the clearest expression of shock. The guards stepped in and hauled him away amid his screams. Please spare me. Lady Jelil, Lady Jelil." Jelil cast one last look at him. When those sounds faded, she smiled with a particular satisfaction. It quickly vanished and she returned to her usual expression. Ah, how boring, kids these days really have no will. Just as that thought formed, a familiar voice suddenly called, "Jelil, are you there?" Changing her expression faster than Doryman in a blink, Jelil smiled awkwardly with rosy cheeks. That voice was different from the earlier introduction. The arrival of this person was a question mark. And the special person could only be Starcloud's chairman, Melian. "My dear daughter, how have you been lately?" Jelil rushed forward and hugged Melian. "Dad, was your trip fun?" Her cheeks flushed even more. "How did the deal go? Was everything okay?" Seeing her smile, he happily replied, "It's still in progress." This time, the Altarisha Alchemical School developed a new item by combining special magical techniques. There is a video of an actual battle using the co-developed item. Do you want to watch it? The smile remained on her face. "That would be great," a thought intruded. "Honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with Dad, but I can't say that to him. Then let's go to my room." "Okay." Entering the new room, a purple orb glowed brightly. A brief introduction before the video. He's a first year at Stella Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelil was slightly surprised by her father's introduction. Alchemical technique, co-author of metallurgical magic, and he's only a first year. Jelil began to feel a curious interest about him in her mind. What kind of person will that kid become? When the screen rolled, Jelil broke out of her surprise. Oh. Beak Yusial's image appeared in 4K clarity. However, through that screen, like her father, he also bore a question mark color board. Another perspective replaced it. How strange. Why can't I read his value? This has never happened before. Even emperors of the Scalvan Empire, the kings of Adolvit, I have seen all of them, and they all had values. There are two cases where a thing's value cannot be measured. She looked at her father more seriously. Specifically at that small question mark board. One is when the object is a beloved person. Then she sneakily glanced back at the screen showing him. The other is when the value is hidden to the point it cannot be measured. The poster he held showed countless cool air spheres, although her father hadn't yet named him. Jelil took an interest and asked about him. "Dad, what's this person's name?" He smiled and answered his daughter. "His name is Beak Yusial. Remember it well. Who knows, you might meet him someday." Unable to displease her father, she answered, "If you say so, of course I'll remember." She added a bit, "Also, Dad, before you leave, would you like to play a game of spirit chess with me?" The merchant smiled and replied, "Why not?" Over here, the red-haired girl was also lost in her thoughts. Does he have a value I can't measure? Beak Yusial, I'll remember that name. Back at Stella Academy, more precisely, the one who had recently been quietly remembered, Beak Yusial. He was holding a glass and seriously drinking something dark. And on the other side, Edmono Achlik showed obvious awkwardness and stammering, unable to let the silence waste any more time. He spoke first as he set the glass down. "I've finished my coffee. If you have nothing to say, I'll be going." Edmono couldn't believe he was so decisive and blunt. "Ah, wait." Not daring to look at him. "I regret what happened before. It was my fault. I'm deeply sorry and have reflected for underestimating you just because you're a commoner. So please, please forget what I said before and retract the words you spoke, will you?" He remained indifferent while the other spoke to him. Molding that expression, a deeper thought formed in his mind. What is this? Whether it's an apology or something else doesn't matter much, but to avoid Princess Hong Bion's tragic end as much as possible, I need to eliminate Edmono's political power. To achieve that, Edmono was surprised when his voice turned strangely cold. "I don't want to do that for you. Now would be a good time to raise the price." He replied with a cute bargaining manner. "So what should I do? Let's see." Beak Yusial put his hand into his coat. "How about like this? a sheet of paper with writing on it introduced offhandedly. This was not an ordinary paper but a magic paper, a mysterious sheet on which anything could be created miraculously, just by drawing. Beak Usial continued. This is a magical oath written on magic paper. Bet with me. Edmono became puzzled. A bet. He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. The game would be spirit chess. If I lose here, I'll take back my words. I will only supply items to the kingdom of Adolvit through the Atlik family. Edmono wanted to confirm again, spirit chess. He also stated a counter condition, but only if I win. Please transfer to me a regular pass to attend the Aslan Symposium. Edmono felt a clear danger in those words. What? He calmly heard the other continue. Do you think that's reasonable now? With a squint he replied, of course not. The Aslan Symposium is a public discussion forum where members of renowned magical houses gather to hold scholarly group discussions. Only truly prestigious families in the magical elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions to attend. Have participated last year and presented an excellent thesis to be recognized for participation the following year. Have a paper that can be presented at Aslan. You can obtain the right to transfer attendance or become one of this year's 12 rising stars. Because worldwide, it gathers genius mages to compare skill. Joining Aslan and even maintaining that status proves capability. The ducal Atlik family has attended the Aslan Symposium for decades. This is a key factor in sustaining their power. I'm thinking of aiming for that, he said, putting the paper back into his coat. Beak Usial closed his eyes and added, if you don't like it, fine. Just as he had walked a few steps away, a hesitant voice decisively stopped him. Wait. Edmono's face fell to the point of depression. Did you just say spirit chess? If he had said that, a smile stretched at the corner of his mouth. Deep and dangerous, accompanied by a look. All right, I'll sign it. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow. He held his expression a long moment as the other's item slipped into his coat pocket. A day passed leading up to an important matter. The next day, students began to gather far more densely than usual. Surely they were all heading to the same event. Those unaware were told by those who knew. Why are there so many people at the cafe today? Senior Edmono, a final-year student, is betting a game of spirit chess with a first-year junior. Really? All eyes turned to the spot behind Beak Usial with a taunt. Senior Edmono at Stella Academy, who could be better at spirit chess than him, which reckless junior thinks he's fearless. He knew the answer without saying it. It's me. He exhaled lightly and glanced elsewhere. Do you all think I like this? From the start, I had no interest in spirit chess at all. But then what? He startled when he saw a student signaling, they're here. Senior Edmono and Princess Hong Bion arrived accompanied by another student carrying something. Edmono confident he was the center of today's attention. He noted similarly. Of course he brought Princess Hong Bion along. Today Princess Hong Bion was prickly, and it doubled when the whispers included her. Wow, the princess looks so beautiful today. Aren't those two secretly dating? The day was bright when suddenly one of his shoulders was overshadowed, taking all his smugness and irritation with it. Princess Hong Bion turned to Beak Usial, puzzled. Why is she staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Having sulked enough to be unable to do more, Princess Hong Bion folded her arms, closed her eyes, and chose a seat. Another student brought out a board divided into alternating black and white squares. Until now, Princess Hong Bion hadn't understood him well. This time was the same, leaving her uneasy. What is Beak Usial thinking? Edmono had learned spirit chess since he was 5 and was called a prodigy. Not just at Stella but across Adolvit, few surpassed Edmono. So why would he choose the discipline Edmono excelled at? Beak Usial is an idiot. As if reading minds with Princess Hong Bion, Edmono Atlik smiled at her like a familiar object. maintained that smile, and turned back to the decisive chess box. Honestly, Beek Yusial's condition to attend a slan was unexpected. He placed his hand on the white pieces and thought further, but this is indeed better. Now the time has come, I will make you feel ashamed. Hong Biyun picked up a piece, her smile slightly inhuman. Let's begin the game. Finally, double-check and confirm one last time. Edmono Achlik, confident of victory, reiterated the terms of the wager. Once you sign the magic paper, breaking the oath means you lose all your mana. You understand that, right? Beek Yusial showed no surprise and replied, "Of course." But in this matter he did feel a bit cheeky and somewhat provocative. I have no mana, so breaking that agreement won't matter. Edmono Achlik placed one final piece alternately on the center point, released his hand and extended an invitation to him. The pieces are set, you may go first. Beek Yusial gave himself a brief thought, giving up the first move advantage in such an important wager. He put his hand inside his coat. It seems he has completely underestimated me. He relied on the encyclopedia until the last breath. All right, things look better for me. At this point, let's briefly explain some rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. You must choose 20 pieces out of 200 types and place them on that board. You may move only one piece per turn. Unlike ordinary chess, each piece and each square possesses its own attribute and ability. Combine them strategically to capture the opponent's king and win. That is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a veteran with 10 years' experience in soul chess, it's not easy, but PvP is still much more fun than this game. Beek Yusial chose the black pieces and then fixed his gaze on his opponent. Moreover, Edmono Achlik was one of the top soul chess players not only in Stella, but in Adolvit as well. That confidence fully bound Edmono's reason. I'm surprised he bet his admission to the Aslan seminar but challenged me with this kind of soul chess. What an arrogant commoner kid. I'll crush you so you. Never dare challenge me again. Interrupting that thought, since Beek Yusial was given the first move, he began his preparation. Then let's begin. As if isolated in an undefined space, the two were completely separated from outside awareness. Edmono noticed the arrangement Beek Yusial had prepared. It revealed an unusual level of surprise, yet at the same time exposed unpredictability. What is this formation? It feels like his pieces are arranged to subtly disrupt my strategy. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? In any case, a commoner kid like him couldn't possibly have enough experience with soul chess to play this well. Beek Yusial began adjusting his opening piece well. Since you ceded the first move to me, then I will. Even that first move left a player like Edmono stunned. He moved his queen right from the start. That guy actually charged straight into my formation. He lifted a piece resembling a knight. That could prove this guy was an idiot. A self-assured smirk stretched the corner of his mouth. This white piece was placed firmly on the white square. As the piece moved, some special transformation vaguely revealed itself in that move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked one of Beek Yusial's pieces backward. The leading knight, Edmono, confidently felt he had the advantage. How foolish! This guy dared to push his queen into danger, sacrificing it so early. The piece's nature was revealed. The knight charges swiftly and can traverse the board with its special movement ability. On one side, Beek Yusial played seriously, while on the other Edmono was confident in each meticulous move. The knight continued its assault. Wherever it passed, Beek Yusial's pieces were knocked away and dissolved. It was the knight again, relentlessly pressing forward. At that very moment, Edmono seemed unable to hide the inner feeling he'd kept since the start. He covered his face and laughed, trembling. The tremor passed and the man's true nature began to emerge into the light. Unbelievable. I didn't think you could act so carelessly. I could finish this. Indeed, even before I moved to the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmono Atlic brought out one of his favorite tactics, the flame of destruction. The core of this strategy lies in the tight coordination of three swift knights. The first step is to use the mobility of the swift knights to harass the enemy. The second step is to use 5 fire pawns to secure control of the map safely. Create a blazing terrain. Blazing terrain is a special map that reduces the defense of non-fire units and increases damage for fire-aligned units. If it reaches that stage, Beek-Usial will have no chance. Although that was the plan, the moment Beek-Usial moved his arm to make a new move. Edmono seemed to have found where the mistake was. It was supposed to be that way. On a white square in the black side's territory, a piece suddenly appeared without any prior warning. Edmono knew where the error lay. A stealth pawn. It also had its own special info. Iron chain trap creates a prison within the designated range. Any piece imprisoned cannot move for 5 turns. The 3 white knight pieces that had been rampaging were now bound by red chains in the same row. Panic began to set in for Edmono. My swift knights. The stealth effect should have ended after 3 turns, so why? And then the surprise wasn't over for him, because the next piece of information had been revealed. Stealth pawn. The pawn remains invisible in battle. The stealth effect normally ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before this effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 turns. A drop of sweat fell, but that dangerous smile appeared. That bastard deliberately sacrificed his queen early to trigger this effect. His hands went rigid. It's fine. That effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Moreover, this turn I'll activate the burning land field. As the white piece was placed on a black square, flames erupted across the battlefield. Burning land reduces the defense of all non-fire units by 30%. Fire units gain 200% damage, an environment that weakens opponents vulnerable to fire while boosting the owner's attack. Completing this objective is extremely difficult because it requires holding points at 5 different locations. Once achieved, dominance will swing to one side. Edmono stared at Beek-Usial. Well, Beek-Usial, now the domain is activated. Next turn you're done. Beek-Usial was unusually calm. But then with another hand movement, a surge of unease shot into the thought like a choking collar. Edmono watched intently to see what trick he might try next. Another stealth pawn, cunning bastard. Yet no matter what he placed when the turn passed Edmono, the chess player failed to notice Beek-Usial's move. When that move landed, Edmono froze and blurted a ridiculous word in his mind. Edmono didn't realize how the ordinary pawn had somehow captured control of a specific point. A black embodiment sat on a white square, occupying a reversal terrain. When you occupy a point while the opponent's terrain is active, you receive a reversal effect. In other words, the blazing land instantly turned into a frozen land. Upon activation, the frost terrain replaces the fire, flames vanish and ice pillars rise. Edmono gradually lost the control he wanted. With the reversal effect, ice elemental damage increased by 200%. The hidden condition for reversal had been met. Gaining an extra attack turn, 2 actions, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights and 1 terrain were neutralized. Edmono tried to reassure himself with his earlier arrogance. What the hell? He saw my entire strategy. Edmono rolled his eyes to get a better look at him. No, impossible. It's probably just a coincidence. With a simple adjustment of his glasses, Edmono drew into view a Beek-Usial who had folded himself into the palm of his hand, the pale outline of a true chess monster becoming clearer. And his own mouth involuntarily opened wide. A coincidence, isn't it? One white knight remained unconfined. Wake up, can't hold your opponent in the palm of your hand. Edmono could only clutch his lifeless trousers pitifully as another bead of sweat fell. Edmono pressed his lips together. I've faced countless opponents like this. Just survive until the next turn and I can turn the tide. If I can hold on, I'll win. He swallowed, his expression hardening. That's all. The bright spark on his face gradually faded into gloom. I can win. Instead of confidence, disappointment carried Edmono into an isolated mental space. Can I really beat him? Can my turn come back? Beek Yusial's piece moved without hesitation. Edmono grew smaller in that scene. If Edmono fancied himself legendary, right now Beek Yusial was like Saitama. He folded his arms in his chair and switched to serious mode, and a few compliments for his opponent crept into his mind. Edmono's skill isn't bad, even stronger moreover. In the world, defeating Edmono in Seoul chess has always been one of the toughest challenges. But after 10 years, deranged veteran players emerged. This guy is truly insane. A veteran who'd played thousands of games with Edmono finally wrote a perfect strategy. No longer hiding it, Beek Yusial smiled brightly, and that strategy was stored right in these stated glasses. In other words, I'm playing Seoul chess with an entire encyclopedia guiding me in detail. The next black piece was placed on a black square. It differed from the pieces he knew. The Thunder Bishop, which unleashes a lightning attack dealing 200% damage to enemies that are frozen. If targets frozen are linked, the strike becomes a spreading lightning. Under the piece's hat, a lightning-shaped gap was revealed. The shared yellow of lightning and energy, rays gradually converged. The blue of ice and snow that covered the field completely shifted to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmono stood stunned in despair as he watched the rapid change. All the white pieces vanished, only the black pieces remained. The earlier cold expression shifted to Edmono swallowing his pride and accepting a truth he had spoken. His voice ended with a sentence, "Yes, thank you for the match." Absolute silence. On the board now there was only black and darkness. Turning off the lights couldn't help Edmono Achlik. Soon after, the students broke into a chorus of amazement. One of them found the courage to speak up. "Wait," the first trio spun around in an uproar. "Are you crazy? Did you see that? Senior Edmono actually lost. How did that happen? Is that a strategy or a joke? Is his strategy really that insane?" Edmono Achlik sat motionless, ignoring the disruptive noises. Facing an opponent who moved coldly, and with extreme logic for the first time had turned arrogant Edmono into an emotionless one. Then the unwanted scene unfolded. Princess Hong Biyun was conversing and standing beside Beek Yusial himself. A thought looped in Edmono's head. Did I lose? And it was Seoul chess. Edmono couldn't accept this truth as they left. His product contract was gone, and he'd even lost the right to attend the Aslan seminar. His hand trembled, his thoughts growing more chaotic. What should I do? If my father finds out about this, will my life be over? The student in charge of the board, while tidying up, discovered the change from Senior Edmono. With a decisive motion, the board remained intact after Edmono's dangerous slap on the table. Anger that had been bottled up erupted instantly. Damn it, damn it. Because of that action, a few students outside dared not intervene deeply. They had no choice but to leave before things got worse. Very quickly, the quiet space contained only Edmono, covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just when he seemed about to fall into despair, a familiar voice rose and untied this uncomfortable knot. Senior. Looked up, Edmono was not mistaken. It was Princess Hong Biyun. When she had his attention, Princess Hong composed herself and said in the calmest voice, "I'll try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We'll secure the commercial rights to the product. I'll ask him to retract the statement he made about the Achlik ducal family." Edmono was astonished as if he couldn't believe his ears. A rush of excitement made him more open in his next words. "Really? Is that for real? Thank you, Biyun, thank you so much." How can I ever repay this favor? The princess interjected gently. You said repay. I was born to be a queen. After a turn of emotion, Edmono returned to the feeling he had when he first lost to Beek Yusial. It had been a long time since Princess Hong had shown such a dangerous expression. So caring for those who will become my vassals is only natural. Princess Hong turned and left coldly. Next, I will go see Beek Yusial. Edmono's voice suddenly dropped to an unusual whisper. I haven't served you, Princess Hong. Barely a short distance away she went when Edmono's heart-wrenching shout shattered the last remaining silence. Indeed, their relationship had originally resembled king and vassal. Edmono had used his power to manipulate that relationship, trying to change it. But now, with the balance of power broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Princess Hong's confident smile dispelled all the tension she'd carried for so long. The story's focus returned to Beek Yusial. Stella Academy actually had a phone booth. Beek Yusial was contacting the person on the other end. Hello. Yes, please suspend all transactions with merchants in Adelvit for the next month. He smiled and proposed an alternative. For now we intend to distribute only through royal channels. Is that acceptable? The reply came quickly. Of course I'll do that, whatever you want. Thank you, instructor. The task he had planned was done. He disconnected. He stepped outside, stretched several times to breathe the fresh air and relax. It's finally over. Good that everything ended safely. But the Aslan Pass isn't really that useful, is it? So what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically be placed among the rising 12 stars. While he was lost in those thoughts, someone cut in. Commoner. Who else could call him so curtly if not Princess Hong still nearby? That said, Princess Hong hoped he was still close by. She approached Beek Yusial and put her hand inside her clothing as if to retrieve something. Ah, you arrived just in time. She held out a sheet of paper. Here's a new contract. Princess Hong's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't hide his plan and spoke plainly. The Altarisha sect will be distributed only through the Adelvit royal family for 1 month. How it's used is up to you. Princess Hong studied the new contract's details intently and then suddenly clenched the paper when he somewhat curtly said, Well then, I must take my leave. Not wanting him to go so quickly, the princess mustered her courage and said anew, This time I owe you one. Her cheeks flushed and her voice dropped, Thank you. Noticing the clear change in her behavior, Beek Yusial looked a little embarrassed and replied tersely, Sure. A stray thought crept in. Lucky to get a thank you from her. Aware she hadn't managed her emotions well, Princess Hong blushed but spoke more cautiously. Hey, you said there would be a price for helping me. If you tell me what that price is, I'll answer immediately. It seemed Beek Yusial hadn't considered this. He touched one cheek and looked away. The price is. Actually the price Beek Yusial wants is pretty simple. He stared at Princess Hong. It was obvious. Hong Bion will not be tainted by evil. Instead, she will choose what is good and together with me, build the best happy ending possible. This time Princess Hong couldn't meet his gaze. Seeing her like that, he didn't say it aloud but kept it in his heart. Still, he couldn't suddenly say, I hope you become a good person. So based on 29 years of life experience, he offered the most appropriate and exemplary response for the situation. Then you, Princess Hong, wait for the result. The two of us will be cute and chat and you'll buy me a meal. What? Rubbing his stomach, he smiled innocently. Just treat me to one meal. I want to eat until I'm full with a meal bought by the princess. Princess Hong was surprised. She hadn't expected his requested price to be so strange. She froze for a long moment, then a faint smile replaced it and her cheeks reddened again. All right then, follow me. Beek Yusial changed his steps and arrived at a new place. One thing was certain. He had come with the princess in the car parked beside them. He stared at the car, sweat forming faster than he could wipe it away. In the 10 years I've played this game, cash items have appeared everywhere. The cars in this world are so luxurious. But he couldn't just gawk and get in. Princess Hong turned back to remind him, smiling confidently, stars sparkling around her. He had to look away from the car and walk inside with the princess. Did she plan to bring me all the way here? With the princess's current money, I should pick at least the 5 best dishes in Etha, right? But reality was about to slap him a little. Standing aside, Princess Hong showed him a special restaurant. Stir-fried noodles, jjajangmyeon, here we are. Surprised, shocked, what could be more than his countless question marks and blank expression? And he had dreamed of a finer meal. Where's my big belly salmon? Where are my caviar canapes and salted fish roe? The creamy risotto with black truffle? When they sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into 2 opposing sides. The shining stars shifted toward Princess Hong Bion, sweeping away the gloom. The server waited for their orders. Despite the many stars, the princess's expression was oddly serious. These dishes looked unfamiliar to him. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what would make Baek Yuseol happiest. Hong Bion recalled a conversation with Tyrand. He said there's a story from his past connected to this place. Really, expensive food means nothing to Baek Yuseol. From a past I happened to glimpse, I learned the dish he cherished most, which was a simple confidence in himself, and pointed to one item on the menu. This one, please. Moving closer, it turned out to be jjajangmyeon. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol calmly raised his hand to order something not at all like what the princess expected. Ah, I'll have 3 bowls of champong and 1 portion of tangseok, huh? Princess Hong was flustered. He blinked widely and asked, why, can't I order 3 bowls? Princess Hong replied similarly, no, that's not the issue. This time Princess Hong forced herself to rethink. Why didn't he order jjajangmyeon? Isn't that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Bion realized her mistake. That can't be right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and jjajangmyeon in a school assignment? He hasn't moved past his past. He still regrets those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness that he didn't understand as a child. The server brought the requested dishes. The food arrived. Thank you. Princess Hong lowered her face and gradually felt ashamed for bringing him to this place. For him, jjajangmyeon isn't a fond memory. It's a symbol of regret. And I didn't even realize that. Although she realized it a bit late, the princess chose to say it to him at once. Sorry for treating you to a meal at a place like this. Baek Yuseol didn't grasp what the princess was thinking and replied a bit loudly. It's okay. He raised his hand, eyes wide, and continued. Life is unpredictable. Sometimes your wallet doesn't cooperate. But since she's a princess, adding more food shouldn't be a problem, right? He said. Sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the Seoul chess match between Edmono Atelik and Baek Yuseol spread widely among the students present. A huge rumor quickly circulated through the academy until it became uncontrollable. What? That senior Edmono lost to Baek Yuseol. Naturally, questions of why were raised. The reason was revealed by many students who eavesdropped on the cafe conversation. The truth was even more shocking than the apology rumor. I heard this from Aiken, a retainer of the Atelik family. Apparently senior Edmono acted like that because Baek Yuseol is co-developer of an alchemical magic technique. Just a rumor that Edmono Atelik apologized to a freshman. And Baek Yuseol being co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique shocked Stella Academy. His name spread not only to Acanium, but also to the Dark Mages. At the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden sat in his office with folded arms and a cold, expressionless face. That guy is really annoying, just a commoner, and didn't he interfere with Mason Tyrn's plans? The mysterious, disguised figure opposite asked, should we handle this quietly? Aki Hayden hardened his face and dismissed the idea. HMPH nonsense. If a Stella student disappeared for no reason, everything would be thrown into chaos. Handing the Aslan seminar participation rights to someone like him displeases us, but taking it from someone like him would be easier than taking it from the Atlik family. We need to keep an eye on the name Beek Usial from now on, monitor him temporarily. A new exchange replaced the previous topic, focusing more on Mazen's condition. The mysterious figure replied tersely. She's suppressing her dark power with the leader's containment magic, but it could erupt at any time. Akihiden was forced to reassess. It's not the right time yet. The Familia Pact signing ceremony is approaching. If she truly loses control and causes trouble with the Spirit King, the consequences will be even more chaotic. Raiden, monitor Mazen's condition. That way, we can use it to distract Eltwin's attention if necessary. Professor Raiden nodded solemnly in acceptance. Understood. With Akihiden's final instruction, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the science building. An almost deserted area, the lights off inside, formed a dim laboratory. Boxes holding glass tubes were shattered. Experimental equipment including microscopes lay broken pitifully, though a few sheets of paper remained acceptable. Professor Raiden in the room clenched his hand and looked at something on the floor, which emitted dark energy and groaned with fury. Because this is a mission, matters requiring attention must be prioritized for resolution. Before him stood the transformed form of Professor Mazen Tyern, who could not stand firm amid what had happened. Professor Raiden thought to himself, "This is quite serious." Mazen, now with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, "You came here to tell me to wait longer. If I endure and wait, will I be able to return to my original state?" Outwardly Raiden was calm, but inwardly he showed great contempt. How ridiculous! After a lifetime of stealing what belongs to others, do you still fantasize about regaining the position you think is rightfully yours? Yet Raiden decided to show mercy. Your usefulness is over. Once the plagiarism investigation begins, you will be stripped of all duties and expelled from the academy. Mazen Tyern panicked, regained her composure and spoke in a proud, challenging tone. "Then why did Akihiden leave me here?" Raiden replied coldly and decisively, "You are completely corrupted. As part of another purpose, you can certainly fulfill that role. That's why you were left here." Mazen Tyern trembled and gradually lost control of herself. "Ha, are you trying to drive me mad and make me lose control? You damned." As Mazen bared her fangs ready to rage, Raiden interrupted her again. "Then leave." Mazen was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What?" Something dark blue rolled across the carpet toward the west. Tilak Garden. Raiden turned his back. "Our people are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release the magic that suppresses your corruption." As Raiden reached the stairs, Mazen's voice stopped his steps. "Why are you letting me live?" Raiden didn't need to look back. "I simply don't want to watch my people die so horribly." Once Raiden had fully gone, Professor Mazen managed to stand and walk step by step to the crystal. Without hesitation, Mazen picked up the orb, continued walking in an uncertain direction, and stopped beside a table holding the annual plans, examining more closely what lay upon it. More precisely, the note she had left herself. But as she focused on one entry, uncontrollable dark magic spilled outward, accumulating immense hatred. Mazen gradually unleashed deepening dark claws, and a more tyrannical temperament began to emerge. "How dare you? Do you really think I'll leave after turning me into this without doing anything? I will tear everything to pieces." What Mazen tore apart was the Familia Pact ceremony. Time passed quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students took their first field trip to the cradle of the Spirit Tree to participate in the Familia Pact ceremony. The giant ships began departing on a new journey. In one room, Ezel and a few classmates began enjoying a meal. Opposite Azel, two classmates exchanged. Now that you mention Beek Usial, he used to be scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him. Ah, I've heard that too. I've heard he's actually the co-developer of an alchemical magic technique, right? After the rumor spread, a few seniors even personally apologized to him. The classmates looked at Azel and asked quietly, Azel, did you know about that? Azel, holding a pastry, answered naturally, no. The classmates continued, so it's true about Beek Usial. She bit lightly into the pastry. Azel, lost in thought, pondered him a little. Is it just my mood? Somehow I feel increasingly distant from Beek Usial. It gives me a feeling of loneliness. But the others didn't see it that way. Someone smiled. Honestly, I thought Beek Usial and Azel were dating. She had barely bitten before Azel spat everything out. Seeing Azel react strangely, the classmates showed concern. Are you okay? Here, water. Thanks. He's been close to Princess Hong Bion lately, hasn't he? Well, could a princess really be charmed by a commoner? Someone drinking water continued the story. But lately the way the princess looks at Beek Usial has been unusual. This time Azel coughed repeatedly. Azel, drink slowly. Nearby, Flame noticed it was Azel. Azel was receiving attention from her other classmates. Flame stopped but was thinking about something, but then decided to continue on his way, though the concern couldn't be shaken off. Azel seems to get along well with friends. Normally she'd be here alone by now, arguing with Hong Biyun. Has something changed somewhere I don't know about? Is all this because of Beek Usial? Speaking of which, you showed up just when we were looking for you. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Flame was startled by his presence. You scared me. Who expected you'd show up like this? In that mood, Flame asked, what's up? He produced something and looked a bit dazed. Pick a flower for me here, a hand-baram flower, a bloom of the wind. Flame hesitated a beat and asked, hand-baram flower, the kind that always faces one direction. Do you think I'm a flower vending machine or what? Though he said that and thought so, his hand reached toward the box of soil he held out. After a moment, Flame's magic activated, a jade light highlighting a spot. Quickly, a beautiful shimmering five-petaled white flower bloomed in that box. Beek Usial smiled, eyes crinkling when he got what he wanted. Thanks. Flame crossed his arms, sensing something was off. What exactly are you planning to do with this? As soon as he said it, Flame vaguely realized something. A direct question then turned to him. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go down to the 4th floor. Beek Usial was surprised Flame could guess. Of course I am. Why else would I take it? Flame couldn't help but add a few more words, steadying himself. Otherwise the conversation would have felt abruptly cut. He showed a puzzled question mark, not understanding. Flame, realizing he'd slipped, quickly looked away. No, it's nothing. Yet he was a bit startled when Beek Usial proactively asked, what about you? Are you okay? Embarrassed, you mean ask if I'm okay? What do you mean? He put the flower in his bag and smiled. It's just that you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned his face away. It's not that you're such a busybody. His cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Don't expect thanks just because you're worried about me. Beek Usial looked back with a faint smile. From a distance in a hidden corner, someone was secretly watching their exchange. Looks like he's thanking me. I told you it's not like that, really not sincere at all. Oh, give me back my flower. Right now, near the Menon Tower, two figures in uniforms resembling those of the 13th Division were looking toward the lights ahead. The whereabouts of Mason Tyrne, who had disappeared under the name Stella, were no longer known. Starting today, first-year students in the research major will begin extracurricular activities. Special activities related to dark magic will take place there. Mason Tyrne might participate, so please be mindful. The isolated space and that amount of news quickly dissipated, returning both of them to the endless plains. Beside Commander Keen stood Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, who was now complaining loudly about that news. "Oh my, why is the master of the ivory tower so obsessed with Stella?" Commander Keen did not appreciate that tone. He corrected himself seriously and said, "The master of the ivory tower possesses prophetic powers. Don't stand there spouting nonsense and follow me." Vice Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that voice and puffed up in indignation, snapping back, Prophecy. More than half of those are always wrong." Although that was true, Keen maintained his stance. In most cases, it's because we address the issue before those disasters occur, or perhaps they were prevented by other factors before we even arrived. Hazen Macaron conceded in that way. A light magic glimmered in her hand. "Anyway, our captain is overly fixated on the master of the magic tower, and seems troubled by those words." Keen also didn't want time wasted here on back and forth. "All right, move quickly." Immediately, magic circle links formed. Then the two vanished in an instant. Back to the main topic. Stella Academy regularly undertook more field trips than expected during its development. They established teleportation gates at over 20 locations dedicated to airships. One notable example is the cradle of the celestial tree, the nurturing place of the High Elf Kingdom's Manhwa. This time, homeroom teacher Lee gathered the students in a fairly large area. His voice carried responsibility. "Attention! After participating in the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Familia signing ceremony will be held and begin tomorrow. Enjoy your time and make good use of it until the assembly." 12 students answered in unison, "Yes." With no constraints of time or space, each student split off to do what they wanted. This time, attention fell on Flame. She was looking around as if searching for something. Looking at the lush treetops, Flame relaxed and smiled. "Perhaps being surrounded by nature gives me a very calming feeling." But then Flame's target appeared when she shifted her gaze elsewhere. And the object of her attention was none other than Beak Usial. Flame noticed Beak Usial, but Beak Usial did not notice her at all. Flame felt deflated by that, but she had no intention of approaching him, and watched his figure walk farther and farther away from her. Is he going to wander off alone? Lost in thought, Flame didn't notice someone approaching. Jeremy Scambin smiled brightly and greeted, "Hello, Flame." Immediately, Flame's face began to contort. Of course she was very annoyed. He stepped past her lightly without bothering to look at the handsome smiling face. Jeremy kept that expression even though he was quickly ignored. Just as Flame was about to leave completely, Jeremy hurriedly stopped her with his words, "Aren't you going to show me that face again?" She was annoyed and teased. Flame looked back in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Jeremy took a step closer. "If you have time, could you walk with me for a bit?" Flame stood still. "I don't have time." A silence formed, but quickly Jeremy revealed his not-so-good boy nature. More accurately, it was like a predator denied what it wanted. "Again, why don't you reconsider?" Flame found herself stunned that Jeremy could show that expression at this moment. Very quickly, she matched her own thought. This guy really is dangerous. Jeremy didn't just want that. When she didn't know what to do, suddenly someone else stepped in to block Jeremy for Flame. Flame could hardly believe who appeared. It was Hei Wan Ryong. He helped untie the knot for Flame. "Prince, that's enough. Do you realize your actions are rather rude and coercive?" Jeremy sneered. "Oh, and how would I know that?" When Jeremy spoke with that smile, ordinary people would naturally look away and avoid him. However, that had no effect on someone at the pinnacle of the magical world as the heir to the magic tower. The two boys stared at each other, and Flame, standing between them, broke into a nervous sweat thinking, "Oh my, what on earth is this situation?" Now that they had confronted each other, some scheme gradually brewed across Jeremy's expressions. Leaving one serious and one flustered, Jeremy walked away and returned to normal, waving. It seems your friend misunderstood something, so I'll be heading back for today. See you next time, all right." With that, Jeremy completely left, leaving the two of them there. Although things seemed to be going fairly well, Flame couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Immediately, she voiced her reproach loudly at the one who stayed. "Hey, One Ryong, what the hell were you thinking? You actually dared to block Jeremy. Do you think it's wise to make enemies of the Scambin family?" Hey, One Ryong seemed unconcerned by the criticism. "Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it. And right now, you've become the thing he wants most." Flame knew that even better than Hay did, so she was currently thinking about what she needed to do. However, a new perspective from Hay left her puzzled. Theirs. Or perhaps you actually trust him. Indeed, Flame couldn't imagine Hay Wonryong saying such things. Surprisingly this time, Flame shot back. "Who are you talking about?" Hay Wonryong was stunned. From where he stood, he turned his back and tried to hurry away. "Sorry, I misspoke." "Huh?" Flame looked on in bewildered suspicion. "Hey, who is he?" Yes, Hay Wonryong suddenly realized his body was losing control for a very strange reason. Then he pressed his hand to his forehead and dropped to one knee. Flame, sensing something was wrong, hurriedly called his name. "Hey Wonryong." Flame rushed closer with concern. "Are you okay?" However, Hay Wonryong quickly raised his hand to stop her. The headache flared again. Hay stood up and continued to walk away. "I'm fine." How could Flame believe that fine? "What do you mean you're fine?" As he left the way Beek Yuseol had before, Flame tried to hold him back. "Wait, Hay Wonryong." But that didn't happen. Once he had left, Flame still didn't know what had really occurred. Hay Wonryong. A new unease once again enveloped his already unsettled mood. Something was very wrong. He tried to leave. Hay Wonryong moved into a less crowded alley and leaned against the wall. He supported his body and analyzed things in his mind. For some time now, this unexplained symptom had been getting worse. His vision gradually blurring. Damn it, how am I supposed to complete the familiar signing ritual like this? Just as he was puzzled, Hay was startled when a familiar voice spoke. "Oh, and who do we have here?" Although Hay had only heard that voice a few times during their encounters, when he slowly turned his head he confirmed who it was, Professor Mason. Half his face was hidden by a black cloak, his appearance shrouded in shadow. Professor Mason stepped closer, full of his own astonishment. "I've been wondering where my seed went. Turns out there's a seed right here." Perfect timing. I didn't expect the level of infestation to have advanced this far. Hay panicked at those words. "Professor, what are you talking about?" Professor Mason's hand, wreathed in dark magic, thrust forward, the danger spiking. "Now, don't resist, for from this moment on you will become my servant." Hay realized the situation he had fallen into. No, he forced himself to wake. "Don't come any closer." Hay's consciousness began to darken. Fragmented memories of standing beside and talking with Flame surfaced. They kept filling those memories, but gradually faded and merged into the darkness, leaving only the image of Flame at the end. Cut to the twin colossal towers belonging to the spirit kingdom, where a long-eared elf attendant stood before some gate. He was the assistant to the elf king, Orenha. He raised his hand and knocked, saying, "Your Majesty, if you do not appear at this World Tree birth ceremony, the council elders will make things difficult." Their intention was to seize control of the gate leading to the Holy Tree's garden. Spirit King Chatsioren cradled something wrapped in green cloth in her arms. After a measured pause, she replied to Orenha, "I understand. I will come out at once. You may withdraw." Orenha exhaled softly, responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." Footsteps receded, leaving a somewhat heavy atmosphere around the Spirit King. After a while, she turned her back and draped a cloak over her head. A thought occurred. When was the last time I was free to enjoy myself? Even with her body covered like this, she could only hold out for an hour. Another shawl hid her face. But none of it could hide the sorrow she carried. Please, let this time pass peacefully. Chatsiorin walked out with a few attendants following her. The Spirit King appeared amid white snow flowers. At the same time, the concealed identity created a strangely abstract beauty. The long-eared attendants bowed reverently at the appearance of the one presumed to be the Spirit King. The trailing cloak flowed over the pretty flowers like a wedding veil. Crossing a bridge made of wood was the next step. They would stop only when they came into view of the continuously flowing white spring. Chatsiorin stared at it. Now it was almost done. The prayer was complete. She only needed to return the way she came. However, things no longer went smoothly, as a terrible pressure began to affect her body. And then precisely, the image of an academy male student locked into her gaze and sank into her mind. The aura was oddly subtle, but certainly the dark magic forced her attention elsewhere. An extraordinary dark mage had slipped into this sacred land, but in other words only she, the Spirit Queen, could sense it. The others remained steadfast in their roles. Chatsiorin's gaze shifted. Unease seeped in and strengthened her resolve. Judging by the knight's reactions, it seemed only she could feel the dark magic. During the World Tree Birth ceremony, the Spirit King is not to be influenced by any will, but she could not allow a dark mage to dare intrude on the cradle of the heavenly blossom grove. Her fists clenched tighter. There was no choice left. She would have to act personally. Chatsiorin shifted her viewing angle once more. Beyond that, it was still the Spirit Kingdom. Flame hurried along the wide road searching for something. Sweat dripping, her thoughts already telling her what she intended to do. Seeing He-1-ryong's strange condition, she had chased after him, but he'd vanished. Flame scanned the area but had lost his trail. Suddenly from an alley, a deep voice called her name, Flame. Flame jumped, and the person who appeared was the one she'd been looking for, He-1-ryong. A heavy pressure spread from his very body. Flame involuntarily called, He-1-ryong. Her heart pounded. Her pupils dilated unnaturally. She tried to speed her thoughts. This disturbing aura, could it be dark magic? From one angle, He-1-ryong's eyes had changed. A deep black veil covered the snow-white irises. Damn, she didn't know what was happening. Luckily, He-1-ryong's infestation hadn't completed yet, so she could still bring him back to normal now. Thinking that, Flame shouted at the person before her, "Calm down, He-1-ryong, calm down." He-1-ryong remained silent for a long moment and said nothing more. Instead, he slumped down. Suddenly, a non-stop thumping sound rose, and the dark magical pressure began to radiate even more. Flame couldn't dispel the tension herself, it only grew worse. As expected, He-1-ryong stared intently at Flame. And he asked, "Why are you avoiding me?" Flame blurted out instinctively, What do you mean?" At this point, the worsening situation made Flame's face turn pale. She took a step back to give herself room to retreat. But then the dark infestation revealed what He-1-ryong had hidden. "Do you hate me? Am I untrustworthy?" Confused, her mouth forming a small O, Flame answered firmly, "No, please don't think that." A white light tinged with purple flashed up from behind and surged toward Flame. An indescribable sensation, and the thumping sound rushed in again. At that moment, the dark magic swelled to the limit. A strike like a black lightning bolt hit, causing a large, expected explosion. The light marked someone rushing forward, who shielded Flame from the blast's effects. Squinting, Flame steadied her emotions to see who had protected her. And to her surprise, the person who appeared was a familiar student, and she called out his name, Ma Yuseong. With red pupils, he turned to look at Flame and asked, "Are you okay?" Instead of answering, Flame asked another question. "The black lightning just now, Ma Yuxiang gave a wry smile and cut her off quickly. Sorry, forget about it, please. He Wenliang's body leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the ground. Ma Yuxiang added seriously, Hey, why didn't you fight? You almost died. Flame calmly replied succinctly, I tried to resolve it by talking. Ma Yuxiang looked at her differently now, skeptical. Talking. She didn't explain. Her eyes wouldn't meet Ma Yuxiang's anymore, instead drifting through a series of thoughts she had conjured herself. According to the original, Azel used dialogue to purify countless dark mages, and was once nicknamed the Penitent Saint. So she thought maybe she could bring He Wenliang back as well. In the end, with my power, can't I save anyone? Ma Yuxiang realized he had no intention of continuing, so he turned his gaze to the one about to become a dark mage before him. I don't know what your plan is, but first you have to be able to fight. Right. Flame pressed her lips together. A small bead of sweat formed on her face. The mystic jade staff, which Flame treated as a weapon, was brought out. Yes, I can do it. A thought surged up. This time I absolutely will not let him die like Zeki. I will save you, He Wenliang. Flame wasn't sure how she'd ended up in this situation, but at least the outlook was better since she was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who had the protagonist's power. On the other hand, in front of her, He Wenliang had been overtaken by dark magic. One hand had transformed into a demon's. His face darkened to avoid being taken by surprise. A hyper jump from Ma Yuxiang's wand emitted a beam of light, more precisely, flashes of lightning. From his position, he teleported in a special way within Flame's sight, acting on his own. Mana thickened continuously. Instead of going straight, Ma Yuxiang chose to slip along the wall and appear directly above He Wenliang. The energy was almost radiant. Large lightning bolts spread outward as he launched magic. Ma Yuxiang's wand pointed at He Wenliang like the rod of the earth. Through decorative green vines, they transformed and locked onto the target. A big surprise occurred quickly. He Wenliang's now darkened eyes looked up along that attack path. And right at that standing spot, a shockwave carrying earth, stone, and choking dust arrived a step ahead of Ma Yuxiang. He Wenliang could circle behind him. A flash of surprise crossed his face. He Wenliang countered, and as a result, Ma Yuxiang dodged and returned to a position in front of Flame below. White smoke seeped through, and the two prepared to crash into each other and continue fighting as if no separation had occurred. Slightly displeased at being left out, Flame, unhappy, began casting a binding light spell. Countless lights aimed at He Wenliang with no gaps. The battle situation shifted, becoming more favorable to Flame and Ma Yuxiang. The jade staff trembled slightly, but Flame still gripped it firmly. He Wenliang struggled to break free from control. His voice automatically called a name. Flame seized the opportunity. Ma Yuxiang teleported and appeared right behind him. A fiery fist was summoned. Ma Yuxiang's pupils contracted as well. A downward strike. The fist collided, producing a shock spark that sent He Wenliang flying far away. The two regrouped to prepare for the next steps, and of course seriousness was required. In front of where He Wenliang sat, part of the shockwave had cracked the architecture behind him. Pain spread, and He Wenliang groaned. Nodding that, Flame turned to Ma Yuxiang and said for her part, "This is the moment we must act." But Ma Yuxiang interrupted, "It's not over yet." Because Ma Yuxiang hadn't moved his gaze, Flame hastily shifted her focus in that direction. Urgency within Flame grew, increasingly stronger. She no longer believed things and they were gradually heading toward a worse outcome. Now his joints twisted unnaturally. He Wenliang had stood up, but the darkness had transformed him beyond human, a long horn, evidence of the specific darkness of the black magic. He Wenliang, her voice rose to try to bring him back, but it was impossible. Instead, her anxiety grew. This was serious. The infestation had spread widely. A spontaneous warning slipped out. "Ma Yuxiang, that's dangerous. Get back quickly." Before she could finish speaking, the darkened He Wenryang appeared at the spot between them without a sound. His hand then gripped Ma Yuxiang's face in a new surprise. When the force released, He Wenryang let go and Ma Yuxiang flew away, colliding with the architecture as dust and smoke rose instead of calling He's name like before. Now Flame changed who she called, Ma Yuxiang. Flame hadn't expected things to change so quickly. Pausing for a second, not calm but with her heart pounding faster because the dark shadow had imprinted on his face. Because she had previously confirmed there were two people. One had been knocked away, the other was Flame. He Wenryang's red gaze could not turn away. A helplessness at the event showed in Flame's eyes, full of panic. He Wenryang. The darkened He Wenryang seemed to understand and forced out a name, Flame. As the two were about to call to each other, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a blazing punch hurtling in. His mana and mood remained unchanged. I Wenryang did not move, standing there to take the attack and the explosion upon his own body. Flame, bewildered and unable to speak, struck directly. Ma Yuxiang locked his sight but beads of anxious sweat appeared. Because the fist was still on He Wenryang's face but had no effect. And then those red eyes opened again. The disparity was truly no longer strange. By the natural motion, the darkened hand this time grabbed Ma Yuxiang's throat straight on, its speed unperceived, its grip firm. He Wenryang slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang. Apart from the binding magic cast earlier, Flame could only speak and do nothing. Ma Yuxiang bit his lip lightly, his worry doubled. If this continued, He Wenryang would truly kill Ma Yuxiang. But with his current strength he had no way to stop He Wenryang. What should he do now? He Wenryang maintained the darkened posture, but a vague consciousness still recognized the person he had grabbed. Ma Yuxiang suddenly increased his grip strength. Ma Yuxiang began to feel breathless. Emotions twisted, but his voice could almost return to He Wenryang. "I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. Finally Ma Yuxiang." A smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly Ma Yuxiang cut that off with a very strange line. "Something's not right." At this, He Wenryang stopped his action in surprise, his face pitch black like a character from another story. He Wenryang muttered and said, "Huh." Watching from the sidelines, Flame also noticed the returned expression on He Wenryang. He Wenryang had a pause, right? A resolve formed preparing her to act, if it was now then. Aside from noticing Ma Yuxiang's change, she also noticed Flame's change, so one of her hands reached straight out. Flame's preparatory movement thus stopped conditionally. Ma Yuxiang's face grew cold, his pupils constricting once more. "I thought only you lived in a world like mine. In the end, that's all you are." How disappointing. He Wenryang's murderous intent suddenly surged strongly. He Wenryang, dark-skinned and unafraid, spoke. But his expression twisted stranger than before. Ma Yuxiang must win. Time rewound to the past, first year of high school, spring, when He Wenryang was only 14. A hint of innocence showed on his face. He stood there bewildered. Is the younger, more childlike Ma Yuxiang also 14? Irritated by that tone, He Wenryang frowned and spoke more coldly. "Fight me." A cold bead of sweat froze on Ma Yuxiang. He was extremely flustered. To dispel his embarrassment, he looked around to see if anyone was nearby. When they were alone, he asked gently, "Are you talking to me? Why do you suddenly want to duel?" He Wenryang didn't change, replying, "I can't accept you being ranked above me, so make the rankings clear." A rare surprise showed on Ma Yuxiang's face. Make the rankings clear. But that was exactly what he wanted. A smile spread across his lips. "All right, let's see." With the challenge accepted, The two decided to use the school practice field as the venue for the match. Ma Yuxiang glanced at the black wand. A magic duel, huh? Let's try out the wand and see. Seeing it suited him, he broke into a bright smile. Then you attack first. Facing He Wenryang seriously, he asked, "What's that stance?" He narrowed his eyes a bit. Is he a genius, born to inherit the full moon tower and starting his studies early? I studied magic. You trained relentlessly every day to become the best magic warrior. Yet the freshman rankings put Ma Yuxiang first and He Wenryang second. To me, the existence of prodigy Ma Yuxiang was like a lightning strike to the heart. Attention shifted as a classmate called out to someone, "Yuxiang, shall we go together?" "Then let's go," Ma Yuxiang replied cheerfully. Is that really him? But the more I watched him, the more his behavior disappointed me. Reading strange books unrelated to his studies, wasting time each day without any effort. I couldn't accept it. He was better than me, so I needed to prove one thing: my efforts were not in vain. However, the result was bleak. The wand fell. And He Wenryang stood there stunned, doubting, unable to believe it all at once. I can't believe I actually lost to him. Not a scratch, not a speck of dust. In contrast to my gloom, Ma Yuxiang was completely focused. When the result came, he cheerfully stepped up to He Wenryang. "Oh, I won. By the way, this magic duel was really fun." A hand rested on his shoulder, and he stood beside him, squinting and smiling. "Thanks to you, this trip was enjoyable. Let's do it again next time." He left like that, without waiting for He Wenryang to say anything. The fist remained clenched tightly. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who didn't even try or study? Is he a prodigy? He bent down and picked up the wand. This time the issue was simply training. If I tried, I could win. From that day on, I trained myself until I had nothing left. I trained and trained and trained, but the results didn't change. He Wenryang lost his spirit. It was ridiculous. That duel was one I requested after understanding and analyzing all of Ma Yuxiang's spells. I couldn't believe it. In truth, there was that much distance between him and me. At that moment, Ma Yuxiang reached out his hand toward He Wenryang. He smiled and remarked, "This was even more fun than last time. Right, do better next time." He Wenryang listened to those words in silence. Pausing a moment longer, He Wenryang pondered. Changing his mind, the two shook hands. A small exchange. Next time I will definitely win. Ha ha, I look forward to that. I had to admit Ma Yuxiang was a genius. Even so, I resolved not to give up so I could prove that my efforts weren't in vain. One day I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now Ma Yuxiang was in my hands. That memory pulled He Wenryang's darkened self back to the present. This time I could win. That's what I thought. Was it true? Ma Yuxiang gave a very bright smile, and that expression was recognizable. Had he already been drowned by the dark magic's power and lost himself? How disappointing. He Wenryang, I trained hard to face you too. The darkened He Wenryang, dazed, said, "You trained?" Rummaging through old memories, do you remember? When we practiced inside the dungeon, we were evenly matched. I was shocked then too. It turned out I had a competitive streak. After that, I began training and always awaited a rematch with you. He Wenryang grew highly flustered. I've never beaten you even once. Now is your chance. But then things took a darker turn when Ma Yuxiang's cold voice said, "Then kill me. Pierce my heart with that power, and enjoy the victory you desire. And then regret it, for this will be the last duel between us." Continuous provocations and consequences followed. He Wenryang regained the light in his eyes. Outside, Flame waited for the crucial moment. Ma Yuxiang's eyes also narrowed in anticipation. A mark on Ma Yuxiang's neck was revealed, indicating darkened He Wenryang had released him. He Wenryong regained his senses, his demeanor sullen as he continued. I will not kill you to win in this state. That would deny my own efforts. Outside, Flame rejoiced at those words. Thank goodness, He Wenryong's emotions have returned to human form. Now we can save him. But things changed again. A magical pressure struck the spot where the three stood. Darkened He Wenryong grunted in discomfort. Huh. Ma Yuxiang's state was no better. Cuh. Flame squinted and realized something. This power is. They turned their heads when someone spoke. Oh my. The footsteps of a girl dressed in black. She wore a golden circlet on her arm and had reddish-brown hair. The deputy commander carried a staff and calmly said, Isn't this Mazen Tyrant? Hazen Macaron lightly held her staff as she stood there, unconsciously creating immense pressure that pinned Flame in place and forced her to kneel. Slightly annoyed, Flame half-closed her eyes and vaguely recognized exactly who the opponent was. I've seen that character in the original novel. The deputy captain of the Dark Star team, Hazen Macaron. That means. At the same time, footsteps of another person approached. Hazen turned with her usual bewildered complaint. So the prophecy was completely wrong after all, wasn't it? The captain clenched his fist and walked forward coldly, his expression unchanged though his words shifted. Keen said, Stop the nonsense. Hazen memorized that face. Adding to the analysis of this figure, sure enough, that man had come, the captain of Dark Star Team 13, Keen. The two stood side by side, looking at the darkened He Wenryong and the one who had just fought, Ma Yuxiang. And without saying another word, Keen quietly used a spell to detect the special dark fluctuations. Hazen's gravity illusion was flawless and just that had restrained movement. Keen observed the opponent. The faint wave oscillations are surprisingly capable of producing this magnitude of power. Hazen confirmed. Indeed, what do you intend to do? Keen nodded, opened a space and drew out his wand, his voice cold. Target confirmed. Proceed to neutralize on the spot. Keen's target was the darkened one who had just regained some consciousness. He Wenryong, Ma Yuxiang and Flame found themselves in an awkward situation, more precisely, surprised by that decisiveness. However, Hazen still felt something amiss and turned to ask, Do you mean kill immediately? It's still early, observe a bit more. But Keen completely cut her off, holding his stance. If at this level it already emits that kind of power, then if it rebels later the consequences would truly be catastrophic. Killing it now would be the right course. Keen's approach was not wrong. Once those tainted by dark magic have been corrupted once, they are prone to corruption again and again. Even if temporarily purified, the corruption remains, and eventually they will be influenced by dark magic and cause a massacre. A decision made must be executed immediately. But coincidentally, one of them would not accept that. Stop! Hazen paid attention to that voice. Oh my! While they were speaking, Ma Yuxiang gathered his remaining strength to rise, truly surprising Deputy Captain Hazen. A first-year student can endure this. It's Ma Yuxiang from Stella. As expected, the top freshman is formidable. But Hazen's face darkened, her gaze far from pleased. Thud, Ma Yuxiang felt a greater pressure beginning to crash down onto his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang was trying to lift himself, Hazen snapped her fingers and he collapsed once more. Showing no pity at all, stay down a little longer, all right? Don't interfere with my work. In truth, the power difference was absolute. Ma Yuxiang was now nearly flattened to the ground. Although the situation improved because there was no longer overlapping gravity on someone, Flame still couldn't feel any more at ease. She gritted her teeth and deduced another truth. No, Ma Yuxiang's condition. Even though recent events differed significantly from the novel she knew, Ma Yuxiang's recent spell was definitely dark magic energy. At this rate, If Ma Yuxiang expends all the blue magic energy, the dark magic energy will be revealed before them. If that happens, together with He Wenryang's resistance, Flame forced herself to resist, gripping her staff tightly. She could not lose both of them here, please. Please, please move. Please. Guilt surged in her heart because they were promising young people. Then Keen pointed his wand directly at He Wenryang's head. Now it was over. He Wenryang seemed resigned to his fate. But Flame still wished for some miracle to occur. She squeezed her eyes shut. Please save us. Magic surged from Keen's wand without the slightest hesitation. Die, dark magic user. Wait once more. Keen halted his action at a somewhat familiar voice. He turned his head to verify the direction the sound had come from. You are the only one who can change the situation. Keen vaguely remembered the supporting character from the novel Beak Yuxiao with an unmistakable face. You are. 10 minutes earlier, Beak Yuxiao was patting the head of a little elf boy. But his main goal was to buy food, so the head pat was just because the boy was cute. Before leaving, he offered a friendly smile. Good luck with your sales. The middle-aged woman happily accepted his blessing. Thank you, child. The student had barely gone a short distance when the familiar chime from the system ran through his mind. 2 consecutive reports popped up indicating a variable had occurred in Episode 8. The He Wenryang dark magic route was beginning to proceed. Beak Yuxiao was startled and blurted, "What?" A suspicion that eroded understanding. What is this? Didn't the dark magic episode end after completing Zeki's dark magic route? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's dark magic invasion. Among them, He Wenryang's dark magic route had a 99% chance of leading to a bad outcome. Despite the extreme difficulty and severity, Beak Yuxiao hesitated, torn between preventing it or letting it happen. Unable to think further, Beak Yuxiao decided to give the food he had just bought to another elf. Here, this is really good, eat it. The elf was a bit surprised but accepted it and watched Beak Yuxiao walk away. His choice sparked a new thought. He couldn't just stand by and watch a bad ending happen. And so at this moment pressure fell upon the 2 protagonists, He Wenryang and Ma Yuxiang. Flame breathed a sigh of relief that help had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions focused on one person, Beak Yuxiao. Beak Yuxiao himself, just arriving, still cared for his classmates and thought, thank goodness, but what now? Keen remained cold there. Hazen understood and smiled, taking a few small steps forward. Got it, leave that kid to me. Her staff moved like a small scythe with light, clacking footsteps, and stopped at a place she deemed appropriate, a brighter cheerfulness forming. She offered, I'll show you a beautiful illusion. Haki Ba Vuong activated. The special illusion Hazen created was a very powerful magic. It carried a risk of directly harming the target. Very quickly that effect crashed down on Beak Yuxiao. But nothing happened. It proved that the special applied to a special person becomes mundane. A black cat darted about. Hazen, eyes wide, muttered to herself, oh my, unbelievable. She waved her staff a few more times. Cha-cha-cha, this time it had some effect. The effect caused Beak Yuxiao to see the world through half-closed eyes, inexplicable to himself. Hazen looked at the slightly older man. Captain, that kid doesn't seem affected by the illusion. But Keen didn't believe it. With a gruff face he sneered, don't joke around, make it proper. Hazen replied unchanged, no, I'm being serious. Looking more closely, the boy still stood there like a log. Reanalyzing the issue, she needed to study it more carefully. A basic illusionary spell disrupts the opponent's mana. These kids are usually mana-controlled, so a gravity illusion manifests, as if pressing down on their bodies. But for some reason she felt there wasn't a single speck of mana in that kid's body. How to put it? It felt like applying a joint lock to a slime. He furrowed his brow more. My magic is at least class S. What on earth does that kid actually possess? Because that illusion was completely nullified, she had no choice but to withdraw. Unusually, Keen stepped forward. Please step aside. The deputy captain held his wand ready with a cold voice. Keen questioned Beak Usial, asking him to reveal his identity. Beak Usial answered quickly. First-year Stella student, Class S, Combat Magic Department. However, Keen did not want to hear that known answer. No, I mean give me your true identity. Beak Usial was confused, a bit flustered, spinning in his head. My true identity? I'm a Stella student, isn't that right? Seeing his blankness and no other reply, Keen's brow twitched. All right, I guess you can't say. The question mark grew larger in Beak Usial's mind. So what did I just say? When he couldn't extract information, Keen went straight to the point. He changed his tone. I won't interfere with your connections or the reason you infiltrated Stella Academy. However, you must not interfere with our operation. Beak Usial lowered his face, staring intently at the other, and shifted his tone accordingly. That's a bit difficult. Aren't you planning to kill that student? Keen did not deny it, and a murderous intent slipped out. Yes, we will kill him. Even though Hei Wan-ryang had been corrupted, he could still perceive what that voice meant. This put Beak Usial in an even more awkward position. He knew clearly that if he fought those people now, he wouldn't last 5 seconds and would die. He took another step forward and drew his sword. But he's someone worth risking my life for. I can't afford to lose him now. You say you're going to kill my classmate, so there's no reason I can just ignore this. Keen faced him, still cold, restating what Beak Usial had just thought. If you truly fight us, you will die. But Beak Usial had a solution. With a calm face he replied succinctly, seeming like someone who didn't like showing themselves. Should I draw a little attention? I have some confidence. Even if I die, at least I can make a scene. Keen now realized the person standing opposite him was not an ordinary kid. He was silent for a long moment, then looked over and asked, What do you want? Beak Usial, not wanting matters to escalate, resolved to speak up. Just once, have her purify that friend. Keen listened intently to his words, then shifted his gaze to the corrupted Hei Wan-ryang. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand back at Beak Usial and said, That's a futile effort. Even if you can purge the dark magic, the emotions will not return. Slightly frightened by Beak Usial wielding his sword in a defensive stance, he asked, One attempt is enough. Her magic can even restore emotions to their original state. Flame quietly looked at Beak Usial, sweat falling, but above all she doubted that claim. Can I really help Hei Wan-ryang recover his original state? Flame not only doubted his words but doubted herself. More importantly now was whether Keen would accept it. What if the purification fails? Beak Usial answered. I will withdraw decisively. To Keen, that was not a bad proposal. At least they wouldn't have to deal with someone who could overcome Hazen's illusion magic, avoiding attention, and allowing the other party to leave on their own. So it seemed wise to take a step back for now. He said, Fine, if you break your promise, I will give you the most painful death possible, whether it causes a commotion or not. Hazen beside him couldn't believe her captain would say that. Captain. But Keen paid no mind and ordered, Hazen, remove the illusion. Before lifting it as the captain commanded, Hazen asked one question. Can we trust his words? The same cold answer. If it's a lie, it won't be too late to kill that brat.
She slammed her staff hard against the ground and said, Same here, if the captain says so, then I've got nothing more to add. With a shake of her staff, Hazen withdrew the illusion, and both Ma Yuxiang and Hei Wan-ryang were finally freed, gasping for breath as they regained control. Flame felt less pressure than the others, but still had to brace herself reluctantly to endure it. Blinking a few times, Flame realized someone was standing right in front of her. More precisely, Beak Usial had come closer and knelt down facing her as he said, Do you know what state Hei Wan-ryang is in right now? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal. But Flame had zero confidence and bowed her head as she replied, I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of power. Yet Beak Yusial pressed deeper into her pain and asked, are you planning to repeat what happened with Zeki all over again? Flame faltered for a moment, then finally voiced what she truly wanted. No. Beak Yusial noticed the change in her and gave a smile that melted away the tension, saying, help Hei-Wen-Ryong, you can do it. If anyone else had said it, Flame might not have believed them, but coming from Beak Yusial made it completely different. Regaining her determination and that familiar feeling, Flame picked up her staff once more. If Beak Yusial said she could do it, and he stepped forward to stand in front of Hei-Wen-Ryong like he truly believed it, then it meant she really did possess that power. Noticing someone still nearby, Flame glanced over and instructed, step back a little. With preparations complete, Flame turned her gaze back to the darkened Hei-Wen-Ryong, and the haunting memory of the moment Zeki turned dark rushed back to her. Golden mana began to envelop her as a new thought arose. I won't just stand by helplessly like I did back then. Her eyes opened wide as Flame formed a magic circle pattern on her own. Angelic wings appeared behind her, carrying a sliver of her own hope. This time she would definitely save Hei-Wen-Ryong with her own strength. The angelic magic manifested through her song as Flame closed her eyes and merged herself with the flow of mana. An unusual light appeared while Hazen, watching from the side, turned to the person next to her and asked, Captain, is that light magic? Without blinking, Keen answered, yes, my suspicions are growing, but that girl isn't from the Holy Church. Power like that is already on the level of a saintess. Keen seemed to recall something and added, I heard that among this year's new Stella students, there's one who can use angelic power. Light attribute, it must be that girl. The light gradually pulsed around Flame, and in an instant a brilliant glow enveloped the dark shroud, covering Hei-Wen-Ryong. The pillar of light spread everywhere, forcing Hei-Wen-Ryong to endure intense pain from the clashing attributes attacking his body. But that alone wasn't enough to believe it completely. His thoughts shifted slightly differently. Using angelic power and removing the seed of darkness were two entirely separate things. At best, it could only suppress it, yet Keen found himself overthinking. Right now, that realization was crashing against the new illusion he had just formed in his mind. Cough, cough, Hei-Wen-Ryong let out a rough cough, and now the black layer covering him had vanished, his awareness returning. Hei-Wen-Ryong stared down at his own hands and muttered, I almost went to stare at naked chickens. Then he heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing in front of him. Thank goodness you're back to normal. A second later, Flame collapsed sideways from mana exhaustion, and Hei-Wen-Ryong, flustered, tried to reach out to her. However, the sharp iron tip of Keen's wand was already pressed against his throat, stopping every movement.
There is only one purpose now. Then let me check immediately. Quickly, they formed into teams of 3. Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxiao tended to Flame, while Keen and Hazen attended to Hei-Wen-Ryong. After a moment, Keen asked, what are the results? Pausing his examination, Hazen glanced over and replied, completely normal. He looks like an ordinary person to the point it's unbelievable he was ever corrupted. No, to be precise, that type of emotion didn't originally exist. It feels as if emotions were forcibly added. The host seems pretty strong, Captain. What now? Keen turned his back and withdrew, rising in helplessness. Hazen adjusted his inner thoughts. Our captain seems really shaken. No wonder. He had always believed that once someone was corrupted, they couldn't be saved. So he had exterminated them all. Yet now that effect was completely undone by those kids. Flame, I'm sorry, I'm fine. Aren't you worried about me? A smile appeared as the kids cheered among themselves. Before leaving, he winked at Beak Yusial. Anyway, kids, see you next time. Who he said that to could be debated, but Beak Yusial dared reply, who would want to see you again? After everything ended, night covered the entire spirit world. Moonlight lit a lovely stretch of the path. Then someone shadowy walked along that path. Fortunately, it was Professor Mazen Tyrn, but the Fairy King Chot Sioran. Flustered, she was alone yet still embarrassed. Looking around, a strange thought surfaced. This is really odd. I clearly followed the stream of dark mana I sensed then, so why is there no trace now? She looked at her hands before deciding what to do next. Finally, Chot Sioran went to the spot where the dark magic had been detected, closed her eyes, and opened her palms. Wind, bring me the memories. Then the scent of memories wafted around her nose and quickly flooded her mind. But she saw nothing. Memories of a wind filled with black and white. She thought, did someone deliberately erase the memories with magic? Erased memories cannot be restored even by high-level magic. However, Chatsioren was their greatest master. She would not submit to such trivial magic. The faint lights twinkled in the dark night. Wind, I beg you as the fairy king, whisper more of your memories to me. Chatsioren repeated the gesture. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and the stones all whispered to Chatsioren about the situation here. Although they had thoroughly erased the memories to leave almost no trace, a few fragments still lingered faintly. And the silhouette of Beak Usial was the largest, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. That uniform is that Stella. Suddenly, at that moment, a strange scent entered her mind. What is that smell? It was a scent she could never forget. No matter how she tried, she was certain the scent belonged to Leafhanel. But wasn't Celestia already fallen into eternal sleep in her own garden? Could someone have entered the secret garden earlier? Could it be related? However, as time passed, the memories faded badly, and a pain surged through her mind. This isn't good. I can't read any more memories. But with that amount of memory, Chatsioren had to halt her emotions and analyze a possibility she needed to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day and the name that stole Celestia's heart. Could the two be the same? If so, it makes sense that the memories here were erased. Her fists tightened as Chatsioren suppressed her fury. I will never forgive him. I will repay that debt in kind. Chatsioren's scene ended. The setting shifted to the next morning. After the ward and dark talismans were restored and removed, Hei Wenryang was able to sleep peacefully at the Flower Heaven Hospital. Hei Wenryang slowly opened his eyes and realized someone else was in the room. He recognized Flame. She smiled as she peeled an apple and said, "Oh, you're awake." Looking around in confusion, Hei Wenryang asked, "Where am I?" Flame sat in a chair watching him. "This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened?" "Only vaguely." Receiving that answer, Flame exhaled softly and pushed over the plate of fruit she had just neatly sliced. "I told Teacher Li a bit, and I also told Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial to keep it secret, so don't worry. And about the familiar contract ceremony, if you want to join you still can. But it's better if you rest more. The aftereffects haven't completely disappeared." Hei Wenryang now obeyed whatever Flame requested, whatever it was. "Yes, if you tell me to rest, I will rest." This puzzled Flame. "What's going on? Why are you doing everything I say now?" Not wanting to disturb Hei Wenryang's rest any longer, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving cheerfully. "I thought it over carefully. Letting go is better than getting hurt. Rest more from now on. It's almost time to meet everyone, so I'll go ahead." Hei Wenryang watched Flame as she left, then immediately called her back. "Flame." Flame stopped and looked at him, asking, "Yes." Hei Wenryang had decided and was about to say something. But he hid all those words inside his heart. Long after he said the puzzling thing, "No, it's nothing." Flame showed no expression. "What are you saying? Boring." But she still had to smile. "And when you're discharged, remember to treat me to a big party. You're a rich person, so prepare that." "Understood." Hei Wenryang was stunned, unbelieving. Flame said those things and was no longer sad. A gentle smile. An answer returned to Flame. "All right, you can count on that." With food on the mind, he thought of nothing else. Flame was even happier. "See you later, Hei Wenryang." Then Flame left, and the room was left with only him. The quiet atmosphere, with a subtle difference, drew his gaze to the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The fruit was neatly and beautifully cut, already prepared. He couldn't leave it uneaten. And he picked up a piece. Delicious. Aside from Hei Wenryang's matters, there were the main tasks everyone needed to do now. Instructor Lee gathered the students together, his face cold, voice solemn. From now on you will enter the root of the celestial tree to make the sacred contract. It is an astral-type space, and the environment there will differ from reality. You will have 1 week. The space you may access is the third layer. The fourth layer is surrounded by barriers, so do not even think about approaching it. Then I wish you luck. After hearing Instructor Lee's warning, the students lined up and stepped through a gate. Episode 7. The Familiar Contract Ceremony. The space inside the tree was ready. A bewildered Beak Yusial ducked in. His expression changed quickly, and his cheeks flushed immediately. A lush green scene appeared before his eyes. It wasn't an ordinary green. If Beak Yusial were to cheapen it with words, it would be like a space filled with phosphorescent green. Every plant emitted its own light, and firefly-like creatures drifted gently through the air. After walking for a bit, a question mark formed as he glanced into a small corner. A shimmering green liquid had pooled near his feet. He sat down and poked it with his finger. Perhaps it was a level 7 spirit beast, so it certainly didn't feel threatening. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, lowest at 7 and highest at 1. In the stage just before becoming a divine beast, as the rank rises, the spirit beast's strength increases. But the contract becomes more difficult to perform because of that. This is tedious. Even Stella's students can only reduce about 5% each year, but in any case, that's not my concern. The road is long, so we'll take it slowly. Whenever Beak Yusial smiles, something is bound to happen. They moved back outside to the exact entrance for the students packed. 2 guards were standing there. When no one remained, they exchanged a few words. It seems all the students have gone inside. Should we close the barrier now? The other raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Tap, tap, tap. Someone else is slowly approaching the 2 of them. I think one more person is about to arrive, another identity concealer. But this gate is very familiar. In other words, a new threat has arrived.
Just as predicted, that mysterious person was Mazen Tyrn. Taking advantage of the 2 elven guards' momentary lapse, she struck swiftly and chillingly. One was dealt with in an instant, while the other hadn't even had time to understand what was happening. Dark magic poured from her palms like toxic smoke. After a period of cruel torture, the remaining elven guard finally collapsed, his body falling dead without closing his eyes. Mazen Tyrn curled her lips in a smile, her eyes flashing with a gratifying delight, truly something to look forward to. Scene shifts to the first level. The world's root, a space awash in green, unfolds before Bion's group as if stepping into a vivid fairy tale. The others couldn't help but be enchanted by the mystical sight, but Bion remained completely indifferent, for no spirit beast here was worthy of her attention. She turned to her teammates and said decisively, "Let's go up to the second level." Her blonde friend immediately replied yes. While the group, fired up, went searching for the entrance to level 2 under Princess Bion's lead, Arshwang looked extremely tired, trailing behind. Her breath was heavy, eyes half closed as if about to fall ill. Arshwang wondered why her body felt this way. Her stomach churned with nausea, her vision gradually blurring. Unable to bear it any longer, Arshwang collapsed on the spot. The classmates, seeing this, panicked and ran to Arshwang. Princess Bion froze when she heard the cry. She turned and asked, "Are you having a problem?" "Princess, Arshwang's health doesn't look very good, but she was fine just a moment ago." It is said that those with weak spirit beast emotional affinity can be drained by even a little aura pressure. Could Arshwang be suffering from that? Bion squinted and immediately decided to rest here for a while to conserve rations, replenish stamina, drink water, eat chocolate, and then continue. Having said that, Bion turned and left. Startled, Arshwang exclaimed, "What? I'm fine, we can continue the journey right now." But before she finished, Bion cut her off coldly. "Enough, do as I say. It's better than acting recklessly and collapsing at a decisive moment." Another girl chimed in agreement. "That's right, Arshwang, even the princess has spoken." Arshwang bowed her head, eyes full of shame and self-reproach. "Yes, ma'am." And so everyone began taking out utensils to cook. Arshwang quietly leaned her back against the giant tree trunk. Arshwang clenched her hands. She couldn't understand why her body had fallen into this state. The spirit beast contract signing day was something she'd longed for. She'd trained her body so hard, even up to entering the world's root, yet suddenly her breathing felt constricted, her head dizzy, and her emotions were in utter turmoil. Memories flooded back. The three mages murmuring in front of her, truly a rare talent, the girl has the potential to become a great mage. Yes, her magical skill is astonishing, Arshwang will surely become famous even at Stella Academy. Was this my childhood or just a dream? A woman in a black cloak approached her, smiling brightly. Arshwang, you are unmistakably a fire prodigy who appears once in 100 years. With that innate talent, you can control flames as easily as if they were part of your body. If it were you, you'd surely become the unique mage of Stella Academy. Young Arshwang, hearing such sky-high praise, excitedly asked, really, teacher? The woman's voice suddenly grew low, of course, unless you count me out. The memory ended there, Arshwang jolted awake, what is going on? What was that dream? Bion's voice suddenly came from ahead, we've rested enough, move out now, yes, your highness. While the group members packed their belongings and prepared to set out, Arshwang was forcing her tired body to stand. A black-haired girl asked worriedly, Arshwang, are you feeling better? Can you move? Arshwang replied, I think so. And so Arshwang slowly fell in step at the rear. But no one knew that the spot where she had been sitting had turned into a contaminated area, signaling an impending danger. Scene shifts to the world's root level 2. Due to limits on how much food they could carry, Bion's group decided to split up to hunt wild animals. At the rear, Arshwang dispatched a lost wild beast, its agonized screams echoing through the forest. Staring at the beast, Arshwang thought to herself that her body had recovered considerably, and her focus when casting magic felt sharper. At this rate, she might even be strong enough to contract with a level 5 spirit beast. Everyone look. It's a red deer. I read in a book that if you contract with that deer, your understanding of the fire attribute will increase a lot. I think its rank is 6 stars, right? Is it really walking straight towards us? Arshwang thought to herself from behind, whom even if it's not a 5-star spirit beast, a 6-star red deer would still. Suddenly her eyes contracted sharply as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The red deer walked straight up to Bion and nuzzled her cheek like greeting its owner, which made the other group members look at the princess with envy and admiration. Oh my, who expected a spirit beast to show such affectionate initiative? Princess, do you intend to contract with it? Bion stroked the deer's forehead and shook her head. No, it's not the spirit beast I want. Let's go deeper inside and see. Hearing this, the group chorused, yes, ma'am. A rare spirit beast we've never seen approaching us on its own. That's truly befitting the status of the Adelavis imperial princess. No wonder, hee, need I say more? But that's the blessing of fire. Arshwang tightened her grip on her staff. The blessing of fire, huh? The next day on level 3, a large explosion occurred in the forest. It turned out Bion's group had slain a level 5 spirit beast there. The atmosphere here was terrifying. It's only level 3 and already like this. Imagine how dangerous level 4 must be. Don't even mention it, few students ever go down there and return alive, which is why they've sealed off the 4th level. Princess, perhaps we shouldn't head north, Bion asked suspiciously, is it dangerous over there? The female classmate answered honestly, because the barrier blocking the path to level 4 is there. Bion fell silent. After a moment's thought, she decided to give it up. Then let's make camp around here today and start searching for a suitable spirit beast, understood? Elsewhere, Arshwang was hunting alone. They say level 3 is home to spirit beasts of rank 5 and below. I must sign with a truly powerful spirit beast. An hour later, before Arshwang could show affection and propose a contract, the spirit beast had fled. 2 hours later, she failed again, just the same as before. This made Arshwang doubt herself. Was she imagining it? Why did it feel like spirit beasts would see her and immediately hide elsewhere? Suddenly, another member's excited voice carried over. Princess, I successfully contracted with a 6-star spirit beast. I just finished 2. As time passed, most members of Bion's group succeeded in contracting, except Arshwang and Bion. But Arshwang did not feel happy about it, because she knew the princess had rejected many spirit beasts, while none had shown interest in her. Amid the surge of emotions, Arshwang deceived herself. Don't be too impatient, there's still time, you'll surely find the most suitable candidate to contract with. Suddenly something caught Arshwang's attention. A white-furred wolf was drinking water near the lakeshore. Isn't that the 5-star silver-maned wolf spirit beast? Until now at Stella, almost no first-year student has ever contracted with a 5-star spirit beast. If I succeed here, everyone will surely recognize me. Thinking that, Arshwang slowly stepped closer to it. She bent down and made a friendly gesture, saying, "Hello there, would you like to contract with me?" The silver-maned wolf lowered its head and sniffed a few times. Then it suddenly let out a fierce growl that startled Arshwang and sent her crashing to the ground. Confusion clouded her eyes. The familiar, more painful than ever question rang in her mind. Why does the spirit beast reject me so coldly? At the critical moment, a fireball suddenly shot through the air at breakneck speed, stopping the white-maned wolf from attacking Arshwang. That moment helped Arshwang regain consciousness. Her eyes turned toward where the fireball had come from, only to see Princess Bion standing there as a shield without Arshwang noticing, and the attack had been cast by her. How ironic that the person she envied and wanted to surpass was the one who saved her in danger. The silver-maned wolf also noticed the princess's arrival and let out a howl. Then slowly approached Bion. Knowing how dangerous it was, Arshwang, not caring that it might target her again, hurriedly warned, "Princess, please be careful of it." But the white-maned wolf suddenly bowed and knelt at Bion's feet like a loyal puppy. This delivered another severe psychological shock to Arshwang. She was stunned and deeply shaken. How could even a fifth-rank spirit beast humble itself to the princess, the person she had always regarded as her rival? The feeling of unwillingness accumulated more and more, and now it seemed impossible to hide any longer. Before she realized the change in herself, Arshwang looked at Bion and asked, "Your Highness, will you be the one to perform the contract this time?" Stroking the white-maned wolf's head, Bion replied calmly, "No, I refuse. I will seek the spirit beast I desire myself." Those words echoed in her mind. Jealousy overwhelmed Arshwang like a bursting tide. And Bion had no idea. She apologized to the white-maned wolf and told it to go find its true master. Suddenly Arshwang's voice, now strange, rang out, "Ha ha, ridiculous." Bion turned back in puzzlement. She saw Arshwang's whole body wreathed in dark flames like Jackie in the Persona Get 8 Gate. The usual cheerful tone was gone, replaced only by unbearable self-doubt and anger. "I couldn't even approach a spirit beast, yet she has the right to choose which spirit beast to contract. Because she holds everything in her hands, she wants to flaunt her power." Bion seemed to recognize that the dark aura was a sign of shadow corruption. With each passing second, the dark mana and flames within Arshwang flared up, amplifying the emotions she had tried to hide. It's not fair at all. Why is heaven so unjust to me?" Arshwang's pupils contracted. Dark magic had seized her reason. "I've poured so much sweat and effort into this yet achieved nothing. It's absurd." Finally, her emotions were completely swallowed by self-doubt, envy, and hatred. Arshwang screamed in rage, "Don't mock me," as dark flames erupted like a volcanic blast, spreading everywhere and sweeping away everything in sight. Bion quickly formed a protective circle around herself. However, the power of Arshwang's shadow transformation was so overwhelming that Bion had to pour additional mana into the protective circle. And with a deafening boom, a massive explosion swallowed everything around it and shot straight into the sky. When the blast ended, the forest within a 20-meter radius had been burned to ashes, the ground mottled with black scorch marks. A small flame suddenly appeared on the edge of Bion's sleeve. It was no trouble for the princess to flick it away, and the flame vanished, leaving only a tiny black spot. But Bion knew that was nothing compared to the danger she was about to face. Calmness and coldness were needed to keep her mind sharp and handle things best. Assessing from top to bottom, Bion quickly concluded that shadow corruption was progressing. You can halt corruption by knocking someone unconscious, but here it's too close to the level 4 barrier. If we really fight, we'll touch the barrier behind. In this situation, if it were that commoner here, what would he do? After thinking it over, she ultimately thought of Beek Yusial. An involuntary smile, uncertain whether mocking herself or someone else, appeared on her lips. She finally decided to try the persuasion method Flame had used before. "Arshwang, don't do anything you'll regret. If the corruption continues, you won't be able to return to being human." Hearing this, Arshwang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, still placing herself above others even now. Well, of course, she's the princess of the Adalavis Empire, favored by the gods. Someone of ordinary talent like me, even if I died and came back, she would never understand my feelings." Princess Bion listened silently to everything Arshwang said. Understanding was the quickest way to reach her. When Arshwang finished speaking, the princess's eyes narrowed and a deep sadness showed. "Arshwang, will you listen to my story for a moment?" Arshwang brushed her hair back and, without bothering to look at her, said indifferently, "What lecture are you going to give me this time?" Whether she wanted to hear it or not, Bion began to tell her story. She well knew that an Adelovist princess who did not become king had only one path, death right. That meant to survive she would have to strike down all her siblings. I realized the brutal truth of royal power when I was only 7. I heard she had a childhood filled with people's love. Hearing her story made me feel intensely jealous. Because I was not only unloved, but also unanticipated, even by the very mother who gave birth to me. How much would I have to sacrifice to reach the throne, she wondered. Feeling the pain in each of the princess's words, Arshwang felt a twinge of guilt, but because she was being overtaken by shadow corruption her jealousy resurfaced. Being born into royalty is already your privilege. But before she could finish those self-righteous words, Bion cut in coldly. I drank fire instead of water and swallowed fire instead of food. I even bathed in blazing flames. My flesh festered and itched so badly I nearly went mad, and even if I drank cold water afterward the burns in my body only made me suffer more. I could no longer taste anything because my tongue had long since gone numb. That fire is both my greatest weapon and my most terrifying obsession. Facing shadow-corrupted people, invoking one's own pain is the best way to save someone under shadow corruption. Arshwang no longer had her former arrogance, and instead felt awkward listening to the painful life of the person she both envied and admired. Suddenly Arshwang screamed in panic and confusion, "It's all a mess, a mess." Who would believe those words? How could any human endure such horrors? Don't think you can use those fabricated tales to get me to pity you. But she was about to retract those words because Princess Bion did not rebut them. She demonstrated them through her actions. With a flick, Bion sparked a small flame on her index finger. She leaned forward, mouth open, bringing the flame closer. Then she stuck out her tongue, preparing to lick the blazing flame on her finger. Witnessing this, Arshwang screamed in terror, "What are you going to do? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle." For the umpteenth time, Arshwang had to revise her assumptions about her. The flame on the fingertip vanished. The princess's tongue showed no sign of injury and looked perfectly normal as if nothing had happened. As mages, Arshwang and the others knew that even the most skilled fire mage can be harmed by their own magic, water mages can drown and fire mages can be burned by their own flames. Bion's act was like a bucket of cold water that sobered her up. Seeing it work, Bion continued with her planned approach. "Arshwang, do you still think this is a blessing? Since childhood I have had to train harshly like that under the pretext of increasing element compatibility. While training I wished I might die and be spared it all. So I hope you never mention words like blessing or talent again. Because I am so jealous of you, someone who never had to taste the painful childhood I endured. Thinking of it makes me want to cry." My jealousy was hidden behind a smile like sunlight. And Arshwang across from her had already seen through that. Now she was confronted with those buried emotions in her own heart. She couldn't believe she had assumed everything the other enjoyed was simply owed to her. A person exceptionally skilled in fire magic can bond with a few significant people and may be favored by fire spirit beasts. Did I not know that before? The wand fell to the ground. 2 streams of tears ran down Arshwang's face as a sobbing, ashamed voice rose. "I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness." Seeing her finally recover her emotions and return to her former self, Princess Bion smiled in satisfaction and said, "All right." Before long the other party members hurried over, startled by the earlier explosion and battle. There was clearly an explosion nearby. "Princess, where are you?" Seeing them frantic, Bion called out loudly, "I'm over here." The blonde friend, hearing the idol's voice, rejoiced as if for a festival. "Great, we finally found you, Your Highness. What happened here?" Seeing Arshwang now with eyes closed as if accepting her fate, Bion softened, unable to speak. After all, the dark mana in her had completely dissipated. She recalled the battle with Jackie in the Persona Get 8 Gate. If it had been her before, she would have immediately moved to restrain Arshwang. Perhaps this change was also due to the influence of that commoner. Concealing her pride, Bion told everyone to take good care of Arshwang because she still seemed unwell. Arshwang, dazed, woke and stammered about punishment. The others grew more puzzled. Do these two have some unspeakable secret? Unmoved by everyone's complex glances, Bion coldly but compassionately reminded Arshwang, "No matter what others say, you still possess innate talent. I don't intend to punish you for this minor incident, but that doesn't mean I'll let it slide easily. So be loyal to me and atone for your mistake." Arshwang lifted her head, eyes red and overflowing with tears. Hearing the princess refuse to report this to the professor and accept her, at that moment the seed of absolute loyalty sprouted. The more she admired, the more Arshwang tormented herself for once having ill intentions towards someone so noble. But a shattering sound ripped through the air. Arshwang's gaze contracted violently. She panicked and shouted, "Princess, move out of the way." Before anyone could make sense of it, the barrier shot straight up to the fourth layer and tore open, creating a terrifying suction that swallowed everything around it. Cut to somewhere on the third layer. Flame had gone alone and stepped into a dangerous area. But luckily she found a radiant flower spirit beast, the spirit beast whose attribute best matched a light attribute wielder. Half an hour later, thanks to her aura, protagonist Flame successfully sealed the pact. Now she was happily whistling and strolling around, overjoyed to have made a pact with a near-level 4 spirit beast. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. A practical thought crossed her mind. Making a pact doesn't mean you can summon spirits at will, so pacting with a radiant spirit beast will speed up her casting and strengthen light magic. Anyway, the quest is done, time to enjoy some leisure. But 10 minutes after deciding that, Flame unexpectedly ran into Azel and the cold Ma Yuxiang chatting cheerfully. Both fell silent at her arrival, the atmosphere suddenly awkward as if a drama scene had been miscut. Flame composed herself and voice bright with a touch of embarrassment said, "Hey Azel and Yuxiang, it's awkward running into you like this." Ma Yuxiang curled a lip and replied, "It's nothing, what a coincidence to meet here." Curiosity piqued, Flame's eyes turned reporter crazy. "Why are you both here?" Azel awkwardly explained she just happened to pass by and bumped into him, while Ma Yuxiang laughed and said he was merely killing time. Flame didn't press further. According to the original story, Ma Yuxiang couldn't bond with any spirit beast due to certain character settings, so him wandering to kill time made sense and Azel simply met him by chance. With that in mind, Flame said softly, "Anyway, I'm glad to see you. If you don't mind, may I join you for a meal?" Boom, 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 a violent explosion not far away spread through the forest. Azel sensed something wrong and clenched her hands in worry. That aura was dark corruption energy. Flame, as a light affinity leader, naturally understood ISO's signal. It was dark corruption energy. But why this event isn't in the original novel and keeps happening? Thinking that, she blamed herself for the foolish thought. This wasn't the first or second unannounced incident. While Flame scolded herself, Ma Yuxiang stood and continuously cast a leap spell without saying a word. Watching Ma Yuxiang shoot into the sky, a grave expression settled on his face. Flame froze in place, surprised that someone as cold as Ma Yuxiang showed such an expression. She pressed her lips together and silently resolved to stop the corrupted ones from spoiling the Spirit Beast Pact. Azel, let's go. At the explosion center, as the dust cleared, they could barely make out Princess Bion's group collapsed on the ground amid heaps of ash as if they'd endured a fierce battle. Cough, 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 Bion rasped and forced herself to sit up. She suddenly found Arshwang pinning her down. Feeling the aura around the girl weakening over time, Bion shouted in despair. Arshwang tried to wake up, but Arshwang had fainted and couldn't respond. She hurriedly moved Arshwang to the side. Bion sensed dark corruption energy pouring out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fourth layer barrier, the seal that imprisons dangerous creatures. And from those cracks and fractures, a creature resembling a dolphin covered in black sparks rose into the sky, its body covered in strange red runes emitting ultrasonic waves that echoed through the forest, introducing the Icefire Dolphin Level 4. A strange thought flashed through Bion's mind. Why had the spirit beast she had sought for so long become corrupted by darkness? If left like this, it would lose control and kill everyone. Just as Bion raised her scepter to cast fire magic, an unforeseen variable suddenly occurred. Countless boulders fell from the sky, smashing into the dolphin. Then chains of light appeared out of nowhere and bound the Icefire Dolphin fast. Above, Ma Yuxiang appeared like a hero, his fist blazing with fire. He struck the creature's massive body, sending it crashing into the ground as rocks and earth flew everywhere. Bion was very surprised by his arrival. She wondered why Ma Yuxiang was here. Suddenly something made Bion gape in astonishment. A holy radiance from the chains began to dispel the dark corruption from the Icefire Dolphin. And it seemed to feel more at ease than ever, so it closed its eyes and sank into a deep, blissful sleep. As everyone thought, there was only one who could purge dark corruption in Ether World, Flame, the heroine who transmigrated into the novel. Before long, the Icefire Dolphin returned to its original form. Flame approached and stroked it. "It's okay, I've healed you." The Icefire Dolphin expressed its gratitude and flew away. Then Flame and Azel turned to look at Bion, just as Bion looked back at them. Flame was the first to speak. "Princess, what's going on?" Bion, clutching her pride, retorted, "You ask me, who else should I ask?" Suddenly there was a terrible explosion that shattered the fourth layer seal. From the crack, spirit beasts tainted by demonic energy crawled out and attacked our group. The red sealing barrier of the fourth layer suddenly splintered into pieces with a crackling sound. A stream of dark chi carrying a bone-chilling, gloomy aura swept in, making all the protagonists' skin crawl. Their gazes turned to the barrier where a cloaked figure slowly approached, its voice tinged with sick excitement. Ah, so many familiar faces. Not just Class A, but even 4 students from Class S. Today my luck is really something. Recognizing the voice's owner, Bion couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Why is it her?" "Professor Mason Tyrn." Azel behind her hurriedly asked, "Why is Professor Mason here?" Flame had already frozen, another variable not in the novel had appeared. Hei Wonryong's eyes flashed with seriousness as she summoned her weapon, and silently wondered whether the prestigious Stella Academy professor was actually a dark wizard. And the source of that terrifying mana pressure as well. "I had meant to save the finest for last, but there's no reason to refuse a delicious meal right in front of me. Now then, shall we start the party?" With that, a grotesque horn sprouted from the top of her head. Her smile warped into a wild, savage grin as dark magic erupted, devouring everything within a 4-meter radius. Meanwhile, at Baek Yuseol's location. A few hours earlier, he had been standing before the barrier leading to the fourth layer. Perhaps thanks to training in the spirit garden, the spirit beasts reacted to his compatibility, and the journey here went fairly smoothly. But from the fourth layer onward, things would no longer be as easy. "I just hope I can win a spirit beast's heart safely and without incident." A blinding light erupted and the space shook violently. And when Baek Yuseol opened his eyes, he had been teleported to the fourth layer, a space filled with pink hues, as beautiful as a fairyland. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared from the bushes. Before he could think, a killer boar lunged at Baek Yuseol, barring a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Baek Yuseol was momentarily surprised. But that was it. He drew his Teravan sword to cast a spell. A creature rated danger level 3 projecting such a strong aura. Clearly the monsters here are on a whole different level from other layers. In a flash, he delivered a single, perfectly precise slash that pierced through the massive body. The boar couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. It died instantly. Honestly, it wasn't to be underestimated. Teravan wouldn't normally pierce that defensive hide. Luckily, I brought equipment crafted by Altarisha. Though consumable and lasting only 5 minutes, I must leave quickly before other monsters are attracted. The fourth layer's space tends to disorient intruders, making it easy to get lost. However, I had flame plant a perfect windflower with absolute directional attribute like a compass to prepare for this scenario. As long as I have this flower that always points east, I won't fear losing my trail anymore. Alright, finish this quickly and get through the fourth layer. Not long after, Baek Yuseol passed many other dangerous monsters. He felt what he was seeking was about to appear. Suddenly a clear, enchanting melody rang out ahead. Baek Yuseol slowly moved toward it. The dense forest parted and an exquisite beauty with long white hair flowing like a waterfall hovered in midair, humming a tune. For a moment the cherry blossoms and the space trembled, the world turned pink, and Baek Yuseol felt light as if flying, one of the 12 lunar deities Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayet. Seeing someone arrive, she curled her lips and said, "HMPH. A human, why have you come to this remote place?" Her supremely beautiful face matched the ideal in Baek Yuseol's mind and made his heart race, but he forced himself to steady his thoughts. The magic in Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayet contains charming power and is merely a false guise set to lure prey into a trap. I must not fall for it. He set the guiding flower down. Baek Yuseol thought to himself that he must purge the invading magic immediately. Others might have given up long ago, but I can do it because my body cannot absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, Baek Yuseol steeled himself and forced his will to push the invasive mana out. Baek Yuseol's senses sharpened. The space around Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayet began to warp. Like a shattered mirror, the surroundings returned to their true forms. Baek Yuseol solemnly thought that his mental strength might still be insufficient to force her to reveal her true form, but at least at this level, he avoided being mentally manipulated. On her side, Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayet landed on the ground, her voice tinged with surprise. "Oh ho. A human who resists my charm. If he were an ordinary man, he'd have rushed at me like a pack of hungry tigers. It seems you recognized my true identity. Then what purpose brought you all this way to find me? Beak Yusial answered without evasion. I came seeking a spirit beast's heart. So you intend to kill the spirit beast and take its heart? No, that's not my intention, nor do I have the strength to kill a spirit beast. I only want to find a heart that its owner lost from the spirit beast grave that exists deep within this space. Hearing Beak Yusial mention the spirit beast grave, her expression darkened. There's no heart there, but I must find it. Why? Beak Yusial slipped his hand into his pocket, thinking there was no need to spell out Ifanal's conditions here or explain the breathing exercises in this situation. He took out the token and held it up. It's to save my close friend, use a perfectly moral reason to appeal to her sympathy. Indeed, that innocent, heartfelt look deceived one of the 12 lunar deities. She softened and said, just a mortal creature, yet so ambitious to possess that treasure. Hearing this, Beak Yusial laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, just as expected, she took the bait. Among the 12 lunar deities, Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat is the one who cares most for the spirit beasts. Proof being she poured all her effort into creating this fourth layer space just to protect them. Beak Yusial's eyes glittered. If it's to rescue a spirit beast, she might agree to grant a heart. No wonder I sensed your breath carrying the scent of a spirit beast, which struck me as odd. Unexpected that a human would have such a deep bond with a high-ranking deity. Heh heh heh. She covered her mouth and laughed nastily as if imagining some dark scenario, which almost made Beak Yusial gag. I was merely diligently practicing breath control next to Ifanal. Her imagination ran wild. Although Beak Yusial was angry, he feigned supplication. So can I have that heart now? But she lowered her guard, sighed, and shook her head in exasperation. I cannot trust humans again. We were close to many humans only to be bitterly betrayed. Hearing this, Beak Yusial protested, I. Before he could finish, Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat coldly interrupted. You mean to say you are different from them? I've heard those words until I'm sick of them. Though he anticipated difficulty, he hadn't expected it to be this hard. According to the original plot, when you conquer one of the 12 lunar deities, you inherit their power, and each deity's prerequisites are completely different. Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat's requirements are achieving necessary stats, extremely high compatibility with the spirit beast, and a mental will that satisfies her. Frankly, with my current stats, I'm far from meeting them. My initial goal wasn't to subdue her, but if I can't even obtain a spirit beast's heart, then I'm useless. Thinking this, Beak Yusial placed his hand over his chest and spoke earnestly. My friend is on the brink of death, please save her. Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat narrowed her eyes to see if he was lying. After checking and finding Beak Yusial truthful, she softened slightly and said, well, unless you can prove you're worthy to be a friend of a spirit beast. Seeing a chance, Beak Yusial immediately asked, how must I prove myself? Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat smiled mysteriously. It's very simple. Show me you are willing to sacrifice your very life for a spirit beast. This demand immediately drained the color from Beak Yusial's face. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. That condition was excessive. I came to save someone, but my own life should be top priority. The more he thought, the more sweat ran down his brow. After all, his life is precious. Meanwhile, Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat stood waiting for Beak Yusial's choice. Then she said, enough, I don't want spirit beasts to give their affection to humans ever again. Human life is short while greed is bottomless. Spirit beasts who choose to accompany humans only end up hurts. Beak Yusial bowed his head. He hadn't expected such outright rejection. Maybe he shouldn't have sought out Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat at first. No, that's not it. The important thing is to keep appearing before her to win favor. Though she dislikes me now, one day my efforts will bear fruit. Perhaps I need another way to obtain a spirit beast's heart. While Beak Yusial was silently pondering, suddenly countless blood-red notifications appeared. Warning, due to your interference in the storyline, the butterfly effect has been extremely strong. Chapter 8 Dark Corruption Invasion has been advanced earlier than expected and is about to merge with the current chapter. The mission difficulty skyrocketed. But that wasn't the end. The next notification appeared with the image of a ferocious dragon startling Beak Yusial. Chapter 7-8 The contract signing with the spirit beast and the invasion of the dark mage. Beak Yusial stood gaping and took a step back. What the? At that moment, the two of them immediately sensed a surge of dark mana emanating from the third layer. Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gayat couldn't believe the pressure. Could the dark mages have set foot here already? That being is certainly not an ordinary dark mage. His power must be at least danger level 6 or above. Her hands clenched in anger. A dark mage is present on the third layer. It's intolerable, but with my current strength I cannot stop him. To protect the spirit beasts, Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gaiet had exhausted her strength to create the fourth layer space, but the price was her freedom. She can no longer leave this prison. Ah, I can hear the laments of the spirit beasts being devoured by dark mana. At this rate my children will be corrupted. Suddenly Beek Yusial's voice snapped her back. Where are they located? Huh, what? Please guide me, I do not have your ability to sense exact positions. It's useless. At your current level, how could you stop them? Beek Yusial shouted, there's no time to hesitate, tell me the location now. Lian Hong Xuan Tam and Gaiet froze at his resolute tone. After a mental struggle, she pointed him the way. Over there is the direction where the dark mana is corrupting my children, thank you. Gripping the Guardian Branch artifact tightly in his right hand, Beek Yusial dashed without hesitation toward the direction she indicated. Inwardly he prayed desperately, damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Scene switched to the third layer. The forest lay ruined, scorched earth and rock. Princess Bion's group had long since been rendered unconscious. Moreover, even the strongest S-class lineup, including Azel, Bion, Ma Yuxiang, had also completely fallen. Over here Flame coughed up a mouthful of blood. She knelt exhausted, panting, eyes filled with despair as she looked at Mazen Tyrn. She smiled coldly and said, you children really surprise me. Just teenagers yet already possessing such formidable power. I'm so desperate to seize that power I'm going crazy. As she finished speaking, she raised her hand and dark mana suddenly converged. A black hole exuded a destructive aura that filled the space. Mazen Tyrn tilted her head and laughed. Ah, seeds of talent from Stella Academy. Now obediently merge with my bodies. As the words fell, the dark magic gradually drowned the space in red. Perhaps before long, all the spirit beasts present here would be defiled by her magic. Witnessing this, Flame's mood sank to the depths. It's over. My body has no strength left to move. The ability to fight was gone and their retreat had been cut off. Must I die here? Suddenly, a notification popped up. A special effect from the Merkin pendant item had been activated, absolute protection one time against spells of rank 6 and below. Immediately a holy light radiated from the item, blocking the dark corruption's invasion. Flame's gaze unraveled and her body began to collapse with the wind. But the voice carried a strangely cheerful tone, honestly this guy. A burst of light dispelled Mazen Tyrn's destructive magic, restoring peace to this land. Heroes always show up last, and the one who used the artifact was none other than Beek Yusial. Arriving when everything's already on the line, what can you do? The Merkin pendant vanished, it's a single-use relic. Beek Yusial didn't care about that, what mattered was that he had made it in time. Luckily no one had fallen yet, but all this happened because he had interfered too much with the storyline. Provoking Tyrn exposed the truth that she stole Altarisha's invention at the Alchemy Summit, which is why the protagonists were implicated and suffered such dangerous injuries. Anyway, we can no longer expect outside reinforcements. To survive and get out of here, we must defeat Mazen Tyrn. Suddenly Ma Yuxiang stepped forward and called, Yusial. Beek Yusial jumped and anxiously asked, Ma Yuxiang, are you okay? Ma Yuxiang gave a bitter smile and replied, you can still ask that looking at me like this. But it's only you and me left strong enough to continue, so we'll have to gamble. The thorny question is how to do it. Ma Yuxiang looked ahead as the mist quickly cleared to reveal Mazen Tyrn approaching them. If we confront her head-on with raw power, we'll surely be crushed. He pulled something from his backpack and threw it down. Beek Yusial raised the Guardian Branch confidently. I have a plan, but the opportunity comes only once. Introduction, the superior level branch of resentment. Description, over time the resentment deepens instead of fading. Special effects, one touch sows the resentment status on the target. The second touch triggers a resentment burst dealing critical damage to creatures with the darkness attribute. The power of resentment accumulates daily and peaks after 3 months. If the target's danger level is 6 or above, damage is halved. Single use only. Ma Yuxiang smiled. I get your meaning. I'll take responsibility for drawing her attention to create an opening. It may be a bit rough, but in this situation there's no time to choose. Beek Yusial flinched at that, as if guessing what reckless thing Ma Yuxiang intended to do. Mazen Tyrn's voice emerged from the mist. I've been wondering who could withstand my magic, so it's the brat Beek Yusial. At this point, and you still stubbornly try to block my way. Beek Yusial replied solemnly, yes, I will stop you. Haha, well done, though with the power I crave most. It's people like you. Maison Tyrn opened her mouth wide and unleashed a beam of world-destroying light toward him. At the critical moments, Ma Yuxiang leaped forward and erected a magical shield to block the attack. Boom, 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 ear-splitting explosions rang out as shockwaves violently swept everything away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Beak Yuxial slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a sight that took everyone's breath away. The dense, dark magical pressure emanating from Ma Yuxiang's body had broken past the level 6 limit. He had completely darkened, instantly awakened in the form of a shadow maid. Maison was engulfed in thick black smoke. Beak Yuxial squinted to watch, sweat running down his cheek. Ma Yuxiang in his dark mage form was completely overpowering Maison. Yuxiang tightened his grip on his opponent's throat, his gaze sharp and merciless. His blazing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. Maison writhed in despair, his face contorted in pain. He gaped, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. His thin arm trembled, life was draining from his body. Maison's whole body went numb, unable to move under the pressure of the dark mana. Beak Yuxial spotted an opportunity and prepared to leap forward to seize the soul branch. Yuxial advanced cautiously as he heard the enemy muttering. Maison still tried to spit curses even as he was being squeezed. Ma Yuxiang looked straight into the defeated man's eyes, curious about the insane power his foe possessed. Maison gritted his teeth, pride would not let him fall easily. A strange purple light flickered at the corner of his eye. She screamed in fury, refusing to submit. Maison unleashed a blazing red surge of magic and lunged at Ma Yuxiang. It struck him hard, sending him flying past Beak Yuxial before he could react. Yuxial was stunned by this unexpected resistance. A deafening explosion hurled everything aside. Ma Yuxiang was swallowed by white smoke. Yuxial froze and called out to his teammate in alarm. At that moment, Maison's strike reached him. The red thorns still raged, but Yuxial noticed their speed had slowed. He focused intensely, watching every movement of the attack. Maison stood towering among the sharp thorns. This was the only chance to finish it. Yuxial dashed like an arrow, aiming to close in on the enemy. Maison curled a sinister smile. She had been waiting for this moment. Yuxial slipped through the narrowest gaps of the red thorns. A giant thorn slammed down right where he stood. Tension showed on Yuxial's face as danger closed in. Maison laughed heartily, convinced the prey had fallen into the trap. With no other choice, Yuxial was forced to use the skill he had wanted to keep hidden. Soul Breath Third Awakening activated, boosting his senses by 147%. Under the forest influence, the skill's power was massively amplified for a brief 15 seconds. Yuxial's speed exploded. He streaked forward, leaving trails of blue light. Maison was startled and astonished by this sudden change. Yuxial declared the opponent's fate as the branch was firmly in his hand. Maison gritted her teeth, trying to launch a final counterattack. Red thorns lunged from every direction, piercing Beak Yuxial. Maison laughed maniacally, still believing she had caught her target. But despite being wounded, Ma Yuxiang did not stop. He aimed at the branch. Blink, an instant, precise teleport in the blink of an eye. Yuxial drove the branch straight into Maison's chest, ending the battle. Horror flooded Maison's eyes as the decisive blow landed. A system notification appeared, confirming contact with the target of wrath. The rage level exploded to its maximum. Maison screamed in agony as her body began to dissolve. Maison's tainted soul shattered under the purifying effect of the soul branch. She bellowed her final, bitter curses before vanishing completely. Even with death imminent, Maison frantically demanded Beak Yuxial's death, but he quietly accepted the victory. Yuxial stared at his enemy, unshaken by the meaningless threats. The black mana flared and then vanished, carrying the fallen one's soul into darkness. The rotting branch fell to the ground. The brutal fight had finally come to an end. The fractured ground testified to the terrifying power that had swept this place. A system message announced a special reward for Yuxial's extraordinary effort in changing the course of the story. He exhaled in relief. The burden on his shoulders felt lifted after the life-or-death moment. Beak Yuxial collapsed onto the cracked ground, whispering that it was finally over. He closed his eyes tightly, savoring a rare moment of peace amid the rubble. Cherry blossoms began to fall around him, carrying him into a magical space. Amid the radiant cherry grove, an otherworldly being of transcendent beauty appeared before Yusial. It was the divine beast, Lian Hong Xuan Tamangayat. She gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the sleeping youth amid the fairy-like scene. The divine beast apologized for placing upon him such an excessive and unreasonable burden. She understood his anguish at being unable to prove his true strength to others. It was simply that he had no way to prove it. In the silent space, only the wind whispered through the radiant blossoms. The divine beast expressed her appreciation for a person willing to sacrifice his life for his conviction and for her. As a fitting reward, she bestowed upon him the heart of the divine beast, glowing brilliantly. The gem of pure mana was transferred into Yusial's chest, along with words of thanks for protecting her children. Warmth from the divine gift spread, soothing all the pain and fatigue in the youth's body. Beak Yusial lay peacefully beneath the ancient tree, sinking into a beautiful dream amid the radiant cherry valley. After Kei Katsuorin sensed the surge of dark magic, the elf knights acted immediately. They conducted searches and moved the unconscious out of the danger zone. Although a few students were injured in clashes with beast spirits corrupted by darkness, fortunately their lives were not threatened. All students who had participated in the battle with Mazen earlier were also confirmed safe. Hong Bion and Azel quickly completed contracts with the level 5 beast spirits before the evacuation ended. Both Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial were also on the list of rescued. They were transferred directly to Stella Academy's hospital for emergency treatment. Chief Raven was stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnosis results. Beak Yuxial possesses the stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't hide her astonishment. It was the first time she'd seen this rare constitution in real life, and she wondered how someone like him could have entered Stella. Chief Raven explained that in academic circles, learning magic with a body that cannot accumulate mana is nearly unimaginable. But he realized this student had turned what seemed like futile effort into something extraordinary. The maximum lifespan for someone with this constitution is only 20 years, meaning Yusial had merely 2 years left. Looking at his records, he saw the boy's absolute sincerity towards studying magic despite the limited time. Therefore, Raven asked Luna to keep this matter secret. He wanted to support the boy's will until the very end. That night in the silent corridor, Nurse Luna was walking when a voice stopped her and asked her name. It was Hong Sihua, who smiled slyly and wanted to speak privately for a moment. 3 days later, in the ward of Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial. The room was silent, only the steady sound of an apple being peeled. Azel sighed. 3 days had passed, and neither of them showed signs of waking. She muttered, calling Flame a liar, because earlier her friend had said that sitting and peeling apples would make the patient wake soon. Her eyes filled with worry as she looked at the apple in her hand. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying here she could do nothing. Suddenly footsteps echoed from behind. Azel startled and turned to look. A stranger with bright pink hair stood in the doorway. It was Hong Sihua Adelbit. She narrowed her eyes and looked Azel over. Sihua smiled, saying she didn't expect to see a familiar face here. She poured on mockery, praising Azel for growing more beautiful and joking about marriage. The attitude made Azel uncomfortable. She bluntly asked why she was here. Sihua replied casually that she only wanted to visit the heroes who had saved her sister. But immediately her gaze sharpened and she called Azel the child of a traitor. This made Azel widen her eyes in shock. The phrase was like a splinter driven into Azel's heart, for it was the Adelbit family that had put her in this situation. She sprang to her feet, radiating mana and anger at the other's contempt. Sihua waved it off casually, telling her to calm down if she didn't want a big fight in the hospital. She remarked that Azel seemed very close to the 2 people lying in the hospital beds. Then Sihua asked Azel if she knew Beak Yusial's deepest secret. Seeing Azel stunned, she snorted and mocked that the 2 weren't as close as Azel thought. Sihua launched a brutal psychological attack, declaring that Beak Yusial was about to die. She explained the stagnant mana constitution that Yusial carried, a death sentence preventing one from living past 20. Azel froze. The notebook in her hand fell to the floor when she heard the news. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Hong Sihua smiled coldly, telling Azel not to be so self-satisfied because she actually knew nothing of Beak Yusial's true self. She emphasized that Yusial had kept the most important secret about his constitution from her. Those words stabbed Azel. She realized she had received so much help from him, yet she truly knew nothing about him. She bowed her head, silently blaming herself for not learning more about her friend. Siwa pressed on, saying that someone inferior like Azel should know her place and keep quiet, not pretend to be close to Yusial anymore. Just as the tension peaked, a cold voice rang out demanding she stop. It was Hong Bion. She entered and sneered that her sister looked disgusting for threatening an ordinary student. Bion glanced at her sister and reminded her that although Sihwa graduated long ago, she still deliberately wears the Stella uniform to flaunt power. Hit in the nerve by her sister's words, Sihwa forced a smile to hide her discomfort. She turned to ask Bion if she knew who she was speaking to, but Bion, unafraid, called her shameless. Bion exposed that Sihwa's current position was due to luck after someone else's death, not her own ability. She asserted that she herself was also a princess, a legitimate heir vested with the full authority of the king. Sihwa was stunned. She hadn't expected her sister to resist so fiercely in front of others. Bion retorted, asking who the real shameless one was. Bion's arrival helped Azel regain her composure. She straightened and declared her stance firmly. Azel affirmed that even if she didn't know much about Yusial, she would never use secretly obtained information as a weapon against him. Because true friends respect each other's secrets and patiently wait for the other to reveal them, her words made Bion feel slightly uneasy as well. Hong Siwa gave a faint smile. Her face showed no sign of remorse. She laughed loudly, saying kids these days truly have too much energy and excessive confidence. Siwa turned on her heel to leave, telling Bion to keep up that attitude for their next meeting, then spat a contemptuous goodbye. Azel watched in daze, still shell-shocked by what had happened. Meanwhile, Bion quietly moved toward the table with the basket of fruit she had brought. Bion looked at Beek Yusial, who still had his eyes tightly shut in the hospital bed. Her face showed a hint of worry. The two girls stared at their comatose friend, praying for a miracle. After Bion left, Azel sat alone, sighing as she looked at the overflowing fruit basket. Everything that had just happened felt like a mess. She wearily wondered why everything had become so complicated. There were so many things she still couldn't understand. Suddenly, a faint moan sounded, startling Azel to spin around. She stared at Beek Yusial in disbelief. Yusial slowly opened his eyes, scratched his head, and grumbled about why it was so noisy around him. His utterly nonchalant awakening left Azel both relieved and angry. Night had fallen over the entire Stella Academy campus. He nonchalantly picked up an apple and took a bite, savoring the taste after a long sleep. After tasting the apple, Yusial suddenly remembered he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. He recalled the events and was relieved that things with Ma Yusiang had gone smoothly. Although defeating Mazen Tyran was a major achievement, the price for overusing his skill had been considerable. He remembered the rewards from the system. A status panel appeared, showing his spiritual strength stat had surged to 3 stars. Yusial froze for a few seconds, unable to understand why the stat had skyrocketed so drastically. Under traits, a new line appeared, Blessing of the 3-Moon Red Spring Alliance. A host of powerful spiritual skills like telepathy and mental shield had been unlocked. He jumped up, wondering why he had been granted such extraordinary favor. It turned out that while he was in a coma, the 3-Moon Red Spring Alliance had visited and bestowed their blessing. For an ordinary human body to receive the power of 12 moon deities was no simple matter. Yusial's eyes lit up as he realized something. A radiant pink orb of magical energy suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the heart of a spirit beast, an extremely precious item. Yusial was ecstatic, holding the prize aloft as if he couldn't believe it was real. He breathed a sigh of relief that his trouble with Ifinal would be resolved, and now it was time to check the additional rewards. The system notified him that because he had steered the story in the ideal direction, he would receive extra special gifts. Yusial rubbed his chin, pondering which choice would be most fitting. Previously, he had to rely on items to cover his lack of power. But after the battle with Mazen, he realized those trinkets no longer sufficed. What Beek Yusial craved most now was true offensive power. He decided to choose a skill born from his very weakness, mana concentration. The system confirmed the request, and a beam of light enveloped his entire body. Because of his stagnant mana trait, his mana continually leaked out into the environment. But with the new skill, he could force the escaping mana back into his body. Instead of dissipating uselessly, the mana would now concentrate into his fist, amplifying his striking power manyfold. Yusial smiled confidently. At last he had found a path to become stronger. He was eager to test this new power immediately. The scene shifted to a lush highland where a small wooden house stood alone. Keen was walking toward the house's front door. He wore a stern expression as he stood at the entrance. Inside, a man stood with his back turned, gazing out the window at the night sky. It was Roderick Hallow, the Tower Master of New Moon. He calmly turned to welcome his subordinate. The two faced each other in the silent hallway. Roderick wondered why Keen continued to use that form. Keen reported that the darkness at the Ifenal Garden had been purified by a Stella student. Roderick commented that the purification was unexpected, while Keen countered by asking whether he wished to reprimand him. Roderick replied, asserting that it was Keen who had taught him that every corrupted being must be destroyed. Roderick said that questioning Keen would be pointless, for the times are changing and his own words cannot always be right. He reminded him that Professor Mason Tyron revealed himself as corrupted right after Keen arrived at the Ifenal Garden. Roderick reassured him that everything had been resolved. Keen clenched his hands, listening silently without protest. The Tower Master took the blame upon himself for failing to detect the corruption earlier. He revealed a shocking truth. His ability to see the future had grown dim, as if shrouded in mist. Instead of worry, Roderick found it oddly fascinating to experience uncertainty about fate for the first time. Keen seemed unable to share the Tower Master's strange optimism. Suddenly, Roderick asked about the name Beak Usial, the student rumored to have defeated Mason. That child, the Tower Master mused, his gaze distant as he looked out the window. Keen heard the name again, his heart filled with suspicion. He still believed Beak Usial was just a normal 17-year-old student who was hiding far too many things. Roderick advised his subordinate not to try to understand the impossible, but to learn to accept it. Keen squinted, pondering the Tower Master's cryptic counsel. Standing amid the wind-swept grass, he still could not fully make sense of it. Accept them, Keen told himself, a solitary figure against the vast expanse. The scene shifted to another majestic tower within Stella Academy's grounds. The papers screamed a shocking headline: Alchemist Professor Mason Tyron corrupted right at the Academy. In a room, the Spirit King Sioran faced the Academy principal. The female principal of Stella sipped her tea and admitted that they could not hide this scandal forever. Sioran sat in silence, bearing a heavy, melancholic burden. The principal judged that the roots of corruption had sunk deep into every corner of the magical society. You should be more careful, Sioran warned with a cutting look. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind focused on an even greater threat. A hazy image appeared, the Godkiller, a being with a dark soul wearing a Stella uniform. The principal stated that if the murderer of Ifenal truly hid here, it would be an insult to the surveillance system. Sioran wondered whether the enemy's concealing power had surpassed even the Academy's most advanced technology. She realized the likelihood that the real killer was hiding within Stella itself was very high. Sioran's hand clenched as her thoughts turned to the Ifenal Garden for further clues. I must dig deeper, she told herself, her golden eyes blazing with determination to uncover the truth. Back to Beak Usial. As long as he gives Ifenal the spirit beast heart and learns to control the mana leakage syndrome, he'll definitely grow stronger. He eagerly awaited until the next weekend. The weekend arrived. Beak Usial returned to the garden shimmering with green blossoms. He waved to Ifenal like an old acquaintance. As soon as she appeared, Ifenal lunged forward with a barrage of questions that made Usial hold his head and cover his ears in pain. He smiled calmly at her. In Usial's hand was the blazing red spirit beast heart, the most precious item to help her awaken. He stepped toward Ifenal's still ethereal form. Beak Usial gently placed the radiant gem into the center of her soul's chest. A blinding light erupted, enveloping the entire secret garden. The light was so intense that Usial had to squeeze his eyes shut to avoid being dazzled. Ifenal began to regain sensation. Her bare feet first touched the soft green grass. Ifenal truly woke up with long green hair and a lively demeanor. She joyfully danced repeatedly, ecstatic to be able to move and speak again. Beak Usial hadn't yet composed himself in the face of her exuberance. Then Ifanel rushed forward and hugged him tightly in overwhelming excitement. She beamed, repeatedly thanking him for saving her life. Seeing Ifanel so happy, Beak Yusial felt relieved. But he soon noticed her gaze had shifted slightly. Ifanel suddenly realized her body wasn't fully stable after the long sleep. She warned that she would soon have to fall asleep again because the heart wasn't completely compatible yet. To help Yusial, she gifted him a deep blue martial outfit and told him to wear the magic necklace. Beak Yusial reached out and accepted the special gift from the spirit. He put the necklace on as Ifanel had instructed. In his new attire, Beak Yusial looked every bit a true master, his aura markedly different. Ifanel promised to take him to a secret place to meet another friend who could help him control his mana. Suddenly, Yusial sensed a strange presence entering the garden. A shadowy figure appeared in the distance, putting both of them on high alert. The system immediately notified that the love-absorbing body curse had been activated on him. Almost instantly, Yusial's blessing trait auto-activated, rendering him completely immune to that deadly charm. Yusial thought to himself that this would be a terrifying ability without the system's special protection. It was Kei Katsuorin, the brilliant girl with stunning looks and the pointed ears typical of the elf race. A few minutes earlier, Kei Katsuorin had been strolling alone in this area. She hid her face beneath a black cloak, recalling the times she had visited here when Ifanel was still conscious. Kei Katsuorin walked silently among the dense trees. The hem of her cloak gently brushed the bright wildflowers along the path. She lightly touched a branch, silently praising whoever had tended this secret garden so well. Thinking no one was around, Kei Katsuorin intended to remove her veil to enjoy the fresh air. Believing she was alone, the mysterious girl slowly took off the black face veil. Kei Katsuorin breathed a sigh of relief. How long had it been since she dared to show her real face outside like this? Looking at the bright field of green flowers, she silently marveled that this place hadn't changed after all those years. But she suddenly froze when she sensed a strange aura. In that mystical space, who did this presence belong to? Kei Katsuorin's golden eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Ifanel had truly awakened. Ifanel also recognized a familiar face and exclaimed her name in surprise. Beak Yusial standing beside her left Kei Katsuorin stunned. Why was there a stranger here besides Ifanel? She wondered whether this young boy was the one who had saved her friend. Beak Yusial took a step back to keep a safe distance. Ifanel hurriedly cast a teleportation spell. Kei Katsuorin only managed to reach out to stop her, but it was too late. A burst of bright light flared, and the two vanished without a trace before her eyes. Kei Katsuorin stood frozen, still not understanding what had just happened. Her face showed clear disappointment and unending worry. Ifanel collapsed into Kei Katsuorin's arms. Panicked, she asked how her friend could have woken, and Ifanel only whispered that the boy had brought the heart. Ifanel smiled weakly, saying she was very happy to see Kei Katsuorin again after so long. Kei Katsuorin hugged her tightly, tears welling up because she had missed Ifanel so much. Ifanel's eyes began to grow dull, a sign of exhaustion. Her body relaxed, and her breathing grew heavy as sleep rushed over her. Ifanel fell asleep in Kei Katsuorin's arms. Though there were many questions to ask, she knew the heart couldn't function normally right away. All that remained in Kei Katsuorin's mind was the image of that young boy. Who on earth was he? A thought suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She was horrified to realize she had forgotten to hide her face when facing him. Clearly he had looked straight into her eyes, but instead of going mad from the curse, he stepped back and avoided her coldly. How strange, how could an ordinary person resist her deadly charm like that? Could he be someone completely immune to this love-absorbing body curse? Kei Katsuorin suddenly felt hope. He might be the only person in the world she could speak to directly without causing disaster. She shouted through the forest, determined at all costs to find that special boy. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial had been thrown into a strange place. He grumbled and cursed because Ifanel's rough teleport made him ache all over. Surrounded by barren cliffs, he wondered which godforsaken corner he'd landed in.